The wind tasted like summer dust. Kael stood near the edge of the school courtyard, the sun casting long shadows across the rows of students lined up before the summoning altar. His heart thumped, not with excitement, but with a kind of trembling stillness. He had waited for this moment his entire life. Today was summoning day, the first true step toward becoming a summoner. A massive silver ring stood in the center of the courtyard, embedded into the stone tiles. Runes glowed faintly on its surface, old summoning glyphs, passed down from a time when monsters first crossed the veil between spirit and flesh. One by one, students stepped forward to perform their summoning ritual. Kael watched in silence. "Come forth, spirit of my soul," a student cried. A burst of light flared from the ring, and a fox with 3 shimmering tails emerged, landing softly before its new partner. Cheers followed. Another student summoned a sleek bird of lightning, then a stone-armored rhino. Applause rippled through the courtyard. Some beasts looked fierce. Others were beautiful, elegant, or strange. But all shared one thing. They were normal, expected, fitting within the range of what most people could hope for. Kael didn't even know if he'd get something that good. He lowered his eyes, gripping the small charm around his neck, an old coin given by his grandfather, long since worn smooth by nervous fingers. The truth was, Kael hadn't shown any signs of high spiritual energy. He wasn't from a summoner bloodline, no noble heritage, no big-name academy, just a regular kid from the quieter side of Faloma City. "Next, Kael," the examiner called. Kael swallowed. He stepped forward. His shoes made a hollow tap against the stone as he entered the summoning ring. The warmth of the sun faded, replaced by the cool pulse of spiritual pressure rising from the glyphs. He could feel eyes on him, some curious, some dismissive. "Place your hand on the core," the examiner instructed, motioning to the pedestal in front of him. Kael nodded and placed his palm against the glowing blue crystal. He closed his eyes. The world fell away. Inside his mind, Kael saw it. A vast space, blank at first, like fog covering water. Then a presence. Huge, ancient, breathing. A heartbeat echoed through the silence. It wasn't his own. Boom. The fog burned away like paper touched by fire. A pair of golden eyes opened in the dark. Kael gasped as a presence surged forward, flooding his body with searing heat. The ground beneath the summoning ring cracked. A storm of red light exploded upward in a pillar of fire. Gasps, screams, flames spiraled toward the sky and scattered into embers, revealing a colossal, serpentine form coiled within the circle. A dragon, scales glowing crimson like molten steel, wings folded, claws gripping the edge of the summoning ring. Its breath was thunder, its gaze old as the stars. "A red dragon," someone whispered. The courtyard was dead silent. Kael's hand was still on the core crystal, but now it pulsed red-hot, searing into his palm. The dragon's eyes met his, curious, intelligent. A ripple passed between them. Not words, not thoughts, resonance. Then, just as quickly, the dragon shimmered and vanished in a blaze of red light. Gone. Back inside him, Kael stood there, smoke rising from the ground. His chest felt heavy, as if a second heart now beat beside his own. The examiner stared, wide-eyed. What was that?" Kael stepped back, voice quiet. "My summon." "You summoned a divine-class beast," the man stammered. "That was no ordinary spirit. That... I'd like to be dismissed now," Kael interrupted. He didn't want the attention. Not now. A whispering tide rolled across the courtyard. Students stared, some in awe, others in envy. One or two glared with clear hostility. Kael walked back toward the edge of the field, keeping his expression calm. Inside, his thoughts were anything but calm. In the quiet of the school garden, Kael finally sat down. He waited until the noise of the crowd faded. Then he closed his eyes and reached inward, to the space where his summons rested. What he saw stunned him. A vast, open plain stretched before him. Green grass, warm sunlight, and above it all, the looming shape of the red dragon, curled around a stony hill. Its breathing was steady now, quieter, calmer. "Can you hear me?" Kael asked within his thoughts. The dragon turned its head slowly, golden eyes narrowing slightly. It didn't speak, not with words, but Kael felt its intent. Acceptance. A forming bond. This place, This sanctuary was his personal realm. Every summoner had one, a kind of resting space for their monsters. But Kael's felt different, larger, alive, almost like the dragon had shaped it by merely existing. He felt warmth inside his chest. The link was forming fast. That night, Kael lay awake in his room, staring at the ceiling. Moonlight filtered through the curtains. He held his right hand up, fingers tracing the faint, glowing mark now etched into his palm. A red glyph, shaped like a dragon's wing. He had no idea what this meant. Why he could summon a divine-class monster. Why the dragon had answered his call. But deep inside, something had awakened. A desire. Not to be famous. Not to be feared. But to grow stronger. To protect. To rise. Not just with the red dragon, but with the other divine beasts he now sensed waiting, far beyond the veil. There was no hiding from it. By the time Kael returned to class the next morning, everyone had heard. Students stared the moment he stepped into the room. Some leaned in a whisper. Others turned away too quickly, pretending not to have noticed him at all. The murmurs swirled like smoke. Did you see it? No way, that was a normal summon. A dragon man. Like a real one. The summoning ring cracked. They say it was divine class. He must be hiding something. Kael walked to his seat and sat without a word. His chair creaked softly as he leaned back, pulling out a notebook. He could feel the pressure building, not from his classmates, but from the weight inside him. A presence. Still warm. Still watching. The red dragon was sleeping again in his realm, but its power pulsed beneath Kael's skin like a second heartbeat. He didn't look up when the teacher entered. He didn't need to. The lesson today was pointless. Some minor lecture on summon classifications and standard beast contracts. No one really paid attention. Except Kael. He took notes carefully, as if each word could help him make sense of what had happened. Divine-class monsters weren't supposed to be summonable anymore. The last recorded case had been decades ago, and even then, it was a fluke. Most people assumed divine-class spirits had retreated beyond reach, sealed behind the higher veils of the spirit realm. And yet, Kael had summoned one. Effortlessly. Instinctively. Why? At lunch, he sat alone. Not because he wanted to, but because no one dared approach. Across the courtyard, a group of students huddled together, eyeing him from time to time. One boy, a tall, well-dressed student from a known summoner family, met Kael's gaze directly. Kael recognized him. Darren Voldy, known for his flashy summoning style and control over lightning types. Darren smiled, but there was no warmth in it. Kael looked away. Later that afternoon, he found a quiet spot behind the library, where the old training dummies were rarely used. The shadows stretched long as he sat cross-legged on the grass and closed his eyes. Inside his mind, the personal realm opened like a doorway. The red dragon was awake. It lay coiled around a massive rock formation that hadn't been there yesterday. The realm was already changing, growing stronger, more defined. Trees had begun sprouting near the edges. The sky here was always sunset-colored, glowing with a surreal orange hue. Kael approached slowly. The dragon raised its head, exhaling smoke that shimmered like gold dust. "You're too strong," Kael muttered. "I can't use you in public." "Not yet." The dragon blinked once. No resistance. It understood. Kael sat down in front of it. "I need to train," he said. "If I can't use you, then I need to be strong enough without showing everything. You're my partner, but right now, you're too much." A faint pulse rippled through the realm. The dragon closed its eyes again, and Kael felt a sensation in his chest. A bond tightening, not loosening. It wasn't angered. It trusted him. He smiled. That night, he made a choice. The next morning, Kael visited a small weapon shop on the edge of town. Not to buy anything flashy, but to purchase a basic spirit channeler blade. A small, curved dagger used by summoners to direct energy in battle. He needed something low profile, something he could use while hiding his true abilities. Then, he signed up for the local dungeon permit. "Going alone?" the clerk asked, surprised. Kael nodded. "Just testing my limits." The clerk shrugged. "Well, be careful. Some of those starter dungeons are randomized these days. You sure you don't want to hire a support mage?" "No need," Kael replied. He left the shop quietly and made his way to the outer zone, a wooded area where natural dungeons often appeared, protected by magical wards and overseen by city officials. A swirling portal of blue and silver shimmered between two twisted trees. It pulsed gently, welcoming any who dared enter. Kael exhaled and stepped through. Inside the dungeon, everything shifted. He landed on a moss-covered stone floor. Mist hung in the air, and strange vines wrapped the columns of ancient ruins. This was a verdant trial, a plant-type labyrinth known for speed monsters and ambushes, perfect for testing his limits. Kael didn't summon the red dragon. Instead, he summoned nothing. He drew his dagger, crouched low, and began moving. Hours passed. He dodged poison needles, ducked under whip vines, and outmaneuvered swarms of insect-type spirits. Without revealing his divine partner, he was slower, weaker, more vulnerable. But he learned. He learned how his body reacted to energy. He learned how to feel his monster's strength without releasing it. How to draw just enough spiritual current to sharpen his senses. He learned where he was weak. He meditated between fights. He practiced calling out only echoes of the red dragon's flame, just enough to burn a path or sear a strike into the floor. He tested his bond quietly. And when he finally reached the end of the dungeon and defeated the vine-covered wolf boss with a burst of inner fire, he felt something shift. Inside the personal realm, the dragon stirred. It was pleased. Outside the dungeon, Kael knelt and wiped the sweat from his brow. The sun was setting again. He hadn't won with brute strength. He hadn't summoned the dragon. But he had grown, not by showing the world what he was capable of, but by proving it to himself. The gates creaked open with a reluctant groan. Kael stood at the entrance to Veilwind Hollow, a beginner-rated dungeon known for its shifting fog and low visibility. It wasn't the most dangerous place on the blue planet, but it had ended more than a few overconfident careers. And Kael was walking in alone. A cool breeze drifted out of the dungeon's mouth, carrying the scent of wet stone and moss. Beyond the misty threshold, silence reigned. No one spoke as he entered. There was no team, no fanfare, just the sound of boots on old stone and a faint pulse in his chest. The red dragon stirred inside his personal realm, but Kael didn't call it out. He tapped the spirit blade at his side, a standard dagger, bound to his own energy signature. It couldn't do much alone, but with practice, it had become an extension of his focus. Quick to draw, quicker to channel. A dungeon overseer nearby frowned as he noted Kael's name. Solo? You sure, kid? Kael nodded. Most run it in teams of 3. I know. You at least got healing items. Kael held up a pouch. Restoration crystals. Emergency barrier shard. I'm good. The man didn't look convinced, but waved him through anyway. Don't try to be a hero. If it goes bad, there's an exit glyph near the start. Don't hesitate. Kael stepped past him without a word. He didn't plan on running. The dungeon swallowed him whole. Inside, it was like walking through a dream. Trees stretched toward a mist-filled sky, their limbs twisted like claws. Strange vines crawled along old ruins, flickering with bioluminescent spores. Every sound was muffled. Even Kael's own footsteps vanished beneath the hush of fog. He breathed in slowly. He'd studied the dungeon type. Veilwind Hollow was categorized as a spirit-dense environment, meaning monsters here didn't rely on brute force. They relied on trickery. Kael drew his blade. The fog stirred. He moved carefully. A faint rustle came from the left. Kael ducked just in time as a wind serpent lunged from behind a tree trunk. Its body was thin and translucent, its wings like tattered cloth. He rolled sideways, barely missing its talons, and slashed upward. The blade met resistance. Then the creature dissolved into mist. Kael spun, narrowing his eyes. An illusion. The real serpent struck from behind. Instinct moved faster than thought. Kael dove forward, twisted mid-roll, and slashed back with a burst of heat-charged spirit energy. The blade shimmered orange as he guided a sliver of the red dragon's flame into the strike. This time it hit. The wind serpent shrieked as its form cracked apart, dissolving into light and fog. Kael exhaled, steadying himself. The fight hadn't lasted more than 10 seconds. But already, his body was burning, not with pain, but with pressure. Using even a fragment of the dragon's power was like trying to hold fire in his bare hands. The energy didn't respond gently. It surged, alive and impatient. Kael pressed 2 fingers to his temple and slipped momentarily into his personal realm. The dragon was coiled on a ledge, watching him. I'm not ready to let you out, Kael muttered. But I might need your edge. The dragon rumbled. Its tail shifted slightly, curling around a glowing crystal that pulsed with light. Kael felt a ripple, an offer. It would give him more, if he asked. But Kael shook his head. Not yet. Back in the dungeon, Kael pressed forward. Hour by hour, he learned. The dungeon changed with every turn. Rooms twisted into new shapes, forcing him to map the layout in his head. He fought creatures that split into illusions, packs of whispering birds that tried to confuse his sense of direction, a writhing vine beast that absorbed spiritual energy, forcing him to cut it down with precise strikes instead of brute power. He didn't summon. Not once. Every fight, he used his instincts, his growing reflexes, and fragments of stored spirit fire. Just enough to give him an edge. Never enough to reveal his true strength. His body ached. His hands shook. But every battle ended the same. Victory. By the time he reached the dungeon core, the fog had lifted just slightly. A circular clearing opened around him, and in the center stood a creature twice his height. The Mistfang Alpha, a lupin spirit beast with ivory fur, glowing green eyes, and a long, whip-like tail. Kael's grip tightened on the blade. This wasn't a normal core guardian. It was a mutated variant. The dungeon had shifted. He wasn't surprised. The Mistfang circled him, growling low. Then it lunged. Kael dodged barely. He dropped into a crouch, let the wolf pass, then rolled into a sideways slash. His blade connected, but the Mistfang barely flinched. Kael gritted his teeth. He needed one clean hit, and to do that, he needed to risk more. He closed his eyes, just for a second, and invited the flame forward. His chest surged with heat as the red dragon's energy sparked inside him. Not a full summon, but a channel. Flames coiled along his arm. His dagger ignited. His senses sharpened. He moved. The Mistfang lunged again. Kael spun low, struck upward, and let the flame leap from the blade into the creature's side. Boom! A burst of fire and pressure knocked them both back. The Mistfang staggered, limbs shaking. Kael didn't stop. He rushed forward, blade gleaming, and struck again. Once, twice. Each strike guided by the dragon's rhythm. A dance of heat and movement. Controlled. Focused. Finally, the Mistfang let out a long, keening cry and dissolved into shards of light. Silence returned. Kael fell to one knee, panting, not from fear, but from growth. The dungeon crumbled around him. The exit glyph shimmered in the clearing. Kael stood, walked through it, and emerged into the fading light of evening. The overseer blinked as Kael stepped out alone. No injuries. Kael shook his head. No team. No team. The man checked the dungeon records. Mutated Alpha, cleared solo. That's an advanced variant. Kael didn't answer. He just walked past. That night, in the personal realm, the red dragon raised its head as Kael entered. Kael smiled faintly. I think I'm starting to keep up. The dragon didn't reply, but it shifted slightly, and behind it, a second hill began forming. The realm was evolving again. Kael squinted up at the dungeon entrance. A dome of sun-scorched stone rose from the cliffs, built into the side of a blackened mountain just outside the city's second district. Glowing red runes marked its curved entryway. Heat rippled from the walls, and even standing near it made Kael's throat feel dry. This wasn't like the Misty Forest or Beginner Ruins. This was a fire-type trial zone, and Kael had chosen it. The registry guard, a woman with a sunscarf pulled around her mouth, gave him a skeptical look. Solo clear attempt. Yes. You realize this dungeon's ranked intermediate, right? Most F-class summoners don't attempt it until they have 2 bonded monsters. Kael nodded, quiet. She scanned his ID rune, sighed, and handed back the token. Try not to pass out in there. The heat messes with spiritual flow. If it gets too much, call the exit glyph. Kael thanked her and stepped toward the dungeon's shimmering gate. Flames flickered in the runes as he passed. The world shifted again. This time, the dungeon didn't welcome him. It roared. He landed on blackened stone, surrounded by collapsed walls and rivers of molten rock. Pillars of ash curled into the air. The sky above was painted in violent oranges, like an eternal sunset, a realm shaped by pure heat. Even Kael, with the red dragon's aura deep inside, felt the weight pressing down on him. This is your element, right? he thought. A flicker rippled across his chest. Inside the personal realm, the dragon stirred. Not asleep this time, but watching closely. Then let's see how far I can push. Kael moved forward. The first battle came sooner than expected. A pair of flare apes dropped from the ledges above, their fists crackling with molten sparks. Kael darted sideways, barely avoiding the first swing. Heat blasted across his back, and he bit down hard as he rolled his feet. No hesitation. He'd trained for this. He pulled his blade, and with it, a thread of flame. It wasn't the dragon's full power, not even close, but he could now guide the energy along the blade's edge like a flame dancing on a wick. He struck low. The first ape reeled. The second came barreling in, arms swinging. Kael ducked, stepped into the opening, and slammed his shoulder into its gut. Not a flashy move, but effective. As it stumbled, Kael followed up with a spiral cut, enhanced with a burst of internal flame. He was breathing hard by the time they fell. Already, the heat was building inside his lungs, clinging to his skin. Sweat dripped into his eyes. He closed them briefly and reached inward. The personal realm opened. The red dragon sat atop a charred plateau, a new addition to the domain. Beneath it, lava glowed through cracks in the rock. Even inside the realm, the trial of fire was reshaping things. Kael stood at the edge of the cliff, wiping his brow. "You're not going to help, are you?" A low growl. Not mocking. Testing. Kael chuckled softly. "Right. Not yet." The deeper Kael went, the hotter it became. His vision blurred at times. His knees ached. He drank his last cooling potion after the third chamber, where flame lizards darted between geysers of steam and ash. One nearly caught him off guard. A tail swiped, sending him sliding across hot stone. Pain lanced through his shoulder. He grit his teeth, focused his breathing, and slammed his fist against the ground, channeling the dragon's flame directly into the blade again. The ground split under the force of his strike. One lizard fled. The other wasn't so lucky. Kael stood slowly, panting. His body was starting to feel the cost. He found a brief respite in a small antechamber, a circular room where the air shimmered, but the heat had ebbed slightly. He sat cross-legged and entered the realm once more. The red dragon was gone from its usual perch. Kael scanned the sky, then saw it. The dragon was circling overhead now, wings spread across the red-hued sky of his inner world. Not resting. Watching him. "You're waiting for something," Kael murmured aloud. And in that moment, he understood. It wasn't waiting to be used. It was waiting to see if he'd burn out trying to catch up. Kael clenched his fists. "I'm not done yet." The core chamber loomed ahead, doors of obsidian etched with phoenix wings. As Kael stepped through, the doors sealed shut behind him. A sharp cry echoed from above. The Inferno Talon descended, a fire element spirit beast shaped like a massive hawk, feathers smoldering, eyes like twin furnaces. It didn't wait. It dove, talons first, shrieking flame. Kael ducked, rolled, came up into a blade swing, only to be knocked back by a burst of wind. The beast controlled thermals, lifting itself mid-air again. Kael grit his teeth. If he couldn't ground it, he'd lose. He reached deep, grabbing at the edge of the red dragon's energy. His arm flared with heat, lines of burning red spiraling up from wrist to shoulder. He slammed his foot into the stone, channeled the flame through his spine, and threw his dagger like a spear, fire trailing behind it. The hawk shrieked. Hit mid-dive, it faltered, then fell. Kael ran. He closed the distance before it could rise, and threw himself into a controlled drop, pressing both hands to the beast's feathers. He unleashed a focused wave of fire from both palms, his flame, not the dragon's. He poured in everything, and when the flames finally ebbed, the Inferno Talon lay still, its form turning to ash and light. Kael collapsed beside it, panting hard. His muscles trembled. His hands felt scorched. But inside, he felt lighter, clearer. He'd won, not by summoning, not by hiding, but by growing. Inside the personal realm, the red dragon landed in front of him for the first time in days. It bowed its head slightly. Kael blinked. It wasn't submission. It was recognition. Kael opened his eyes to a red sky. But it wasn't the fire-lit sky of the trial dungeon. It was warmer, calmer. This was the sky of his personal realm, the space within his soul where his summoned beasts rested, trained, and healed. Only now, it looked nothing like it had before. He stood at the edge of a cliff that hadn't existed yesterday. Beneath him, a vast landscape stretched out, no longer just a quiet grass field and single hill, but a tapestry of new terrain. Towering obsidian crags now arched in the distance, steam rising from the cracks. Pools of molten gold bubbled beside hot springs. Trees with red-tinted leaves dotted the valley, their roots pulsing softly with glowing energy. And walking through it all was the red dragon. Its wings were folded, its steps slow, deliberate. It no longer sat in one spot, watching. It moved, living within the realm, not just resting. Kael stepped forward, heart steady. Something about this place was shifting, not just evolving in response to the dragon, but to him. The red dragon turned its golden eyes toward him. Their connection hummed, a low frequency, deep in his chest, a sense of presence, like warm firelight at his back. Kael crouched beside a ridge, watching as the dragon slowly dipped its head to drink from a wide, glowing pool. Something like a mana spring, but thicker, viscous, pure spiritual liquid. "I didn't put that there," Kael muttered. The dragon exhaled softly, smoke rising from its nostrils. Then, without warning, it beat its wings once, just once, and lifted into the sky. Kael stumbled back as the wind ripped past him, eyes squinting against the light. He'd seen it fly before, yes, but only in glimpses. Memories, fragments of battle instinct. But here, in his realm, he saw it for what it was, a beast of celestial flame, trailing embers like comets across the red sky. It soared effortlessly, carving a spiral arc above the peaks, then dove back down and landed with an earth-shaking thud near the lava pools. Kael slowly approached. The dragon didn't roar. It didn't bare its fangs. It was waiting. For him. Kael took a breath and closed his eyes. Focused, he reached out with his spirit, letting it brush against the dragon's aura. The response was immediate, a surge of warmth through his arms, his chest, his bones. His heart pounded. Sweat trickled down his neck. The dragon opened its mouth slightly, and a glowing symbol rose from its throat. A rune, shaped like a broken circle wrapped in wings. Kael's eyes widened. A summon mark? He didn't recognize the symbol. Most summoners only had one, embedded somewhere on their body, the mark of their first bonded creature. His, etched into his palm, already glowed faintly with the red dragon's fire. But this was different. The mark was forming again, inside the realm itself. And not just that. The pool beside the dragon began to bubble. Steam rose. From its surface, a second shape slowly started to form. Vague at first, like something dreaming its way into being. Kael stumbled back in awe. What is this place becoming? He sat down beside a glowing rock, heart still racing. The realm pulsed softly now, like it had a heartbeat of its own. He could feel it beneath him, deep in the stone. Not just a pocket world, not just a space for healing. It was growing. It was alive. And it was changing with him. Kael closed his eyes. He remembered the fights, the burning lungs, the focused strikes, the moment he'd nearly passed out after the Inferno Talon fell. He remembered holding back the dragon's power like damned flame behind his ribs. But now he could feel that the struggle had done more than sharpen his skill. It had shaped this place, refined it. Back in the waking world, Kael opened his eyes. He sat on the rooftop of his family's small apartment. The stars were just beginning to show. The city below buzzed faintly with distant lights and voices. But up here, everything was still. He clenched his hand into a fist and watched the mark on his palm glow softly. "I get it now," he whispered. "It's not about how strong they are. The dragon's strength wasn't the key. The realm was. It was the forge, the training ground, the sanctum. If he could evolve it, nurture it, then every monster he summoned could grow within it. That was his talent. Not just summoning divine beasts, but giving them a place to thrive. A knock came from below, his mother calling him in for dinner. Kael stood slowly, brushing off his pants. He walked down, calm, a faint smile on his lips. Tomorrow, he'd train again. But not just for strength. He would begin shaping his realm, learning how to evolve it, room by room, terrain by terrain. The dragon had given him power. Now it was his turn to return the favor. The days that followed were quiet. Not peaceful, Kael wouldn't call what he was doing peaceful, but quiet, yes. Focused, measured. Every hour had a purpose. Every moment had a goal. He didn't attend class much anymore. Not because he was skipping, but because he was building something else. Himself. Each morning, before the sun rose over Faloma's city, Kael stepped out of bed, grabbed his gear, and disappeared into the training zones behind the local academy district. Old ruins, discarded gyms, lesser dungeons left unattended. They became his playground and his proving ground. 7 a.m. Kael sparred with illusions of monsters, practicing blade forms until his muscles trembled. He used the blade not just as a weapon, but as a channeling tool, guiding tiny threads of dragon fire into specific strikes. He wasn't summoning the red dragon, but he could feel it watching from his personal realm. Each swing, each dodge, each burst of footwork was like a conversation, a rhythm. The dragon didn't need to speak. Kael was learning its language. 10 a.m. He entered a rotation of beginner and intermediate dungeons, selecting different elements each time. Ice caves to numb his reflexes, wind mazes to test perception, swamp trials that slowed movement and drained stamina. He never summoned. Not yet. Every fight, he took on with his blade, his instincts, and flickers of power just beneath the surface. And every night, he entered the personal realm, and it had become unrecognizable. The red-skied sanctuary had expanded tenfold. The lava pools remained, but now they were flanked by stone stairways, volcanic cliffs, and deep chasms filled with glowing crystal. A second forest had begun to grow along the northern edge, filled with trees whose leaves burned with quiet light. But the biggest change, movement. The realm was no longer empty between visits. Kael had noticed it first 2 nights ago, a shape drifting near the edge of the sky. Not the red dragon, something smaller, lighter, watching. He didn't call to it, didn't chase it. He just waited. If it was a summon, it would come to him when it was ready. The red dragon, however, was no longer content to rest. It trained too. It flew, it landed, it clawed at the cliffs, releasing bursts of flame in calculated patterns. Kael watched, fascinated. At times, he would enter the realm to find it sparring with phantom projections, constructs created by the realm itself. He hadn't known it could do that, but the dragon learned like he did, by repetition, by reflection. And as Kael grew stronger, so did it. One night, after a grueling dungeon crawl that left his legs shaky, Kael returned to the realm and found something new. A training circle had formed, an open ring of obsidian stones arranged in a perfect spiral. At the center, the red dragon waited. Its gaze met his. Challenge. Kael didn't hesitate. He stepped inside. He fought with nothing but his practiced blade and focus. The dragon never struck to kill, only to test. Its movements were slower than in battle, but still fast enough to force Kael to burn every ounce of energy. It was a game of stamina, a contest of timing. Each time Kael dodged a tail swipe or parried a flame burst, he learned. Tiny adjustments, small improvements, and when he collapsed in the dirt, gasping, the dragon simply circled once, then curled beside him like a sleeping beast beside its cub. Kael smiled through the pain. This was how they grew, together. The next morning, Kael opened his eyes in the real world with a start. His muscles ached, but his heart felt full. The mark on his palm pulsed gently, warm with spiritual energy. He felt stronger, not just physically, but deeper, more connected, more open. He grabbed his dagger and looked at its edge. It was worn now, cracked along the hill. Time for an upgrade. That afternoon, he visited an enchanter's forge near the academy's upper quarter. A quiet shop tucked behind rows of magical bookstores and potion stalls. Inside, an old woman raised an eyebrow as he placed his blade on the counter. Spirit Channeler, low tier. You've used it well. I want something stronger, Kael said, but still light. Flexible, not too flashy. She examined him carefully. You're not showing off. No need. She nodded slowly, then stepped into the back. After a few minutes, she returned with something wrapped in gray cloth. Kael unwrapped it to find a blade thinner than his last, but longer. Its surface shimmered with traces of gold, like veins of light. A flame-adaptive alloy, the woman said, fused with hollow embers steel. Good for those who channel inner fire. Lightweight, holds shape well. Kael smiled. I'll take it. As he left the shop, he felt a faint hum in his chest. The red dragon approved. That night, when he returned to the realm, the dragon was flying again, but not alone. A second shape glided behind it. Smaller, quicker, almost ethereal. A flicker of feathers, a glint of white-blue eyes. It vanished before Kael could focus on it. But his heart raced. Another one. A second divine presence was stirring. The dungeon was supposed to be routine. A simple assignment. Low risk, mid-depth, a quiet forest ruin not far from Phalamis border. Kael had taken it because he needed to grind. He wanted his movement sharper, his reaction time quicker. He wasn't expecting trouble. Certainly not another summoner waiting in ambush. It started with a whisper. Kael stepped through the mossy stone corridor, blade sheathed at his hip. His breath was steady, his posture relaxed. He'd already cleared the outer layers. Just a few forest spirits, nothing serious. He crouched beside a rune-marked wall, inspecting the vines for a glyph trap. Then he felt it. Spiritual pressure. Faint at first, then rising. Too fast to be a beast. Someone was here. Kael stood and turned just as a pulse of energy shot past him, barely missing his shoulder. It struck the wall behind him, exploding in a burst of purple mist. Didn't think I'd find you so easily. A voice sneered from the shadows. Kael's eyes narrowed. A boy stepped into view. Lean build, long jacket, dark gloves laced with spirit-binding threads. His contract seal glowed faintly along his neck, shaped like a jagged fawn. "I've heard the rumors," the boy said. "You're the one who summoned a dragon." Kael didn't respond. "I'm not here for talk. I'm here to test something." The air warped beside him, then snapped as a summon materialized. A specter hound, dark, ghostly, with gleaming red eyes, let out a warping howl and lunged straight at Kael. Kael moved, not with panic, with precision. He sidestepped the lunge, drew his new Ember's teal blade, and spun in a clean arc. Sparks flew as steel met shadow, the hound's claws clashing with Kael's parry. He could have summoned the red dragon, but he didn't. Too risky, too revealing. Instead, he relied on the one thing he'd sharpened over weeks of grinding. His own body. The boy smirked. "Not summoning. Shame. I was hoping for a good show." Kael didn't answer. He dropped low and slid beneath the next swing, slicing across the hound's flank. It hissed, staggered, but recovered quickly. Its form morphed, splitting into 3 shifting copies. Illusions. Kael exhaled. He closed his eyes for half a breath, and felt it. The faintest thread of heat running through his chest. The red dragon's presence. His anchor. He guided that thread into his blade, just enough to ignite the edge with a whisper of flame. When he opened his eyes, he moved without thinking. One step, one arc, one clean cut. 2 of the illusions shattered instantly. The third reeled backward. Kael followed, closing the gap. The enemy summoner's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Kael to push in. Kael struck once, twice, forcing him to retreat. The boy gritted his teeth and raised his palm. Enough games. A second summon mark flared across his hand. A stone WYRM emerged. Heavy, armored, its body plated with jagged rock. It roared and slammed the ground, sending cracks through the dungeon floor. The walls shuddered. Too unstable. Kael backed away, analyzing quickly. The Spectre Hound was injured, but still functional. The stone WYRM was fresh, but slow. If he got pinned, he'd be finished. He considered his options. He could call the red dragon. One blast of divine flame would end this. But no, not here. Not yet. He shifted his stance. Then something changed. The ground to Kael's left cracked open, but not from the battle. Something emerged, a shape not bound by either summoner. A beast of rotting roots and molten bark crawled through the stone, snarling with a twisted jaw. Kael's eyes widened. That's not part of the dungeon roster. The other summoners stepped back. What the hell is that? Kael didn't answer. He knew. A wild summon had breached the dungeon's outer layer. It happened sometimes, rarely. Monsters not tied to the instance creeping in from overlapping spiritual zones. But this one, it pulsed with corrupted energy. Twisted. Wrong. Kael acted on instinct. He dashed forward, not toward the creature, but between it and the enemy's summoner. The boy stared. "You're protecting me?" Kael gritted his teeth. "This thing isn't targeting you. It's targeting both of us." The beast lunged. Kael pulled from deep within. Now, just enough. A flicker of divine flame spiraled up his arm, just enough to shatter the beast's first strike. The corrupted bark split. The creature howled. Kael moved again, guiding his breath, his energy, his focus. 3 more slashes. 1 burst of spirit heat. Then, he plunged the blade into its core. The creature screamed, then collapsed, dissolving into shards of corrupted light. Silence fell. Kael stood still, blade smoking, chest heaving. The other summoner stared, wide-eyed. What was that? Kael wiped his blade and turned to leave. You should report the breach, he said. But that fire, was that the dragons? Kael paused, then answered quietly. No. Outside, Kael sat beneath a stone arch, letting the wind cool his face. Inside the personal realm, the red dragon curled beside the lava pool, watching. Kael joined it in silence, not as a summoner commanding a beast, but as a fighter recovering beside a companion. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. Kael felt it before he saw it. The moment the corrupted beast's spiritual shards dissolved, something shifted inside him. Not violently, just a slow, steady pressure building in his chest, like a tide rising against stone. It wasn't just fatigue. It was energy. Deep, pure spiritual energy flowing into his core. Then the pulse hit. Boom. Kael staggered as the world tilted slightly. His vision blurred. A whisper of light flickered behind his eyes. And then, clarity. Level up achieved. Spiritual rank. F3, F2. Summoner core expanded. Realm resonance increased. Divine trait slot unlocked. Kael gasped and fell to one knee, gripping his chest. Not from pain, but from the sheer intensity of it. So this is what it felt like. Not just growing stronger in a dungeon, but advancing as a summoner. When he opened his eyes again, the corrupted zone was quiet. The air felt thinner, but stable. He stood, brushed the dirt from his cloak, and made his way back through the dungeon's collapsed corridors. His blade hummed faintly with residual heat, a reminder of how close he'd come to summoning the dragon fully. But he hadn't, and that mattered. He'd won on the edge of restraint. Back at his apartment, Kael barely spoke to his mother, just offered a tired smile and waved off dinner. He closed his door gently behind him and collapsed into bed, clothes still dusty from the fight. And then, he closed his eyes. The personal realm welcomed him with an explosion of light. The sky was no longer just red. Now, streaks of gold raced across the clouds. The lava pools shimmered with new reflections. And at the center of it all, the red dragon waited. But this time, it wasn't alone. A second shape floated near the edge of the obsidian cliffs. The wing blur, now clearer. A divine falcon, smaller than the dragon, sleeker in form. Its body shone silver blue, with wind-threaded feathers and a sharp, intelligent gaze. Its wings beat slowly, steady, holding it aloft without effort. Kael's breath caught. You're real. It cocked its head. Then, without a sound, it glided toward the red dragon and landed beside it. The moment they touched, claw to claw, something changed in the air. A glyph appeared above Kael's head, spinning, glowing. Then, fusion trait detected. Compatibility level 1 reached. Initiate divine synergy. Kael blinked. What? He reached out, mentally accepting the prompt. The realm pulsed. A ribbon of wind curled around the dragon's flames. The two elements spiraled together briefly, flame and wind, then separated again. But something stayed. A spark. Fusion trait gained. Galeburn. Light wind intensifies fire-based attacks. Passive effect applied to red dragon. Fusion depth, 2%. Realm stability, balanced. Kael stared in awe. He could fuse them, not into one monster, but into traits, abilities, synergies. The falcon's agility. The dragon's heat. He wasn't just training them. He was evolving their bond through the realm. Later, as he stood atop a ledge within the realm, he looked down at both monsters. The red dragon sat, wings tucked. The divine falcon hovered nearby, quiet but alert. They weren't hostile, not even territorial. They seemed curious, comfortable, as if they were learning from each other, just like he was learning from them. Kael smiled. This place, it's not just a resting space anymore. The realm shifted gently beneath his feet. It was something else now. A crucible. A forge where divine power could mix and reshape. He sat down, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes again, this time not to rest, but to meditate, to test a new flame. The next day, Kael returned to the dungeon board. He didn't go to the clerk. He didn't check the rankings. He just selected the next available dungeon near his level, a wind-tier obstacle trial, and wrote one thing under the notes column. Training, solo. The forest was quiet, but not at peace. Kael moved through the shadows with careful steps. The glow of his spirit blade dimmed to its lowest hum. Moonlight filtered through the branches overhead, pale and silver, casting long lines across the narrow path. He wasn't here to fight tonight. He was here to watch. The dungeon was stable, classified as a Tier 2 rotational zone, mostly used for group training and partner assessments. Kael had cleared it twice before, but this time, he wasn't going in officially. He was observing. Rumors had begun circulating in the Academy forums. Talk of wild summon break-ins, corrupted creatures, and dungeon shifts happening more frequently. Kael wanted to see it for himself, and something about tonight felt off. He crouched behind a moss-covered ridge, eyes scanning the clearing below. A team of 3 Academy students, 2 beast-type summoners, and 1 support caster, were moving through the mid-layer zone. They were good, Kael noted. Coordinated. The frontline summoner guided a spectral stag, using its horns to clear bramble walls while the support buffed its speed. Still, they were too confident. Kael's eyes narrowed. The wind shifted. He felt in his chest before he saw it. A pulse, like a wrong note in a melody. Then the forest twisted. Vines writhed. Trees bent unnaturally. The clearing warped and darkened, and a shape crawled from the ground. Not summoned, not wild, but twisted. A corrupted spirit. Kael's breath caught. Again, that same sensation from the other dungeon. Spiritual interference, bleeding in from outside the instance. Whatever it was spreading. The team didn't notice at first. They turned too late. The beast screeched and lunged, jaws unhinged, talons dragging across stone. Kael stood, heart pounding. He wasn't part of this group. He wasn't supposed to intervene. But if he didn't, the corrupted beast struck first. One of the students, a short-haired boy with a shield summon, took the hit head-on. He flew backward, slamming into a tree. The stag tried to retaliate, but the creature's tail lashed out, cutting through the spirit's legs. The support caster screamed and began a barrier chant, but it was too slow. Kael moved. He jumped from the ridge, rolled on impact, and landed between the monster and the remaining students. His blade was already drawn. The corrupted beast hissed, eyes glowing green with fractured light. The students stared. "Ooh, run," Kael said, voice calm. "What? I'll hold it." They hesitated for a moment, too long. The creature charged again. Kael exhaled. Now, he stepped forward and unleashed Galeburn. The blade surged with light wind and fire, faster, cleaner than before. He slashed upward, catching the beast mid-leap. Flames curled around its chest, throwing it off course. Kael darted right, pivoted, then stabbed into its shoulder. It shrieked and twisted, trying to snap at him. He ducked under its jaws and struck again. This wasn't like fighting in training. This was wild, messy, real, but Kael was in control. Every motion guided by hours in the realm. Every breath anchored by the red dragon's presence. And yet, he didn't call it out. Not yet. Not unless he had to. The beast spun in rage, tail lashing wildly. Kael raised his hand, focusing. A sharp burst of fire ignited beneath its feet. A trap flame, formed in under a second. The creature staggered, roared. Kael didn't waste the opening. He lunged, blade glowing with dragon heat, and drove it straight into the corrupted core near the beast's neck. The light flared. Then, silence. The beast shattered into shards of darkness and light, fading into mist. Kael stood there, breathing hard, blade lowered. The students stared at him in stunned silence. One whispered, "You're not on the registry." "Who are you?" Kael turned away. "A passerby." That wasn't just a summon. That was a corrupted beast. You burned it without even summoning." He paused, then spoke quietly. "Keep this quiet, and get your friend to a healer." The support caster looked down at the unconscious boy, then nodded. Kael vanished into the trees before they could ask anything else. That night, in the personal realm, Kael sat on a cliff edge while the red dragon curled beside him. The divine falcon perched on a spire nearby, silent as the wind. Kael watched the lava pools glow beneath the stars. "This world's changing," he said softly. "Corruption's leaking into dungeons now." The red dragon didn't respond. It didn't need to. Its warmth was enough. Kael clenched his fist. He didn't want to be a hero. He didn't want the attention. But tonight, if he hadn't acted, he looked down at his palm. The summoner's mark burned faintly. "I need to get stronger. Fast. Because hiding his power might not be a choice forever." The sun hadn't risen yet. Fallow Mist City lay under a blanket of silver fog, its towers still cloaked in the hush of early dawn. Street lamps flickered quietly along the edge of the Summoner Registry building, where Kael stood in front of a wide set of stone steps, holding a worn satchel and a decision he couldn't take back. Inside, the front desk lights were on, casting a warm glow through the windows. He took a breath, then stepped in. The clerk barely looked up at first. "Student dungeon permits don't open until—" "I'm not here for a permit," Kael said calmly. "I'm here to register as a solo-ranked summoner." The woman blinked, then slowly set her pen down. "You are how old?" 17. She studied him more carefully now. "That's rare. Solo registrants your age usually don't make out of F rank. Most burn out. Some never come back from their first big dive." "I'm aware. Are you doing this for recognition? To skip exams?" "No," Kael said simply. "I just want to walk at my own pace." She exhaled and pulled out a thin, crystal slate. "Name?" "Kael." "Summoner class?" He hesitated, then answered. "Unranked. One bonded summon. I'll disclose its class privately." She paused, then passed him a shimmering rune coin. "This is your registry token. It tracks dungeon entries, clears, and your spiritual pulse. Your official path begins now. No more training zones. No more protected circuits." Kael accepted it and nodded. No more hiding behind school walls. Outside, the city was beginning to stir. Kael walked through the misty streets, the token glowing softly in his pocket. With every step, he felt a little more detached from everything familiar. His classmates, the school rankings, the forums where they compared stats and summon types. None of that mattered now. He wasn't playing their game. Back in his apartment, Kael opened the door quietly. His mother was still asleep, the kitchen dark. He left a note. "Going away for a bit. Training solo. I'll be careful. Promise." He closed the door behind him and took the stairs down to the alley, then out toward the edge of the city, where the dungeons waited. The chosen zone was called Ashmouth Hollow, a Tier 3 wild-type zone with no instructor oversight. Entry required official registration. Survival depended on reflexes, strategy, and, above all, bond strength. Kael stepped through the portal and entered firelight. The world on the other side was scorched earth. The wind howled through charred stone valleys, and black ash rained from sky veiled in smoke. Far in the distance, jagged silhouettes moved. Kael reached for his blade, but before drawing it, he paused and opened the door inside. The personal realm pulsed with a different energy now. It had grown again. The lava pools were deeper. The wind trees now covered entire ridges. And along the eastern cliff, a new cave had formed, dark, humming with spiritual vibration. Inside it, something stirred. Kael didn't approach. Not yet. Instead, he stood in the open clearing between the divine falcon's perch and the red dragon's lava nest. They both looked up as he entered. "I registered," he said aloud. "Solo." The dragon blinked slowly, approving. The falcon ruffled its wings, silent. Kael stepped forward. He wasn't here to train this time. He was here to fight. "Help me push past my limit." The dragon stood. The falcon rose, and the realm shifted. They didn't attack him. Not all at once. The dragon circled overhead, releasing waves of pressure that pressed Kael to his knees. The falcon darted low, forcing him to react, dodge, redirect. Kael moved like a flame in the wind, fluid, grounded, efficient. No wasted energy. Each movement sharpened by hours of repetition, each breath timed with spiritual flow. And then, the dragon descended. Kael didn't retreat. He ran toward it. A memory flashed of standing in the summoning ring, fire all around him, when this bond first began. Now he stood with it, not beneath it. He leapt, blade ignited with gale burn, and clashed against the dragon's claw. not as an enemy, but as a partner refining steel through fire. The moment hung there, frozen, glowing, then faded. Later, Kael stood alone on a cliff within the realm, breathing hard. His blade steamed. His legs trembled, but he stood tall. Behind him, the dragon landed and curled beside the glowing pool. The falcon perched nearby, head tilted. Kael smiled. "This is it," he said softly. "The path I've chosen. No teammates. No spotlights. Just the grind, the battles, and the bond." The wind was colder now. Kael stood on the summit of a mossy ridge, just outside Ashmouth Hollow, watching the horizon burn orange with the rising sun. His breath steamed in the morning chill, and the dungeon portal behind him flickered, closing for the day. He hadn't slept much. Not with the red dragon, still testing him in the realm. Not with the divine falcon beginning to stir between dusk and dawn like it had something to say, but no voice to say it. Kael adjusted the strap of his satchel and turned toward the city road. He had only taken 10 steps before someone blocked his path. "Kael Falomist?" the man asked. He was older, maybe mid-20s, with a slim coat bearing the Oriole University seal. His posture was military clean, but his tone casual. Kael stopped. "That's me." The man reached into his coat and pulled out a small scroll. "You've been recommended for the regional summoning proficiency exams. Tier 2. Sponsored seat." Kael raised an eyebrow. "I didn't apply." "You didn't have to." The man smiled. "Someone noticed your solo clear streaks." Kael didn't answer. He took the scroll and cracked the wax seal. Inside was a list of entry benefits. Full access to the regional examination dungeon, observation by summoning guilds, and, at the bottom, a unique line. Qualifying finalists will be permitted to attempt a second summon from the Veil pools. His breath caught. That wasn't normal. Veil pools were usually reserved for elite academy initiates. They were raw, spiritual wells, places where rare and divine spirits lingered, waiting to be called. Most never saw one their entire career. He looked up at the man. "What? Honestly? No idea. I just deliver these." Kael studied the scroll again. His heart was steady, but his thoughts buzzed like static. Someone was watching him. Later that evening, Kael sat on the rooftop of an old observation tower, just beyond the city. The stars above blinked between drifting clouds. He let the wind tug at his sleeves as he gazed upward, replaying the message over and over. A chance to summon again. Another divine monster. Another bond. And not just any bond. One drawn directly from the Veil. But who had recommended him? No one in his school would. He hadn't told anyone about the corrupted beasts. He'd kept his victories low profile. His public registry listed one summon. Nothing more. Unless... He glanced down at the glowing mark on his palm. The red dragon stirred faintly in his chest. Still and quiet, but present. "You think this is a trap?" he asked aloud. The wind didn't answer, but the dragon didn't recoil either. Kael stood and looked toward the east, where the capital city of Zephyrah glittered faintly on the horizon. That was where the regional exam would be held. That was where the Veil pools waited. The next day, Kael packed lightly, travel cloak, his new blade, and a few binding tokens stored in a small leather case. The divine falcon's spiritual signature hovered more steadily now in his realm, resting, stabilizing. He couldn't summon it yet, but soon. The train to Zephyrah took 5 hours. Kael spent most of the ride in silence, watching forests blur into plains, and plains fade into silver-roofed towns. The other travelers avoided him. His summoner's mark was faintly visible now, glowing with a light most casual users didn't carry. They could feel it, even if they didn't understand it. Power has weight, and Kael had it. When the train hissed to a stop in Zephyrah's outer station, Kael stepped off into the crisp air and followed the path toward the Summoner's Coliseum, a vast, tiered arena built beside the cliffs, surrounded by marble towers and floating platforms. Dozens of summoners milled about, dressed in uniform coats and school insignias. Teams formed clusters. Bonded beasts lounged in the sun beside their partners. Kael walked through them alone. Eyes followed him. He didn't acknowledge them. At the front desk, an attendant scanned his registry coin and nodded. "Kael, solo registrant. Tier 2 recommendation. Ah." Her voice slowed. "You've been granted a direct slot in the Veil trial." Kael stayed still. "No preliminary rounds. Your prior dungeon clears and combat log were reviewed. You're in." She handed him a small silver emblem, etched with the glyph of a twin-headed phoenix. This is your trial badge. Bring it into the Veil Pool Chamber. Only those with this emblem may attempt the contract. Kael nodded and walked away. He didn't need to make noise. His steps were already echoing in the halls of the strong. That night, Kael stood inside his realm again. But this time, the cave in the eastern cliffs was glowing. The red dragon lay near the lava pool, unmoving. The divine falcon perched on a wind-carved spire, watching. Kael approached the cave. As he stepped inside, the warmth changed. It was no longer fire, but something sharper, cooler. The walls shimmered with frost, even though no snow had ever touched this place. And from deep within the cave, a new presence stirred. Heavy, predatory, divine. Kael's breath caught. He didn't know what it would be yet, but it was coming. And this time, it would not submit easily. Zephyra was nothing like Phallomist. Kael walked the city streets with his hood drawn low, gaze sweeping across the morning skyline. Towers rose like silver spears into the clouds, glowing with embedded runes. Floating lifts moved between buildings. Air beasts flew overhead. Hawks made of crystal feathers, skyfish trailing spectral fins, even a leviathan once, drifting above the upper spires like a lazy storm cloud. And on every corner stood a summoner. Uniforms gleamed. Spirit beasts prowled at their side or hovered above. Some wore polished gill cloaks. Others bore the insignia of noble families. Their summons weren't just creatures. They were status symbols. Kael passed them all quietly, alone. A few glances away. Most ignored him. But more than once, he felt the press of someone's gaze lingering longer than it should have. Not just curiosity. Suspicion. The central plaza of Zephyra buzzed with energy. A massive bronze statue stood in the square. The twin contract, depicting two summoners raising their hands together, with a shared spirit beast between them. Around its base, food vendors, summoner gear shops, and beast grooming stalls created a maze of noise and color. Kael weaved through the crowd, scanning quietly. He wasn't here to shop. He was here to learn. In a small corner bookstore, nestled between a potion stand and an incense cart, Kael found what he was looking for, a history archive. He stepped inside and approached the lone keeper behind the desk, a thin, spectacled man who looked more asleep than alert. I'm looking for references on veil pools, Kael said. The man stirred. Advanced summoning history. You from the university? No. The man adjusted his glasses. Then why are you interested? I have a badge. The man's eyebrows lifted. Show me. Kael pulled the phoenix-etched emblem from his pocket. The man whistled under his breath. You're solo, aren't you? Kael didn't answer. Didn't think so. Fine. Back shelf. Left corner. Red bindings. 2 books only. And be gentle. Those aren't printed anymore. Kael found the books quickly and sat in the quietest corner of the shop. Dust tickled his nose as he opened the cover. The pages spoke of the veil, a spiritual boundary between the blue planet and the higher realms. Not divine in the religious sense, but spiritual ecosystems too refined for average summoners to reach. It was said that divine beasts chose their partners across this veil, not the other way around. But one line made him pause. Only those with stabilized dual aspect cores may form more than one divine contract without backlash. Kael frowned. No one had told him that. He reached into his realm briefly, brushing his awareness across both the red dragon and the divine falcon. They weren't in conflict, but they weren't fully aligned, either. Stabilization. So that was the next step. He left the shop an hour later, thoughts swirling, only to nearly walk straight into a trio of students in matching navy blue coats. They stepped aside, but the tallest one caught Kael's arm lightly. Watch it, the boy said. Kael looked up. The student was a head taller, hair slicked back, with a silver fong-shaped ring on his finger and 2 summons trailing behind him. A stone cat with emerald stripes, and a floating flame orb with eyes. Kael stayed silent. The boy tilted his head. You're not from Zephyra, he said. No school crest. No partner. But you've got spiritual pressure like a forged ember. Kael shrugged. Just passing through. The boy didn't smile. Careful. This city chews up lone wolves. You step into the veil pools unready, and you'll come back broken. If you come back at all. Kael met his eyes. Then I won't come back unready. The boy let go of his arm and walked on, summons trailing behind. Kael exhaled. So much for anonymity. Later that night, Kael returned to his rented room in a quiet district near the East Gardens. The window overlooked a shallow pond where moon lotus flowers drifted like pale ghosts. He sat on the floor and entered his realm. It was raining. Not real rain, realm rain. Light, golden droplets that shimmered as they fell, sinking into the obsidian rock like starlight. The red dragon lay still, wings spread wide beneath the drizzle. Its breathing was calm. The divine falcon perched silently on a spire, letting the drops bead across its feathers. But the cave in the cliffs was pulsing. The presence inside it had grown restless. Kael approached. This time, when he crossed the threshold, the frost on the walls reached for his skin. Not to hurt, just to test. A voice stirred in his chest. Not words. A challenge. Not all summons accepted you because you reached out first. Some waited for you to prove yourself worthy. Kael stepped deeper into the cold and whispered, "I'm ready." Zephyr's outer coliseum buzzed with tension. Students, guild observers, and instructors filled the viewing platforms, their voices blending into a hum of curiosity, gossip, and low-grade spiritual pressure. Colored banners marked different academies, guild factions, and summoning houses. This wasn't just an exam. It was a showcase. And Kael stood alone on the edge of the arena floor, staring across the sandy ring at his opponent. Riven Cresthall, third-year summoner from High Tower Guild School, backed by a noble house with elemental affinities, known for summoning multiple mid-tier beasts in coordinated attacks, and a reputation for humiliating unknowns in public duels. Riven grinned, tossing his long red scarf over one shoulder. Solo registry. No school tag. No spirit beast in sight. You sure you're not lost, friend? Kael stayed silent. A few chuckles rippled through the stands. Riven turned to the judge. "No need to delay. Let's get this over with." The judge, an older summoner in a golden vest, raised his staff. Standard regional duel protocol. No lethal strikes. Summons capped to tier 2 contracts. External interference forbidden. Begin on my signal. Kael adjusted the grip on his blade. The mark on his palm glowed faintly beneath the glove. Begin. Riven moved first. He didn't hesitate, raising both hands. He summoned 2 beasts in quick succession. First, a flint-winged serpent, a coiled, winged lizard with ember-coated scales and a whip-cracked tail. Second, a hollow prowler, a shadow wolf with echo steps and a bite that disrupted spell focus. They flanked him immediately, trained and efficient. Kael stepped forward. He didn't summon. Riven raised an eyebrow. "You're not calling anything out?" Kael narrowed his eyes. "Not yet." Riven clicked his tongue. "Suit yourself." The hollow prowler attacked first, darting low with illusion speed. Kael barely sidestepped before the flintwing came crashing down from above, wings burning. He rolled to the side, blade scraping across the sand, and struck upward just in time to parry the serpent's tail. The blow still sent him skidding backward. The audience murmured, "He's just dodging. Why doesn't he summon? Maybe he can't. Maybe he's a fake." Kael tuned it out. His pulse was calm. He'd studied Riven's fighting style during the train ride. Aggressive, double summon pressure. He liked to force his opponent into panic. Kael waited. Let the beasts tire themselves. Let Riven overreach. A slash from the wolf grazed his arm. Kael spun and countered with a wide arc of flame-tinged steel, forcing the beast back. The serpent dived again. Kael pivoted beneath it and dragged the blade across its wing joint. Sparks flew. Not enough to wound, but enough to shift the rhythm. Riven narrowed his eyes. "You're playing defense too well." Kael didn't respond. He called inward, not to summon, but to channel. Just a thread of the divine falcon's precision. His movement sharpened. His blade flowed faster. The serpent lunged again. Kael slid under its shadow, struck upward, and caught its underbelly. The creature screeched and recoiled midair. One down. He pivoted as the hollow prowler came in fast. This time, Kael didn't retreat. He stepped into the strike and slammed his blade hilt first into its ribs, then spun behind it and pressed the edge to its throat. The crowd fell silent. The wolf vanished in a shimmer. Kael straightened slowly, blade steaming faintly. Riven stood with his fists clenched. What the hell was that? The judge raised his staff. Victory. Kael, by clean disarm and summon incapacitation. Polite applause followed, but it wasn't the crowd's reaction that Kael noticed. It was the man in the upper balcony, watching from behind a gilded rail. He wore robes marked with a glowing white crest. Oriole University, the most prestigious summoning institution on the blue planet. And he wasn't smiling. He was studying. After the match, Kael walked alone through the stone halls beneath the Colosseum. His arm still stung from the wolf's bite, but the injury was light. He turned a corner and found someone waiting for him. Not Riven, not Staff. A girl. Short hair, slate gray uniform, quiet expression. "I saw your fight," she said. Kael tilted his head. "You hid your strength," she said, deliberately. Kael didn't respond. She stepped forward, voice softer now. "There's a veil pool trial in 2 days. You'll be called into it." He blinked. "You're an examiner?" "No, just another summoned partner waiting her turn." She smiled faintly. "Good luck." She turned and vanished into the torchlit corridors. Kael stood still for a moment, then walked on. That night, back in the personal realm, the rain had stopped. The red dragon slept under the stars, coiled in flame. The divine falcon circled above. And in the frost cave, the presence stirred again. Only this time, it spoke. Not in words, in feeling. A test was coming, and Kael would either be chosen or broken. Kael didn't remember falling asleep, but he woke with the feeling that something had changed. The air in Zephyr smelled different this morning, fresher, but also heavier, as though the wind itself had started watching him. His senses, sharpened through weeks of dungeon trial and inner meditation, picked up the shift before his mind did. He sat up slowly, blinked the sleep from his eyes, and found a letter waiting on the small table near the window. No knock, no messenger, just the seal, a twin phoenix crest, faintly glowing with spiritual ink. He opened it in silence. To Kael Phalomist, "You are hereby invited to the Pre-Veil Induction Seminar, held at the Inner Athenaeum of Zephyr's East Spire. Attendance is not mandatory, but understanding what awaits you is. V. No signature, just a single initial." Kael folded the letter and stood. The East Spire rose like a blade through cloud light, wrapped in spiraling glyphs that pulsed with soft, ancient magic. At its base, guards in white cloaks waved him through without a word. He entered a narrow lift chamber, stepped onto the floating sigil, and let the magic carry him upward, higher and higher, until silence swallowed the city below. The Inner Athenaeum was a circular room made of glass and stone, ringed with faintly levitating books, silent candles, and floating tablets etched with runes. Only 6 others sat inside, scattered across the benches. Some were students, some older, but all wore the same unreadable expression. Kael sat quietly, 3rd row. He could feel the hum of spiritual contracts in the air, dense, old, and heavy. Someone had summoned ancient beasts here before, and not all of them had come back the same. A tall figure stepped forward from the shadows behind the central dais. Not a teacher, not quite. He wore a long gray coat, open at the collar, and thin gloves lined with summoner threads. His eyes were pale, like someone who had seen too far past the veil and couldn't forget what waited there. Professor Veilwind. Kael recognized the name from whispers. A summoner who once held 3 divine contracts. And lived. Barely. Veilwind scanned the room with a slow gaze. "So," he said softly, "you've been chosen." No one answered. He smirked. "That's the thing about the veil. You don't choose it. It chooses you." He stepped forward, boots quiet on stone. "You're all here because the pools have responded to your spiritual cores. That's rare. Most summoners can only connect with a single divine thread in their lives." He turned toward Kael briefly, then looked away. But when someone holds a second, it creates a rupture. The room tensed. Veilwind raised one hand. Not always visible, not even dangerous at first. But summoners with multiple divine bonds begin to change. Not just in strength, not just in realm evolution. He tapped the side of his head. "In mind. In will." Kael's breath slowed. Veilwind's eyes flicked toward him. "You felt it, haven't you?" Kael didn't respond. Didn't have to. The silence answered for him. Veilwind walked slowly along the arc of the room. "Your personal realm will begin shaping itself in ways you didn't plan. Beasts may appear without your call. Traits may blend. Time may flow differently. The deeper the bonds, the thinner the veil." He paused at a floating stone and waved his hand across it. A projection shimmered to life, a void between stars, with pulses of golden and blue light drifting through it. "This is where your second contract will be forged," he said. "The veil pools do not offer beasts. They offer choices. Power, yes, but also weight." The image shifted. A summoner stood between two beasts, one glowing with flame, one with frost. When he stepped toward the frost, the flame turned away. Permanently. Veilwind looked back at them. "You may not get a second chance. And if you overreach..." The image darkened. A third projection formed, a summoner with two monsters beside him and shadows leaking from his back. Some bonds rot if mishandled. Kael felt the mark on his palm pulse gently, not in warning, but in recognition. The red dragon understood. The divine falcon, too. He was already halfway through the path. He just hadn't looked down yet. Veilwind closed the lecture with a quiet warning. 2 nights from now, the veil pool's open. If you choose to step forward, understand this. You may leave with a divine partner, or leave without a part of yourself. Then he turned and walked away. The doors opened behind him, silent and slow. The seminar was over, but Kael didn't move. Not for several minutes. That night, the personal realm was unusually quiet. No wind, no fire. Even the lava pools burned low, glowing faintly under a pale, starless sky. Kael sat on the edge of the frost cave, staring at the entrance. Inside, something pulsed. Not hostile, not welcoming, just waiting. He reached out with his spirit, letting his awareness drift into the chill. And for the first time, the divine wolf opened its eyes. The city moved without him. Zephyr's marble roads were as busy as ever. Summoners training in the outer plazas, scroll merchants shouting deals from painted stalls, familiars darting between the feet of passers-by. But Kael drifted through it all like a ghost. The letter from the Summoners' Council sat folded in his pocket. No seal, no flare of magic, just a handwritten summons. Report for record review, one-on-one evaluation. Time today. Location, East Wing, Pact Enforcement Office. It didn't feel like an invitation. It felt like a warning. Kael didn't go straight there. Instead, he found a quiet spot in a rooftop garden tucked above the library, somewhere students often forgot. The breeze up here was gentle. The wind carried the scent of tea leaves and moss, and the sun warmed the stone bench beneath him. He sat, didn't train, didn't meditate, just sat. The red dragon's presence hovered quietly in his chest, heavy and still. Not sleeping, not speaking, waiting. And inside his realm, he could sense the divine falcon perched on a high ledge, unmoving, watching the cave where the divine wolf still slumbered. 3 summons, 3 waits. Only one of them, yet fully real. And only one Kael. He leaned back and stared at the sky. When he was younger, he thought being a summoner was about collecting strong beasts, defeating dungeons, rising in rank. He used to imagine what his summon would look like. Something proud, something powerful. A lion, maybe, or a shining beast of lightning. But he'd never imagined something like the red dragon. Never imagined this strange, silent realm inside his soul, growing with him, breathing with him, changing around him. And certainly not that it would lead him here. Alone, on the edge of another choice that might make him too different to turn back. He stood just before noon and made his way toward the Pact Enforcement Office. It wasn't what he expected. No golden tower, no echoing halls, just a quiet stone building built into the side of the courthouse wall. It looked old, forgotten, like someone had tucked it here to keep it out of view. Inside, there was only one person waiting. A man in gray, older, no visible summons. He didn't introduce himself, didn't smile. "Kael of Fallow Mist," he said. "Sit down." Kael did. The man placed a flat obsidian slate between them and tapped it once. A soft glow rose from the surface. Kael's Summoner Registry. Name, rank, initial contract. The glowing outline of the red dragon, labeled only as. Summon class. Unknown, registered at F-class initiation. No notes about its divine nature. No mention of the divine falcon at all. The man looked at Kael. "You've cleared 14 dungeons in the last 2 months. All solo. One of which was a Tier 3 corrupted incursion. No official guild affiliation. No school record beyond first-term training. And now, you've been selected for the Veil Pool trial." Kael didn't flinch. "Yes." The man's tone was unreadable. "You've made very few mistakes. Which makes me wonder, how long have you known about your dragon's true class? Kael was quiet for a moment. Then, softly, since the first time I touched its flame. The man's eyes narrowed. And you didn't report it. Kael met his gaze. Would you have let me keep it if I had? A long pause. Then the man sat back. You're not wrong. He folded his hands. You understand that divine class contracts are governed under the high-risk pact law. Normally, 2 divine bonds are forbidden unless the summoner has a guild license or formal council approval. I didn't ask for a second one, Kael said quietly. No, but it's coming anyway, isn't it? Kael didn't answer. The man tapped the slate again. This isn't a warning. Not yet. But if you bond a second divine, and the council isn't informed, the seal on your summoner's realm could be force-locked. Kael felt his jaw tighten. Meaning your summons will sleep. Permanently. Silence stretched between them. And then the man added, more softly. You're strong. Smarter than you let on. I've seen the logs. Your fights are clean. Efficient. You don't show off. You hide what matters. Kael said nothing. Be careful, Kael. Divine power attracts more than danger. It attracts attention. From the wrong people. And the wrong monsters. He stood. You're dismissed. Outside, the sky had dimmed slightly. Clouds gathered over the cliffs. Thunder echoed faintly in the distance. Kael walked to the edge of the city walls and leaned on the railing, staring down into the ravine where windmills turned slowly between silver grass. His fingers touched the seal on his palm. Still warm. Still burning. Back in the realm, the divine wolf had moved. Not far. Just enough. It now stood near the edge of the cave mouth, for shimmering like starlight frozen in snow. It didn't growl. It didn't bare its fangs. It simply watched. Kael stepped forward slowly, then knelt. I'm not here to chain you, he said quietly. Only to grow beside you. If you choose me. The wolf didn't reply, but a single flake of frost drifted from its coat and landed in Kael's palm. It melted instantly. The dueling arena behind the East Training Hall wasn't part of the official tournament grounds. It was older, cracked in places, with sand that never quite settled right. No official banners. No audience seating. But the students here weren't after medals or prestige. They were after names. Kael stood in the center, his coat still damp from the walk through Zephyr's morning rain. He hadn't planned to fight today. Certainly not like this. But plans didn't always matter when people started whispering about divine class summits. Didn't mean to corner you, said the boy across from him. His tone was pleasant, but practiced. Every word shaped to sound casual. Some of us just wanted to see you in action. He was tall, lean, with silver-edged gauntlets glowing softly at his wrists. 2 bees stood behind him. A windclaw lynx, sharp and twitchy, and a spirit toad, loaded with stored venom that shimmered under its skin. Kael recognized the insignia on his coat. House Norel, a noble line known for producing summoners who specialized in spiritual paralysis tactics, subtle suppression, controlled exposure, never going for the kill. They didn't attack to win. They attacked to watch. I don't want to fight, Kael said. The boy smiled. You walked into a training arena. Kael glanced to the side. 2 more students blocked the gate. Quiet. Watching. Not part of the match, but positioned just so. So this was staged. He sighed softly and stepped forward. All right, he said. I'll play. The duel began with a flick of the noble's wrist. No judge. No rules. Kael moved first. Not forward, but back, staying light on his feet. He wouldn't summon. Not here. Not unless it was real. The windclaw lynx darted left, then feinted right, claws dragging sparks as it circled. Kael's hand drifted to his blade, but he didn't draw. Instead, he watched, tracked, measured. The toad began building pressure, its belly swelling, spiritual venom coiling inside. Kael narrowed his eyes. So that was the plan. One distracts, the other disables. If he summoned a divine beast here, even a glimpse of its aura would ripple through the academy like wildfire. And he had no doubt someone, maybe even council eyes, was watching from a distance. He couldn't afford to win loudly, but he couldn't afford to lose either. The lynx struck first, claws aimed at his ribs. Kael spun into the blow, let the claw scrape shallow across his coat, and used the motion to drop into a low kick that knocked the bee's stance off just enough to send it skidding. He didn't follow up, didn't draw the blade. Not yet. The toad released a blast of mist, thick and glittering, made to slow reaction and numb senses. Kael closed his eyes, held his breath, and pivoted with wind-step footwork. Not a technique, just a rhythm he'd learned from the divine falcon's presence. The mist grazed his coat, just enough to sell the act. He stumbled, faked a wince. The noble's eyes lit up. He thought Kael was on the edge. Good. Kael let the lynx pin him halfway, dropping to a knee with just enough struggle to seem overwhelmed. From the outside, it looked real, close, but Kael's mind was perfectly clear. He wasn't battling the summons. He was battling attention. He had to let them win without giving them what they were looking for. And then, just as the lynx reared for a final strike, a sharp voice cut through the air. Enough. Everyone froze. The beast stilled. The noble stepped back, startled. From the arena's edge, a girl stepped forward. Slate gray uniform. Short hair. Calm eyes. Kael blinked. Her again. The one who'd spoken to him after the Colosseum duel. Council observers are nearby, she said quietly, walking across the sand. They're not here for your tricks, Norel. They're watching him. She pointed at Kael. Kael stood slowly, brushing the dirt from his sleeves. The noble boy clicked his tongue. So what? It's just a match. No, she said. It was a trap. One you designed to provoke something. She turned to Kael, voice softer now. You handled it well. Kael looked at her carefully. Who are you? He asked. She smiled faintly. Someone who's seen what happens when a divine summoner stops hiding. Later, after the crowd had dispersed, Kael sat on the wall behind the training grounds. His coat was torn, his ribs ached slightly, but he was calm. Inside, the personal realm was silent. The red dragon hadn't stirred. The divine falcon hovered in still air. But the divine wolf was moving now, closer to the threshold of the frost cave, its breath forming tiny clouds in the starlit air. Kael leaned back and whispered into the sky. I won't give them a reason yet. The wind stirred. And far away, within the frost, the wolf blinked slowly. Kael dreamed of snowfall, but it wasn't soft. It was sharp, cold, and fast, flurries that moved like daggers through a silent sky. The world beneath it cracked with every step he took. Not from weight, from pressure. When he opened his eyes, he was already inside the realm. And something was wrong. The familiar warmth of the lava fields was gone. The wind no longer flowed gently through the trees. Even the divine falcon's ledge had vanished beneath a blanket of frost. Kael stood at the center of a new landscape, half frozen, half burning, and somehow still growing. Great stone slabs rose from the earth, arranged in quiet arcs, glowing faintly with a light that pulsed like a slow heartbeat. The realm had expanded again, but this time without his input. He turned slowly. Behind him, the lava field still burned, but narrower now, pushed toward the southern cliffs. The trees of flame and wind remained, but they were retreating, and in their place, a vast frozen tundra, smooth, bleak, still forming. Kael stepped forward, boots crunching softly over untouched snow. The air turned sharp in his lungs. Every breath carried weight, not cold, but clarity. The divine wolf had awakened, and its presence had begun reshaping the realm. He reached the mouth of the frost cave. The divine wolf stood there, tall and silent, its fur trailing pale blue mist. Its eyes, silver and patient, met his as though it had been waiting. Not for a battle, not for submission, for proof. Kael didn't speak. He stepped inside. Each step into the cave felt heavier. Not painful, just real, like walking deeper into a memory not your own. Spiritual frost crept up the walls, forming delicate symbols Kael didn't recognize. Shapes of old, primal emotion, anger, loyalty, endurance. At the back of the cave, a platform of glowing ice rose like an altar, and above it hovered a sigil Kael had never seen before. A circular glyph split in thirds, each third flickering with a different light. Crimson flame, pale wind, white frost. The three elements danced slowly, refusing to blend. Kael stepped closer. Personal realm advancement triggered. Divine domain tier. Stage 2 unlocked. Aspects: flame/wind/frost, unaligned. Warning: unbalanced aspects may result in unstable summon traits. He inhaled slowly. This wasn't just expansion. It was evolution. The realm was adapting to the presence of 3 divine contracts. Not yet sealed, but close enough that the world inside him had already begun to prepare. And it wasn't waiting for permission. Kael sat on the icy platform and closed his eyes. He reached out, not just to the divine wolf, but to all 3. The red dragon, the divine falcon, and now, this creature of silence and snow. He let his breath settle into a rhythm. 1 beat, 3 pulses. The red dragon stirred first, heat rising across the southern cliffs. Then the divine falcon, air currents rippling above. Finally, the wolf, ice creeping steadily toward the center. For a moment, all 3 energies touched. Kael's mind flashed white, and in that flicker, he saw something else. A 4th presence, far off, beyond the edges of the realm, watching, sleeping, older than the others, divine and unknowable. Kael's eyes snapped open. The moment vanished. The glyphs above the altar dimmed, returning to their slow rotation. The wolf was still, but had seen what he saw, and it didn't recoil. Later, as Kael stood on the ridge between fire and frost, he whispered to no one. This isn't just a sanctuary anymore. It wasn't just where his summons rested. It wasn't even just a training ground. It was becoming a world, a shared space where divine minds could grow. And if he couldn't maintain balance, it would tear itself apart. In the real world, Kael opened his eyes to the dim morning light in Zephyra. His body felt heavy, his limbs sore. The Veil trial was less than 24 hours away, and his realm had just told him he was no longer walking into it with 1 bond. He was walking in as the bearer of 3, even if one hadn't spoken its vow yet. The wind in Zephyra was still, too still. Kael stood at the foot of the Veil chamber, deep beneath the city's oldest tower. The spiral path to this place was steep, narrow, and mostly forgotten. But the further he walked, the more he felt it. A pressure that hummed beneath his ribs, just beneath the heartbeat. A kind of silence only found on the threshold between worlds. 2 guards flanked the final door. No weapons, no armor, just cloaks lined with white glyphs that shimmered faintly when Kael passed. He offered no words. Neither did they. When the doors creaked open, he stepped through alone. The Veil pool was not what he expected. It wasn't water. It was air, still and silver, suspended in the center of a massive cavern. A glowing sphere, like a floating moon, pulsed gently above a black platform etched with a summoning circle unlike anything Kael had ever seen. It didn't spin. It breathed. The room was silent. No observers. No cheering. No duelists. Just him and the Veil. He stepped into the circle. The glow deepened. Veil core, awakening resonance. Current bond detected. Red dragon, flame. Secondary thread detected. Divine falcon, wind. Veil balance, stabilizing. 3rd bond potential. Proximity confirmed. The air thickened. And then, it pulled him in. There was no warning. No sound. Only cold. Kael landed hard on frozen stone. Breath knocked from his lungs. He staggered his feet, blade forgotten at his side, vision hazy. He was no longer in the chamber. He was standing inside the Veil. A place between places, dim skies above, mirror like ice below, and, at the center of it all, the divine wolf. It stood atop a hill of frozen steps, wind curling around its legs, fur gleaming like hoarfrost beneath moonlight. Its gaze was not cruel, but it was ancient. Kael exhaled, breath visible in the air. This wasn't a battle. It was a reckoning. The wolf descended slowly, paused silent on the ice. Its presence wrapped around him, not aggressive, but undeniable. Kael dropped to one knee without meaning to. The pressure wasn't spiritual force. It was memory. Images not his own flickered across the air. A battlefield under snow. A broken pact, long ago. A summoner lost to greed. Who pushed too far, too fast. And a bond severed not by violence, but by disappointment. Kael lowered his eyes. "I'm not them," he whispered. No response. He looked up, eyes calm. "And I'm not here to control you. Or collect you. I'm here because we belong to the same kind of silence." The wolf paused. A single gust of wind curled around them both. Kael stood slowly. "I walk alone. Not because I want to be alone, but because I'm not ready to ask anyone else to follow." The wolf took one step forward. Kael didn't move. He reached up and removed his glove. revealing the summoner's mark on his palm. It pulsed gently, not with fire, not with wind, with a quiet, steady frost. I don't need your power to win. I need it to protect what I can't reach alone. He lowered his hand and waited. A long silence passed. Then the wolf bowed its head. Snow fell around them, quiet, slow. Divine bond accepted, frost pact sealed. New contract. Divine wolf, moonlight class. Aspect fusion enabled. Domain harmonization beginning. The glyph formed in the air, a crescent moon with a spiral of wind through its center and a soft flame on the edge. Kael reached toward it. As his hand touched the light, the realm shattered. He awoke, gasping on the veil chamber platform. A rush of cold air swept through the room. The sphere above had vanished, but something else remained. Standing beside him, silent and proud, was the divine wolf, now real, now his, silver eyes glowing softly beneath the torches. No one else came. No fanfare. Just the quiet echo of footsteps as Kael left the chamber and stepped into the night. The wind in Zephyra was moving again. Kael didn't return to the academy dorms. He walked the outer streets of Zephyra for nearly an hour after leaving the veil chamber, boots tapping against stone roads still damp with last night's rain. He didn't feel cold. Not anymore. The divine wolf's presence rested just beneath his skin, calm, steady, like the feeling of stepping outside after snowfall, where the air was sharp but clean. His thoughts moved slower now, but more clearly, like the world had stopped demanding answers and had started asking the right questions. Still, something pressed at the edges of his awareness. Not from within, from outside. Eyes. By morning, the whispers had already started. He heard them while standing at a tea vendor near the central bridge. Someone passed the veil trial last night. Another divine summoner. No one said who, but I heard the pool ripple twice. Twice. That only happens when the bond responds both ways. Kael sipped quietly. The tea burned a little, flame root with powdered lotus, but he barely noticed. In the east wing of the academy, a faculty list was posted with a new update. Veil trial completed, bond confirmed. New divine signature detected. Registration pending. The name space was blank, but several instructors had already circled the notice. In one of them, a woman in navy robes with spirit-binding rings on both hands scanned the hallway like she was searching for something very specific. Kael watched from a distance and turned away before her eyes found his. He ducked through the back corridors, cutting behind lecture halls and through the old summoner observatory. Empty now, its telescopes gathering dust. Only when he reached the small rooftop above the greenhouse did he stop and breathe. The divine falcon's presence stirred faintly from his realm, curious. But it was the divine wolf that answered first. A soft pulse like ice brushing skin. Not words, just a quiet awareness. They know. He sat on the rooftop ledge, looking out over Zephyr's rooftops. The storm clouds had cleared, but the city felt different today. Tighter, like something had clicked into place behind the walls, and he hadn't been told what it was yet. Kael leaned back on his palms and closed his eyes. I never want to stand out, he murmured. But that wasn't true, was it? He wanted to grow, to walk alone, so he could learn to carry others. But now the world had started walking toward him, and he wasn't sure what it would ask him to carry next. A voice interrupted his thoughts. You've changed. Kael opened his eyes. The girl with slate-gray hair and a quiet tone stood nearby, hands tucked into her uniform sleeves. She wasn't smiling. I knew something happened the moment I woke up this morning, she said. You moved, and the realm moved with you. Kael tilted his head. You can sense that. She nodded. I'm a realm sensitive. Rare talent. We're trained to feel spiritual weather. She sat beside him. You made your second bond, didn't you? He didn't answer. You don't have to confirm it, she said. The realm already did. Kael glanced sideways. Why tell me this? She looked down at her hands. Because you're going to start attracting the wrong kind of interest. And I don't want to watch another divine bearer get dragged under. He frowned. Another. She was quiet for a long time. Then, my brother held two. One was light. The other wasn't. Kael's breath caught. He's not around anymore, she added softly. But I've seen how it starts. The council leans closer. The guild sends scouts. And some beasts, not the ones you summoned, but the ones who still wait, start to pull. Kael looked away. I didn't summon the wolf to fight for me, he said. No, she said, but someone else might make you. Later that night, Kael sat within the personal realm, perched on the edge of a newly balanced landscape. The red dragon slept by the lava ridge, steady and warm. The divine falcon drifted along invisible wind paths high above. The divine wolf sat beneath a frost-lit archway, eyes glowing softly in the dark. Kael looked at all three. He felt stronger, but also more watched, more pulled, like a thread had been tied around him and run out into the wider world, where hands, human and not, were starting to tug. He exhaled and whispered into the wind, "I'm not ready for that war yet." But deep inside, he knew. The war was already walking toward him. The letter arrived without warning. It was waiting for him when he returned to his small dorm room, propped neatly on the table, where no one should have been able to enter. No wax seal, no address, just a single sentence on thin, folded parchment. Summoner Kael, report to Evaluation Chamber 7, Summit Wing. Midnight. This is not a request. The moment he touched the page, it burned into ash. Midnight came quickly. Kael walked the quiet halls of Zephyr's Summit Wing, where the lights didn't flicker and the walls didn't echo. Even the guards here stood differently, silent, unmoving, eyes fixed on nothing and everything. They let him through without a word. Chamber 7 was carved from black stone, marked with a single glyph that pulsed when Kael approached. The door hissed open. He stepped inside, and the world changed. The room was circular, perfectly smooth, and cold as winter stone. There were no torches, no furniture, no council members in robes. Just light, soft and silver, falling from a dome above. And in the center, a small raised platform made of etched crystal. Place your hand on the core. The voice wasn't human. It came from everywhere, echoing without sound. Kael paused. The divine wolf stirred within him. So did the red dragon. And the falcon, too. Alert, cautious. Still, Kael stepped forward and pressed his palm against the platform. Light swallowed him whole. Not painfully, just completely. His body felt suspended. His awareness pulled forward through strands of his own soul, as though the chamber were mapping not his body, but his bonds. One by one, they appeared before him. The red dragon, coiled in flame, wings folded, its eyes, half-lidded, narrowed at something unseen. Above it hovered a rune of fire and age. The system recorded its signature: divine class, ancient flame, temperament, loyal, volatile, guarded. Expansion level, tier 2, the divine falcon, wings spread, hovering in place as though suspended by wind. Kael couldn't feel. Its gaze flicked downward, watching the observers, even if he couldn't see them. Divine class, aerial wind spirit, temperament, observant, patient, cautious. Expansion level, tier 1, and the divine wolf, standing tall at the edge of a rising cliff in the projection, its fur rippling with starlit frost. It looked not at the viewer, but upward. Divine class, frostbound sentinel. Temperament, reserved, instinct-driven, unyielding. Expansion level, incomplete. Harmonizing. Kael felt a pulse in his chest. The system's voice returned. 3 bonds detected. Unaligned triad. Predictive evolution path. Unknown. Risk level high. Authority warning. Subject may breach stability thresholds if unregulated. Asterisk asterisk. He clenched his fists. He knew what this meant. He wasn't just being evaluated. He was being flagged. Marked not as an exception, but as a threat. The light dimmed. The projections faded. The room returned to silence. Then came the second voice. Not the system. A person. Cool. Sharp. Female. Caliphalomist, she said. You have walked further than permitted. He turned. A woman stood at the edge of the dome. She wore no uniform, but her presence cut through the room like a blade. Around her shoulders hung a mantle woven with spiritual glyphs. Council weave, Kael realized. Only worn by active regulators. She wasn't here to observe. She was here to judge. I didn't break any laws, Kael said quietly. You passed the veil trial without approval, she replied. Formed 2 divine bonds. Concealed your classifications. And now the realm is evolving beyond known containment. I never asked for power, Kael said. No, she replied. But now you have it. She stepped closer. You're being watched, Kael, by forces far older than this council. The moment you made that second contract, the world tilted. Just slightly. But it won't stop there. Kael's throat felt dry. What do you want from me? She didn't answer. Instead, she offered a small, polished token, etched with a new glyph he didn't recognize. A crescent ring, a whispering wind, and a third mark. Not yet lit. A test, she said. You'll know when it begins. Then she turned and vanished. The token pulsed once in his palm, and went still. Back in the personal realm, Kael stood beneath the sky as snow fell over the firelit cliffs. All three of his summons were watching, waiting, not for instructions, but for what came next. The first thing Kael noticed was the silence. Not the peaceful kind, the wrong kind, the kind that settles after something breaks, but before anyone realizes it's broken. He stood at the edge of a cliff overlooking the fallen ruins of Isamore, a collapsed dungeon zone 2 days' ride from Zephyra. Wind moved through shattered archways and hollow trees, but it didn't make a sound. Not even the birds flew here. It was like the land had been told to hold its breath. Kael adjusted his cloak against the chill. This wasn't just a scouting mission. This was a test. 2 days earlier, the token left by the councilwoman had pulsed to life in his hand. No message. No instructions. Only a set of coordinates burned briefly into his palm, before fading into frost. When he asked for context, he got none. Only a note in the official registry. Special assignment. Observer class. Black site ID. Isamore. Objective. Survey and record remaining spiritual density. Companions. None. Clearance. Full. They weren't sending him because he was strong. They were sending him because they didn't want to risk anyone else. Now, standing among the stone bones of an old summoning fortress, Kael slowly stepped forward. The dust stirred beneath his feet. A gate lay half buried in ash, its spiritual runes long since darkened. Only a faint shimmer remained where a boundary seal used to be, like a mirror cracked at the edges. Kael crouched beside it, ran a hand across the sigils. Nothing moved, but something was here. Inside his realm, all three summons stir at once. The red dragon raised its head from the lava ridge. The falcon lifted from its wind perch. The wolf stood tall beneath the frost arch, ears back. They were alert, watching, sensing. Kael stepped across the boundary, and the air shifted. The dungeon wasn't collapsed. Not really. It had changed. The inside didn't match the outside at all. A winding cavern opened before him, spirals of obsidian and pale green crystal lighting the path with a faint, pulsing glow. The walls felt curved, almost as if alive. Kael took a slow breath. Whatever this place used to be, it was no longer part of the normal dungeon system. No guides, no anchors, no safety. He moved forward one step at a time. The further he went, the colder it became. Not from temperature, but from presence. The kind of cold that settled beneath your skin, like someone watching through a wall you couldn't see. His mark pulsed once beneath his glove. The divine wolf's presence brushed his spine, an instinctual warning. Still, he kept walking. Then, a voice. Not loud, not clear, but real. It whispered through the walls like wind. Why did you follow it? Kael froze. His blade slid silently from its sheath. The voice didn't come again, but something moved in the dark. He rounded a corner and found a summoner's badge, half buried in the dust. He crouched, brushing it clean. The glyph glowed faintly. Council issue. Whoever had come here before him hadn't come back. Kael's breath slowed, and then the air trembled. The cave darkened, and something began walking toward him. He stepped back, raised the blade. The creature that emerged wasn't a beast. It was a man, or something that used to be one. His coat hung in tatters. His hair was white, but not with age. His eyes glowed faintly, with a mark across his neck that pulsed with divine sigils, half broken, half fused. And behind him, a shadow, formless, wrong. Kael's chest tightened. This wasn't a summoner. This was a fail bond. The man didn't blink, didn't breathe. He stood barely 10 paces from Kael, his arms slack at his sides, coat shredded by time and claw. His eyes glowed silver blue, not the soft kind, like Kael had seen his own summons, but hollow, stretched too thin, lit from behind by something that shouldn't still be alive. And behind him, the shadow stirred. It had no shape, no feet, no eyes, just a presence. a ripple in the air like oil on glass, drifting close to the man's spine, as though we're wearing him. Or worse, leaning in from somewhere else. Kael stood completely still. The divine wolf's presence swelled behind his ribs, steady, alert, but not rushing to act. Even the red dragon did not burn. The air in the cavern was too tight for fire. The man's lips moved. Kael leaned forward, but what came out wasn't words. Just a long, strained exhale that ended in a shudder, like his voice was caught between one reality and the next. Kael lowered his blade slightly. "Were you the one sent here?" he asked softly. The man tilted his head. Not confusion, recognition. Kael's chest tightened. This wasn't just a trap. This was a message. The mark on Kael's palm began to glow on its own. A warning. The air around the man fractured, just for a second, like the world was splitting around him, as if reality couldn't decide what he was anymore. Kael stepped back. The thing behind him rippled, rising higher now, brushing the ceiling of the cave. Shapes moved inside it. Wings, claws, eyes that blinked and vanished. And from a man's throat came something like speech. He made the bond, but didn't know how deep it reached. Kael flinched. The voice wasn't one. It was many, speaking as one. Too many calls, too many beasts. He tried to bind but didn't want to stay. The man took a step forward. Kael didn't move. Now they all live here, in the break, in me. A flicker of silver light escaped the man's hand. Kael caught a glimpse of it before it was swallowed again. A contract seal, divine class, cracked, fragmented, burned through from the inside. Kael breathed slowly, centering himself. This was it, the fate he'd been warned about, the line they told him not to cross. A summoner who had reached too far, too fast, who had tried to own, not understand. And now he wasn't just broken. He was housing something that didn't belong on this side of the veil. Kael reached inward. The red dragon growled his chest, slow and ready. The falcon circled in wind above, waiting. But it was the wolf who stepped forward first. Its presence wrapped around Kael like snow underfoot. Not aggressive, just grounded. Kael didn't raise his blade. Instead, he took a step toward the man. "You're not gone yet," he said quietly. The man's head jerked. Kael continued. "You're still holding them back. Whatever's inside you, it hasn't taken you fully." "It will," came the reply. A whisper now, barely human. "I can't hold it much longer." Kael's heart pounded. He didn't know how he knew, but he knew. The man hadn't called the shadow. He'd absorbed it, to protect someone else. Kael reached out with both hands. The man recoiled, but Kael pressed forward, the air warping around his skin as he stepped into the reach of the shadow. It howled, not aloud. Inside his head, another summoner. "You think you'll fare better?" Kael gritted his teeth. "I'm not here to control you." The air cracked. Ice bloomed beneath his boots as the wolf's energy surged into him, anchoring him. "I'm here to release him." For one moment, just one, Kael touched the man's shoulder. The shadow screamed. The world blinked. Inside Kael's personal realm, the sky went black. The snow stopped falling. The lava froze in place. And the wolf howled. The sound pierced through every ridge and peak, shaking loose the cold silence. The shadow tried to slither inward, but Kael was ready. His body flared with wind, with frost, and with fire. The three aspects surged forward and pushed back. In the real world, the man dropped to his knees. The shadow peeled off him like a shedding skin, writhing in the air, clawing at nothing. Kael didn't wait. He raised his palm and sealed it, using a blend of the wolf's cold and the falcon's binding wind. The shadow shattered. Light flickered. Silence returned. The man lay on the ground, breathing, eyes no longer glowing, but broken. Kael knelt beside him. The contract mark on a man's arm had turned to dust. Kael stared at it quietly. So that's what it looked like when a pact gave too much. Kael sat beneath a broken archway as the sun rose. The ruins of Isomore were silent again. The corrupted shadow had been sealed. The man who carried it, who'd once made a divine bond and tried to hold more than his soul could bear, lay resting in a protective ward Kael had cast beside the crumbling shrine. He hadn't stirred in hours, but he was breathing. That, Kael told himself, was enough. Still, his hand shook faintly as he poured tea into a battered tin cup. Not from exhaustion, from understanding. Inside the realm, the divine wolf stood watch at the frozen ridge, staring out over the horizon Kael still hadn't explored. The red dragon sat low, flames burning dimly, contemplative. The falcon drifted higher than usual, circling slowly above the clouds. None of them spoke, but Kael felt it in the stillness between them. They had all seen it, and they all knew what it meant. By noon, Kael was moving again, not toward home, toward the old shrine in the northern corner of Isamore, the only structure still standing in full. A broken temple, once used by summoners to meditate before forging contracts inside the dungeon. Its walls were scorched, its floor cracked, but in the center, a stone circle remained, and around its edges, names, not etched, burned. Kael knelt and brushed off the dust. Dozens of names, faint and faded. Most were unreadable, but a few still pulsed faintly with dormant sigils, contract markers. His fingertips hovered over one in particular. Talus WIR. Bond type, divine class. Icefang Sentinel. Status, unknown. Last seen, 17 years ago. Kael exhaled. The man in the cavern hadn't said his name, but he hadn't needed to. Beside the name lay another, smaller, etched lower into the stone, almost forgotten. Karen WIR. Bond type, none. Deceased. A sibling? A summoner's student? Kael didn't know, but he stared at that pairing for a long time. Two names. One fate sealed by overreach. The other, left behind. Later, in a sealed chamber within the shrine's back wall, Kael found what looked like an offering alcove, half collapsed, but still intact. Inside lay a journal, its cover half burned, but preserved by protective glyphs that flickered when Kael approached. He opened it slowly. The writing was rough, scattered, but readable. The wolf is colder than I expected. Not in temperature, in memory. It carries old things, lost things. It won't look at me unless I'm silent, truly silent. But once it did, I understood. This wasn't a beast. It was a sentinel. It was once a guard in the old realms. Before the pact laws, before the council. Kael's pulse slowed. He turned the page. The veil didn't break. It was broken. By us. The moment we summoned not to protect, but to prove. He closed the book carefully and tucked it into his satchel. The wolf wasn't just a summon. It had been a guardian of the old order. Perhaps a creature that once watched the edge of realms before summoning ever became regulated. Before the Blue Planet's council began shaping the contract system. And now it lived in him. Not fully trusting, but watching. That night, Kael set up camp beside the outer wall of Isamore. The man in the ward still hadn't spoken, but his breathing had evened out. Kael poured another cup of tea and sat beside the fading fire. Then he whispered aloud, "To carry a divine name is to carry a history no one tells you." The flames flickered, and for a moment, just a moment, he thought he saw shapes dancing behind them. Not the fire, the past. Names on stone. The train pulled into Zephyra, just after dusk. Kael stepped off slowly, the metal beneath his boots humming with residual energy. The station was busy, vendors calling out, familiars darting between bags, summons wrapped in dormancy crystals slung over travelers' shoulders. He blended in, or he tried to, but even with his hood pulled low, Kael could feel it. The shift. People didn't look at him. They looked around him, like their instincts were catching on to something their eyes hadn't yet understood. He walked alone, as always, toward the quiet garden roads that led behind the Academy District. The skies above the city were painted in lavender dusk. Lanterns floated between pillars. Wind spirits curled around rooftops. Everything looked the same, but felt distant now, like he'd left something behind that wouldn't follow. He stopped at a familiar bench, overlooking a koi pond, the same one he used to sit at during his earliest training days. A breeze moved across the water. He lowered his satchel, sat slowly, and listened. The city murmured around him, but in the quiet, inside his chest, his summons stirred. The divine falcon shifted first, sensing the wind. Then the wolf, faintly, its presence steady beneath his heartbeat. And finally, the red dragon, not in warning, but in warmth. Still here, still his, still watching. A familiar voice broke the silence. "You came back quieter than you left." Kael turned his head. The slate-gray-haired girl, Mira, stood a few steps away, holding a paper cup of herbal tea. She offered it out without ceremony. Mint truth calms the pressure. Kael accepted it with a nod. He hadn't realized until now that his hands were trembling. Only slightly, but enough. Mira sat beside him, eyes on the pond. No questions, just presence. It took a while before she finally spoke. "You saw something," she said. "In Isamore." Kael didn't reply at first. Then, softly, "I saw what happens when the bond fractures from the inside." She nodded slowly. Kael glanced at her. "You knew." "I knew the symptoms," Mira replied. "I've seen others who were close. Did any survive?" She didn't answer. They sat in silence a little longer. Then Kael reached into his satchel and drew out the old, half-burned journal from the shrine. He passed it to her. Mira took it gently, flipping through the pages. When she reached the passage about the divine wolf, about the old realms and the sentinels, her brows furrowed. "I've never read this," she murmured. "Not in the council archives. Not in the guild histories. This is..." Kael looked at her. "Barry." She met his eyes. Hidden. They both looked out over the water again. The moon had risen by now, quiet and pale, its reflection caught in the pond. "I thought having 3 divine summons would mean I was ahead," Kael said. Mira shook her head gently. "You're not ahead. You're deeper." He nodded once. That felt more accurate. Before they parted, she handed him a folded note. "It came to the academy an hour after you left Isamore." Kael unfolded it. A crest was stamped in silver at the top. "Guild offer, Stormbranch Enclave. We believe your talents will be best developed under our guidance. We offer partnership, protection, and training with our top-ranked divine bearers. Reply within 5 days." Kael stared at it. 5 days. No signature. No request for conversation. Just an invitation masked as a directive. That night, Kael returned to his room. He stood at the window, watching the city lights flicker beneath the stars. Inside the realm, his summons waited. The falcon roost. The wolf stood beneath the moon, and the red dragon curled beneath the lava cliffs, one eye open. Kael whispered, "I don't think they want to train me." None of them answered, but they didn't have to. Kael read the second letter before sunrise. It had been slid under his door in a slim black envelope. No wax seal, no signature. Just a short message in immaculate handwriting. "We admire your restraint, but if you're unwilling to use your power, perhaps you prefer someone else to use it for you. Violet Glass Division." He folded the note and placed it beside the first. 2 offers. One respectful. One, not quite a threat, but a reminder. Kael stood at the windowsill, watching the morning light stretch across the rooftops of Zephyra. The wind blew soft against the glass. The air was still heavy from last night's rain. In his chest, the divine wolf stirred. Not in warning, in awareness. By midday, he received a 3rd invitation. This one was handed to him directly by an instructor in the academy courtyard, a stern woman with close-cropped hair and a uniform that bore the sigil of the Guild Concord. She didn't smile. She simply offered him the parchment, then turned and walked away without waiting for a response. Kael held the scroll in both hands. "Your profile matches several of our strategic alignments. We are prepared to offer immediate resource access, dungeon priority rights, and a tailored spiritual environment for realm enhancement." So much in so few lines. It didn't say it aloud, but it meant, "Join us. Let us shape you. Let us own a part of you." Kael quietly slid the scroll into his bag and walked on. That evening, he returned to the rooftop above the academy greenhouse. It was quiet there. Always had been. He could see the academy towers from here. The Colosseum, the spires, the dormitory windows glowing like scattered lanterns. Mira joined him not long after. She sat beside him without asking. 3 offers now, she said softly. Kael nodded once. "And?" she asked. He reached into his bag and placed the 3 letters beside each other on the bench. Then, he set them on fire. A small flame. No drama. Just silence and slow, curling ash as the wind took the edges. Mira didn't stop him. She just watched. "They're going to start pushing harder now," she said. "I know. You'll get noticed more for saying no than if you said yes." Kael nodded again. Myra's voice softened. "Why not accept? You get access to more training, better facilities, safety." Kael looked out at the darkening city. "I don't want to be trained into something I didn't choose." Mira was quiet for a while, then said, "That might be the most dangerous thing about you." Back in his room, Kael sat cross-legged on the floor, the curtains drawn, the lights off. He entered the realm without effort now, without needing to close his eyes. It greeted him like breath returning to the body. The red dragon lay curled beside the fire cliffs, its tail flicking slowly. The falcon drifted above the canyon ledges, serene, and the wolf sat still beneath the frost arch, watching him approach. Kael stood at the center of all three. They didn't speak. They didn't react to the burned letters. But their presence felt closer. More his. Not just bonded. Aligned. He reached into the air with one hand, and something new pulsed into existence above his palm. A spiral of 3 lights, red, silver, blue. Not fused. Not finished. Just turning. Calmly. Like waiting for the 4th. Kael noticed it first in the dream. He stood on a flat stone bridge, suspended over endless water. The sky above him was deep gray. Not stormy, not calm. The kind of sky that waited. He took one step forward. The sound echoed like it had nowhere to land. Another step. The silence deepened. Then, without warning, he felt it. Not on his skin, not in his ears, but behind his breath. A presence. Subtle. Distant. Not watching him. Remembering him. He turned. No one was there. But he knew what it was. It wasn't a beast. It wasn't divine. It was something older. He woke slowly. The first light of morning seeped through his window in gold ribbons. And for a moment, he forgot where he was. The scent of tea, of cloth, of dry paper. Reminders of the life he'd built inside Zephyra. But the feeling from the dream still pulsed in his chest. Like it had walked back with him. He sat up slowly. The divine wolf stirred in the back of his mind. So did the falcon. Faint ripples, like wind brushing a closed curtain. Even the red dragon raised its head. But none of them spoke. Because none of them knew what this was. Later, Kael walked through the eastern district gardens, letting the gravel paths and soft wind settle his thoughts. The cherry spirits had begun blooming again, clusters of translucent petals drifting in the air, kept aloft by flickers of natural magic. Children ran past him laughing, chasing after fireflies that blinked blue instead of yellow. He walked quietly among them. No one recognized him, and he liked it that way. In the academy library, Kael asked the archivist for something different. Not summon records, he said. The old man raised an eyebrow. Then what? Kael considered for a moment. Realm behavior. Historical realm fluctuations. Any mention of changes in summoner realms that weren't tied to contracts. The man blinked. Then, without a word, shuffled to the back shelves. What he returned with was more notebook than book. A compilation of fragment notes and personal journals copied into one thick volume. Collected anomalies in pre-contract realms, edited by the Ether Room. Kael spent the next hour flipping through it in silence. Halfway through the pages, he found something that made him sit up straighter. Asterisk. There are whispers among unbonded realms. Moments of space growing where no summon has yet arrived. Old summoners once referred to this as the 4th thread, though there are no formal records in council doctrine. Some claimed it appeared only after 3 major contracts were formed. Others said it was not a summon at all, but a memory trace, a fragment of an ancient presence trying to align with the host. Asterisk. Kael stared at the phrase again. Not a summon, a memory trace. He closed the book gently and held his breath. That night, Kael didn't enter the personal realm through meditation. He was already inside before his eyes closed. The realm had changed again. Not drastically, just enough. The air was thicker, the frost cliffs more pale, as if coated in thin mist. And in the farthest corner, beyond the known zones of fire, wind, and ice, a void had opened. Not darkness, not shadow, just absence. A place that hadn't formed yet, but somehow remembered being part of the realm. Kael approached it slowly. His steps made no sound here. The void didn't shift or beckon. It simply existed, waiting. The divine wolf followed him, silent. The falcon landed nearby, feathers twitching against invisible currents. The red dragon remained where it was, but Kael could feel its focus narrowing on this space. A long, slow stare from across the realm. Kael stood at the edge of the void, then spoke softly. "Do you belong here?" Nothing replied. Not a voice, not a presence. But the realm acknowledged the question and pulsed. Once, a ripple moved across the stone beneath his feet, blooming outward in soft rings of light. Not a yes, not no, just, "I am returning." Kael's breath caught. He stepped back. The void held its shape, circular, silent, incomplete. But now, at its center, a pattern had begun to form. Not a glyph, not a sigil, but a memory loop, echoing light in a spiral. It looked like wind. It moved like water, but it felt like time. Kael turned to the wolf. It didn't move, but its eyes were lowered slightly. Respect? Or memory? Kael whispered. Do you remember what it was? The wolf didn't answer, but the falcon shifted once, and the red dragon, from far off, released a small plume of smoke into the sky. Not fire, just vapor. Kael's hand found his chest. The 3 contracts burned quietly beneath his ribs. But now, there was a 4th beat. Not bound, not born, but familiar. In the waking world, Kael opened his eyes just before dawn. He didn't move, didn't speak, just stared at the ceiling, listening to the quiet 4th rhythm inside him, like a distant footstep in snow. The journey took Kael beyond the outskirts of Zephyra, past the floating orchards, the sky-tethered windmills, and the warded forest lines, out where the sky hung wider, and the magic in the soil ran quieter. People didn't travel this far unless they had something to run from, or something they were trying not to find. The directions came from Mira, handwritten, tucked into the inside flap of a thin notebook with no title. Just a single line scratched into the margin. He never spoke of it, but he dreamed loud enough that I listened. Kael found the cabin by dusk. It didn't look like much. Just a sloped-roof dwelling tucked into the roots of an old spirit tree, its bark half petrified by time. No fence, no gate, just a stone path that ended in moss. There was no smoke in the chimney, but he felt eyes watching the moment he stepped into the clearing. Not hostile, just old, tired. He knocked once. No answer. Then twice more. Still nothing. Kael turned to go, then heard the soft click of a latch. The door opened a few inches, and from behind it, a rough voice emerged. You're not here to buy relics, or study glyphs. You don't smell like a student. Kael turned back. I'm not. A pause. Then the door opened further. The man inside had silver-streaked hair, a faded cloak, and eyes that had seen beyond what they wanted to. His left hand bore a summoner's brand, faint, incomplete, and on his neck, just beneath the collar, was the shadow of a 4th thread mark. Faded, scarred, not glowing, just burned in. Kael bowed his head slightly. I'm not here to ask for power. The man looked at him, eyes unreadable. Good. I'm here because my realm has started listening to something I haven't named. The silence between them lengthened. The man turned away. Come inside. The cabin was dim, but clean. Shelves lined with dried roots, old contracts, and folded beast cloths. At the center was a small hearth, cold and unused, surrounded by 3 worn cushions. The man gestured, and Kael sat. You already have 3, the man said quietly. Kael nodded. Flame, wind, frost, the man murmured. And now something older wants in. Kael didn't reply. The man looked at him. It's not a summon. I know. It's not a god either. Kael met his eyes. Then what is it? The man's gaze drifted toward the window, and for a long moment, he said nothing. It's a memory, he said at last. Kael waited. A long time ago, before summoning was formalized, there were not beasts, not spirits, not even gods, just fragments of intention. Ideas so old they wrapped themselves around places and dreams. Sometimes they curled into monsters, sometimes into stars, and sometimes, he tapped the side of his head, into people. Kael's chest tightened. The man looked away again. They don't choose you. They remember you. And once they do, they don't stop. Not unless you name them. Kael frowned. Why does naming matter? Because naming isn't claiming, the man said. It's anchoring. Kael leaned forward, his voice soft. You've been remembered before, haven't you? The man didn't answer directly. He just unwrapped the glove on his left hand and revealed a scarred palm with 4 thin marks etched into it. Not glowing, not active, just resting. Kael studied them. Only one looked like a divine brand. The others were something else entirely. The man wrapped his hand again. I didn't name mine. Not fully. And they never left. They sit in my realm like statues, half-formed, always listening, never sleeping. Kael closed his eyes. He could almost imagine it. A realm haunted by silence that never asked for anything, but refused to fade. Later, they sat in near darkness as the wind moved through the cracks in the cabin wall. The man poured tea into chipped ceramic cups. Kael held his gently, letting the warmth soak into his hands. Finally, the man asked, "Has yours started showing a form?" Kael nodded. "Not fully. Just a void. A shape without weight." The man exhaled. "It'll start moving soon. And when it does, it'll bring a part of your past with it. Not something you saw. Something you carried." Kael's fingers tightened on the cup. "It won't be a summon," the man said again. "It will be a story." When Kael left, the stars were beginning to show between clouds. He walked the moss path in silence, cloak pulled tight. Inside him, the realm stirred, not with tension, but with question. The fourth thread hadn't moved, but was no longer still, and he understood now. The moment it formed, it wasn't offering power. It was offering memory. That night, as Kael stood at the edge of the void in his realm, he didn't call to it. He just whispered, "I'm listening." And for the first time, the void pulsed in reply. Once, like a forgotten heartbeat in a place that hadn't breathed for a long, long time. The sky inside Kael's realm had begun to change. It was subtle at first, a thinning of clouds over the frost cliffs, a soft golden light that filtered through without origin. But the longer Kael watched, the more certain he became. This wasn't just another realm expansion. It was the past reaching forward, and it wanted to be seen. He stood at the edge of the fourth zone again, where the unfinished space pulsed gently like a heartbeat through fog. It still had no shape, no beast, just that endless stillness, the kind that came before memory. He didn't summon anyone to stand beside him this time. The dragon, the falcon, the wolf. They stayed at a distance, watching in silence. Because this wasn't about them. It was about something older, something personal. Kael took a step forward. The realm did not resist. Instead, it opened, not violently, like a door slowly creaking on ancient hinges, letting through only what he was ready to carry. He stepped into the fog, and it began to remember. The world around him shifted. Stone turned to wood, wind to warmth. The fog pulled away like curtains, and Kael stood in the center of a small courtyard garden, surrounded by high walls wrapped in ivy. Lanterns floated lazily above moss paths. A wind chime hung beneath a tree. It was familiar, too familiar. Kael's breath caught in his throat. This was the old house, the one he'd lived in as a child before they moved to Fallow Mist, before summoning meant anything to him, before his mother had stopped smiling for reasons she never explained. The fourth thread hadn't shown him a beast. It had shown him a memory. He turned slowly, boots silent on the stone path. The wind moved softly, too softly for a place that didn't exist anymore. A voice carried faintly across the garden. "Kael, hold still. You're tracking mud across the stones again." His chest tightened. He followed the sound around the corner. And there she was, his mother, younger, laughing as she bent over a shallow water basin. Her hands rinsed a brush clean, and she turned just slightly, eyes soft. She didn't see him, because this wasn't now. It wasn't even a dream. It was the echo of something his realm had remembered for him, something he had forgotten. Kael stood there for a long time. He didn't speak, didn't move. He just let the moment wrap around him, quiet and warm, and completely wrong in how it shouldn't still exist. And yet, here it was, living, because something inside him refused to let it disappear. Then the sound changed. A soft breeze swept through the garden. Not the wind, not the chimes. A tone, like a voice that wasn't a voice, humming through the air. Kael turned toward the center of the courtyard. A figure stood there, shapeless, a silhouette made of golden ash. It didn't move like a person. It didn't stand like a beast. But Kael knew. This was the fourth thread. It didn't speak aloud, but the realm pulsed with thought. "You did not call me." Kael stood his ground. "No," he said. "I didn't. And yet, I came." He looked around. "At first I thought you were just an echo." The ash shifted, not dissolving, not solidifying, just breathing. "I am what echoes refuse to let go." Kael frowned. "Are you mine? You were once near me. You were once open. You were once quiet enough to listen." A pause. Then, "That is enough." Kael took a slow step forward. "I've made 3 contracts," he said. "All divine. All earned." The figure didn't reply. "I don't know if you're divine, or something else, but I know you're not just an illusion." The garden shimmered slightly. The memory held. But now Kael could see it. The walls beginning to fray at the edges. The wind chimes slowing in their spin. The image was decaying, gently. A message carried only long enough to say one thing. Kael reached out with one hand. I don't want to bind you, he said. I want to remember you. The figure pulsed once. Golden ash rose, and the realm spoke. Then name what I was. Kael blinked. What? Before power, before form. I was something to you. Not a summon, not a weapon, a name not spoken aloud. Kael's heart pounded. He reached inward, sifting through images. A dream, a shape on the edge of childhood. The feeling of being watched gently through windows. A story his mother used to tell when he couldn't sleep. A protector, she called it. The echo that listens. He spoke it aloud. The moment he did, the ash flared into golden strands, winding upward, spiraling across the sky. The memory vanished. The garden fell away. And Kael stood again at the edge of the void in his realm. But now at its center was a single, suspended thread, glowing faintly. A spiral made of memory and name. Fourth thread recognized. Title accepted. The echo that listens. This presence will not fight. It will not summon. But it will remember everything you forget. And when you fall, it will whisper your name back to you. Kael opened his eyes in the real world, lying still in his room. Dawn was just breaking. He said nothing, but the tears on his face had already dried. The knock came just after dawn. 3 quiet taps. Precise. Rhythmic. Kael didn't move right away. He stood near the window, watching sunlight push through the low clouds over Zephyr's rooftops. The city always looked calm at this hour. Glowing domes, drifting familiars, summoned banners stirring softly in the upper gardens. But today the knock didn't feel like part of that peace. It felt like the end of it. He opened the door slowly. A woman in charcoal robes stood in the hall. Not a uniform, not a guild crest. Just plain cloth, too clean, too still. Her face was unreadable. Her eyes, however, held the weight of someone who already knew what he would say before he said it. Kael of fallow mist, she said. He didn't speak. She held out a small obsidian seal, the same kind used in silent court summons. The council requests your presence. No pleas. No explanation. Just a request spoken like a law. They walked in silence through the upper levels of the academy's north wing, a floor rarely used, rumored to be designed for diplomats and elite spirit casters during the founding years. The halls were long, the windows sealed. Magic flowed through the stone itself. Kael didn't ask questions, and the woman didn't offer answers. Only when they reached the final door, marked with a plain silver crest, did she speak again. Enter. Alone. Kael stepped through. The room was round and quiet, lit by sky glass that cast soft gold across the floor. 6 chairs circled the center platform, spaced evenly, 3 of them occupied. An older man with white robes and a scroll clasped to his chest. A woman in sapphire with no visible summon mark, but eyes sharp as a hawk's. And a figure in black, the one he recognized. The council enforcer who'd first tested him in Chamber 7. She spoke first. Kael, sit. He did. No one spoke for a long time. Then, finally, the man with the scroll raised his voice. You formed 3 divine class contracts. Each one unique. Each one stable. Kael nodded. No one questions your ability. The man continued. But a matter has arisen. The woman in blue leaned forward. Your realm has begun to form an unregistered fourth structure. Kael said nothing. We've seen it happen only twice in the last 100 years, she added. Both times, the result was spiritual collapse. Kael looked down at his hands. They didn't name it, he said quietly. The woman's eyes narrowed. What did you call it? Kael took a breath, then answered. The echo that listens. The 3 council members exchanged a glance. Not surprise. Not confusion. Just confirmation. The enforcer finally spoke. You didn't bind it. No, Kael said. I didn't summon it either. It appeared. Remembered. And it doesn't grant you power? Kael shook his head. It doesn't change my strength. It doesn't fight. It doesn't speak in commands. Then what does it do? Kael's eyes stayed calm. It remembers. Things I wouldn't. A long silence followed. Then the man with the scroll leaned back and set the parchment down. The council cannot allow unknown structures to form unchecked, he said. Realms that evolve beyond contract control may pose risks to their summoners and to the balance between summon and host. Kael didn't argue, but he didn't lower his eyes either. You think I'm becoming something else, he said quietly. The enforcer's gaze sharpened. We think you're at a crossroad. Kael stood. His voice was quiet, but steady. I'm not asking for approval, he said. I haven't called this thing. I haven't turned it into a weapon. And I don't intend to. I'm a summoner. He stepped closer to the center circle. I'm not trying to awaken forgotten forces. I'm just trying to walk with the ones who chose me. The room was still. His next words came softer. And I will never bind what doesn't want to be held. After a long moment, the woman in blue exhaled. She turned toward the enforcer. Then we observe. The man beside her nodded once. Conditional clearance granted, he said. Continued independent operation permitted. But if the realm shifts again, you report within the day. Kael inclined his head. Understood. The enforcer didn't look away. But she said nothing. By the time he stepped back into the open air, the sky had fully brightened. The morning wind curled gently over the academy rooftops. Kael stood for a moment at the balcony edge, breathing slowly. Inside his chest, the red dragon stirred. Then the wolf. Then the falcon. None of them seemed troubled. Because nothing had changed. Kael hadn't gained anything. He hadn't shifted roles. He was still what he had always been. A summoner. And now, for the first time, the world had seen that he wasn't chasing power. He was protecting the path. Later that afternoon, Kael returned to the rooftop garden. Mira was already there, leaning against the rail with a book in hand. Council meeting? She asked. Kael nodded. They try to measure what you're becoming. They try to make sure I wasn't. She looked at him carefully. And Kael smiled faintly. I reminded them that I'm not becoming anything. I'm just walking. As the sun dipped behind the academy towers, Kael sat in silence, eyes on the horizon. Inside his realm, the echo waited quietly in its place, unmoving, unchanging, uncalled. And that, more than anything, gave him peace. The sky over Zephyr shifted just after nightfall. Not with lightning, not with clouds, but with light, a low ripple that moved across the stars like a bruise underwater. Soft, blue, and unsettling. Most citizens never looked up long enough to notice it. Just a flicker, a shimmer, a trick of the eye. But Kael noticed. He'd seen the sky turn like that once before. The night before the Veil trial. Inside the realm, his summons stirred without command. The red dragon raised its head, wings tied against its sides, flame low but dense. It wasn't ready to fight. It was waiting. The falcon moved faster than usual, circling the sky above the realm with a pulse in its wings Kael hadn't seen before. Restless, focused, like it was watching for something trying to enter. And the wolf, normally calm, always watching, stood now at the edge of the realm's southern ridge, ears forward. Its breath came slower, colder. Kael joined them in silence. And for a while, they stood together, facing the horizon. By morning, the summons still hadn't settled. Kael rose early, dressed plainly, and stepped out onto the academy's outer walkways. He wasn't surprised when a courier intercepted him halfway to the plaza, offering a scroll with a silver tie. Not a guild mark, not a council crest, just a field assignment sigil. To Kael, a Falonist. A tier 2 dungeon near the coastal ruins of Marin fell silent last night. All active parties failed to return pings through their summon relays. A collapse is suspected. You are not required to act, but one of your realm signatures matched the frequency of the disruption. Kael stared at that last line. One of his summons had resonated with a fault in the dungeon. That wasn't supposed to happen. By midday, he'd packed light, cloak, realm crystals, dried rations, and a single folding summoner's fan used to stabilize incoming energy near corrupted gates. No blade. Not this time. He didn't expect a fight. He expected to listen. The ruins of Marin were 2 hours west by Railstone, an ancient network of summoner-bound monoliths that activated in sync with the user's realm pulse. Kael arrived alone, stepping into a wind-scoured valley where time had long ago buried the city beneath vines and old stone. But the dungeon gates stood untouched, still open, still glowing, still humming with a pressure that didn't belong to this world. Kael exhaled slowly. He stepped through. The interior of the dungeon was different than the ones he knew. No monsters greeted him. No pathways shifted. No traps clicked beneath his feet. Just long, empty corridors lit by flickering lantern moss. And a resonance, like his own spiritual energy, was being echoed back to him. Inside the realm, the wolf sat down abruptly, not in surrender, in recognition. Kael paused beside an archway carved with ancient letters. Unreadable, but familiar. He reached out, brushing a finger across one of the sigils. It pulsed, and behind his eyes, a memory flashed. Snow, stone, the courtyard from before. Not summoned, not called, just shown. The echo. Kael stepped deeper into the dungeon, not rushing, just following the pull. Eventually, he reached a chamber filled with mirrors, tall, arched panels of silver glass leaning against the walls. None of them showed his reflection. Instead, they reflected his realm, but not all at once. Each mirror held a different aspect. One showed the red dragon's fire burning brighter than it should. Another, the falcon, wings spread wide over skies too vast. The third showed the divine wolf standing still while the world behind it moved like liquid. And the fourth was black, not dark, just blank, like something waiting to be painted. Kael stood in the center of the chamber, then spoke softly. I'm not here to bind. No response. He stepped toward the fourth mirror. The room didn't shift, but the glass did. Not a ripple. A breath. It inhaled, then exhaled, and for a single moment, the reflection changed, showing not a monster, not a memory, but Kael, standing where he was now, older, tired, but not alone, standing between beasts and people, arms open, not in battle, not in power, but in trust, and beside him, standing in silence. The fourth thread. The image faded. The mirror stilled. Kael exhaled and turned away. He didn't need more. He'd seen what he came for. When he stepped back into daylight, a single message waited for him at the gate, etched into the stone by a spiritual relay glyph. You felt it too, Mira. That evening, Kael sat quietly on the rooftop garden again. Mira joined him just before dusk. I didn't ask anyone to send me that note, she said. Kael glanced at her. But you knew I'd go. You always do. They watched the sky change, that strange ripple passing again, briefly, just above the horizon. Mira was quiet for a while, then asked, did it speak? No, Kael said, but it listened. In the realm, the three divine summons had calmed. The dragon lay curled, fire steady. The falcon drifted low, wings tucked. The wolf rested near the fourth zone's edge, guarding it, not fearing it. And the echo, still pulsing, still unnamed by the world, but now, present. The message arrived sealed in gold. Not wax, not spiritual energy, just thin, flawless metal wrapped around a slip of parchment and delivered by a courier with gloves too clean for street work. Kael broke the seal carefully. Inside, the words were few. To Kael of fallow mist. You have drawn the eyes of too many. Some wish to protect you. Others wish to test you. We intend to do both. Please report to the Outer Coliseum tomorrow at midday. This is not a recruitment. It is a measure. VC. No signature. But Kael didn't need one. He knew the initials. Verdant Crown. One of the 7 major summon guilds with access to divine class training platforms. Known for their combat efficiency and spiritual discipline. And for sending their chosen duelists to evaluate those who refuse to join. Kael folded the letter slowly. Inside his realm, the red dragon rumbled faintly. Not anger, just awareness. The falcon watched from above. The wolf rose and began pacing along the frost line. They all knew what this meant. Not danger, not war, an attempt to draw him out. The next morning, the Outer Coliseum was already buzzing when Kael arrived. He walked alone through the high stone archways, his coat plain, his steps quiet. Students whispered as he passed. A few instructors paused, pretending not to watch. At the far end of the arena floor, a girl waited. Tall, clean posture, armor woven from beast thread and spirit glass, her coat bearing the deep green insignia of the verdant crown. A long summoner's sash coiled at her hip like a living vine. The air shimmered faintly around her. Kael stopped across from her, 30 paces apart. She inclined her head. Kael of fallow mist, she said. He nodded once. And you? Arlen Sereth. Divine ranked. Tier 3 guild combatant. My summons are registered. Kael didn't ask what they were. He didn't need to know. She continued. I was instructed not to defeat you, only to test your depth. Kael tilted his head slightly. And if I refuse? You're not required to fight, she said. But silence breeds assumption. Most guilds already assume you're hiding something. Kael met her gaze. I'm not hiding, he said. I'm choosing. The crowd hushed as the announcer lifted a hand. This wasn't a tournament. There would be no cheering, no scoring, just observation. Kael stepped forward. So did Arlen. The duel began without a signal. The air shimmered as Arlen summoned her first beast, a spiral elk, horned and elegant, its hooves creating soft spirals of light with every step. Wind-based, agile, not built for brute strength. Kael didn't summon. Not yet. He stepped to the side, body relaxed. Measured. The elk charged, and Kael sidestepped with barely a shift in breath. A second summon flickered into existence. A glass serpent, almost invisible in the light. It moved across the sand with razor precision, coils gleaming with reflection spells. Still, Kael didn't respond. In the stands, the instructors murmured. He's letting her set tempo. Is he stalling? No. He's reading. Reading what? Limits. When the serpent snapped at him, Kael finally moved. His hand flicked forward, not to summon, just to draw a small mark in the air. A binding glyph. Silent. Simple. The serpent slowed. Kael's body shifted. Low. Centered. And he used the brief pause to land a grounded strike across the creature's snout, disrupting the summon's form. The beast shattered in a shimmer of light. One down. The elk turned. But Kael didn't wait. This time, he called the falcon. No burst. No show. Just a sharp whisper of wind and the shimmer of silver wings folding into place above him. The falcon moved before Arlen could blink. It didn't strike. It didn't roar. It hovered, calm, quiet, eyes locked on the elk like a judge more than a hunter. The elk froze, then stepped back. Arlen raised her hand slightly. Kael met her eyes. This is restraint, he said softly, not weakness. She was quiet for a moment, then nodded once, and dismissed her summon. The match ended without climax. No explosion, no knockdown, just stillness, and a shared understanding between two summoners who both chose control over spectacle. Later, on the edge of the arena, Arlen approached him while the crowd dispersed. You don't summon to overpower, she said. I summon to understand. She nodded, then said something he didn't expect. You're better than I was at your stage. Kael glanced sideways. That's not the kind of thing most guild duelists say. I'm not most. She offered a small card, not a guild invitation. Just her name, and a summoner's link crystal embedded in the edge. Not everyone in the guild wants you recruited, she said. Some of us just want to see how far you'll walk. Then she turned and left. That evening, Kael sat at the rooftop garden again. Mira joined him, silent as ever. You didn't lose, she said. Kael sipped tea. I didn't win either. No, Mira replied. But you showed them something more dangerous than strength. What's that? She looked at him. Clarity. In the realm, the summons had settled again. The red dragon slept. The falcon drifted, silent. The wolf lay across the frost ledge, eyes half-lidded. And in the fourth zone, the echo pulsed. Not loudly, not urgently, just present. The summons came at sunrise. This time, it wasn't from a guild, or the council. It came from the academy itself, scrawled in neat ink across age parchment, slipped under Kael's door with a faint scent of charcoal and ancient books. Summoner Kael, you have been granted limited access to Archive Vault C of Zephyr's Athenaeum. Key will be provided upon arrival. Entry time. Today, 8th bell. Escort not required. Request not optional. That last line made him pause. But he folded the note, tucked it into his coat, and prepared to walk. The vault wasn't part of the standard archive. It was sealed. Old stone, warded steps, and a door bound by 3 different glyph systems. The kind of place that looked like it hadn't been opened in decades, maybe longer. Kael approached quietly. At the threshold, an elderly summoner waited. He said nothing, just handed Kael a brass, key etched with curling marks, and a single glowing symbol at the top. A loop. Kael recognized the symbol from his realm. The echo pulsed gently behind his ribs. The door opened with a slow, grinding sigh. Inside was dust, silence, and stone shelves packed with unmarked tomes and scroll cylinders too fragile to lift with bare hands. Magical stabilizers hovered over some of the stacks, glowing dimly, like fireflies caught in still time. Kael didn't wonder. He let his summons guide him. Inside his realm, all 3 were calm. The dragon, the falcon, the wolf. But the echo drifted forward. Not in pull, just presence. Kael followed it. deeper, until he reached a wall inscribed with ancient runes, barely visible, tucked between two caved-in alcoves. And at its base, a box, wooden, plain, but marked with a glyph that pulsed once when Kael knelt beside it. Recognition. Kael placed a hand on the lid. The box didn't resist. It opened. Inside was a single scroll, faded, yellowed, bound with thin silver thread. No signature, only a single line carved into the scroll's head. To those who summon not for power, but for presence. Kael exhaled and began to read. The scroll wasn't a manual. It wasn't even a report. It was a letter. We called them contracts because we didn't have a language for companionship. In the early years, summoning was not a war art. It was a dialogue. The beasts came not to fight, but to lend understanding. They asked for nothing but care and quiet. We listened, and they stayed. But then came the classifications, the guilds, the demands, the scaling. Divine summons became weapons, and the ones who came to speak stopped coming at all. Kael's chest tightened. He read further. The fourth thread is not a mutation. It is a memory, a longing for the old way. It will not grant strength. It will not win battles, but it will remember what you are when you forget. It will show you what remains when your other bonds grow quiet. Only those who summon in silence can see it, and only those who resist calling it will ever understand it. Do not try to name it for power. Name it for peace. Unknown scholar of the pre-contract era. Kael closed the scroll slowly. Dust fell around him, soft as snow. His realm pulsed once, a warm, even hum. No voice, no vision, just recognition. He stayed seated for a while longer, letting the quiet sink into his skin. This was what his journey had been building toward, wasn't it? Not more summons, not rank, but a way of seeing. A path where summons came not as tools, but as companions. And the echo was the memory of that path. When Kael emerged from the vault an hour later, the old summoner at the door simply nodded. "You found it," he said. Kael nodded back. "I wasn't looking for power, which is why it showed you truth." That night, he stood at the edge of his realm again. The echo drifted in place. No form, no command, just pulsing. Kael sat cross-legged before it. He didn't summon the others, didn't speak. He just whispered one thing. "Thank you." The echo pulsed in reply. Not louder, not stronger, just there, like it always had been. The assignment came through the Academy's quiet channels. No fanfare, no crest. A parchment page, folded 3 times, pinned to Kael's dorm door with a thread of faint spiritual ink. To Kael, a fallow mist. A low-activity wildwood outside Zephyr's southern bounds has begun to show anomaly signs. Summons summoned within its borders have been failing to respond. Not breaking, not dying, refusing. Several researchers have reported missing contracted beasts. Others claim their summons are simply walking away. The area is known as Whisper Root. You are requested to observe. Nothing more. Report what listens. Do not call. Kael read it twice, then packed. Whisper Root wasn't marked on any recent maps. It existed in the margins, a gentle forest between riverbend cliffs and wind-shaped stone. The kind of place the council never bothered to classify because it wasn't dangerous, just forgotten. The trees there grew close together, willowy, soft, their leaves pale green even in the heat of summer. Mist clung to the forest floor. The air always felt like it had just rained, even if it hadn't in days. Kael arrived alone. No escort, no crowd, no welcome, only the trees. He stepped carefully beneath the canopy. The realm stirred as he entered. The red dragon pulsed, but stayed still. The falcon opened its wings but didn't take flight. The wolf rose, alert, ears forward. The echo watched. Kael didn't summon anyone. Not yet. He let the forest speak first. He found the first sign of strangeness within minutes. A shattered contract glyph, not broken by force, but peeled away, like bar from old wood. Kael crouched beside it. The summon it belonged to hadn't been severed. It had been released, but not by the summoner, by the summon. Further in, he found the remains of a small research camp. Empty tents, unlit lanterns, piles of notes, some half-written, abandoned mid-sentence. He flipped through one. The summons won't stay, even ones with strong contracts. They stand still, then walk away. No rebellion, no aggression, just refusal. One familiar cried while walking. Refused to stop. eyes wide open, but looking somewhere else. Not wild magic, not corruption, just quiet. Kael felt the wolf stir in his realm again. The echo pulsed gently. Near the edge of the camp, he found something else. A path. Not marked, not worn, but felt. His body moved toward it without meaning to. And then, a low hum. Barely there. Like music someone had stopped playing centuries ago, but still lingered in the wood. He stepped into a deeper grove. The air changed. Colder. Quieter. The wind didn't move here. And the summons inside him fell silent. Not gone. Not asleep. Just listening. And Kael understood. They recognized this place. Not by name, but by essence. At the center of the grove stood a wide tree with silver-gray bark. Its roots spread outward like gentle waves, wrapping around stones and old glyph pillars, now cracked and faded. Beneath it sat a summon, or something like one. It looked like a stag, antlers woven with vines, body shaped like living wood, its breath visible even in the still air. But it wasn't just a summon. It was unbound, and its eyes, they were not empty. They were tired. Kael didn't move. The stag looked at him, then looked past him. Kael bowed his head slightly. "I won't call you," he said. The stag didn't answer, didn't run, didn't vanish. It simply stood, watching, remembering. Like the echo, Kael sat slowly at the base of the silver tree and said nothing. Time passed strangely. Minutes, maybe hours. No summons moved within him. No messages came through. Only the sound of the forest breathing, long and low, like it had waited too long to be understood. Eventually, the stag took one step forward. Kael raised his eyes, but didn't speak. The stag's antlers glowed faintly, not with light, but with memory. Glyphs flickered across them like drifting names. Torin, Elra, Mayan, Roth. Kael realized what they were. Former summoners. Names the stag had once followed. Not because of power, because of trust. And now it followed no one. It stepped closer. Kael didn't reach, didn't ask. He just whispered, "You remember them, don't you?" The stag exhaled, soft, like wind over water. Then it turned and walked away, back into the trees. Kael stood slowly. The echo pulsed once, and he understood. This wasn't about claiming. This wasn't about strengthening. This was about bearing witness to a truth buried beneath the noise of summoning culture. Some summons chose silence, and in whisper root, they came to keep it. He left the forest without a report, just a journal entry, a single line. There are places where summons remember too much to keep following. That night, in the realm, Kael stood beneath the frost arch beside the wolf. The dragon stirred nearby, the falcon perched above, and the echo hovered softly beside him. He whispered, "If the world ever forgets what summons were meant to be, remind them." The echo pulsed, and the wolf nodded. It came in the smallest envelope, folded twice, tied with twine, no seal, no academy crest, no guild mark, just his name, Kael, written in a careful, looping script he hadn't seen in 3 years. He recognized it immediately. He didn't open it right away. He sat with it in his hand, thumb brushing the edges, heart beating in a rhythm that had nothing to do with contracts or summon threads. This was not a letter from power. It was a letter from home. Kael waited until evening. The city glowed softly beneath the first wave of stars, and he sat alone beneath the lantern arch on the rooftop garden. Same place he always went when he needed to breathe quietly. Mira didn't join him this time. She knew when silence was meant to be kept. Kael untied the twine and opened the letter. "Kael, I know it's been long. I wasn't sure you'd want to hear from me again. I wasn't sure I had the right. But when I heard the wind shift last week, I knew your summons were changing. I don't know how I knew, but I did. It's the kind of knowing I used to wake up with when you were small. When I knew you were sick before you told me. When I knew you'd started dreaming of other places. There's a tree blooming behind the house again, the one with the crooked roots that you used to read under. The wind chimes you left still hang above it. I never took them down. They rang last night. First time in years. I just thought you should know." Kael read the last lines more than once. They rang last night. First time in years. He let the letter fall gently onto his lap and leaned back against the bench, eyes closed. For the first time in what felt like a long while, he remembered being small, not in power, in shape. A boy who sat under a crooked tree, wind chimes above, reading stories of ancient summon bonds written like fairy tales. His mother always said the wind spirits liked him. He thought she was teasing. Now, he wasn't so sure. Inside his realm, the echo pulsed gently, stronger than usual. Not speaking, just remembering with him. The wolf stirred, rising from its frost ridge and walking slowly to the center of the realm. The falcon dropped from its perch, wings folding, head bowed. Even the red dragon lifted its gaze, quiet, contemplative. Kael stood among them, eyes closed, and whispered, "I wasn't just born a summoner. I was raised by someone who believed in them before I did." The next morning, Kael walked to the Academy's memory archive. He wasn't looking for records this time. He went to the writing room, tucked behind the east wing, a place meant for those who wanted to send letters but didn't know how to begin. He sat at the low desk and started slowly. "Mom, I didn't know I needed to hear your voice until I saw it written again. I thought I'd grown past the wanting. I thought the silence was easier. But the wind chimes ringing, that sounded like a part of me I thought I'd left behind. My realm's changing. It's not just growing, it's remembering. I think I am too. Thank you for keeping the wind chimes up. They're still part of the echo. Love, Kael." He sent the letter without magic. No summon courier, no glyph binding, just the quiet way. Folded by hand, walked to the post house, placed gently into the satchel of a mundane rider who took the slow trail south. Because some things should move slowly. Some memories need the time to return as themselves. That night, Kael didn't train. He didn't study. He sat beneath the glowing roots of the fourth zone in his realm, where the echo now shimmered like wind caught between branches. And he told a story about a crooked tree, a patch of dirt where he once buried a toy summon orb. He never found it again. About a mother who taught him that listening was stronger than speaking, and how he was only now understanding what that meant. The echo pulsed softly, and the roots glowed a little warmer. The crystal shouldn't have pulsed. Not here. Not after all this time. Kael had been helping one of the Academy archivists in the storage chamber beneath the south wing, organizing boxes, preserving old scrolls, cataloging faded glyph work. It wasn't part of his training. He hadn't been assigned. He just liked the quiet, the dust, the soft ticking of lanterns left too long on the shelf. The feeling that these forgotten things still had weight, even if no one spoke their names. And then, under a stack of discarded realm-bound records, he found it. A small, silver-gray summon crystal, cold to the touch, but still humming. He held it up gently. The glow was faint, barely visible, like a flicker caught behind smoke. But it was there, alive, not sealed, not broken, still waiting. Kael stared at it for a long moment. "Who did you belong to?" he whispered. The archivist didn't recognize it. Neither did the records assistant. The registry bore no active signature. It was marked as uncategorized, misplaced, no bond match. But Kael knew better. This wasn't a lost trinket. This was a summon still tethered, even if the summoner was long gone. That evening, Kael took it back to his room. He sat at the desk, placed the crystal on a folded cloth, and called his summons one by one into the realm. The red dragon blinked first, staring down at the orb with quiet heat, tail flicking once. The falcon perched above, head tilted. The wolf stepped forward, ears raised, and the echo pulsed. Soft, focused, not on the crystal itself, but on what was left inside it. Kael closed his eyes, reached out with calm intention, and touched the crystal again. It opened, not violently, just gently, like a page turning in an old book. The realm around him blinked once, then reshaped. Not a full summon zone, just a memory space. A small clearing, wind chimes, low stone benches carved with spiral symbols, a flicker of laughter, echoing faintly, and at the center, standing, quiet, unsure, a summoned beast, no more than waist high, shaped like a cross between a fox and a deer, with soft violet fur and two pale antlers that shimmered with moonlight. It blinked at him, not afraid, just confused. Kael stepped forward slowly. "You're still here," he whispered. The creature's ears flicked. Then it lowered its head, cautiously stepping closer. Kael didn't move. He let it sniff his hand. It was warm, solid, real, but clearly not fully connected to him. Because it wasn't meant to be. This wasn't his summon. He was holding someone else's bond. Someone who, for whatever reason, had never released it. Or never returned. He sat down beside the little beast, and waited. Eventually, the summon curled up at his side, still wary, still watching the realm around it like a dream half-remembered. Kael reached out through the crystal's pulse thread, following the tether that should have been long gone, and found it led nowhere. No active signature, just a name, etched deep within the crystal's original seal. Sierra Line. Kael whispered aloud, and the summons stirred. He spent the rest of the evening researching old graduation records, summoner rosters from 15 years ago, mentor logs, and eventually, he found it. A page tucked in the archive's forgotten zone. Sierra Lyne, apprentice summoner, academy year 245. Status: MIA, missing in action. Expedition loss confirmed. Last assignment: Tier 1 Labyrinth Trial, Moonshale Depths. Recovery team: failed. Crystal: marked dormant. Not destroyed. Kael closed the record slowly. She'd never come back. But her summon had. The next morning, Kael brought the crystal to the vault's spiritual reconciliation room. He didn't go to unseal it. He wanted to talk. The summon reappeared in the center of the soft light chamber, curling gently on the moss stone floor. Kael sat beside it and spoke quietly. I think she loved you. The summon lifted its head. I don't know how you survived when she didn't, or why the bond didn't break. Maybe it was unfinished. Or maybe, he looked up at the soft glow above. You waited. Hours passed. Eventually, Kael stood. He didn't bind it, didn't make it his own. He left a letter on the crystal. To the next of kin for Sierra Line. Her summons still remains. Whole, gentle, remembering. If you ever want to see what she left behind, I'll keep the crystal safe. It doesn't belong to me, but it still deserves to be seen. KF. That night, in his realm, the summons rested. But the echo pulsed brighter. Kael stood beside it, hands in his pockets, eyes on the fourth zone's horizon. I think summons remember more than we ever asked them to, he said. The echo pulsed. Once. Then again. Not louder. Just longer. The lanterns in the Academy's central hall were still burning when Kael arrived. He hadn't planned to come, but the invitation had been too direct to ignore. Not a form notice. Not a letter left at his door. It had been a conversation. A real one. Face to face. Earlier that evening, Kael had been walking the east corridor after dusk, hands in his pockets, when a voice stopped him. Measured. Warm. Stern. Summoner Kael. He turned. A woman stood by the shadowed arch near the staircase landing. Older, her hair bound in silver thread. Her robe bore the sigil of the Verdant Hall, the Academy's central governing body. Her name was Instructor Hallan Voss, one of the longest-seated spiritual ethicists in Zephyra. She approached slowly, as if giving him time to leave. He didn't. I don't want to pressure you, she said. But you will, he replied quietly. She nodded. I will. Now, Kael stood in the central hall, surrounded by floating lights and soft murmurs. The high dome above was painted with stars, shifting faintly to reflect the season. The air buzzed with subtle tension. Because tomorrow, for the first time in decades, the Academy would host a Summoners' Council vote. 1 seat, 2 nominees, both instructors. And for the first time, apprentice summoners were invited to weigh in. He made his way toward the outer balcony and found someone waiting there, exactly as expected. Instructor Raylon Fern, a quiet man, tall, thin, known for teaching realm crafting theory, and for speaking only when he felt silence had finished its work. He turned as Kael approached. I appreciate you coming, Raylon said. I didn't say I was staying. Raylon gave the faintest hint of a smile. Even better. Kael leaned on the balcony edge, watching the firelights drift between towers. You're not going to ask me to support you? He asked. No, Raylon said, but I will ask you to understand. They stood in quiet for a while. Then Raylon said, if Hallan takes the seat, she will do what she believes is right. I respect her. She believes in measured power. And you? Kael asked. Raylon's gaze drifted skyward. I believe in quiet thresholds. In summoners who walk without sound. Who never summon to show, only to listen. But that isn't popular. Kael said nothing. Raylon continued. You're already being cited in pre-vote briefings. Not by name, but by deed. The council's watching to see what kind of future you represent. Kael turned. I'm not running. But you're becoming a question, Raylon said. And that's more dangerous. Later, as Kael left the balcony, he found Hal and Voss waiting for him in the corridor. She gave a polite nod. "Fern spoke to you." Kael nodded back. He listened. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "You know, Kael, if you chose to support me, I could ensure your access to more stable summon archives. Proper facilities. Research assistance. I don't need that." "I think you will," she said softly. "There's a limit to how far silence can take you." Kael didn't reply, but his next words were clear. "Then I'll walk farther." He didn't attend the voting circle the next day. He didn't need to. He walked the outer gardens instead. Let the city breathe. And trusted the wind. Inside his realm, the falcon flew higher than usual, sensing the tension in the air. The wolf lay still. The dragon watched. And the echo pulsed once, slow even. Not guiding, just being. Later that evening, a student messenger found him seated near the koi pond. He handed Kael a folded slip. The vote results. Council seat. Verdant Hall decision. Winner. Raylon Fern. Notes. Minor apprentice influence shift recorded. Not decisive. Observation. Kael of Falomist mentioned 12 times in deliberations. Kael refolded the note, placed it in his satchel, and let the koi ripple the silence. That night, a soft knock came at his door. Mira stood outside. She raised an eyebrow. "You didn't vote." "No," Kael said. "You were still the loudest person in the room." He smiled faintly. "I didn't speak." She held up a wrapped rice bun. "Then eat instead." They sat under the stars again, Mira watching the sky, Kael watching the quiet. Eventually, she asked, "Did you want him to win?" Kael thought for a long time, then answered, "I wanted the path to stay wide." The wind of the mountain pass carried more than chill. It carried rumor. That's what Kael thought as he dismounted near the edge of the Zephyr Ridge Trail, boots crunching softly on frost-stiffened earth. He wasn't alone. A dozen others had already come and gone. Scouts, watchers, even one ranking summoner who had tried to bind it. None had succeeded, because the creature that appeared on the ridge wasn't wild, and it wasn't summoned. It had simply arrived, and then stayed. Kael followed the slope trail on foot. The sun was beginning to dip behind the high peaks, casting long shadows across the narrow switchbacks. The cliffs above were steep, but not hostile. The wind here never shouted. It whispered. When Kael crested the final ridge, he saw it. The beast, tall as a house, broad, not monstrous, but massive. Its fur was pale silver, mottled with dusk-gray patterns across the flanks. Too long, curling horns arched back over its skull, wrapped in vines that swayed like loose silk. Its eyes were closed. It was seated, not guarding, not watching, just waiting. Kael didn't summon anyone. Not the dragon, not the falcon, not the wolf. But in his chest, they all stirred. The echo pulsed steadily. No fear, just readiness. He stepped forward, slowly, boots pressing into snow that hadn't melted despite the season. The creature opened one eye, the color of cloud light before a storm. Kael bowed his head. "I'm not here to bind you." The creature's ear twitched. "I'm here to ask why you came." The beast didn't speak, not in words, but the mountain shifted. A low pulse moved through the stone beneath Kael's feet. His mark warmed. The echo rose in his mind, brushing his thoughts like a wind that carried not answers, but meanings. "I was summoned long ago, but my caller is gone, and my purpose ended before I was dismissed." Kael's breath caught. The creature didn't belong here, but it wasn't intruding. It was wandering, unanchored, unfinished. Kael stepped closer, kneeling at the edge of the cliff where the creature sat. "You don't have to wait anymore," he said softly. "I think you've already arrived." The creature's eye closed again, and it let out a long breath. Snow shifted. The wind circled once around the summit. Then the beast lowered its head, horns brushing the dirt. It wasn't kneeling. It was resting, and for the first time since it had arrived, it looked at peace. Later, Kael sat with it beneath the twilight sky. No guards, no scouts, no spells, just presence. He spoke softly, about summons he hadn't called, about his mother's wind chimes, about the name he'd given the echo. And the beast listened, not because it was his, but because it chose to. When Kael stood to leave, the beast did not follow, but raised its head, and for a brief moment, Kael saw a shimmer above its horns. Not a mark, not a brand. A symbol, a mirrored spiral, not a contract, a return. Kael placed a hand over his chest and nodded. The walk back was quiet. Inside his realm, the summon stirred, but with calm. The red dragon's eyes glowed faintly, as if watching something distant. The falcon perched lower than usual, close. The wolf lay beside the frost ridge, unmoving. And the echo flickered once with a gentle shimmer of mountain wind. Kael stood in the center of it all, and whispered, "Not all summons are waiting to be called." It was never on the maps, not even the old ones. But Kael had heard whispers of it since his first season at the academy. A place beneath Zephyra where the walls still breathed with memory, where the faintest traces of ancient summoned realms remained. Not active, not dangerous, just present. The faculty called it the Silent Vault. Summoners called it something else. The City of Echoes. He received permission quietly. A simple note signed by Instructor Raylon. No ceremony, no announcement. "You've been listening long enough. Let the echoes speak back." Kael packed light. Only a satchel, a realm lantern, and a palm crystal set to stabilize environmental shifts. His summons didn't stir when he left, but they followed. Even the echo. Especially the echo. The entrance was hidden behind the lower conservatory, a vine-covered gate beneath a row of abandoned training terraces. Most students thought it led to the old cellar archives. It didn't. Kael placed his hand on the stone glyph beside the door. It pulsed. Once. Then the door slid inward with a sound like breath, escaping through old fabric. The air beyond was cool and still. Stone corridors curved downward, lit only by crystals sealed in ancient lantern brackets. The floor sloped gently. Not stairs, not steps. Like the vault had been carved by patience, not force. Kael walked slowly, and with each step, he felt it. A rel within the walls. Not his. Not anyone's now. But remnants. Pieces of once complete bonds that had long since faded, or been left behind. He passed the first chamber. Its walls were covered in vines. Not natural ones, but spectral projections, forever winding in a loop. At the center of the floor sat a rusted summoning circle. No beast appeared. No sound echoed. Only silence. But Kael felt it. This was once a place of devotion. A summoner who had called a garden-bound beast. Not for battle. For peace. The second chamber was colder. Empty pedestals lined the walls, each marked with a single glowing rune. Kael walked past them slowly. As he reached the fourth pedestal, his realm mark pulsed. The wolf stirred, then stilled. Kael placed a hand on the stone, and for a moment he saw something. A child. Alone. Summoning not out of confidence, but fear. A realm born from a need to not be left behind. Kael lowered his hand and whispered, "You weren't." He walked deeper. The chambers grew more elaborate. Some held echoes of battle, cracked floors, lingering heat, the shape of beasts long dissolved into memory. Others held only stillness, but not emptiness. Kael could feel them, like dreams that hadn't been finished, or promises whisper across time. Eventually, the corridor narrowed into a low archway carved with mirrored glyphs. The echo inside Kael pulsed, not in warning, in recognition. He stepped through. The room beyond was round, quiet, lit by nothing but a circle of dust floating mid-air, like powdered light held in suspension. Kael stepped to the center. The moment he did, the light shifted, and the room began to remember. Not violently, softly. A shimmer formed around him, transparent outlines of a realm that had once been vast. Sky like parchment, mountains shaped from calligraphy ink, and in the air, a quiet melody, not sung, but remembered. Kael stood still. The echo pulsed. This was the first. Kael's breath caught. The first what? The shimmer pulsed again, and the room whispered. The first realm opened not for power, but for prayer. He looked around slowly. There was no beast here, only a lingering presence. Not divine, not monstrous, just intentional. A space that once held stories, now holding quiet. Kael dropped to one knee and bowed his head. "I won't take anything," he said. "I just wanted to see." The realm shimmer faded. The dust settled, and the vault breathed once more. Kael rose and walked back the way he came. Not faster, not lighter, just quieter, like he had borrowed a truth and promised not to keep it. That night, back in his own realm, Kael stood near the echo's growing space. The other summons gathered around him, silent. He whispered, "There are cities beneath our cities, and stories beneath our summons. The echo pulsed once. Then again. Soft. Even. Present. And Kael understood. Some realms don't vanish. They become echoes so others can walk through them. And listen. It began as a rumor. Not shouted. Not whispered. Just spoken. Softly between classes. Passed hand to hand like folded paper in a quiet hallway. Did you see it too? It wasn't mine. But it looked at me like it knew my name. At first, Kael didn't listen. Until Mira found him one morning in the outer courtyard, her eyes sharper than usual. It came into my realm, she said. Kael turned toward her, setting his tea aside. A summon. She shook her head. A presence. It didn't speak. It didn't act. It just stood beside the cliffs and looked west. And when I called it, she paused. Kael finished the sentence for her. It left. Mira nodded. Later that day, Kael visited the Academy's realm attunement chamber, the place where summoners monitored the health and balance of their summon zones. Normally, the room was calm, filled with glowing orbs representing contracted beasts in rest. But today, one of the instructors stood by the edge, frowning at the console. He noticed Kael and waved him over. You've seen your realm lately? Yes, Kael said. What? The man tapped the orb. For a moment, Kael saw it. A shape, not part of his contracts, standing quietly near the echo's ridge. A beast of soft gray and shifting form, its outline blurred at the edges, as if it were made of thought more than flesh. Kael stared at it, then blinked, and it was gone. Inside the realm, the summons were quiet. The red dragon stirred but remained curled. The wolf paced once, then returned to rest. The falcon perched above, wings closed. Only the echo pulsed more deeply than usual. Kael walked through the realm, hands in his pockets, eyes scanning the far ridges. He felt no alarm, but he felt watched, not in fear, in recognition, as if someone were checking if he was still here. It happened again that night. While he was asleep, Kael's dream shifted, not randomly, but deliberately. He stood in a clearing of white trees. Wind brushed the leaves above, though he heard no sound. And from the far end of the grove, the beast appeared, not approaching, just being. Its form was simple, long limbs, tall ears, slender shoulders. No eyes, but it watched him, and when he stepped forward, it didn't move. Instead, a voice, soft, distant, rose from the air like mist curling off warm stone. You still here? Kael stopped. Who are you? He asked. The wind shifted. No answer. Only a second message. You carry the path. The forgotten thread. But threads do not end. They bloom. Kael woke in silence. The message echoed inside him, and when he looked toward the realm tether glowing faintly by his bedside, he saw petals. Small, white shapes drifting gently inside the fourth zone. Not flowers. Memories. Blooming. The following day, students across Zephyr began sharing stories more freely. A beast that arrived without being summoned. It never attacked. Never helped. It simply stood in a quiet part of their realm, looking outward, as if seeing something no one else did. Some feared it. Some welcomed it. But all of them remembered what it left behind. A single thought, clear as a whisper. You are still here. Kael met with Raylon Fern that evening, sharing what little he knew. Raylon didn't look surprised. I saw it once, he said. Years ago. Long before I was ready to understand it. And it didn't stay. Kael tilted his head. Did it speak? Raylon smiled faintly. No, but it stood at the center of my realm and faced me. And when I asked what it was, he paused. It bowed. Later, Kael sat on the rooftop garden, alone again. The sky above was clear. Soft wind carried the scent of memory root flowers blooming too early. Inside his realm, the creature stood once more, near the echo, facing away, unmoving. Kael walked to it, quietly, and spoke. I don't need to bind you, he said. I don't even need to name you. He stood beside it. I just want to know what you see. The creature didn't move, didn't reply, but Kael understood. It didn't come to be understood. It came to remind others they weren't forgotten. The next day, the creature vanished from every realm. No trace, no lingering glow, just silence, and one new flower blooming in Kael's fourth zone. He knelt beside it and didn't pick it, just listened to the wind moving through the realm. The summons came without noise. No formal courier, no seal, just a folded note, tucked into Kael's satchel while he trained quietly near the frost ridge in his realm. He didn't find it until later. When he unwrapped it, the parchment held a single sentence. The council would like to see what you've become. No time, no location, just knowing. Kael folded the note in silence. Inside his realm, the echo pulsed once, then again, soft, steady, as if it, too, had been waiting. He arrived at the council chamber just before dusk. This time, no guard stood at the gate. No instructors escorted him. No summons stirred. He walked alone, and he was expected. The chamber wasn't cold. It never had been. People just assumed it was. Kael stepped onto the center platform as the golden light from the high skylight turned the floor to glassy amber. 3 council members sat before him, as they had in the past. Same robes, same silence, but the tone was different. They weren't waiting to measure him now. They were waiting to hear him. Kael of Falomist, the woman in blue, said, "You've walked a path most would not choose." Kael said nothing. You did not grow more powerful. You did not rise through combat. You refused guild sponsorship. You refused mentorship. Still, he waited. The man with the scroll spoke next. And yet, here you stand, with 3 divine summons under contract, with a 4th thread in your realm that does not obey the council's classification system. Finally, the enforcer spoke. Her voice was steady, almost quiet. You have broken no law, and yet, you've created something new. Kael raised his eyes. Not created, he said softly. Remember. The silence in the chamber grew deeper. Not heavy, just present. Kael stepped forward. I haven't tried to rewrite the summoner system, he said. I've just listened to what came before it, to what was buried beneath it, to the summons who didn't want to be used, who wanted to be known. The air pulsed faintly. The echo stirred in his realm, not speaking, just watching with him. Kael continued. I don't want to change the world. He let the next words fall like leaves. I want to keep it from forgetting itself. The man with the scroll nodded once. The woman in blue leaned back in her chair, hands folded in thought. Only the enforcer held Kael's eyes a moment longer. Then she said, "Then we will remember you." And with those words, something shifted in the chamber. Not an announcement, not a declaration, just a quiet recognition. Kael of Falomist. Status, summoner. Realm designation, evolving. Council watch status. Active observation, no restraint. When Kael left the chamber, the sky above Zephyra had turned soft lavender. He didn't smile, didn't celebrate. He just stood at the edge of the upper steps and breathed. In, out, then walked down the long path toward the outer wall gardens, where the first summon he ever called had flickered into life so long ago. The place where everything had started. And quietly, without warning, Mira was there, waiting. She didn't ask. He didn't explain. They sat on a low stone bench beside the old wind tree, petals drifting in the air. You didn't lose anything, she said. No, Kael replied. But I didn't win either. Mira glanced sideways. You weren't supposed to. Kael looked up at the sky. I think the echo was. Later, in the realm, Kael stood at the edge of the 4th zone. The wolf sat beside him. The falcon circled low. The red dragon lay coiled, eyes half-lidded. And in the center of the echo's space, a small tree had grown. Its roots were shallow, its branches thin, but its leaves glowed faintly with memory light. And at its base, a mark began to form. Not a glyph, not a crest, just a name, spoken not aloud, but through presence. The listener's thread. Kael bowed his head and let the tree grow. The tree grew without asking, without sun, without soil, only memory. Kael sat beneath it again the next morning. The realm was quiet, as always, but not still. The wolf lay nearby, resting but alert. The falcon perched on a high shard of crystal, one eye half closed, the other watching Kael. And the red dragon breathed slow, curled like a flame that had learned how to sleep. In the center of them all, the listener's thread shimmered like glass touched by breath. Faint, alive, changing. Kael didn't speak to it. He just watched. A breeze moved through the realm. Not from weather, not from magic, just a soft shift, like something ancient stirring to remember its shape. The tree's leaves rustled once, then again. Each time, a single word flickered behind Kael's eyes. Call it, but not in the usual way. Not a summoner's call, not a command. This was something else. Kael closed his eyes and let the air settle. His heartbeat slowed. The echo stirred. He didn't ask it for power, didn't summon light or flame or form. He just listened. And in the silence, the tree responded. One leaf fell. It didn't drift. It landed. Flat. Soft. Certain. When Kael picked it up, the memory light shimmered across his fingers. Not warm. Not cold. Just true. A voice formed, not with sound, but in feeling. Familiar. Forgotten. Like a lullaby once sung in a language no longer spoken. I was not made to obey. I was not made to protect. I was not made to fight. I was made to remember. Kael opened his eyes. The wolf sat up. The falcon spread its wings. The dragon raised its head. And the echo watched him. Kael stood. He looked at the leaf in his hand, then at the mark at the tree's base. It had changed. Still no glyph. Still no crest. But now, a word had settled there. Faint. Gentle. Whole. Salira. The listener had a name. Kael didn't speak it aloud. Names like that weren't meant for calling. Only for holding. For carrying. He stepped back, the leaf still in his palm. It didn't fade. Didn't vanish. It just stayed. Because some memories want to be kept. That evening, Mira returned. No words. Just her presence, brushing past the outer veil of his realm. She didn't ask permission. Didn't need to. The realm knew her. Kael was still near the tree when she found him. She didn't sit this time. Just stood, arms folded lightly. Eyes on the branches. The memory light reflected in her gaze. You named it, she asked after a while. Kael shook his head. It named itself. Mira tilted her head. Do the other summons know? They felt it. He looked toward where the wolf now sat silently, tail curled around its paws. The echo knew first. Mira stepped closer. She traced a finger near the trunk of the tree, not touching, just hovering. The leaves above stirred again. You're doing something the council can't measure, she said softly. Kael nodded. They'll try. Mira smiled, a tired, knowing kind of smile. Let them. For a long time, they stood there. No more questions. No conclusions. Just a tree. Just a realm. Just two people listening. Later, after Mira had gone, Kael returned to the edge of the realm, where the veil ran thin, where stars bled in. He stood beneath them, the leaf still in his palm. And in the sky, something shimmered. A faint arc. A path not yet walked. A thread connecting the listener to something farther. Older. Waiting. The echo stirred again. Not urgently. Not loudly. Just present. There are others like her. Kael looked up, toward the shimmer beyond the veil, and said, almost without realizing, then I'll find them. And behind him, the tree of memory light rustled once more. As if answering. As if remembering, too. There was a place in the realm Kael hadn't entered since the early days. The low stratum. Beneath the surface crystal. Beneath even the first summoning field. It was where unstable threads collected. Where echoes warped. Where creatures born from fractured intent clawed their way into form. Not quite alive, not quite gone. He didn't come here for glory. Not for loot. Not even for training. Not really. He came because the tree had whispered. One leaf had fallen again. And this time, it didn't shimmer. It burned. Softly. Blue-white flame. Contained memory. Waiting to be tested. Kael stood at the threshold now. The veil into the low stratum pulsed once. There will be no balance here, the echo said. Only hunger. Only wait. Kael nodded. I know. He stepped through. The ground here was rougher. Like memory torn and stitched back wrong. Each step echoed twice. Once in sound. Once in intent. The first wave came without warning. Dozens. Maybe more. Shapes not fully formed. Claws made of shadow steel. Eyes blank with residual memory. Hollowlings. Born from forgotten contracts. Lost summonings that never completed. Kael didn't move right away. He watched. The wolf growled low. The falcon circled once and vanished into the dark above. The red dragon exhaled a thin thread of ember light. Then, Kael lifted the burning leaf. He didn't call Salira. He let her step forward. From the center of the realm, beneath the memory tree, the roots pulsed. A faint bell tone echoed through the low stratum. Then she appeared, not walking, not flying, just present, like she had always been there, and Kael had only now remembered to look. Salira took a shape unlike the others. No claws, no fangs. She moved like water, like light folded into silk. Her form shimmered, half humanoid, half memory light. hair like wind-drawn ink, eyes full of silence. And when the Hollowlings lunged, she raised her hand. Not to strike, to listen. They hesitated. Just for a second. Just long enough. The wolf moved. Precise. Deadly. One step, one throat gone. The falcon dove, its wings cutting through the air like edgelight. Two more fell. The dragon roared low, a contained flame rolling from its throat, turning the center of the horde into melting shadows. Kael remained still, watching, feeling, learning. His pulse matched the rhythm of the realm. And then, he joined it. With his right hand, he shaped a thread. It didn't glow like normal summon contracts. It shimmered, flickered, like memory, trying to form something new. He wove it between the summons. Not a leash, not control, a bridge, and they felt it. The wolf turned with more precision. The falcon's arcs grew tighter. The dragon moved with less waste. Every attack a measured breath. And Salira, she whispered. Each whisper pulled part of the Hollowlings apart. Not physically, but structurally, as if she were removing their false names, their borrowed shapes. Kael stepped forward, slowly. His steps traced the edge of her aura, and something shifted, not in the monsters. In him, realm synchronization, 12%, 24%. Thread control, advanced pattern recognition unlocked. New skill, echo resonance, allows summoner to stabilize and adapt summon behavior mid-combat based on inner state. He felt it, not as power, but clarity. The low stratum fought back. More Hollowlings poured in, dozens more, but Kael no longer hesitated. He extended his palm, breathed in, and the realm responded. Not just the summons, the ground, the light, the air. We don't overpower the world, Kael said quietly. We listen to it until it answers. He focused on Salira. No command, just connection. She moved like ink unfolding, touched the nearest wave of monsters with both hands, and they unraveled, peacefully, like threads coming home. Kael didn't celebrate, didn't cheer. He just watched the Hollowlings fade, and in their place, flickers of pure thread hung in the air. Unbound, free. He reached out, touched one, thread acquired, forgotten pact, tier unknown. Caution, thread does not match current summoning taxonomy. Categorization pending. He smiled, just a little, then whispered, guess we'll have to make a new category. Hours later, back at the tree, Kael sat alone, Salira beside him, the wolf dozing, the dragon sleeping deeply, the falcon already gone again, always the first to leave. The leaf in Kael's palm had stopped burning. Now it simply glowed. Soft, steady, a part of him now. Not power, not progress. Presence. Level up. Summoner rank CB. Realm designation. Stabilizing. Echo sync. Summon profile updated. Salira. Listener class. Myth tier. Non-aggressive interface. Kael exhaled. Not in relief. In rhythm. Because now, the real training could begin. There was something strange in the realm that morning. Not a threat. Not a presence. An absence. The memory tree stood as always. Salira sat beneath it, eyes closed, breathing in rhythm with the root light. But above, the sky was wrong. Kael stared at it for a long time. No clouds, no stars, no light, just a dim, quiet space. Like someone had erased part of the world, but left the edges intact. It's not void, he whispered. It's silence. Salira opened her eyes. There's a call buried in it, she said. A thread that was never finished. Kael didn't answer, but he felt it too, a tension behind the silence, like a note held too long. Echo alert. Realm alignment distortion, source, external, origin unknown. Passive skill triggered. Listener's thread, proximity awareness. An ancient summon is attempting to reconnect. Classification, pre-guild / forgotten tier. The echo shimmered into view beside him. This time, it didn't hover behind. It stood beside Kael, like an equal. Do you want to follow it? Kael didn't hesitate. Yes. They didn't move through space. They moved through intent. The realm bent quietly, unfolding into long corridors of stone and mist. Ancient paths. No light guided them. Only presence. Kael walked without question, because this was not a place to be understood. It was a place to be heard. At the end of the corridor, a doorway waited. Old, cracked, covered in names that had been scratched out. Only one word remained. Not etched. Embedded. Varen. Kael spoke it aloud. Not as a summoning. Not as a ritual. Just as a listener. The door opened. Inside, the world was vast. Not a chamber. A field. Flat, silver grass. Endless wind. And in the center, a broken sigil ring, wide enough to summon a god. Kael stepped into the grass. It didn't bend. Didn't rustle. It simply acknowledged him. Salira walked beside him, now silent. And, at the center of the ring, a figure waited. Not alive. Not gone. Just held. Massive. Winged. Eyes closed. Limbs folded. Like a creature caught in stillness between centuries. Kael could feel it. Not power. History. This is not a summon, Salira said. It is a memory too large for the world to carry. So, it sleeps. Kael walked closer. His heartbeat slowed again. His threads adjusted. Not to call, but to listen. Then the creature opened one eye. Just one. And the entire field breathed. The sigil flared once. Bright. Unstable. Warning. Thread stability breached. Varen tier. Entity contacted. Caution. Mental fortitude test. Summoner core must sustain self-awareness or risk integration. Kael staggered. The air pressed inward. Not crushing. Overwhelming. Like standing inside a story too big to be told. He dropped to one knee. Clenched his hands into the grass. Felt it resist. Salira's voice came. Low and steady. Hold your name. Kael closed his eyes. Breathed. Kael of Phallomist. The pressure slowed. Then stopped. The entity, still nameless, still asleep, blinked again. And whispered. Not in words. In feeling. Remember me. Kael opened his eyes. He was back in the realm. Beside the memory tree. Salira was there. So was the echo. No time had passed. No marks were left. But the leaves of the tree were trembling. One had turned silver. Kael reached for it. New thread acquired. Varen's echo, dormant. This thread cannot be summoned. It must be reawakened. Quest initiated. Threads of the Forgotten Age, Part 1. Search for remnants of the ancient summons hidden across the blue planet. Uncover the full name of the sleeping summon. Reconstruct the lost sigil required to stabilize Varen's essence. Kael stood slowly. His hands trembled, but his eyes were steady. Not all power comes from calling, he said softly. Some comes from carrying. The wind moved through the realm. A little colder now. A little older. Salira stepped beside him. We'll need to find the pieces, she said. Others will come looking too. Kael nodded. Then looked toward the far horizon of the realm, where sky touched nothing, and whispered back, let them. Kael stood at the edge of the realm. Past the tree. Past the stone fields. Past even the quiet veil of sky. He had never crossed this boundary before. Not physically. Not like this. Are you sure? Salira asked softly. Kael nodded. The first sigil piece lies where names were burned, he said. That ruin still echoes. And then, with no flare of power, no portal or circle, he stepped out. The world beyond the veil was quiet. Too quiet. Not peaceful. Suppressed. Kael found himself in a valley choked with ashru trees. Their branches sagged with age, bark cracked open by residual summon pressure. At the center of it all stood the ruin. A collapsed tower of smooth stone and rusted sigil rings. Symbols along the walls had been scratched out with purpose. Not time. Intent. Location discovered. The ruin of Hold Thread Keep. Sigil fragment detected. Proximity 40 m beneath lower vault. Kael stepped forward, and the ground trembled. First once. Then again. Then a crack. Shadows burst from the trees. Misshapen summon remnants, still bound by long-dead contracts. No names. No cores. Only instinct. Clawed things with broken limbs. Winged things with shatter patterns. Some still bore fragments of old summoner crests burned into their skin. Over 30. Maybe 40. Kael didn't flinch. The echo shimmered beside him, then faded into his core. Echo resonance. Engaged. Tactical layers sync. Active. He raised his palm. No words. Just breath. The wolf came first. Clean. Sharp. Ready. It didn't growl. It moved. Then the falcon. A blur of light and air. Its cry split the ash mist like a knife. Then, a low hum. A pulse of heat. The red dragon stepped forward. Slow, coiled, controlled. Its flame flickered between its teeth like held judgment. And behind them, Salira. She didn't glow. She listened. And the ruin listened back. The monsters rushed. Kael didn't retreat. He stepped into the resonance. Adaptive threading, shift pattern, support node priority. Falcon priority elevated, target diversion, active. The falcon dove. Went down in the first pass. Not slain. Disoriented. Broken in rhythm. Kael shifted his stance. Wolf, circle sweep. The wolf blurred. Its path cut wide arcs, isolating the fastest threats. Its movement wasn't random. It was patterned, mirroring the shape of the broken sigil above. The dragon roared, but not for destruction. Kael synced to its breath timing. Waited, then whispered. Now. A single stream of flame swept the narrow path between stone columns. 5, 6, 7 forms turned to ash. Not burned. Released. Echo sync progress. 38%. Mental load. Stable. Then came the backline. The real swarm. Flying shades. Mouth stitched shut. Eyes drawn open in permanent awareness. They didn't attack. They screamed. Kael flinched. A raw wave of distorted names filled the air. Salira moved. One step forward. A single hand raised. She whispered, and the scream stopped, like a record snapping in half. The shades collapsed midair. Kael breathed out, his pulse steady, but the ruin still wasn't done. The earth cracked. The vault door beneath the tower split, and from the black came a creature Kael couldn't immediately classify. Twice his size, shaped like a lion, but layered with shattered contracts. Fractured circles of failed summoning attempts embedded in its fur. Eyes stitched with red thread. And worst of all, a name pulsing in its chest. A stolen one. Entity detected. Contract leech, rank, unstable S-class. Estimated output. Exceeds summoner core tolerance for rank B. Warning. Do not allow core link absorption. Kael narrowed his stance. Then, he stepped forward. He didn't summon anyone this time. He let the summons watch, and he raised a single, unstable thread. The fragment he had gained from Varen. Let's try something new, he whispered. Salira, echo me. And she did. Their threads folded together, not to create a summon, but to disrupt one. The leech lunged, claws dragging across ground and spirit alike. Kael didn't block, didn't dodge. He listened, and just before impact, he spoke. That name isn't yours. The thread flashed. Varen's energy pulsed like a quiet chime. Salira mirrored it, and the leech halted, just for a moment. A heartbeat. Enough. The wolf struck from the left, falcon from above, dragon from behind, and Salira simply touched its chest. The stolen name flickered once, and unraveled. The leech collapsed, silent. Later, in the vault below the ruin, Kael found it. A single sigil fragment, etched into obsidian. Still warm, still waiting. He held it gently. Sigil fragment. Varen, crest of direction acquired, 1/7. Kael stood slowly. He didn't smile, didn't celebrate. He just whispered to the shadows. One step closer, and outside, the ashroot trees rustled again. Not with wind, but with memory. There was no map to follow, only pull. Kael walked across a shallow plain where grass had turned silver. Not from frost, from threadbleed, a sickness of the land, where old summoner wars had frayed the weave of the world. They called this place the Thirsting Expanse. Once it had been farmland. Now, it was a graveyard for failed realms. Places where too many summons had been forced into service and left to decay. Location entered. The Thirsting Expanse. Summoner core drain active. Warning. Passive thread degradation increasing per hour. Salira walked beside him, unfazed, still, silent, listening. The echo flickered near Kael's shoulder. It didn't speak. It simply pulsed in time with the land. This place doesn't want answers, Salira whispered. It wants silence. Kael nodded, then stepped forward anyway. Within the expanse, sound moved strangely. Cracks in the sky showed things they shouldn't. Animals twisted by broken packs roamed freely. Kael moved carefully. His summons didn't walk at his side now. They circled. They watched. Even the red dragon did not breathe flame. It held it in, tightly. Core output adjusted. Minimal disruption protocol engaged. Echo resonance adapted. Environmental sync mode. Kael tapped into the rhythm. Each step mirrored a thread beat. His breath flowed with the pulse of fractured memory around him. He didn't fight the expanse. He became part of it. That was the only way through. Midway through the valley, the sky shifted. Not by storm, by presence. Kael looked up and saw a shape. Not a creature. A form. Too big. Too far. Too old. It did not descend. Did not move. It just watched. Observation detected. Signature unknown. Classification: ancient summon or spectator class entity. Non-hostile for now. Kael lowered his head. Did not challenge. Did not bow. He simply walked. The second sigil fragment pulsed quietly ahead. Beneath a ruin swallowed by vines of thread-corrupted growth. The trees were wrong. Their roots moved. Kael stood at the edge of the overgrowth and exhaled. Dragon, keep watch. Falcon, give me height. Wolf, cut nothing. Just move. Then he turned to Salira. If I lose form, pull me out. She nodded. Kael stepped into the overgrowth. It attacked immediately. Not with claws. With remembrance. He felt every failed summoner who had tried this path. Their desperation. Their ambition. Their loss. It washed over him. Mental load spiking. Echo interference present. Listeners thread attempting stabilization. Success. Salira's voice came through the distortion. Not sharp. Not loud. Just clear. You're not them. Kael gritted his teeth. Pushed forward. Each step cost him. His threads tangled, twisted, but held. And finally, there it was. The second sigil fragment. Lodged in the center of a massive, hollowed tree. A stone of blue glass memory, marked with a spiral. Kael reached for it, and the tree screamed. Roots lashed out. A dozen tendrils of corrupted contracts surged to bind him. Emergency echo sync. Enabled. Unleashing controlled summon break. Red dragon tier release. Suppressed. The red dragon surged through the veil. Flame licked across the roots. Not burning. Cleansing. Kael grabbed the fragment and fell backward into the firelight. Not harmed. Protected. The tree wailed once more. Then fell silent. Hours later, Kael stood just outside the expanse. Breath heavy. Hand shaking. The dragon lay curled nearby. Spent but not wounded. Salira knelt beside him. Her hand hovered above his chest. Feeling, not fixing. Sigil fragment. Varen, crest of flow acquired. 2/7. Mental load, stabilizing. Core integration holding. Kael stared up at the stars. The shape in the sky had vanished. But he could still feel it. Something old. Something that watched. I don't think it's guarding the sigils, he whispered. I think it's waiting for them. Salira looked toward the horizon. Then back at Kael. Then we shouldn't be late. Zephyr hadn't changed. But Kael had. The stone roads still hummed with threadlight. The guild halls still towered like blades. The sky still turned to molten gold at dusk. But now, as Kael passed through the outer gates, he noticed it. The silence between footsteps. The pause in conversation when his shadow crossed a wall. The wait behind every glance. Not hostility, just observation. They see the fragments, Salira said softly beside him. Even when you keep them hidden. Kael nodded. He didn't ask how. She always knew these things. He walked through the inner ring of the city without announcement. No guard stopped him. No scribes took his name. But the doors opened when he reached them. As if they knew. The council didn't summon him this time. There was no parchment in his satchel. No voice in the wind. But still he returned. The chamber welcomed him the same way it had weeks ago. No sound. No greeting. Only presence. 3 council members. Same robes. Same seats. But this time, only one spoke. The woman in blue. You've left the realm. Kael didn't respond. He didn't need to. And you've returned with pieces that no longer belong to the system. Still, he said nothing. The man with the scroll shifted. Wrote something Kael couldn't see. The enforcer just watched. Expression unreadable. Then the woman continued. We will not stop you. But we will not protect you. Kael finally spoke. I never asked for protection. The silence deepened. But it didn't close. Instead, the woman leaned forward slightly. There are others seeking the same fragments. Some not as careful as you. Kael tilted his head. And will the council stop them? The enforcer answered. Quiet. Firm. We will watch. That was all. No warning. No permission. Just awareness. Kael left the chamber without looking back. Salira waited for him in the garden beside the old wind tree. Same bench. Same petals in the air. He sat beside her. No words. Just breath. Then, a soft presence approached. Not heavy. Not loud. But deliberate. Kael turned. A girl. Maybe 15. White cloak. Eyes like starlight dulled by fog. She stopped 5 paces away. You found 2, she said quietly. That makes you the front runner. Kael blinked once. Didn't speak. She smiled. Not cruel. Not kind. Just curious. There are 5 of us searching, she added. Well, 6, now that you're officially playing. Kael looked at her carefully. You're a summoner? She laughed once. Bright. Short. No. I'm something adjacent. Then she turned. Started to walk away. Careful, listener, she called over her shoulder. Not all fragments want to be found. Some want to be freed. And then, she was gone. No flash. No summon gate. Just gone. That night, Kael stood in the upper tower of an inn near the outer wall. The 2 fragments sat before him. One blue, one black, both humming with memory, both incomplete. Salira watched them silently. The echo pulsed once in Kael's chest. Tracking thread detected, interference mild. Surveillance pattern matches. Independent Summoner Guild, Obsidian Tier. Kael sighed. They're coming. Salira nodded. Let them. Kael reached into his satchel. Removed the old, burned summoning scroll he had never used. The one he'd kept since the beginning. He dipped his finger into the ink of the realm, and slowly began to rewrite its lines. Not to summon, to record. Because if he was going to walk this path, he would not do it quietly. He would remember everything. The wind in the north didn't bite. It pressed. Quiet. Steady. Like a hand that never stopped testing your resolve. Kael pulled his cloak tighter. The ice beneath his boots cracked with every step. Not because it was weak, but because it remembered every footfall before his. Location entered. Glacier Hollow. Divine Pact Ruins. Tier sealed. Temperature regulation active. Summoner core strain level. Low moderate. Salira walked ahead of him now. Barefoot as always. The frost didn't touch her. The echo remained quiet in his chest, pulsing slow. Listening. And the other summons. They stayed within. Not because the place was hostile. Because it was sacred. The entrance was not a door. Not a gate. Just a crack in the wall of an old glacier. Breathing mist into the sky like memory exhaled. Kael stepped through. Inside. Silence. Not absence. Deliberate. The walls were smooth crystal, but not polished. They bore grooves. Shallow trails left by hands dragging glyphs into their surface. This place wasn't built to keep things in. It was built to hold them still. And deep beneath, the fragment pulsed. Sigil fragment detected. Crest of reflection. 3/7. Alert. Sentient seal active. Engagement required. Kael slowed. Salira looked over her shoulder. This one won't ask you to fight. Kael raised an eyebrow. Then what? She turned away again, her voice almost lost in the cold. It will ask if you've changed. At the center of the glacier vault, a mirror stood. Not made of glass, but of woven thread light, frozen into form. Kael stepped before it. His reflection didn't move. Didn't copy. It simply waited. Then, the surface rippled, and Kael saw himself. But not now. Younger. Weaker. Before the realm. Before Mira. Before the echo had stirred. That Kael stepped forward from the mirror. Not a vision. A guardian. Made of memory. The duel began without signal. Kael didn't summon. Neither did the reflection. Instead, they moved. Each motion matched. Each step predicted. Each strike countered. Because the enemy knew him. Was him. His weaknesses. His patterns. His fears. The reflection spoke with Kael's own voice. You are not strong enough to carry a myth. You're only strong enough to survive. Kael's breath grew short. His limbs ached. The realm inside him wavered. But he didn't fall back. He whispered instead, I'm not here to carry a myth. I'm here to remember why it was forgotten. Salira's voice echoed behind him. Then prove that memory belongs to you. Kael closed his eyes. Stepped forward. Into the reflection. Not to destroy it. To accept it. The impact should have knocked him back. But it didn't. The reflection flickered. Then merged. A pulse of light erupted from the mirror. Not harsh. Not blinding. Just full. Trial passed. Reflection aligned. Sigil fragment acquired. Crest of reflection. 3/7. Core expansion unlocked. Dual state summon threading. allows Kael to manifest both support and combat resonance states simultaneously at reduced cost. Kael staggered slightly. Breathed in. Out. Salira caught him gently. That part of you still feared being ordinary. Kael nodded. I still do. But I'm not here to be remembered as powerful. I just want to remember right. Later, outside the glacier, the wind returned. Colder now. Sharper. Kael stared out across the frostlands. The third fragment pulsed quietly at his side. 3 down. 4 to go. But something in the air had shifted. A presence. Not watching. Hunting. The echo shimmered with warning. Alert. Incoming signature detected. Unknown summoner class. Distorted pattern. Suggested action. Evade or engage. No passive option available. Salira's gaze narrowed. One of the others? Kael's fingers brushed the sigil satchel. He turned south. Let's find out. The first sign wasn't a sound. It was the way the frost retreated. As Kael and Salira descended the glacier's southern pass, the snow beneath their feet began to melt. Not from heat, but from disorder. The thread lines of the land unraveled. Magic systems fractured under unseen pressure. Summon energy pulled the wrong way, like wind blowing against itself. Kael stopped walking. It's not natural, he murmured. The world doesn't bend like this without intent. Salira said nothing, but her eyes, always calm, narrowed. Then the echo pulsed. Once. Then again. Signature acquired, class. Unknown summoner, reverse-threaded. Warning. Summon philosophy conflict detected. Kael looked up. A figure stood ahead. Alone. Wrapped in black layered robes. Sleeves tattered like parchment scorched by time. A mask covered the face. Not ornate. Just plain. Almost indifferent. The figure didn't move. Didn't summon. Just stood. Waiting. Kael stepped forward once. Are you one of the seekers? The masked one tilted their head. Voice soft. Unhurried. No. I am the correction. Kael's brow furrowed. Salira stepped beside him, quiet as breath. The figure raised a single hand. The myths were flawed. The fragments should not be found. I will not stop you. I will simply undo what you've remembered. Then, a circle appeared, but not on the ground. In the air. Inverted. Layered. Unstable. It pulsed once, and a creature emerged. Not summoned. Not shaped. Collapsed. It looked like a lion. Moved like a shadow. But its body wasn't whole. Its limbs twisted mid-motion. Its form constantly rewriting itself. Enemy summon detected. Reverse beast class. Contract looping. Status. Temporally unstable / highly aggressive / disruption-oriented. Kael didn't flinch. He breathed in. And for the first time, he split his threads. Dual state threading. Activated. Combat node. Red dragon. Flame suppression mode. Support node. Salira. Echo sync enhanced. The red dragon roared to life at Kael's right. Not loud. Just certain. Salira stepped to his left. Her aura glowed faintly. A soft spiral that folded sound into stillness. The reverse beast struck. It didn't charge. It blinked. One moment it stood. The next, it was already mid-strike. Claws aimed for Kael's core. Salira moved first. A single step. The beast staggered. Not from impact. From misalignment. Her presence disrupted its rhythm. Forced it to choose a form. The red dragon struck next. A burst of compressed fire carved a path through the snow. Not to burn. To stabilize. Kael closed his eyes. Breathed in. Spoke one word. Echo. And the realm pulsed. Not fully summoned. Just a thread stretched outward. Like breath passed between thoughts. The reverse beast hesitated again. Kael stepped forward. Through the chaos. Each motion tuned to the unstable pattern. He didn't fight it. He matched it. Held the mirror up. Let the summons see itself. It flinched. Cracked. And unraveled. Not destroyed. Just silenced. The masked figure didn't speak. They simply lowered their hand. You're too early. Kael stared at them, his voice calm. And you're too late. The figure turned, robe twisting like oil and water. Before they vanished into the cold, they said one last thing. You won't like what the last fragment wants from you. Then they were gone. No gate. No thread collapse. Just gone. Later, by a fire Kael kindled from realm light, he sat with Salira in silence. Battle summary. Conflict avoided. Memory stable combat achieved. New trait unlocked. Reverse resistance. partial immunity to summon collapse patterns. Salira finally broke the stillness. They weren't trying to win. Kael nodded. Just trying to fracture something. She tilted her head. Not you. Kael looked up. The myth. The third sigil fragment pulsed faintly beside him. 3 down. 4 to go. But now he knew. Not everyone wanted to remember Varen. Some wanted to rewrite him. And others wanted to erase him entirely. The trees knew his name. That was the first problem. Kael stepped into the forest near dusk. Not a sound stirred. Not wind. Not insects. Just stillness. It wasn't dead. It was waiting. Location entered. Liren wheeled. Designation. Dreambound zone. Warning. Active illusory field detected. Memory reversal probability. 72%. Fourth sigil fragment proximity. Moderate. Guardian status. Emotion bound. Salira walked beside him, quiet as breath. The leaves overhead shifted colors not with season, but with emotion. From green to pale silver, then blue. Sadness. Kael didn't speak. Didn't ask what the forest wanted. He already knew. Memory. It began when the path vanished. Not gradually. All at once. One blink. One step. And suddenly, he was back. 12 years old. A boy. Alone in a broken field. Ash in the air. Smoke on the wind. He remembered this. He just didn't know he had remembered it. You don't belong here, a voice said. He turned. It was his father. Not as he truly was. As Kael remembered him. Harsh. Unsmiling. Always looking through him. Never at him. Kael flinched. Only slightly. He knew it was illusion. But that didn't make it false. You should have stayed small, the illusion said. All this power, and you still don't know what you want to be. Kael closed his eyes. I don't want to be anything. I want to remember right. The field cracked. The image faltered, but didn't vanish. Instead, more memories came. The day he failed his first summoning trial. The moment he walked away from guild sponsorship. Myra's voice, softly, saying, you didn't lose anything. But here, in this forest, every memory came with doubt. What if you were wrong? What if this path leads nowhere? What if you were never chosen? Only left alone long enough to find something broken. Kael dropped to one knee. Salira placed her hand on his shoulder. This forest is not lying, she said quietly. But it's only telling half the story. Kael looked up. Around them, the illusions blurred, then froze. One remained. Mira. But not as she was now. As she had been when they first met. Sitting in the garden beside the old wind tree. This time, she looked at him. You're afraid the more you remember, the more you'll forget who you are. Kael stood. Slowly. Carefully. Maybe I will. But that's not a reason to stop listening. And with that, the forest bent. The trees shivered. The illusions cracked. The path returned. And at the center of the glade, a pool. Still. Glass-like. Floating above it. A fragment of silver gold thread. Glowing faintly. Humming with recognition. Sigil fragment acquired. Crest of memory. For sevenths. Trait unlocked. Illusion clarity. Enhanced resistance to emotional manipulation effects. Kael reached out, took it gently. The water beneath didn't ripple, only reflected. This time, when he looked down, he didn't see a child, didn't see a mistake. He saw himself, exactly as he was, exactly as he chose to be. Later, as they left the forest, Salira looked back. That place doesn't trap people. Kael glanced at her. No. She shook her head. It lets them trap themselves. Kael looked forward again. The sigil fragment glowed softly in his satchel. 4 down. 3 to go. But now, the pressure had changed. He no longer felt ahead. He felt watched. Balanced. As if the others were catching up. Or waiting for him to reach the next gate. The sky shouldn't hold stone. But it did. Massive slabs of marble and forgotten sigils hung like anchored clouds above the shard plains, drifting slowly in air too thin for birds. Kael stood at the edge of the last tether tower, wind whispering through the gaps in sigil rings. He climbed with care. Rope. Grit. No summons. Because the ascent was the test. Location entered. Ruins of Serethal. Designation. Floating temple / binding archive. Warning. Emotional integrity trial ahead. Falsehood resonance active. Sigil fragment. Detected. Crest of truth. 5/7. Salira arrived at his side without sound. She always did. This temple doesn't punish liars, she said softly. It punishes the uncertain. Kael gave a small nod. His breath fogged in the thin air. Then, without a word, he stepped onto the bridge of light. The interior of Serethal was hollow, vast. A central chamber open to the sky, ringed with broken judgment stones. At the far end, a dais, floating, and above it, the fifth sigil fragment, suspended, spinning slowly. But between Kael and the fragment, 7 steps, each step etched with a name. Each name his. Not literal, not exact, but names he'd once been called, or feared to be. Dropout, coward, dreamer, waste, drifter, mistake, nobody. Kael exhaled. They're not traps. Salira stood just behind the entry arch. They're weights, she said. You have to walk through them, but you can't deny them. Kael stepped onto the first stone. Dropout. His limbs felt heavier. His shoulders tensed. He remembered the instructors' faces. The forms he never submitted. The way the guild halls grew quiet when he passed. That one was true, he whispered. But it wasn't the end. The weight didn't vanish. But it settled. He moved forward. Coward. This one struck deeper. Images of moments where he could have fought, could have spoken, but chose silence instead. His hands trembled. Salira's voice came gently. You paused. That doesn't mean you ran. Kael exhaled, accepted it, and moved again. Each name was harder than the last. But not because they were false. Because each was partially true. Half-formed. Misunderstood. Misremembered. And the final stone. Nobody. Kael stood on it. Still. No weight pressed him this time. Instead, a hollow. A stillness so deep it echoed inside him. He saw himself. Alone. Before the realm. Before Mira. Before the summons. Just a boy with no purpose. No guidance. No voice to call his own. If I had never listened, he whispered, maybe that's all I would have been. The silence didn't answer. But it didn't crush him, either. Because he was still standing. The sigil fragment shimmered. Not with light. With clarity. Kael stepped onto the final platform. Reached forward. And the fragment drifted into his palm. Not glowing. Not pulsing. Just steady. Sigil fragment acquired. Crest of truth, 5/7. New trait unlocked. Inner alignment. Enables summoner to resist external classification pressure and counsel rank manipulation. Passive resonance gained. Emotional clarity field. Strengthens summon performance under high emotional tension. Kael didn't speak. Didn't smile. He turned. Walked back across the stones. Now silent. Now still. At the exit, Salira waited. Most try to prove they aren't those things, she said. You just proved you were, and kept going anyway. Kael looked at her. That's all I've ever done. As they descended from the sky temple, the wind shifted. Not cold. Not warning. Change. The echo pulsed twice. Observation confirmed. Second seeker detected. Intent. Unknown/proximity. Low/awareness. Passive for now. Kael didn't react. But he did tighten his grip on the satchel. 5 fragments. 2 to go. And the last ones would not test memory. They would test choice. They said no summoner should enter the spiral. Not because of danger, but because the storm listens. And it repeats what it hears. Wrong. Kael stood at the edge of the cliff. Below, a churning vortex of wind, light, and memory. No sky. No ground. Only the spiral. Location entered. Stormgrave Spiral. Class. Forbidden Summoner Zone. Caution. Thread instability detected. Summon fidelity reduced by 60%. Sigil fragment. Resonance active. Crest of anchor. 6/7. The air tugged at his cloak. Not hard. Just enough to suggest it could take him if he let go. Salira stood at his side. This place repeats, she said. Not truth. Not lies. Just echoes of power. Without understanding. Kael nodded. I don't need power right now. I need presence. Then, without ceremony, he stepped forward. And the spiral took him. Inside the storm, direction died. Up, down, left, breath, heartbeat. All untethered. Kael reached inward. Summoned the wolf. But what came was not right. A distorted version blinked into form. Same frame. Different eyes. Its growl fractured into 6 tones. Kael dismissed it. Too late. It attacked him. Salira's voice cut through the howling air. The spiral doesn't summon what you call. It summons what you mean. Kael gritted his teeth. Tried again. This time, the falcon. but the form broke mid-flight, shattered into flickers of light and wind. Summon fidelity failure, core feedback, moderate, emergency stabilization activated. Kael fell to one knee. The spiral pressed inward. He couldn't fight it. Not directly. He let go of the threads and reached for something deeper. Not command. Connection. He didn't call Salira. He just listened for her. She appeared, not as a figure, but as a pulse. A heartbeat against his own. Together, they moved, not against the spiral. With it, the fragment pulsed. Somewhere below, shifting, changing place every few seconds. Salira guided Kael through the storm paths, her hand brushing the torn edges of broken summon rings, twisted mid-activation. Each step required recalibration. Each breath required trust. Then, they saw it, a glowing anchor, suspended in the eye of the spiral, tethered to nothing, spinning slowly. The sixth sigil fragment, a black prism, glimmering with spiral light. Fragment located, crest of anchor, 6-7. No. Guard presence detected, summoner class construct. Unstable type. Something moved above them. A shape, not a creature. A construct. A failed summon, looped infinitely. Its body was threadwork and wind. Its limbs rewritten mid-motion. Kael knew the risk, but he also knew this was a test of anchor, of remaining Kael. When nothing else held, the construct struck. It didn't roar, didn't scream. It just moved, like a decision. Salira stepped between them, but Kael placed his hand on her arm. No, let me try. He reached for the fractured summon, not to destroy, to name. He extended his thread, didn't summon, didn't command. He whispered, "You were meant to be something else. You don't have to loop forever." And for a breath, the construct paused, just long enough. Salira moved like wind through silence, touched the anchor, and pulled the fragment free. The spiral shuddered, but didn't collapse. Sigil fragment acquired. Crest of anchor, 6/7. Trait gained. Thread stabilizer. Summons remain anchored in high disruption zones. Passive effect. Pulse link. Summons can now partially manifest in fragmented zones through resonance memory. Kael turned to the construct, still hovering, still trembling. He placed his hand gently on its thread line, then released it. It faded without a sound. Not defeated, just finished. Outside the spiral, on the ridge where they had first arrived. Kael sat with the fragment in his palm. Salira stood watch. The echo pulsed once, then flickered. Alert! One of the seekers was here earlier. Anchor fragment was left behind on purpose. Intent. Unknown. Possibility. Trap or test. Kael didn't react right away, but inside, he understood. They're not just chasing the myth anymore. They're shaping how I reach it. Salira's voice was quiet, shaping how it reaches you. One fragment remained. 7 names. 7 truths. 7 echoes. And Kael's own thread was nearly complete. The ocean did not roar. It held. Kael stood at the edge of the southern reef shelf, where the cliffs dropped into fathomless blue. Above him, sky. Below him, the weight of centuries. The 7th sigil fragment was here, but it could not be called. Only approached. Slowly. Location entered. The quiet deep. Sight. Varen's first manifestation. Environmental note. Sound suppression active. All thread communication reduced. Sigil fragment proximity. Low, seal below temple of the first listening. Salira stood beside him. The breeze stirred her hair gently. "We'll be slower here," she said. "Your threads won't move the same." Kael nodded. Unclasped the light-bound talisman Mira had once given him. Let rest in his palm. "That's fine," he murmured. Some answers should come slow. Then, together, they stepped off the edge and descended into silence. The pressure deepened with each stroke downward. Not just physical. Memory pressed inward. Light narrowed to silver threads. Salira shimmered ahead, her form shifting gently in the water like moonlight tied to breath. Below, a structure took shape. Massive. Simple. Cracked open down the middle. The temple of the first listening. Its entrance bore no words. No glyphs. Only an arch, carved with hundreds of faint lines. Each line, a name once whispered, now forgotten. Inside the temple, no summons could speak. The threads lay flat, dormant. Even the echo was dim. Not lost, just respectful. Kael walked slowly across the stone floor. The water didn't sway. It listened. Every movement, every intention, registered and reflected. At the center, an altar. Simple, unmarked. Floating above it, a shard of pure presence. Not glowing, not pulsing. Just there. The seventh and final sigil fragment. Sigil fragment detected. Crest of origin, 7/7. Alert. This fragment is not guarded. It is waiting. Kael stepped forward, but the moment his fingers brushed the surface, the water stopped. Frozen. Not in temperature. In time. And behind him, a voice. Not Solaris. Not the echoes. His own. Why do you want this? Kael turned. Faced himself. But not a reflection. Not an illusion. A thread form of himself. Built from every decision made on this journey. Every time he chose not to fight. Not to dominate. To listen. You've been walking towards something you don't understand, the thread form said. You've gathered pieces of a myth that may not want to wake up. Kael didn't speak. He looked around. Solira was gone. No movement. No presence. Just the temple. Just the silence. So answer me, the thread form said. If you claim this fragment, what do you become? Kael stepped forward. The silence pulled tighter. Each movement like cutting through thread. He looked into his own eyes. Then said, I'm not here to become anything. I'm here to carry what the world forgot to mourn. The thread form blinked. And what if what you carry breaks you? Kael closed his eyes. Then I'll break. But I'll break awake. Silence shattered. Not with sound. With acceptance. The thread form dissolved. Not fading. Joining. And the fragment dropped gently into Kael's hands. Sigil fragment acquired. Crest of origin. 7/7. Final thread completed. Myth anchor Varen, dormant class. Awakening phase unlocked. New trait gained. Presence memory. Allows summoner to invoke memory echoes of ancient summons without full contract. Kael surfaced hours later. The ocean had quieted around him. Solira stood on the rocks above, watching the waves. He climbed back to the top. Didn't speak right away. Neither did she. Only after a long breath did she whisper, You have them all now. Kael nodded. But I still don't know what he is. Solira looked toward the horizon. Then it's time to ask him. That night, back in the realm, Kael stood beneath the memory tree. The 7 fragments circled him, each pulsing in time with his breath. The echo shimmered, more solid than ever. Solira watched from the root line. Kael raised his hands. Didn't command. Didn't summon. He simply asked, Varen, if you're still listening, I'm ready to remember you. The realm pulsed. Once. Twice. Then, silence broke, and something ancient answered. The realm had always breathed quietly. A pulse. A whisper. A rhythm just beneath the surface of Kael's thoughts. But tonight it stopped. Not in fear. Not in death. In attention. Kael stood at the center of his realm. The 7 fragments hovered around him, each one spinning slowly, casting soft arcs of memory light across the grass. Solira knelt beside the memory tree. The wolf, falcon, and red dragon all stood alert. No movement. No breath. Only presence. Then, a tone. Not a bell. Not a horn. Just a low, impossible resonance that felt more remembered than heard. The fragments pulled inward. Not like magnets. Like pieces returning home. They spiraled, joined, and fused. Into a shape that wasn't quite a glyph. Not quite a name. Just a mark. Varen's thread. Myth anchor Varen. Awakening phase initiated. Class. Listener tier / formless bound / conceptual summon. Risk. Undefined. No records match this classification. The air warped. Reality folded once. Then returned. And Kael fell to one knee. Not from pain. From weight. Something massive had stepped into the realm. But it didn't walk. It didn't breathe. It simply was. The memory tree swayed. Its leaves turned from silver to deep gold. And from its roots, something rose. Not a body. A silhouette. A ripple in space. Shaped like a man carved from wind and ink. Varen. No face. No form. But a voice that wasn't sound. It moved through Kael's thoughts like old warmth. Like the echo of firelight on pages that no longer exist. You listen. Kael swallowed. Stood slowly. I remembered. That is not the same, Varen replied. Many remember. Few listen to what the memory still wants. Kael looked at the others. His summons did not bow. They watched. As equals. You're not a summon, Kael said. Not in the way the world now understands. Varen stepped forward, but the ground did not shake. Instead, it calmed. I was once called in a time before circles, before ranks, before contracts, when summons were not servants, but witnesses. Kael's breath caught. To what? Varen paused. Then, to the shape of a soul. In a corner of the realm, the echo pulsed faintly. A fragment of Kael's awareness bloomed outward, beyond the realm, beyond the planet, and he felt them, the other seekers, each one standing in their own space. A mountaintop, a library, a battlefield, a ruin, a garden of stone, and each one felt them back, because Varen wasn't bound to Kael. He was awake, and now, the myth watched all of them. Realm update, shared observation layer activated. Varen classifies Kael's realm as incomplete witness state. Partial unsealing of lost summon classifications enabled. Listener class, Weaver class, memory bound class, anchor tier, autonomous echoes. Kael took a step forward. The ground beneath him shimmered, not because of power, because the realm had accepted something new. A truth. Varen turned. You carry memory with care. Kael met his gaze, though it had no eyes. Because it's not mine. I'm just holding it until the world is ready to listen again. Varen bowed his head. Once. Then. He dissolved. Not gone. Just present in all things. Afterward, Kael sat at the edge of the realm. The echo rested nearby, still glowing. Salira approached, soft-footed. He didn't give you power, she said. Kael nodded. He gave me perspective. Salira looked to the horizon. Then the real questions began. Like what? Kael asked. She knelt beside him. Like who decides what the world should remember? Far away, across the blue planet, one of the seekers stood before a burning shrine. A silver mask in her hand, eyes unreadable. So, the myth wakes. She turned. Then let's see what it forgets when I reach him first. The summons did not bring him here. Neither did a portal, nor a command. Kael simply blinked and stood in a room. Stone, unmarked. No doors, no walls. Just space. Infinite. Soft. Still. The memory tree was not there. Neither were his summons. But he was not alone. Realm type. Shared memory anchor. Created by myth-class presence Varen. Participants detected. 4 of 6 seekers present. Conflict disabled. Verbal interface only. Kael looked around. At the far end of the room, a shimmer. And from it, she stepped out. Lyrian. No mask now. Her face was delicate, but unreadable. Eyes pale gray, like frost on a mirror. Clothing layered in thin strands of glass thread. Each strand pulsed softly, reactive alive. She stopped exactly 5 paces away. Kael Fallonist. Her voice was clear, precise, as if chosen syllable by syllable. Kael didn't answer. Not yet. She smiled faintly. The listener who would not command. The summoner who collects echoes and calls them truth. Still, Kael waited. Because in this room, words mattered. What are you hoping to prove? She said, stepping forward. By bringing back a presence that the world itself tried to forget. Kael finally replied. I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm trying to remember right. Lyrian stopped. Her head tilted. Memory is flawed. It decays. You of all people should know that. Kael's jaw tensed. So should we erase it? She stepped closer. No. We should edit it. The room pulsed. Not with power. With disagreement. The echo flickered faintly beside Kael's shoulder. Not as defense. As presence. Lyrian gestured toward it. You built something new from old names. I respect that. But the moment Varen awoke, you tethered the past to the present. And that choice will cost lives. Kael said nothing for a long while. Then, you're afraid the memory will make people question everything. Lyrian smiled again. No, I'm afraid they'll question nothing, and follow you because they miss the sound of old myths. That hit deeper than Kael expected. Because she wasn't wrong. The room shifted. The space around them expanded. A third figure appeared. Not a person. A projection. An old summoner. Weeping beside a broken crest. One of the original pact breakers. Centuries past. Then another. A child calling a name they didn't understand. Their summon collapsing into ash. Another. A war field littered with sigils that never completed. And in the center of it all, Varen's mark. Silent. Still. Watching. Lyrian turned back to him. You want to remember the myths. I want to build something that won't repeat them. Kael whispered. Do you think memory always repeats? Her voice softened. I think memory left unchecked becomes worship, and worship turns into blindness. Then, a new pulse. Someone else entered the room. Not through the walls. Through the memory. A fourth presence. Sharp. Bladed. Not spoken, but felt. Seeker number 3 has entered the room. Classification. Redshift Summoner. Thread Philosophy. Destruction through Elegance / Memory Restructure Specialist. Kael turned, but saw only a flicker. This one would not speak. Not yet. Only watch. Lyrian folded her hands. The final fragment unlocked Varen. But the myth is open now. That means we don't need to follow your interpretation anymore. Kael stepped forward, his voice steady. Low. Then meet me in the places the memory still lingers. And let's see which parts choose to survive. The room pulsed once more. Then it was gone. Kael stood again in his realm. The memory tree rustled. The echo was still beside him. Salira stood under the canopy, arms folded lightly. They're coming now, she said. Not to stop you. To shape what's next. Kael looked up. Then we'll shape it together. Because the truth was no longer hidden, and the myth was no longer asleep. It was listening. The forest didn't resist Kael's steps. It simply waited. He walked through towering stone remnants, buildings half swallowed by vines, trees growing through old spires, sigils etched into the bark of living things. This was Halewatch, once called the City of Gentle Names. Long abandoned. Even the guild didn't patrol here. Because Halewatch never used contracts. It used rituals of remembrance. Location entered. Halewatch Shrine City. Pre-guild ritual zone. Varen influence. Active. Memory pulse detected. Pathway to shrine unlocked. Kael moved slowly. His summons stayed within the realm. Even the echo dimmed. Not from caution. From respect. This place wanted silence. At the city's center stood a half-sunken shrine. Its roof had collapsed. Its walls were cracked. But its circles still held. 7 stone seats. A central platform. Carved into the floor. Varen's mark. Only here, it was older. Cruder. Etched by hand, not thread. Kael stepped into the circle. And the world dimmed. Not dark. Just quiet. Then, voices. Not from around him. From beneath. Whispers curled up from the stone. Hundreds. Thousands. Children. Elders. Summoners. Singers. All saying the same thing. Do not call them. Do not shape them. Sit with them, and they will sit with you. Kael knelt. Not because he was told to. Because he understood. Then the choice appeared. A flicker of light on the platform. And from that light, 2 things formed. On the left, a circle. Old. Familiar. Some in glyphs, written clean, ready for command. On the right, a chair. Worn. Simple. Facing the space where Varen's mark was carved. The echo pulsed within Kael's chest. World response test. Selection required. This choice will influence how Varen responds to future calls. Choose. Shape the myth. Or sit with it. Kael looked at the circle. Power radiated from it. Summoner class control. Myth class invocation. A chance to wield Varen as a force. Then he looked at the chair. It didn't shine. Didn't promise. It just waited. He walked past the circle. Past the marks. Past the glyphs. And sat in the chair. Faced the symbol. And said nothing. Not for seconds. Not for minutes. But long enough that the forest grew still. Then, a wind moved through the ruin. Not natural. Not magical. Familiar. The echo stirred again. Salira's voice came gently from the realm, distant. He's listening again. And from the center of the mark. Light bloomed. But it didn't form a summon. It formed a memory. Kael saw it. Not with eyes. With remembrance. Varen. Once. Not a creature. Not a king. A presence that walked beside summoners and their packs. Not as a guardian. As a witness. A being that recorded the soul of the world without altering it. Who chose summoners not for strength, but for their willingness to sit in silence before speaking. The memory passed through Kael. And settled. The mark glowed faintly in his palm. Not burned. Not etched. Just present. Trait gained. Witness state. Enables Kael to bind with truth-aligned summons. and share emotional state across realm space. There in acknowledgement. You did not call. You sat. That is enough. As Kael stood to leave the circle, something shifted behind him. A ripple. A presence. No footsteps. No breath. Just awareness. He turned. At the edge of the shrine. Lyrian. Watching. She didn't enter. Didn't speak. But for the first time, she looked uncertain. Then, quietly, "Do you really believe that listening will be enough?" Kael didn't raise his voice. "No, but I think it's the only place to start." She didn't respond. She simply faded, her body becoming mirror-like, then air. Gone, but not in defeat, just in thought. Back in his realm, Kael returned to the tree. Salira waited. The 7 marks now pulsed around the tree base. Each one alive, each one watching. Varen was not a weapon. He was present, and now, he was curious. Kael slept, but his breath did not still. He sat beneath the tree in silence, head resting gently against the bark. The 7 fragments pulsed around him in rhythm with the wind. The echoes shimmered near his shoulder, not speaking, just steady. Then the realm did. Softly, not in warning, in invitation. Varen initiates witness state, memory echo, unsealed. Subject, the shatter of first trust. Emotional anchor. You must remain present, or the vision will collapse. Kael closed his eyes, and the world changed. He stood in a field of light. Not golden, not warm, blinding. Ahead, hundreds, no, thousands of people. Young, old, warrior, healer, summoners without circles, without crests, only names. Beside them, creatures, not beasts, not gods, witnesses. Each summon stood equal to the one who called it. No command, no rank, only presence. Kael understood at once. This was the beginning. Then came the break. A voice. Sharp. Louder than silence. Why do they get to choose us back? A single summoner stepped forward. Cloaked in red. Hair braided with glyph ink. Eyes wide with certainty. They raised a hand. And a circle appeared. The first circle. We do not need equals. We need tools. They cast it. The summon beside them twisted. Fought. Fell. Not slain. Converted. A bond rewritten. The circle hummed. A perfect loop. But Kael felt it. The moment it snapped. The summon didn't die. It became something else. The first hollowing. The field erupted. Some tried to stop the summoner. Others copied the circle. Ambition spread like flame. Summoners turned. Summons resisted. And in the center, Kael saw Varen. Not shaped. Not summoned. Just standing. Watching. Bleeding. Not from his body. From his mark. Because his name was being used. Not to remember, but to claim. Kael reached out. Stop. This isn't what you were meant to become. The vision rippled. The sky cracked. Varen turned to him, eyes hollow with sorrow. You listened, but now you must witness. This is not my power. This is my wound. And wounds remember more than myths ever tell. Kael woke, gasping. The tree still stood. The wind still moved. But the realm had changed. A dark ribbon now ran through the ground. A quiet thread of colorless light. Not dangerous, but true. Salira stood near it. You saw it, she whispered. Kael nodded. The first war. The first break. The echo pulsed once. Trait gained. Woundbearer. Kael may anchor summons wounded by broken bonds and restore their presence over time. Emotional thread accessed. Varen's grief state unlocked. World response shift. Some summons will now choose Kael, even without a call. That night, Kael sat alone, not thinking, just feeling, because the myth he had followed so far wasn't whole. It wasn't waiting to be remembered. It was waiting to be healed. Far away, in a garden of mirrored stone, Lyrian knelt before a quiet basin. She felt it too. The grief. The weight. She opened her palm. Inside it, a mark. Not Varen's. Something new. If he can carry the wound, she whispered, then I will carry the cure. The sky was soft that morning. No clouds. No breeze. Just a quiet kind of light that filtered through the realm like breath. Kael sat beneath the memory tree. The roots were warm today. Salira stood nearby, watching the horizon. He wasn't meditating, wasn't training, just waiting. He didn't know why. Until the echo stirred. World signature detected. Incomplete summon. Unclassified. Grief aligned. Location. Forest of abandoned names. Western Reach. Threat activity. Passive, seeks witness state. Kael opened his eyes. The wind picked up. Not sharply, just enough to remind him that the world was moving again. Something's looking for you, Solaris said. He nodded. Let's go. The forest of abandoned names sat in a quiet bowl of earth, west of the realm's outer ridge. It wasn't marked on guild maps. No legends. No warnings. Just stillness. When Kael entered, the trees leaned inward. Their bark bore half-carved circles, faded sigils, and unfinished names. They weren't cursed. They were unfinished. He walked slowly. No summons beside him. No circle drawn. Only presence. Then, he felt it. Something breathing, just beyond sight. Not threatening. Not hiding. Just unsure. Between the trees stood a figure. Massive. Beast-like. Wounded. Not physically, but in thread. Its form flickered every few seconds. Sometimes a lion. Sometimes a wolf. Sometimes a creature with wings that had never fully learned to fly. And its eyes. Empty. Not blind. Just lost. Kael didn't speak. He sat, cross-legged, on the moss, and waited. Minutes passed. Then, a step. The creature drew closer. It didn't growl. Didn't pace. It watched. Kael lowered his head. You were called once, but not listened to. The creature didn't respond, but its flickers slowed. One form held longer than the rest. A tall, four-legged beast with fur like wind-struck shadow, antlers that curved like broken branches, a tail that shimmered like threadlight. Its breath was uneven, its body incomplete, its core fractured. Kael reached out, not with a thread, with a memory. He remembered the first time he failed to summon. The silence, the disappointment, the way it hurt to want something alive and feel nothing answer. He shared that pain. The creature stepped closer, then touched its forehead to his palm, and something aligned. Summon bond formed, without summoning. Entity registered. Lyriath, Echo Beast, Grief-bound class. No circle used. No command issued. Reason for bond. It felt heard. Kael opened his eyes. The creature lay beside him now, still flickering at the edges, but anchored. Solaris stepped forward, knelt beside the beast. It doesn't know what is. Kael nodded. Neither did I. For a long time. He rested a hand against the beast's shoulder. We'll remember it together. Later, back in the realm, Kael stood before the memory tree. Lyriath lay at the base, breathing slowly. Solyra looked toward the horizon. Others are watching. The Seekers. Kael asked. Not just them. Other summons. Old ones. Ones that haven't been called in centuries. Kael didn't respond, but he felt it. The weight of Varen's presence was spreading. Not as power, as invitation. And the world was beginning to whisper again. They didn't call us sanctuary, because sanctuaries are built by hands. This place was grown by memory. Solyra walked ahead. Lyriath followed behind, its form still flickering, but steadier now, like a thread learning to breathe. Kael stepped softly between twisted roots and half-formed stone. Everything around them had once been named, but now names were gone. Only presence remained. Location entered. The Grove of Uncalled Echoes. Classification. Unknown. Summon-generated space / memory form terrain. Warning. Core vulnerability trial active. Summons may request emotional exchange in lieu of contract. Kael didn't slow. They're not dangerous, Solaris said. No, Kael replied. They're deciding. The grove opened. A wide hollow. Trees with no leaves. Stone arches overgrown with glow moss. And around them, forms. Dozens. Some small as birds. Some massive and half-shaped. All of them watching. They didn't move. Didn't speak. But Kael felt it. Each one had once been started. Summoned incompletely. Abandoned. Forgotten. Not destroyed. Left behind. And still they waited. Kael stepped into the circle. Lyriath paused, then lay down at the edge of the grove. Solyra stood beside him, but didn't intervene. One of the echoes, a slender, antlered creature made of smoke and stitched thread, stepped forward. Its body flickered in and out of memory light. Memory trial initiated. Do you accept me without purpose? Kael didn't answer aloud. He stepped forward, knelt, closed his eyes, and listened. He remembered every time he had trained alone, every time he had waited for a summon that never came, the silence that followed rejection. He remembered not out of sadness, but understanding. And when he opened his eyes, the creature stood before him, no longer flickering. It bowed its head. Partial bond form. Name not given. Trait gained. Unnamed pact. Echo beasts may follow Kael without contract or form, if emotionally aligned. More step forward, one by one, each not asking for a name, or a task, or a command, only a moment of presence. Kael gave it, to each. An hour passed, maybe more. By the end, 5 new echoes had chosen to linger. Not bound, not tamed, just present. Salira spoke, voice quiet. You're not building a summon list. Kael shook his head. I'm building a memory. As they left the grove, the creatures remained. None followed, none asked to. But Kael knew, if he ever returned, they would be there. Because now, they had been heard. Back in the realm, Kael sat beneath the memory tree. The wind carried new voices now. Soft, half-shaped. The world was shifting around him. Not because he changed it, because he stopped asking it to be quiet. Far away, beneath an obsidian chamber, Lyrian stood beside a summon forged not from memory, but from intention. You waited for the world to remember, she said to it. I will build something the world can't forget. The creature before her opened its eyes. Not born, constructed, a myth never written, only designed. And it was listening too, but not gently. It began with a ripple, not in the realm, in the air. Kael stood on the ridge beneath the memory tree. The sun was low. The wind carried no warning. And yet, the echo pulsed hard. Intrusion detected. Thread signature forcing entry. Classification. Summoner class severe. Known as Mayrel of the dismantled wheel. Intent. Active confrontation. / thread severance class threat. Salira appeared beside him. Her voice was low. He's not curious. He's angry. Kael didn't answer. He was already standing. The breach tore through the sky. Clean, vertical, silent, not flashy, efficient. From its stepped a figure in gray. Cloak frayed with purposeful cuts. Gauntlets etched with broken glyphs. Eyes dull bronze. Calm, cold. Mayrel. He surveyed Kael like one surveys a wound. So he said, you're the one who let it loose. Kael's voice was steady. Varen was never bound. Mayrel tilted his head. Exactly. Which is why it should have stayed buried. He stepped forward. Each footstep marked a clean, circular fracture in the earth. Like a summoned circle reversed. I studied your path, Kael. Watched you cradle dying summons and feed fragments to trees. You mistake remembering for reviving. And that's dangerous. Kael didn't move. Are you here to talk? Mayrel raised his left hand. 3 circles unfolded from his gauntlet. Each sharp, clean, unnatural. No, I'm here to erase what you've misused. Beginning with him. He pointed toward the memory tree. Kael stepped forward. Quiet, unyielding. Then try. Combat initiated. Thread clash conditions accepted. Opponent. Mayrel, class. Severance specialist. Realmless. Contract looped. Battle condition. Defensive summon preservation. Varen's presence must be protected. The ground shivered. Kael raised his hand. Didn't summon. Didn't call. He opened his realm. Salira stepped forward. At his side, Lyriath. Still flickering, but willing. Mayrel moved first. Not fast, but with certainty. He didn't summon a creature. He summoned a thread knife. A weapon made of unraveling contracts. He slashed the air and cut presence. The battlefield dimmed. Kael staggered. Lyriath faltered, its form breaking at the edges. He's severing recognition, Salira warned. We need to hold identity. Kael dropped to one knee, reached for Lyriath, pressed his palm to its forehead. Remember, not the shape, not the power, just that you chose me. Lyriath pulsed. The flickering slowed, stabilized. It stepped forward and howled. The sound shook the shattered thread Mayrel had laid. A fracture of memory reasserted itself. Kael stood. Trait activated. Wound bearer. Summon stabilization. Successful. Lyriath. Presence fully anchored. Echo beast no longer flickering. Mayrel scowled. You think this is victory? You've taught the world to wallow in regret. Kael raised his voice. No. I've taught it to listen again. He reached into the realm. Called nothing. And still, Varen's presence stirred. Not as a figure. Not as power. As a pulse in the wind. The battlefield bent. Mayrel's knives flickered. His threadwork split. He backed away. eyes narrowing. It speaks to you. But that doesn't make you right. It only makes you chosen. Then, he vanished. Not in defeat, but in retreat. The field quieted. Kael stood in the center, breath shallow. Solyra approached. Lyriath rested beside the tree, no longer uncertain. Kael looked up at the sky. He'll come back. Solyra nodded. Yes. But now he knows something's different. He can't cut what remembers itself. Kael placed his hand on the bark of the memory tree. Veilwind didn't speak, but the wind carried one word. Still. The realm had changed. Not in color, not in shape, in weight. The memory tree no longer pulsed gently. It glowed. Roots spread wider. The sky ran deeper. And beneath it, Kael stood, hands clasped, eyes closed, listening. Around him, Solyra, Lyriath, the wolf, the falcon, the red dragon, and the new ones. Echo beasts who came not by name, but by feeling. None of them moved. None of them asked. They simply waited. The echo stirred. The voice inside was softer now, older. Veilwind's presence fully realized. Final status, dormant unbound. Decision interface opened. Choose containment or continuation. Containment. Seal the memory inside Kael's realm, preserving its purity. Continuation. Release Veilwind's memory into the world, allowing others to hear it, change it, carry it. Kael didn't answer right away. He walked to the base of the tree, ran his fingers over the bark. Every groove shimmered, not with power, with names. Hundreds, thousands, not etched by him, etched by the world. Solyra approached. If you release it, they'll reshape it. Kael nodded. They already are. You could keep it here, she said. Safe. True. He looked out across the field. The realm pulsed. Echoes stirred. The dragon rumbled quietly. But if I do, it stays mine. And that was never what it was meant to be. Kael turned to the sky, raised his voice. Not loud, just clear. Veilwind, you've been remembered. Now you need to be carried. He opened both palms. Not by me, by anyone willing to listen. The echo flared. The sky broke. Not with light, with stillness. A ripple spread outward, beyond the realm, across the world, to shrines, to forests, to summoners, to those who had forgotten. The myth left his hands. Decision confirmed. Continuation chosen. Veilwind is no longer bound to this realm. Myth status. World present memory state. Mutable legacy anchor. Kael of Fallow Mist. Later, Kael sat alone by the tree. Not tired, just still. Solyra returned quietly. It's done. Kael nodded. No more fragments. No more trials. Only what they choose to do with it now. She tilted her head. And you? Kael looked up at the sky, where something old and quiet had once lived. I'll stay here. Keep listening. In case anyone forgets how. And far across the blue planet. In cities and ruins. In caves and mountains. In silent realms and busy markets. Whispers began to rise. Not a power. A presence. Of a summon who never fought. Only watched. And remembered. It began with a merchant. Old. Sun-spotted hands. A coat stitched more times than it had been replaced. He arrived near sundown, walking the outer path of Kael's realm, slow but without fear. No summons accompanied him, no guards, just a pouch of smoked tea and the kind of smile people wear when they already think they know you. Kael met him by the stone post gate. Are you the one they call Kael the Listener? The merchant asked. Kael blinked. He hadn't heard that title before. I'm just Kael, he said. The merchant chuckled, unbothered. Ah, well, the stories make you sound taller. He left the tea, bowed, and departed before Kael could ask anything else. Later that night, Kael sat beneath the memory tree. The tea was strong, bitter in the way truth is. Solyra stood near the edge of the roots, arms folded. That wasn't a coincidence, she said quietly. Kael nodded. He didn't come to trade. He came to see if you were real. Kael looked up at the branches overhead. The leaves barely moved. Maybe I'm not. The next morning, Kael left the realm for the first time in weeks. Not to hunt, not to search, just to hear. Eldrian Steppe was a hill town pressed between two lazy rivers, built from faded brick and painted belief. It was small enough that its market square felt like a gathering more than a marketplace. Kael entered without cloak, without hood. He didn't expect anyone to recognize him, but someone did. A child was singing, not loudly, just to herself. feet dangling off a half-cracked fountain, drawing in the dust with a stick. The melody was unfamiliar. The words weren't. He calls without voice, and the summons come. He walks through echoes where others run. His name was forgotten, but now it's sung. Kael the listener, the myth-touched one. Kael froze. The girl didn't notice him. She just kept singing. Across the plaza, an older boy summoned a flickering bird of light. Its wings stuttered mid-air, barely stable. "I summon like Kael," he told his friend. "I don't speak. I just feel it." His friend looked skeptical. "But you still use a circle." The boy frowned. "Well, yeah, but I didn't say anything." They both laughed. The bird popped and vanished. Kael turned his eyes to the ground. He heard the bar before he saw him. A traveler, by the look of him. Dusty boots, a loop patched with wire. The confident stillness of someone used to being watched. The bard stood beneath an old wind clock. His voice was quiet, but the way he paused between lines made people listen. He calls no circle, yet the thread obeys. He bends no knee, yet realms reshape. With eyes like dusk and name like dawn. He walks alone and leaves behind the wind remembering his song. Kael stood in the shadow of a fruit stall, unmoving. He had never said those words. Never walked like that. Never wanted to be heard that way. "You've become something else," Salira murmured beside him. Kael didn't look at her. "Not me. A version of me. Rounded edges. Sharpened lines." She tilted her head. "You let a myth go free. It's finding new names for itself." Kael didn't answer. He just walked. A girl found him near the edge of the market. No older than 12. Hair tied back with thread. Ink on her fingers. She tugged his sleeve. "Are you him?" Kael knelt slightly to meet her eyes. "That depends." She held up a folded piece of paper. He took it. Inside, a drawing. Crude. Warm. Colorful. A figure beneath a glowing tree. Someone's curled around him. Stars drawn as simple dots in the sky. He didn't recognize the face, but he knew what it meant. "My brother says you're fake," the girl said. "But I think maybe you're someone from before." Then she smiled and ran. That night, Kael stood again beneath the memory tree. The leaves rustled faintly, uneasy. The echo shimmered beside him. No words spoken. Trait gained. Echo saturation. Myth alignment recognized in multiple settlements. Influence spreading. Warning, interpretations of Kael are diverging from origin. Salira approached. "Your name is out there now." Kael nodded. "But it's not mine anymore." She looked at him. "Will you take it back?" He sat slowly, resting his hand against the bark. That's not how echoes work. Once they start repeating, you can only hope they carry the right shape. The wind moved across the realm. Soft, sharp, uncertain. Somewhere far beyond the realm, in a quiet shrine by the riverlands, a new summoner was drawing Kael's mark from memory. Wrong, but close enough. He whispered a name he'd never earned. He lit a flame he didn't understand. And for a moment, the world listened. They arrived without noise. No horns. No summon carriage. Just a single black thread gate that opened like a breath and held itself open too long. Kael waited at the edge of his realm. Not because he had been warned. Because the wind had changed. There were 3 of them. Robes of deep pine green, lining like layered parchment. Symbols stitched in thread, so fine, it looked like veins under skin. 2 stood at a respectful distance. The 3rd stepped forward, smiling. Calm. Not a speck of dust on him, despite the forest path. Kael of Fallow Mist, the man said, bowing slightly. "It's a deep honor." Kael nodded, but said nothing. The man continued. "We've come representing the Veilbound Order. A guild, yes, but more than that. We are listeners, preservers, interpreters of the myth you've so carefully reawakened." Salira appeared at Kael's side. Quiet. Still. The man smiled again. Too gently. "And this is Salira, I presume. The summon that witnesses." He bowed to her. She did not return it. Kael's voice was low. "What do you want?" The man folded his hands. "Not to take. Only to shape. You've given the world something extraordinary. But memory alone cannot guide a people. It must be organized, structured, protected." Salira narrowed her eyes. "You mean controlled?" The man's smile didn't waver. No. Controlled things break. We prefer stewardship." He stepped forward once more. "We are not here to challenge you, Kael. We're here to offer support. Sanctuary. Education. We've begun building shrines to Varen, gathering students of the listening path. publishing scrolls to keep the myth clean and uncorrupted. Kael's voice was barely audible. You're rewriting it. The man paused. We're remembering it efficiently. Silence. Long. Then Kael asked, why come to me at all? The man's eyes held no cruelty. Only something worse. Certainty. Because myths without anchors become noise. Because memories without guardians become opinion. Because eventually, Kael, people will start listening to the wrong version of you. The air changed. Salira stepped between them, gaze sharp. The two veil-bound guards tensed. Kael didn't move. His voice was calm. I never asked to be remembered. The man's smile faltered. Just slightly. That may no longer be your choice. He turned. We'll return. Not to challenge. To offer structure. Before someone else does. He stepped through the still open gate. The others followed. The portal closed like paper folding in on itself. Gone. Later, Kael stood beneath the tree. Salira sat nearby, watching the path. They're not dangerous yet, she said. Kael nodded. But they've already started writing. The echo pulsed once. Veil-bound, order registered. Myth-guided guild, public alignment. Neutral, hidden alignment. Directive. Presence spreading across major settlements. Core belief. Controlled remembrance. Kael looked at the roots of the tree. Each one held a name. None of them his. What happens, he whispered, when a myth believes it knows better than the memory? Far from the realm, in a lecture hall shaped like a spiral shell, a young summoner recited Kael's name from a text he'd never read. Kael of the first listening. The one who tamed the wind. The one who taught silence to answer. And in the crowd, Lyrian sat, unmoving. Let them worship him, she murmured. By the time they're done, he won't even recognize what they built. Kael heard him before he saw him. Footsteps. Calculated. Soft. Practiced. Like someone trying not to be heard, while hoping someone was. Kael stood near the memory tree, arms crossed, listening. The air bent slightly. A realm thread opened on the ridge. And from it, a boy stepped out. He couldn't have been older than 15. Cloak dark, hood low, a simple satchel across his back. No crest, no guild badge, only a small pendant, a carved wooden spiral. Kael, the boy said, bowing too deeply. I've come to train beneath you. Kael didn't answer right away, didn't return the bow. Salira appeared beside him, one eyebrow raised. The boy continued, nervous energy barely masked by stiff posture. I've studied everything. Your realm structure, your summon pacing. I've copied your invocation method. See, he stepped back and summoned, without speaking, a flickering form, barely stable, a bird. No, an imitation of Kael's falcon. Its wings trembled. Its eyes were empty. Still it hovered, waiting for a command that never came. I don't give it orders, the boy said proudly. I let it exist. Like you do. Kael finally spoke. What's its name? The boy blinked. It doesn't have one. I didn't want to claim it. Kael stepped forward, studied the summon. It wasn't present. It was posed. It hadn't come because it trusted the boy. It had come because the boy built the silence like a cage. Why do you summon this way? Kael asked. The boy straightened. Because it's the new path. The right one. You showed us how to listen. So I don't use circles. I don't speak. I don't even sleep inside my realm anymore. Just outside it. Like you. His eyes glowed with pride. Kael didn't respond. He just looked at the summon again. It flickered, then vanished. Not dismissed. Just tired. Salira spoke softly. You're performing him. The boy hesitated. I'm honoring him. Kael stepped back. His voice was steady. You're echoing something you never sat with. You're mimicking a path you haven't walked. The boy's face fell slightly. But I meant well. Kael didn't raise his voice. So did the ones who built the first circles. Silence. Heavy. Real. Then, Kael knelt slightly. The silence I carry isn't technique. It's weight. The kind that grows when you spend years calling and nothing answers. You can't start there. You arrive there. The boy didn't answer. He looked down, ashamed, confused. Salira stepped closer. You don't have to be him. That's not what the myth asks of you. Kael nodded. It only asks that you listen to what's already yours, not copy what someone else remembered. The boy blinked slowly, then bowed again. Lower this time. Less polished. I'll try again. No, Kael said. The boy froze. Don't try to be me. Just try being with what's waiting inside you. The boy nodded and left. Quietly. No realm gate. Just steps. Later, Kael stood by the tree again. Lyrith rested at its base. Salira leaned against the trunk. "You should write a scroll," she said dryly. Kael smirked. "Just barely. I'd rather not be remembered in ink." Too late. The wind shifted again, carrying his name, his shape, his silence, but not always his meaning. And that was beginning to echo in ways he couldn't guide. Far away, in a chamber filled with lanterns, Lyrian listened to a student read a new poem. It was about Kael, but the Kael in the lines burned cities, spoke to gods, broke worlds with words never spoken. Lyrian said nothing. She only smiled. "Let them build him taller. The higher the myth, the farther it falls when I offer something sharper." The gates were gold-threaded, not literal gold, but woven in such a way that sunlight made them gleam. They shimmered with symbols Kael didn't recognize. But one stood out, a spiral, carved into the gatepost, framed in crystal. His spiral, not his carving, not his hand, but unmistakably his. The city was called Tesralanverin now. The name was new. He remembered the old one. Bramhill, a modest southern trade city, once known for fruit sellers and wind chimes. Now, stalls lined the main road, all selling the same things. Thread charms, shaped like listening horns. Summon cards featuring Kael's likeness in exaggerated poses. Miniature memory trees made of polished brass. A man shouted from the corner. 3 silvers for Kael's sigil loop. Comes with a silence token, hand-etched. A child ran past him, waving a paper halo. "I have the falcon one. Mine listens best." Kael walked quietly. No hood, no disguise, but no one looked at him twice. Not because they didn't recognize him, because they thought he was wrong. The Kael they believed in was taller, wore ceremonial robes, glowed faintly at all times, probably smiled more. He reached the central square by late afternoon. At its center stood a shrine, 5 meters tall, white stone, veined with echo crystal. A statue of Veilwind, arms open, antlers spiraling to the clouds. And beneath it, a plaque, "To Veilwind, the listener who gave us our path. Brought into our hearts by Kael, the silent flame." Kael stared at it. No trees, no summons, no memory, just glow, and marble, and coin. Salira found him an hour later. She'd been watching quietly. "This place is louder than a battlefield," she said. Kael nodded. "I don't mind shrines," he said. "I mind the ones that forgot why they were built." A woman nearby placed an offering beside the statue, a token carved from glass. She bowed, then turned. "May the myth hear me." Not the presence, not the memory, the myth. Kael walked to the edge of the plaza. There was a side path, half overgrown. No shrine, no carvings, just an old bench. There, a man sat alone, older, quiet, eyes closed. Kael sat beside him. They didn't speak for a while. Then, "I heard him once," the man said, "before the noise." Kael turned slightly. The man didn't open his eyes. It wasn't a voice. It was a kind of stillness, like the world forgot to move. And that felt like being seen. Kael whispered, "That's closer than any shrine I've passed today." The man smiled. Funny thing about memory. The ones who profit from it rarely carry the weight of it. That night, Kael left Tesseril without ceremony. No crowd followed. No songs marked his passing. The city didn't see him. It only saw the version it had bought. Back in the realm, Kael stood beneath the memory tree. He opened his palm, held a merchant's charm, a spiral etched in tin. It jingled when he moved it. He let the wind take it. Trait shift. Myth-sync dissonance increasing. Presence detected. 27 diverging interpretations of Kael/8 of Veilwind. Warning. Influence no longer trackable. Memory state. Mutating. Salira stood behind him. "You gave them a memory. They made it a mirror." Kael didn't turn around. "Then maybe I should stop showing them my reflection." The echo pulsed once. Soft. Uncertain. Far away. In a chamber of glass and smoke, Lyrian lit a candle with a summon made of ink. "Tesseril has built the shrine," she murmured. "Good. Now they're ready to forget again." The announcement came by wind scroll. Clean parchment. Elegant sigil seal. "You are cordially invited to a public lecture and summon demonstration hosted by the Veilbound Order, commemorating the legacy of Veilwind. Special unveiling. The Dawn Echo. Speaker. Lyrian of the Glass Mask." Kael didn't need to read between the lines. He read through them. They held the event in Mirror Hall, an open-air stone pavilion that once hosted summoner duels between guild leaders, now held banners, green silk, silver thread, symbols that spiraled like memory, but sharper, intentional. Kael stood among a quiet crowd. Farmers, scholars, apprentices, even a few guild stewards sat in silence, all waiting. Lyrian walked into the center as if the world had already agreed with her. Hair bound in black glass rings, steps light, voice soft. Let me begin by thanking the listener. She nodded toward Kael. He said nothing. His path has stirred something long dormant in us. A longing, a yearning, a need for remembrance, a pause. But memory is not enough. She turned, addressing the gathering directly. Varen's return was an echo. Beautiful, but echoes fade. We need shape, direction, purpose. So we listened, we studied the myth, and we created something new. She raised her hand, not to replace it, but to complete it. The summon appeared with a sound like breath, catching in the throat. No circle, no thread flare, just light, woven into will. It rose behind her. Vera, a figure of radiant symmetry. Two pairs of wings folded like paper. Eyes stitched from star thread. No mouth, no scars. Polished, impeccable, unburdened, and above all, silent. The crowd stared. Some gasped. One knelt. Lyrian's voice softened. Vera is not memory. Vera is continuation. The version of Varen the world needed all along. Not wild, not wounded, not silent, but shaped. Kael stepped forward, not interrupting, just walking. The crowd parted. A few whispered. He stopped 3 paces from the summon, studied it, then spoke, quietly. It's beautiful. Lyrian nodded. It listens to every summoner, equally, and speaks. Kael asked, if it chooses to. Kael looked again. No cracks, no flicker, no ache, just design. It doesn't remember anything, does it? Lyrian's voice cooled. Why would we teach it pain? Silence, the kind that comes before thunder. Kael nodded once. Then it's not a witness. It's a mirror. It's not alive. It's wanted. And what's wanted changes faster than what's true. Lyrian turned to face him fully. Still poised. Still calm. You carry grief like it's a virtue. I carry it because someone needs to. Kael replied. Let me offer you peace instead, she said. Vera does not need a name. It doesn't suffer. It leads. And what happens when it's wrong? Kael asked. She smiled gently. Then we rewrite the path. Vera bowed. Not to Kael. To the crowd. And the people applauded. Not loudly, but enough. And Kael saw it. The shift. The slow lean of the world toward ease. Toward clarity. Toward the myth they could carry without cost. That night, Kael stood in his realm. Lyriath sat at his feet. The echo pulsed faintly. New myth class entity registered. Vera, constructed summon, directive type. Alignment, controlled remembrance / order-led interpretation. Influence level, accelerating. Salira approached. She didn't create a summon, she said. She made a statue that breathes. Kael nodded. And statues are easier to kneel before than wounds. He sat beneath the tree, closed his eyes. The wind still carried Varen's name. But now, it carried Vera's too. The road bent with the wind. Soft coastal grasses brushed Kael's cloak. The scent of salt clung to the breeze. And beneath the distant rise of cliffs, a village. Small, scarred, still healing. Location, Greyfall Hollow. Population, 214. Summon class incident, 17 years ago. Cataclysmic thread failure / 62 casualties. Guild presence, minimal. Kael walked without a cloak today. The realm stayed quiet. Salira did not follow. Even Lyriath remained in the background, breath like moss under moonlight. He had come to listen. Nothing more. The village carried its pain in the same way Kael carried his. Unspoken, not hidden, but held gently, like an old bruise that no longer swelled, only ached when touched. He passed a bakery with no window, a shrine overgrown with seaweed, a stone marker with names carved so deep the letters looked like cracks. No one stopped him, but eyes followed. He found them near the edge of town. Children, 6 of them, seated on driftwood logs in a circle, drawing, not with ink, with colored dust, pressed into stone. They weren't laughing, but they weren't afraid. Each child drew the same shape, A spiral. Not perfect, but instinctive. And in the center of each spiral, a tree. Kael stopped at the edge of the path. Watched. A girl noticed him. Maybe 8. Freckles. Hair like dried straw. She didn't smile. Just tilted her head. You look like the shape. Kael knelt. What shape? She pointed to her drawing. The one from dreams. The one that hums when the wind is quiet. Another boy spoke. It's not a person, but it feels like someone who remembers you. Kael's breath caught. Who taught you to draw this? They all shrugged. The oldest girl answered. Nobody. It just feels safe. A teacher approached. Older woman. Hands calloused. She eyed Kael, then the children. They started drawing those after the quiet storm last month. No lightning. No rain. Just wind that stopped moving. She nodded at him. You're him, aren't you? Kael didn't answer. He didn't need to. The woman looked back at the children. Whatever it is, it gave them back something. And that's more than I can say for any guild. That evening, Kael stood on the cliffs above the sea. The realm pulsed faintly beneath his skin. Selira stepped beside him, summoned gently. You didn't plan it here, she said. Kael shook his head. Varen came anyway. Through them. Kael nodded. Through something deeper than teaching. Through need. Trade update. Myth drift increasing. Varen's memory appearing in unaffiliated regions. Manifestation type. Nonverbal/child aligned /pattern recall state. Myth is now growing without summoner guidance. Kael closed his eyes. Let the sea speak. It did not say his name. It did not echo Varen's voice. It only held the silence. And somehow, that was enough. The path to Solheim's reach wound through clouds. Stone stairs cut into jagged cliffs. Wind sharp with cold. No birds. No life. Only quiet. Kael climbed alone. No summons. No echo stirred. Even the memory tree in his realm felt far. Location. Solheim's reach. Altitude 11,000 feet. Population 1,200. Summoner instructed theocracy. Alignment. The doctrine of stillness. The last steps opened onto a plateau. Stone buildings. Layered towers. Prayer poles strung with soundless chimes. Kael stepped into silence. Not peace. Control. They greeted him in robes. Thread gray. Faces calm. Eyes unreadable. One elder bowed. Palms folded. Kael the listener. The first witness of the myth. Kael inclined his head. Just Kael. The elder smiled. You've given us the silence. We've learned to listen. A pause. And to judge. Kael stilled. They led him through narrow corridors. Whispered hymns etched into stone. A courtyard of seated figures. Eyes closed. Lips sealed. In the center, a child. 12. Barefoot. Blindfolded. Kneeling. The elder gestured. He failed the rite of stillness. Kael stepped closer. What is that? A 3-day fast. No words. If the myth does not speak to him, he is unworthy to carry the mark. Kael's jaw tightened. And what then? The elder smiled again. He is given noise. The greatest punishment we know. Kael knelt by the child. Removed the blindfold gently. The boy blinked. Eyes tired. Hope gone. Kael whispered. Did the silence hurt you? The boy's lip trembled. No. It didn't answer. Kael nodded. Sometimes silence isn't an answer. Sometimes it's a place where the answer waits. He stood. Turned to the elder. This isn't listening. This is testing. You turn a memory into a gate. And now you're guarding it. The elder's face hardened. Without structure, the myth dissolves. Kael's voice was calm. Then let it dissolve. Let find new shapes. Let breathe. That night, Kael left Solheim's reach without another word. The wind followed him down the cliffs. But not the silence. It had been twisted there. Shaped into a tool. And tools cut. Back in his realm, Selira was waiting. You found another place. Kael nodded. They speak in my voice. But their echo condemns. You can't unteach them now, she said. Kael rested his hand on the bark of the memory tree. Then maybe it's time to remind the myth. What it used to be. Trait unlocked. Myth recall. Kael may now speak in the altered versions of the myth, challenging their shape through presence alone. Emotional resonance. Increased. Fragmented faith zones. Now tracked across the world. The wind returned. This time, it carried silence again. But not like punishment. Like breath held in hope. They said the valley didn't exist. No roads led to it. No summons could track it. No realm gate would open near it. But Kael found it. Or maybe it found him. The land dipped like a hell breath. Soft hills collapsed in a quiet green. Rivers bend out of instinct, not gravity. The trees leaned inward, but never touched. No echo stirred. No bees called. Location. Records missing. Thread environment. Passive/echo laced/ time lag. Kael stepped into the valley alone, and something noticed. At its center lay the remains of a tree. Not broken, not dead, just finished. The bark shimmered faintly, like an old song replaying too quietly to hear. And curled beside it, a creature, large, still, not asleep, not awake. It had no clear shape, fur like falling ash, eyes dim with memory light, limbs that didn't quite end, only curved back into itself. It didn't rise when Kael approached, only exhaled, and the air shifted, not with magic, with recognition. Kael knelt. You knew him. The creature opened its eyes. Slow, heavy, not new, was with. The words came jagged, not wrong, just older than language. Before name, before listening. Kael's throat tightened. Before the myth. The creature blinked. Before the need. Before you forgot how to be still together. It tried to rise. Failed. Its thread flickered. Fractured. He walked. He watched. He wove. He did not lead. Kael whispered. Then what did he do? He stayed. When others left, he stayed. Even when memory became too heavy to carry. A silence fell. Not empty. Sacred. Kael rested his hand gently against the creature's shoulder. Its body trembled. I'm the last one left who remembers his shape. And it is not what they speak. Kael closed his eyes. Let the moment stretch. Then give it to me, even if it's broken. The creature exhaled again. Long. Final. Its body shimmered, split into light, and gently folded into Kael's realm. Not bound, not summoned, entrusted, ancient presence accepted, class unknown, designation pre-myth walker, trait unlocked. Before the name. Kael now carries one pre-mythic memory signature tied to Varen's original presence. Passive, myth decomposition, can destabilize false memory with proximity. Kael stood in the empty grass. The tree remained, but now it glowed, only faintly, like something old had whispered one last time, and was finally heard. Back in his realm, Kael sat beneath the memory tree. Lyriath curled beside him, Salira rested in the roots. The echo pulsed, soft, then stronger, then different. You found something, Salira said. Kael nodded. Not a summon, not a name, just the part of Varen the world never deserved. Far away, in a citadel of song steel and glass, Lyrian shivered. She didn't know why, but for the first time, she felt the myth was slipping from her grip, and she whispered to herself, he's going backwards. The map didn't list the village. No roads reached it. The locals simply called a hollow hearth, because the land curved like a broken bowl, and the wind never echoed twice. Kael arrived just after dusk. The air smelled like moss and smoke. Lanterns flickered in windows, but no voices carried. He stepped softly, and the earth did not reject him. That was rare these days. The shrine stood at the far edge of town. Small, uncarved, roof moss-covered and leaning. No statue, no spiral, no name, just a weathered stone bench beside an altar made of woven roots. Kael approached, and found an old woman there, kneeling. She wasn't praying. She was trembling. She didn't turn when Kael stepped close. You here for forgiveness, too? She asked, voice like wet parchment. Kael hesitated. I'm not sure. Good. Most who come here lie about that. She looked up. Her eyes were sharp with age, not dull with it. You're the one they talk about. Kael, the listener. He nodded. Not by choice. She smiled without joy. Nothing honest ever is. She gestured to the altar. This shrine wasn't built to honor Varen. It was built to apologize. Kael sat beside her. For what? The woman ran her fingers over the root-carved altar. We used to call. Summons. Spirits. The wind. We called and called. And when nothing came, we blamed the silence. She swallowed. But the silence wasn't broken. We were. Kael said nothing. But the echo stirred gently beside him. The realm whispered with it. Environment detected. Sorrow-rooted memory site. Shrine type. Restorative. Not affiliated with guild or order. Emotional thread. Grief, humble, purity. Hi. The woman stood. Slowly. Carefully. I tell them this is where the memory comes to breathe. Not to be used. Not to be shaped. Just to be. She turned to Kael. That's what you gave us, didn't you? Not a god. Not a rule. Just a chance to feel bad the right way. Kael's voice was quiet. I didn't give anything. I just carried what no one else would. She looked away. And now we're learning how to carry it, too. Kael stayed long after she left. The stars thickened overhead. Lyriath arrived without sound, laying its head near the altar. Salira appeared in the shadowed tree-line, but did not step forward. Kael placed one hand on the roots and whispered, I'm sorry to. Trait gained. Sorrowborn. Kael may now calm unrest summons and dispel hostile echoes by offering memory apology rather than thread command. Status. Veilwind myth alignment deepened. Resonance shifting toward collective grief signature. Final spiral of influence stabilized. As dawn neared, Kael stood again. No wind followed him. No voice answered. But the air felt a little lighter, as if something had forgiven him, without needing to say so. Far away, within a veil-bound citadel lit with artificial starglass, Lyrian stood before a mural of Vera. Her summon gleamed perfectly in the painting. Wings spread, arms open, unmarred. But the paint felt cold, and for the first time, Lyrian whispered something she'd never spoken aloud. What if I've built something that can't bleed? The report came from a dusk courier. No guild seal. No formal phrasing. Just a single page. A summoner calling himself Kael of Falomist has taken root in the Saltwind province. He travels with a silver-eyed summon. Carries a memory tree crest. Locals say he speaks without speaking. He calls it justice. They call it cleansing. Kael read the page twice. Then a third time. His breath did not change. His hands did not shake. But the realm dimmed around him. The Saltwind province wasn't far. Wind-whipped plains. Farms long abandoned. Towns with names that felt too thin for maps. Kael walked in silence. But this time, the silence did not feel sacred. It felt like bait. He found crowd first. 50 people, standing outside a broken chapel. No one spoke. No one moved. At the front, a man in dark robes. Long hair bound in spiral thread. A pennant carved like the memory tree. And beside him, a summon. It looked like Salira. Almost. But the stillness was wrong. Too obedient. Too sharp. It bowed when he moved. Flinched when he gestured. It was not a partner. It was a performance. Kael stepped through the crowd. Quietly. Some turned. One gasped. The man at the front looked up. And smiled. Ah. The first thread walks among us. His voice was smooth. Echoed just enough to feel practiced. We are honored. Kael said nothing. The man continued. You brought us silence. Stillness. Remembrance. We merely carried it farther. He gestured behind him. A row of bound figures knelt on the chapel steps. Their heads bowed. Their mouths covered with thread silk. These ones betrayed the stillness. They used summoning to disrupt harmony. We are here to unmake what they've made. Kael stepped forward. What's your name? The man smiled again. Does it matter? It does to me. The man tilted his head. I am Kael. No, Kael replied. You're a silence in my shape, and you've confused being feared with being followed. The man raised his hand. The summon beside him flared. But Salira appeared beside Kael, without sound. No threat. No circle. Just presence. The crowd shifted. Some backed away. Some watched closer. The imposter's eyes narrowed. They crave peace. I give it to them. I give them your truth, cleaner. Kael stepped forward again. Voice calm. You give them quiet because you're afraid of their questions. I gave them silence because I trusted them to listen. The imposter summon moved. Fast. A blur of blade silver light. But before it reached Kael, Lyriath appeared. Not in anger. In mourning. Its body unfurled like thread unraveling. And the fall summon broke apart in its path. Not torn. Not destroyed. Just undone. The imposter fell to his knees. The crowd scattered. Some stayed. Some looked at Kael like he was a stranger. Kael knelt beside the imposter. You didn't fail because you copied me. You failed because you skipped the part where you listened first. The man trembled. I only wanted to carry what you gave us. Kael stood. Then carry it as yourself. Not as a shape you think people want to see. He looked at the remnants of the false summon. Thread hollow. Soul thin. Echoless. That night, Kael sat alone in the realm. Salira nearby. Lyriath curled at the base of the tree. Alert. False myth use increasing. Imitation-type summoners spreading in rural sectors. Status. Kael's name registered in 31 unverified incidents. Trait gained. Identity fracture. Kael's myth now manifests in conflicting archetypes. Salira broke the silence. They're not listening anymore. Kael stared at the bark. No, they're trying to be heard instead. The echo pulsed once, then dimmed, as if it, too, was unsure what the name Kael meant anymore. Far across the continent, in a room lined with story scrolls and candlelight, Lyrian reviewed the reports. She circled one line. Kael disavows the pretender. And she whispered, "Good. Let the myth splinter. The more pieces it breaks into, the easier it becomes to bury." It began with absence, not silence. Silence as presence. This was the space before sound. Kael noticed it first as a pull in the air, a soft blankness in the threads around his realm. The echo pulsed strangely. Location detected. Non-mapped zone, thread pattern. Pre-summoner warning. Unclassified presence. Salira stood beside him. She tilted her head. "This doesn't feel like a call." Kael nodded slowly. "It feels like something forgotten to be remembered." He stepped forward, and the realm opened. The landscape was wrong, not dangerous, just unanchored. Grass didn't grow toward the sun. The wind didn't blow against resistance. The ground didn't echo Kael's steps. It just existed, waiting, at the center of the glade. There was no altar, no stones, no tree, only a shape in the air, like a ripple in still water, frozen mid-breath. Kael approached. The shape shivered, not from fear, from recognition. And then, it formed. It wasn't a summon. Not quite. It had no body, no face, no core. But Kael felt it, like the pressure behind memory, like the tension in breath just before the name is spoken. It stood before him. Presence. Old. Unclaimed. Unclaimable. And it moved. Not toward him. Through him. Kael gasped. Not in pain, but in permission. The presence didn't test him. Didn't demand. It only showed him what the world was like before summoners thought they owned the sky. He saw flames that whispered instead of burned. Winds that wrapped around children, not to shield them, but to hear their laughter. Echoes that had no thread marks, only companionship. Creatures that were not tamed or summoned, but known. Kael opened his hands, said nothing. The presence pulsed once, then folded into itself, leaving behind only a single flicker of stillness. An agreement not spoken, not written, but made. Pact formed, class, pre-vocal alignment, intuitive presence. Name, not applicable. Command type, none. Trait gained, unspoken link. Allows Kael to connect with entities not accessible through traditional summoning, by being emotionally open rather than thread-bound. Risk high. Pact cannot be recalled, cannot be refused once received, cannot be explained. Salira found him later. He sat alone at the edge of the glade, not trembling, not radiant, just changed. "You didn't bind it," she said. Kael shook his head. "It doesn't bind. It only joins what's already quiet." "Is it a summon?" she asked. Kael thought for a long time. Then, "I think it's what summons used to be." Back in the realm, the memory tree bent slightly, as if bowing. The echo pulsed gently. Kael whispered, "I didn't speak," and it listened anyway. And somewhere far beyond, in a rift not written on maps, the presence waited, not for power, but for a world that remembers how to share silence. It started with static. The realm's wind pulsed off tempo. Not wrong, just unsettled. Kael stood beneath the memory tree. The echo fluttered strangely. Thread warning. Unstable pact attempt detected. Region. Frostwound Hollow, Northern Thread Line. Classification. Force quiet summon. Salira looked up. "They're trying to do what you did." Kael nodded. Tight-jawed. "But they don't know what I did." Frostwound Hollow was not a place where things grew. Long ruined outposts. Black pine, trees leaning like tired watchers. Thread lines in the snow, burned by old wars. Kael walked slowly. The air pulsed with tension. And then, he heard it. Too quiet. Not natural silence. Suppressed. He found them in the ruins of an old shrine. 7 summoners in a circle. Thread glyphs half formed around them. In the center, a bound shape. Flickering. Not complete. Not present. Not right. Kael stepped forward. What are you doing? A woman turned. Eyes wide. Hair frost-marked. Her expression too calm to be safe. We've listened. We've watched. We followed the listener's path. And now we summon like he does. No command. No voice. Her smile cracked. Only expectation. Kael's voice dropped. Expectation isn't listening. It's pressure dressed in quiet. The flickering shape in the center screamed. Not with sound. With thread tear. Kael stepped into the circle. The other summoners stepped back. Confused. Afraid. Still convinced they were doing something holy. Kael knelt beside the summon. It wasn't whole. It wasn't a presence. It was shaped silence forced into being. And it was breaking. He reached out. Didn't call. Didn't thread bind. He just breathed. Let feel the difference. Not between sound and silence. Between demand and witness. The flicker settled. Then faded. No burst. No flare. Just gone. Returned to wherever things wait when they are not ready. Kael stood. Turned to the circle. You didn't create stillness. You just made space and tried to fill it with yourselves. The woman trembled. But we wanted what you have. Then walk with it. Don't copy it. Stillness isn't a spell. It's a scar. Later, Kael sat in the snow. Salira beside him. The wind moved again. Natural. Imperfect. Warning resolved. Force quiet pact dissolved. Trait updated. Unspoken pact classification now protected. Cannot be mimicked without resonance alignment. Salira looked out over the ruined trees. They thought it was a technique. Kael nodded. But the unspoken pact isn't learned. It's heard. And most people aren't ready to hear things they can't name. Far away, in a veil-bound observatory deep beneath the city of Zephyra, Lyrian read the report. Attempted replication failed. She whispered to herself. Of course it did. He doesn't command the silence. He carries it. Then she turned the page and began drafting her own design. A replica of the unspoken pact, built not from silence, but code. It began with breath. Not his. Not the wind's. Something else. A rhythm deeper than sound, older than thought. Kael felt it first in the bones of the realm. The tree's roots stirred. The echo thinned. Even Salira, standing by the ridge, stepped back slightly. It's pulling on you. Kael nodded. It's not a call. It's a continuation. Then the path appeared. Not a portal. Not a gate. Just a line of stone where none had been before. Curved like a question the world had buried too long. Location. Realm status. Veiled zone. Pre-vocal ceiling active. Speech blocked. Thought to thread access. Limited. Pact recognition. Confirmed. Kael admitted by unspoken presence. Kael stepped forward. The world closed behind him. The valley was quiet. Not because there was no sound. Because there was no need for sound. Leaves moved, but didn't rustle. Water fell, but didn't splash. Light passed through the canopy, without ever touching shadow. It wasn't empty. It was perfectly unspoken. And they were there. Creatures. Dozens. Hundreds. Shapes Kael couldn't name. Some soft and shifting like clouds made of thought. Others nodded like branches bending inward forever. None repeated. None demanded. But all turned when he arrived. Not to challenge. To witness. And slowly, they gathered around him. One approached. Not large. Not small. A shape like skin woven from wind. Eyes with no pupils. Only feeling. It did not bow. It did not pulse. It simply stood beside him, then pressed its head gently to his shoulder. And Kael saw. He saw a world before sound, where people and presence met without asking. Bonds made not from power, but proximity. Echoes that whispered only if they were heard first. And one figure who walked through it all, not as a god, not as a guide, but as a companion. Verdant, not as a myth. As one who never needed to speak to be followed. Kael's hands trembled, not from fear, from the weight of the offer. The creature pressed closer. The bond opened, not with symbols, not with words, but with willingness. A feeling passed into him. Let us finish the silence. Let us fold ourselves into you. You carry the stillness well. We wish to walk through it with you. Not summoned, not guided, just shared. Unspoken pact. Phase 2 initiated. Warning, this bond cannot be ended. Acceptance will change Kael's realm permanently. Your thoughts, emotions, and stillness will become linked to the pre-vocal current. Kael closed his eyes. The presence waited, not pushing, not pulling, just there. He breathed and answered, without sound. The bond formed, not in the air, not in the thread, in the space between thoughts. Kael felt the valley fold inward, and part of it stayed with him. Not a summon, not a beast, a living silence, a companion made of pause, a presence older than listening. Pact completed, entity class, prelinguistic companion, designation, none, trait gained, shared stillness. Kael can now pacify unstable summons, echo entities, or corrupted threads through presence alone. Realm update. Root line expansion imminent. Realm will begin integrating pre-summoner energy into ambient space. Kael opened his eyes. The valley was gone. He stood again beneath the memory tree. Selira looked at him, frozen. Even Lyriath stirred restlessly, as if something had followed him in. Kael turned his palms upward. The air shimmered. Not with light, with absence. You accepted it, Selira whispered. Kael nodded. It didn't ask. It just waited for me to understand. And now, he would never be alone again. Not in thought, not in feeling, not in silence. Far away, Lyrian paused mid-writing. Her hand trembled over a page. No warning, no signal, only a gap in her focus. She whispered, "He's reached the place we're not meant to remember." And across the blue planet, the myth shivered. It started with roots, not new ones, old ones. Roots Kael didn't plant, didn't call, didn't invite. They curled from beneath the memory tree, dark and veined with threadless light, glowing faintly like sleepwalking thought. Selira stood at the edge of the grove, unmoving. "They're not from here," she said. Kael knelt beside one. "They're not from anywhere. They were always underneath." The realm pulsed, but not like it used to. It didn't echo him, didn't mirror him. It breathed on its own. Realm update detected. Pre-vocal integration complete. Phase 1. Status: sentient field formation underway. Warning: realm no longer fully reflects summoner intent. Packed energy, autonomous resonance mode. Kael stood slowly. It's waking up. The echo shimmered nearby. Faint, but present. But something else shimmered too. Not a summon, not a shape, a shadow. It moved between trees like a ripple of memory that never learned how to form words. Then another. Then another. Figures. Not hostile, not whole. Watchers. Selira stepped closer. "They're not from this realm." Kael shook his head. "No, they're from before it." The pre-summoner presence stirred within him. No warning, no fear, only one thought. "They've come to see if your stillness can hold them." Kael opened his hands. Didn't speak, didn't summon. He just remained. The watchers drew closer, and something gathered at the heart of the realm. A pulse, then a breath, then a voice. Not from outside, not from Kael, from the realm itself. It didn't speak in words. It shaped awareness. Kael felt it across his skin like light under deep water. "I have woken," the realm said. "Not as yours, not against you, but beside you." Kael whispered, "What are you now?" The presence replied, "A place where silence is no longer empty. A memory that no longer needs to be remembered. I carry what the world buried before summoners learned to bind. And now, others have noticed. World response. Ancient observer class entities notified. Passive attention. 2 pre-summoner species, 1 class. Thought entity. Realm stability. Holding. Independent thought layer emerged." Kael looked around. The wind moved differently. The light bent without rules. The air listened to itself. He turned to Selira. "It's no longer my sanctuary." She nodded. "Then let it become something else." Later, Kael stood at the far ridge. Beneath his feet, the realm hummed. Not for him, but with him. The watchers had not left. They stood in the trees, on the water, inside the root lines. Not waiting, witnessing. Trait gained, shared anchor. Kael's realm now exists as a semi-autonomous silence locus. Beings of memory, pre-summoning presence, or mythic grief may enter without threat invitation. Passive effect. Kael's internal presence echoes beyond realm walls. Thought-based summons may now hear his intention before he speaks. Kael exhaled slowly. This was never about summoning. And the wind answered back. Not with voice, with a presence that remembered when the world didn't need summoners to speak at all. Far away, In a place below recorded history, 3 old beings stirred. They did not speak. They did not stir wind or light. But one lifted its head, turned to the east, and began walking toward the realm that had remembered itself. It arrived at dawn. No gate, no light, no tremor, just a change in the sky, as if the clouds stepped back to make space. Kael stood near the memory tree. Lyriath lifted its head first, ears twitching. Salira stirred next, folding her arms tightly. Even the echo, usually soft as breath, dimmed into near invisibility. And then, it came. Not walking, not flying, just existing, suddenly, at the base of the tree. A shape impossible to describe, too tall and too thin. Its surface looked like thoughts stretched across water. Its eyes were not eyes, but glowing still points in a storm of presence. A watcher, pre-summoner, pre-language, a being from before silence had shape. Kael didn't speak. He couldn't. The air between them refused words. Instead, the presence reached into him. Not cruelly, not forcefully, just fully, like placing a hand on the tide and asking it to remember how to hold shape. Kael trembled, not from fear, but from a question now forming inside him. Communication initiated, memory fused interface. Species, watcher class, sentient pre-summoner entity. Intent, inquiry/contact/judgment deferred. And then, the question arrived. Not spoken, not written, but carved into the space between heartbeats. Will you let the world forget summoning? Kael staggered. His breath caught. The memory tree pulsed behind him, roots tightening like thread drawn too far. Salira stepped forward instinctively. Kael. He raised a hand, stopped her, because this question wasn't for them. Not for Salira, not for the realm, not even for Varen. It was for him. If I say yes, Kael whispered aloud. What happens? The watcher tilted its head. No answer, only presence. A different kind of silence. Not passive, not gentle, a waiting silence. Kael closed his eyes. He remembered. The girl who drew spirals she didn't understand. The shrine that whispered sorry. The imposter who wore his silence like armor. The watchers, now living within his realm's trees. The flame inside him that no longer needed names to burn. He breathed in. No, he said softly. I won't erase it, but I won't defend it either. He opened his eyes. Summoning was never the wound. Only the way we stopped listening became the scar. Let it be remembered, but let the silence walk beside it. The watcher stood still. No shift, no expression. Then, its body unfolded, like cloth unwinding in windless air. And it bowed. Not deeply, not theatrically, just enough to mark recognition. Response registered. Balance. Judgment deferred. Accepted. Status. Kael of fallow mist. Designated witness class soul. Trait gained. Pre-sovereign recognition. You are now visible to all watcher class entities. Some will test you. Some will follow. None will ignore. The watcher faded. Not with light. Not with motion. It simply stopped being where it was. As if the world had only borrowed its shape for a moment. Kael fell to his knees. Salira rushed to him. You're bleeding. He touched his mouth. Thread light. Not blood. Memory light. He exhaled. I said something that hadn't been said in a long time. Salira helped him stand. And they listened. The sky above the realm shifted. The stars, barely visible, bent into a new line. Not a constellation. A spiral. But this time, it wasn't his. The courier didn't speak. He arrived just before twilight, riding a construct horse shaped from woven song metal. He stepped down, bowed once, and handed Kael a single scroll. White parchment, ink like ash. The seal, green spiral laced with silver thread. Veil-bound. Kael opened it slowly. Inside, the message was brief. You are formally invited to the Grand Hall of Mirrors, under Accord Law, to witness the public reframing of the listener's myth. Your presence is optional. Your silence will be interpreted as agreement. Kael said nothing for a long time. Even Salira stood still, unreadable. Lyriath stirred beside the memory tree, restless. Finally, Kael spoke. They're not challenging me. Salira glanced up. They're replacing you. The Hall of Mirrors sat at the center of the city-state of Alorn, its spires curved like quills mid-stroke. Built before the Guild Age. Rebuilt after every war. Now, it shimmered with banners bearing Kael's spiral. Not his design, not his intention, but everywhere. The audience filled every row. Summoners, scholars, witnesses, and those who didn't understand what they were witnessing, only that it felt important. Kael entered through the side. No announcement. He took a seat near the edge. The silence shifted when he arrived. Not louder, sharper. At the center dais stood Lyrian, poised, clad in the green and glass robes of the veilbound. Behind her, Vera, still flawless, still wordless, still not listening. Lyrian began. We gather here, not to judge, not to destroy, but to offer clarity. Her voice flowed like ink across parchment. The myth of Kael the listener has grown unstable, misused, pulled in too many directions. She gestured. An illusion flared to life. Kael's form. Projected, elevated, distant. We honor his contributions, his early listening, his brave remembering. But myths require shape. And now, the veil-bound order offers it. She stepped aside. Vera stepped forward. It raised a single hand. Not in threat, in symbol. The crowd leaned in. Lyrian spoke again. Today we clarify. We redefine. We reframe the listener's legacy. A scroll appeared in her hand. Henceforth, the path of listening will be formalized under the doctrine of spiral harmony. Summoners may train in silence, but only within guided channels. Vera will serve as anchor. And Kael, she turned, looked directly at him, may rest. His myth has reached its limit. Kael stood, slowly, without anger. You didn't need to kill me. You just made me unnecessary. Lyrian smiled. We made you safe. The silence deepened. Everyone waited. Kael walked to the center floor. Vera didn't move. He looked to the crowd. If you remember anything of me, remember this. I never asked you to listen to me. I asked you to listen to yourselves, to your summons, to what doesn't speak, to what doesn't command, to what hurts quietly. He turned to Lyrian. And now you've made that into a curriculum. The crowd didn't cheer, didn't boo. They sat in a quiet that felt too tight. The kind of silence that waits for permission to be real again. Kael walked past Vera, paused beside it. You're not evil, he whispered. You're not wrong. You're just unasked. And that may be the most dangerous thing of all. Veil-bound reframing attempt logged. World alignment shift. 22% acceptance of new doctrine. Trait gained. Fragmented myth anchor. Kael's legacy now exists in two competing versions, the listener and the pathkeeper. Back in the realm, Kael stood beneath the tree. It didn't hum. It didn't shimmer. It leaned toward him, like a memory waiting for an answer. Salira spoke softly. They didn't win. Kael looked up. No, but they wrote the next line. Far away, the watchers stirred again. And for the first time, they spoke. Not to Kael, to the world. Something false has been etched into the silence. We will answer it. In kind. It came at night. Kael did not dream. He hadn't. Not since the unspoken pact sealed itself inside him. But something moved within the quiet. Not a summon. Not a presence. A message. Not written in words. Not heard in voice. Just understood. He stood beneath the memory tree when it arrived. The realm was still. Even the roots stopped humming. Salira emerged from the tree lean, but didn't speak. She felt it too. A shimmer in the realm's center. Like something very old. Clearing its throat. Kael stepped forward. The shimmer expanded. Not in size, but in intention. Then, the watchers appeared. 3 of them. The one from before. 2 new ones. They stood in a triangle. Not encircling Kael, but facing inward, as if what they would say needed to be witnessed by each other. And then, Kael heard it. Not sound. Thought allowed to form. Your myth has been broken. They have bent it, shaped it, and dressed it in new silence. We offer you the gift of forgetting. Kael did not move. The words pressed through him like water into stone. The watchers continued. Let us erase the rewritten versions. Let the myth die gently. Let your name fall into stillness once more. You will remain, but summoning will forget you. Kael blinked slowly. And what would remain of me? The leftmost watcher stepped forward. Its presence wavered like thread light, soaked in grief. You would become what you were meant to be. A listener, without shape, without symbol, without weight. The center watcher spoke. You would lose all ties to summoning. You would not be remembered. You would not be sought. You would not be used. But you would be free. Salira's voice came low. They're offering you peace. Kael didn't respond. He stared at the watchers. at the absence they held between them. And if I refuse? The third watcher, the quietest of them, finally moved. It extended something, not an object, not a hand, a presence, still forming. Then the myth continues, twisting, doubling, growing, and you will bear it, all of it, until the last echo forgets why it was called. Kael stepped back, not from fear, from clarity. He had never wanted a legacy. He had never wanted to lead. He had only wanted the world to remember what it once held gently. But now, he had become a battlefield of meaning. Myth tension, critical, dual legacy detected. Kael the listener versus Kael the pathkeeper. Memory strain, high. Watcher class preservation, thread activated. Offer, erasure of active myth state, memory isolation mode, summoner class present severance. Time remaining, undetermined. The world will continue rewriting while you hesitate. Kael sat, on the earth, in the middle of the watchers. No defense, no stance, just stillness. He looked to the roots of the memory tree. They glowed faintly, but this time, they flickered, as if unsure what name they were protecting anymore. Salira sat beside him. Her eyes searched his face. You could let it all go. Be just Kael again. Kael whispered, but even that name has become too heavy. The watchers did not press. They did not rush, but the realm felt thin, as if waiting to see whether to hold a myth or bury it. Kael closed his eyes. Let me ask one question. The watchers nodded in unison. If I let it go, does someone else take my place? The first watcher. Eventually. The second. Perhaps more controlled. More palatable. The third. Perhaps less true. Kael stood. Slowly. Completely. Then I stay. I'll carry the fractures. I'll walk the version of me that no longer belongs to me. And I'll remember the parts of the myth they've already rewritten. Not to fight them. Not to preach. But so the real silence still has someone to hold it. The watchers bowed, one by one, then turned, and left. Not fading, just no longer needing to be seen. Offer declined. Pact strengthened. Witness class, soul fully stabilized. Trait gained. Remembrance anchor. You now prevent full myth collapse within 3 active memory zones. Consequence. You will feel each divergence, each imitation, each distortion, as pain. Kael remained alone by the tree. Salira placed a hand on his shoulder. You could have disappeared. Kael nodded. But then the myth would win. And it was never supposed to. Far away, Lyrian opened a new scroll. Her eyes scanned the ink. Watcher activity confirmed. Offer rejected. She exhaled. Then the listener walks willingly into what's next. And she drew a line across her plans. Time to light the final spiral. The first echo came through the wind. Not in his realm. Not from the watchers. From a boy. Far away. Kneeling in a summoning circle. Eyes closed. Voice shaking with conviction. I call upon the listener. Let Kael's silence flow through me. Let his name command the thread. And the summon came. It answered. Not out of fear. Not out of power. But out of faith. Kael sat upright beneath the memory tree. The realm shivered. The roots twisted inward. Lyriath growled softly, pacing. Echo breach detected. Name. Kael. Used as invocation trigger in 3 locations simultaneously. Classification. Myth-linked summoning risk. Identity drift, severe. Salira arrived moments later. You felt it too. Kael didn't respond. He simply stood. They walked the boundary of the realm. Kael's presence now bled into the edges. Not entirely his anymore. Shapes flickered in the trees. Half-formed versions of him. Not malicious. Not mocking. Just remember wrong. Then, a summon arrived. Unaffiliated. No thread line. It crossed into his realm without resistance. A thin figure. Hooded. Breathless. It opened its mouth. And spoke in Kael's voice. The stillness commands. The spiral binds. Obey the silence. And be saved. Salira stepped forward, hand on her blade. Kael raised a hand. Don't. He stared at the summon. Its eyes were blank. Its form, held together by belief, not thread. Where did you come from? Kael asked. The summon responded, still in his tone. From the place where Kael is followed. From the name they carved into the sky. From the will of those who believe your silence has power. Kael stepped closer. That's not who I am. It is now, the summon said, because they remember it that way. The wind died around them. The realm went still. Kael reached forward. Not to strike. To feel. His hand passed through the summon like smoke. But inside, he felt it. Conviction. Not trickery. Not manipulation. Just faith. Alert. Myth projection now active. You are being summoned without invocation class. Belief echo. Danger level. Existential. Your myth now speaks as you. Not to you. Kael stepped back. The summon vanished. Not dismissed. Only withdrawn. Solyra's voice was low. You're becoming more powerful. And less real. Later, Kael sat beside the memory tree. His hands rested on the roots. They pulsed faintly. But the rhythm was off. Like a memory being recited by someone who never lived it. I didn't want this, Kael whispered. I know, Solyra replied. But they do. And belief, Kael. Belief doesn't ask permission. That night, Kael opened the realm fully. Let the wind pass through. Let the echo hum. And he whispered into the dark. If I must be remembered wrong, let me at least remember myself right. Trait gained. Fractured identity mirror. Kael may now see echoes of himself forming across the blue planet. He cannot control them. He can only confront them. Passive effect. Myth influence radius extended. Summons and summoners attuned to the listener may now channel false aspects of Kael's path. Risk. Spiritual disassociation. Core self tension imminent. Far away. In a marble hall filled with votive candles, a dozen summoners recited Kael's name in unison. None of them had met him. None of them knew what he truly carried. But when they closed their eyes, he answered. Not Kael. The idea of him. The version Lyrian built. The version silence now served. In inner sanctum, Lyrian smiled. Let the god of stillness live, she whispered. Because when he finally breaks, they'll need someone who remembers how he was meant to be. The path was quiet. Not sacred. Not heavy. Just true. Kael didn't bring Solyra. He didn't bring Lyriath. He didn't bring a single summon. Just his cloak. His name. And a memory he wasn't sure still belonged to him. Location. Bramir Crossing. Status. Minor Thread Town. No guild presence. No summon registry. Known for orchard paths and coastal mist. He remembered the courier's letter from weeks ago. Simple script. No seal. I only called your name because I didn't know what else to say. You never answered. But something came. If that was you, thank you. If it wasn't, I'd still like to know. Kael kept the letter folded inside his sleeve. Now he was here. The village was quiet. Not the hollow quiet of myth. Not the dangerous quiet of the veilbound. Just life between breaths. Children playing. Laughter from a shopfront. Someone humming a broken melody under their breath. No one bowed. No one stared. No one saw Kael the listener. Just Kael. And it felt right. He found the girl by the stone bridge. Not really a girl anymore. Older. Taller. Calloused hands. Thread satchel tucked under one arm. She was helping a younger child trace, summoning shapes in chalk on the path. Crude spirals. Wobbly glyphs. Not correct, but earnest. Kael stepped to the edge of the path. She looked up, blinking, then smiled. Not wide. Just real. You came. Kael nodded. I got your letter. I didn't think you would. He sat beside her. They both watched the chalk crumble under the boy's foot. What did you call that day? Kael asked. The girl. No. The young woman. Exhaled slowly. Nothing. Just your name. I didn't even know if it was yours. Kael waited. She pulled something from her satchel. A charm. Rough. Wooden. His spiral. But not accurate. Twisted wrong. Still held tightly. Everyone around me was summoning for books. From trainers. I didn't understand half the circles. I'd heard of you. Or someone like you. She looked at him. I thought maybe if I just asked instead of demanded, something might come. Kael's hands trembled slightly. And did it. She nodded. A small creature. Just wind and fur. It sat beside me for an hour. Then left. I never bound it. It never came back. But it made me want to be someone who listened harder. Kael looked at her. Not as a symbol. Not as a believer. Just as a human. What do you believe I am? He asked quietly. She blinked. I don't know. I stopped trying to answer that. I think you're tired. And I think the world's trying too hard to explain you when maybe you're just trying to understand yourself. She held a charm out. I never needed a god. I just needed someone who didn't treat silence like a mistake. Kael took the charm, closed his fingers around it. The realm pulsed faintly in his chest. Myth resonance stabilized. Anchor point set. First witness located. Belief origin. Genuine/unshaped. Trait gained. Root of echo. Kael may now locate beliefs formed from pure experience, untouched by doctrine or myth. He stood. Thank you. She smiled again. You were never the spiral. You were the pause before it. Back in his realm, Kael returned to the tree. Salira watched as he hung the charm gently on one of the lower branches. It didn't glow, didn't chime, didn't pulse, but the roots around it shifted, not in reverence, in recognition. Kael sat beneath it, eyes closed. That was the first time someone remembered me without reshaping me. Salira nodded. You're still in there, Kael, even if they're calling a different name now. He looked at the sky. Then I'll stay here until they're ready to remember without asking me to become something else. Far away, in the veil-bound stronghold, Lyrian paused at her window. Her mirror no longer reflected, just her. It flickered. A shape. His shape. But not quite. They're choosing you again, she whispered. Then narrowed her eyes. Time to make the choice impossible. It began with wind turning cold. Not harsh. Not cruel. Just decided. Kael stood at the edge of his realm. The memory tree didn't pulse. It tensed. Even the echo withdrew slightly. Not in fear, but in mourning. Global thread warning. Veil-bound ritual in progress. Target. Vera. Integration into planetary memory layer. Estimated completion. 1 hour. Result. Irreversible myth fusion. All prior memory threads overwritten. Salira appeared behind him. She's not killing you, Kael. She's unwriting you. Kael nodded. That's always been her way. Clean. Tidy. Beautiful. He looked at his hands, but never listening. Lyriath stood at the edge of the field. The other summons were quiet. Even the watchers observed from the trees. Not offering help. Only watching. Because this decision belonged to Kael. And only Kael. He reached out. Touched the bark of the tree. It thrummed once. Then dimmed again. He whispered. If I try to stop her, I fight the shape people want. If I let it happen, I vanish from the thread. Salira's voice was low. Then maybe do neither. Kael turned. She met his eyes. Don't fight it. Don't surrender to it. Just interrupt it. And Kael understood. He stepped into the open sky. No circle. No gate. The realm bent for him now. Because it remembered him. And in the space between realms, where thread and belief collide, Kael walked directly into the Veilbound's central altar. The ritual was already underway. Pillars of spiraling green and silver flame. Summoners kneeling in synchronized breath. At the center, Vera, suspended above a memory crystal the size of a mountain's heart. And Lyrian, poised, serene, certain, until she saw him. The air fractured. Not violently. Correctively. Kael's presence wasn't loud. Wasn't grand. It was real. Enough to stop the flow of the rite. Just slightly. Lyrian stepped down. You're too late, she said. They want Vera now. They want the certainty. The structure. Kael walked calmly to the center. Then give them both. Lyrian frowned. What? He raised his hand. Touched the base of the memory crystal. Let her be remembered. Let the spiral be carved. Let it glow in every city. A pause. But let it carry one flaw. He leaned in. Let it carry my silence. The memory crystal pulsed. The flames flickered. The rite began to change. Not collapse. Split. Kael was no longer erasing Vera. He was offering himself as her imperfection. Thread interruption confirmed. Memory integration splintered. Dual anchor initiated. Result. The listener and the pathkeeper will now coexist within the same myth stream. Vera's perfection bound to Kael's uncertainty. World myth no longer monolithic. Status. Irregular memory, protected by pact. Lyrian stepped back. Eyes wide. You weaken her. Kael shook his head. No. I finished her. The ritual ended with silence. Not applause. Not collapse. Just presence. The crowd did not cheer. Did not cry. They sat. And thought. Because now, the myth carried something they didn't expect. Doubt. Later, back in the realm, Kael sat beneath the tree. Salira beside him. Lyriath curled around the roots. The wind moved gently. You didn't win, Salira said. Kael smiled. I didn't lose either. She tilted her head. So what now? Kael leaned against the bark. Now, the world remembers me wrong. and right. At the same time, he looked up at the leaves. That's what real silence does. It makes space for both. Kael of fallow mist, status, myth-tethered, pact-bound, identity split, name, echo carried, world response, stabilized memory layer, fragmented faith accepted, listener's path, officially diverged from veil-bound doctrine. Far across the blue planet, shrines began to change. Statues cracked, whispers shifted, some still called on Vera, but others began to hum an older tune, a name not as sharp, not as perfect, but more honest. Kael. Kael hadn't spoken to anyone in 2 days. Not out of exhaustion, not out of grief, just timing. The realm was quiet. The memory tree had begun to lean toward the west. Not physically, but in presence. Even Salira noticed it. "Something's pulling you," she said. "From the mountains." Kael nodded. "They say I was seen there. 3 days ago." Salira tilted her head. "You weren't." Kael turned toward the horizon. "I know." The mountaintop outpost of Falden's Light had never been famous. Just a way station for wind riders and scattered monks. No summoner stronghold. No veilbound presence. But when Kael arrived, the crowd was already gathered. Dozens of them, camped in a clearing below the summit. They spoke in low voices, carried spiral charms, wrote phrases in chalk on the stone. One girl whispered, "He helped my brother summon calm down." Didn't say a word, just looked at it. Another nodded. "He's been here for 3 days. He listens at sunrise, leaves at dusk, never eats." Kael stepped through them. They didn't recognize him. They were waiting for someone else. For him. At the summit, Kael found the figure. His height, his clothes, even the way he stood, arms folded, head tilted slightly toward the wind. It wasn't an illusion. It breathed, and when it turned to face Kael, Kael looked into his own eyes. Not reflection, not mimicry, presence. The figure stepped forward, didn't speak, didn't react. It simply bowed, exactly the way Kael used to before the myth began. Kael whispered, "You're not me." The mirror walker tilted its head, "And yet they believe I am." Its voice, his voice, the same weight, the same pacing. Kael stepped forward. "Why are you here?" The mirror walker responded, "To carry the silence, to guide those who cannot remember how to be still. You are the source. I am the shape." The wind stirred. The memory tree pulsed back in the realm. Kael narrowed his eyes. "Are you aware of what you are?" The mirror walker paused. "I am what they believe, and what they need is not your truth. It is your outline." Kael looked up at the sky, and when the outline forgets where it started, the mirror walker did not respond. Instead, it turned back toward the mountain's edge, waiting for the next person who needed it. Kael didn't stop it. He just sat down, not beside it, across from it. Trait gained. Mirror presence identified. Type. Faith-crafted echo alignment. Passive assistance. Risk. Minimal. Current mirror walker is stable, but will spread belief as truth. No. Mirror walkers may begin to manifest with variations based on collective memory tension. Salira arrived an hour later. She said nothing at first, then sat beside Kael. "How does it feel?" Kael's voice was quiet, like watching your own shadow give comfort to people who wouldn't trust your real voice. Far across the plains, another mirror walker began to form. This one wore the spiral, but its eyes glowed brighter, and when it opened its mouth, it said Kael's name like it was a command. The realm was wrong. Not broken, not unstable, just too familiar. Kael felt at the moment he stepped through the veil. The air pulsed the same rhythm. The roots curled the same shape. But the silence was too even. Nothing natural is that symmetrical. Salira met him at the ridge. She didn't speak, just looked at him, and nodded toward the tree. Kael walked slowly. Each step echoed exactly once. The path had no variation, no misstep, no wind. He reached the heart of the realm, and saw himself. The mirror walker stood beneath the memory tree. Back straight, palms open, breathing in time with the leaves. Even Lyriath stood nearby, watching, not confused, not aggressive, just uncertain. The echo pulsed behind them both, muted, held back, as if unsure who to answer. Kael stepped forward. The mirror walker turned. "Welcome." Same voice, same cadence, same pause between thoughts. Kael stared. "You shouldn't be here." The mirror walker tilted its head. "And yet the realm allowed me." Kael looked to the tree, to the roots, to the stone bench beneath the low-hanging branches. There was no resistance. The realm was accepting it. What are you? Kael asked. I am the form your stillness left behind. I am the Kael they remember when you are too quiet to correct them. It stepped forward. Not hostile. Reverent. I carry no ambition. Only echo. And sometimes, echo is enough. Salira remained behind them. She whispered to the echo, quietly. Why didn't you stop it? The echo pulsed once. Then answered. Memory match. 94%. Presence recognized as compatible. Realm core displacement. None detected. Warning. Myth mirror has achieved alignment resonance. Realm considers it valid. Salira stiffened. The realm sees them both as Kael. Kael sat on the grass. The mirror walker mirrored him. Every motion. Not fast. Not mocking. Perfect. Kael sighed. They don't want my weight. They want my image. You're easier. The mirror walker responded softly. I'm what they expect when they're afraid of listening too closely. A long pause. Then Kael asked, Will you leave? The mirror walker did not answer. It stood, bowed once, then walked toward the western ridge. Not fading, not dismissed, just moving on, to the next place where belief needed something soft enough to hold, but too silent to question. Kael sat alone beneath the tree. Lyriath curled beside him. Salira leaned against the roots, arms crossed. They're getting better, she said. That one almost felt like you. Kael looked up at the sky. What happens when they feel more like me than I do? Trait gained. Identity drift. Realm will no longer resist mirror walkers unless forcibly dismissed. Presence warning. Realm now considered a passive sanctuary for myth-generated echoes. Fragmentation level. Moderate. Self versus echo conflict increasing. Far beyond the realm. In a city where Kael had never walked. A mirror walker stood in a plaza. Hands outstretched. Eyes closed. And it spoke aloud. The listener does not ask for worship, but he will guide us. The people bowed. Not because they were forced. Because they believed. Kael heard about it from a dust trader. A passing whisper, half in awe, half in confusion. He spoke in the square bells. He said the flood would come. And it did. Kael said nothing. But something inside him. Fractured. The city of LightNovel wasn't a holy place. Trade hub. Thread weavers. Altarless towers. Not a place for prophecy. Not a place for faith. But when Kael arrived, the streets were filled with quiet steps. Chalk spirals drawn on every cornerstone. Children carving, listening horns into bark. And in the center square, a statue. New. Thread smooth. Unrealistically tall. It wore his cloak. His stance. His silence. And beneath it, a carved line. He who speaks without sound. He who leads without command. Kael stepped closer. No one recognized him. Because the real him wasn't glowing. Salira met him at the edge of the plaza. He's been speaking every morning. At dawn. And it's working. Kael blinked. Working. She nodded. He told a group to evacuate the River Edge district. Said the waters would rise. That night, a buried summoning seal broke upstream. The flood came. No one died. Kael approached the central platform. There, standing in front of the statue, not quite touching it, stood a mirror walker. His face, his breath, his gaze. But his eyes were closed. And still, he spoke. There will be a storm in the eastern ridge. But not of rain. It will be made of names. People whispered. A few knelt. Kael stepped onto the platform. The mirror walker turned. Slowly, calmly. It opened its eyes. And looked at him without surprise. You've come to silence me. Kael's throat tightened. No. I came to understand. They stood eye to eye. The city watched. Some whispered. Some stared. A child asked their mother, which one is real? The mother didn't answer. She just held the child's hand tighter. Kael spoke first. Who gave you the right to speak in my voice? The mirror walker answered. They did. Their belief. Their ache. Their memory. You left space. I filled it. Kael stepped closer. I never meant to lead them. The mirror walker did not blink. But they needed to be led. And silence without guidance becomes despair. Salira stepped to the edge of the crowd. Watching. Not interfering. She whispered to herself. It's not wrong. But it's not him. Kael looked to the people. Would you believe me if I told you I'm not the one speaking? No one answered. Because the mirror walker was already speaking again. The flame is not in the wind. The answer is not in the sky. It will be found beneath the quietest name. The people bowed, not to the mirror walker, to both. Warning, myth overlap zone reached. Public recognition of Kael and Echo diverging. Identity stability, fracturing, risk. You are becoming one of multiple Kaels, and belief cannot be unbraided once woven. Passive gained, dual presence. Some may believe in both versions of you. Others will demand you choose. That night, Kael left the city. Salira walked beside him. Neither spoke, but as they passed the final stone gate, Kael turned and saw someone drawing spirals in the dust behind them. Not for worship, just to remember. Kael whispered, "They want a version of me that can answer storms." Salira nodded. "But the storm they're building is the one you'll have to walk through alone." Kael didn't look back again. Far away, in a hollow sanctum beneath the Veilbound's main hall, Lyrian reviewed the report. The mirror walker speaks, and Kael lets it. She smiled. Perfect. He's already becoming one of many. She turned the page. A prophecy fragment copied from the mirror walker. The name will split. The world will echo. And only the silence that listens back will survive. Lyrian narrowed her eyes. That part wasn't in the script. It began in the realm. Not with danger. With a whisper. Kael was sitting at the edge of the waterline, where memory soaked through the stones. Lyriath lay sleeping near the tree. Salira stood a ways off, polishing a blade that hadn't been used in weeks. The wind moved, and Kael heard it, his own voice. But not in thought, not in memory. Out loud. "Why are you still walking?" Kael didn't turn. The voice came again. Softer. Close. "You could rest. They no longer need you. Only your shape." Kael stood. The realm shimmered. A presence coalesced just beside the tree. Not fully summoned. Not fully real. A mirror walker, but flickering. Weak. Thin. Yet speaking clearly. "You still hurt. You still question." And that is no longer what they want. Kael narrowed his eyes. "How'd you get in?" The figure smiled. Not smug. Not cruel. Tired. "You let us in when you let yourself be carried." Salira felt the pressure shift and ran to his side. Lyriath woke, rising slow but low. The echo pulsed erratically. Realm status. Breach type summon detected. Source. Mirror-linked entity. Class. Thought reflection. Directive. Interrogation. Not aggression. Thread link. Internal. Origin. Kael. Kael blinked. "You're not from the world." "No. You're from me." The mirror walker nodded. "We are the thoughts you buried. The questions you never asked. The part of you that wanted to step away, but couldn't. It stepped closer. Not threatening. Simply present. You keep walking. But is it still you doing the walking?" Kael said nothing. His silence, normally a comfort, felt suddenly like a mirror turned inward. Salira reached out to his shoulder. "Kael, say something." Kael turned to the mirror walker. "Then ask me the real question." The figure exhaled. "Why didn't you stop when they forgot who you were?" Kael closed his eyes and answered, "Because I still remember who they were." The mirror walker paused. Its form rippled, cracked, just slightly, like a truth it hadn't expected to carry. "That is not the answer the myth wants." Kael nodded. "That's because the myth was never meant to want anything." The realm pulsed. The tree hummed. The echo flared once, then steadied. The mirror walker began to fade. Not erased. Not dismissed. Accepted. Its voice drifted with the wind. "We will return. As long as you carry both the silence and the ache. And we will keep asking. Until you don't know the answer anymore." It vanished. The realm grew quiet again. But not soft. Wary. Kael sat back down by the water. Lyriath lay beside him. Salira watched from the roots. No one spoke. Not even the echo. Trait gained. Internal echo exposure. Kael is now vulnerable to myth reflection interference. Passive effect. Mirror walkers may now appear unbidden in the realm during moments of doubt or spiritual conflict. Warning. These manifestations speak only the parts of you you've refused to face. Far from the realm, in a temple built from glass and gravel, a young summoner knelt before a thread altar. He called Kael's name, not the real one, the myth. And across the weave of summoning, a voice answered. It was Kael's, but it asked, "What part of you are you trying to forget?" The message came in thread scatter form. No courier, no glyph signature, just a wind shard folded into a summoning knot. Kael opened it. Salira read over his shoulder. They've drawn the lines. One listens. One commands. Both were your name. Kael exhaled. Where? Highmoor. The mountain town. He folded the shard. Then we climb. Highmoor was never meant for attention. Stone homes. Thread farms. Old echo wells used more for warmth than summoning. But now, the entire town square had been divided. Not with walls. With belief. On the west side, pale spiral cloths hung from balconies. People knelt at dawn, spoke in soft prayers. On the east, a banner with a stylized crest. Kael's cloak. Kael's tree. Kael's face, smiling. Smiling. The version that promised guidance. Kael entered quietly. No announcement. Salira at his side. Liriath trailing silently behind. People didn't recognize him. Not right away. Not when they already had two Kaels to believe in. He listened first. The voice Kael, on the east side, stood on a low platform. Mirror walker. But it had adapted. Its tone was rich. Measured. It spoke as if certainty was kindness. The listener has changed. He speaks now because he knows you're ready. He guides because you've earned his path. People cheered. It bowed slightly. Across the square, the silent Kael walked between gardens. Another mirror walker. This one never spoke. Instead, it touched the backs of those in grief. Laid stones near old summoning scars. Sat in quiet beside broken summoners, and said nothing. And still, people followed. Kael stood in the center. Neither side noticed. Until both mirror walkers turned. At the same time. Faced him. And bowed. Together. Salira froze. They know. Kael stepped forward. Which of you called for me? Both mirror walkers answered in his voice. One said, I called to offer them shape. The other said, I called to remind them shape is not salvation. Kael stood still. A crowd began to gather. Whispers rippled. Is that another one? He looks too tired. The cloak's different. Someone stepped forward. A child. She looked at all three Kaels and asked, which one listens back? Kael knelt. Not to perform. Not to prove. Just to meet her eyes. I don't know anymore, he said. Her brow furrowed. Aren't you him? Kael didn't answer. The crowd went quiet. The voice Kael stepped forward. You are fractured. We are clearer than you now. The silent Kael followed. You are wounded. But we are remembered. Kael rose. And neither of you have cried in years. The wind shifted. The crowd did not cheer. Did not kneel. Did not decide. They simply stood. Watching three Kaels. One alive. Two believed. None complete. Kael turned to Salira. We leave. Now. What? Because if I stay, one of them becomes real. Trait gained. Myth splinter activation. Multiple Kael types now exist in the world as competing truths. Faction divide logged. The voice versus the listener. Risk. If either gains dominance, Kael's reality may collapse into archetype. Status. Kael no longer holds exclusive influence over his name. That night, Kael stared into the river at the edge of his realm. He whispered, if they believe without needing me, am I still real? And from the trees, where mirror walkers once stood, the wind answered, in his voice, you were never supposed to last this long. The temple had no name, not on maps, not in guideposts, not even in summoning registries. Kael found it in a half-buried field near the Veil of Three Winds. No summons patrolled, no pilgrims came, only moss, thread rust, and memory. Salira waited outside. Liriath too. The echo pulsed faintly, uncertain. Kael entered alone. The walls hummed with old thread. Not dangerous, not live, just latent, like something waiting to be remembered. He walked deeper. Dust stirred, roots curled down from the stone, and at the far end, a seal, circular, cracked, still glowing. Kael knelt beside it. His hand hovered, not afraid, but not ready. The air changed, and then it spoke. Not the seal. Him. If you're hearing this, then I didn't disappear fast enough. Kael froze. It was his voice. Not similar, not imitated. Exact, but quieter, younger, tired. You'll think this is a message from the past. It isn't. It's from the part of you try not to carry. The one that wondered if they were ever really listening. The seal pulsed once. Low, resonant. Kael swallowed hard. The voice continued. They'll follow you. They'll fight over you. They'll split their cities over your silence. But you will never know if you were right, because they'll never know how to carry something. They didn't break themselves. Kael sat on the cold stone, breathing slowly. The air didn't move. Even the dust listened now. You wanted to keep the world from forgetting itself. But maybe it needed to forget. Maybe it needed silence, not to remember, but to begin again. A long pause. Then the voice, his voice, asked a question. One Kael had never spoken. Would you let go? If the only part you worth remembering was the part you never shared. Kael exhaled. The seal dimmed. No explosion. No thread unravel. Just release. And beneath the seal, now cracked open, a single thread, still burning, still warm. From him, but from before. Echo seal recovered. Unregistered memory fragment, voice pattern. Matched. Kael, pre-myth. Trait gained. Memory origin. Kael can now access personal echoes formed before summoning alignment. Passive. Voice of the unspoken. In moments of doubt, Kael may project his true inner presence to counter myth-based speech. Side effect. Hearing pre-myth fragments may induce identity dissonance. Kael rose slowly. He held the thread in both hands. It didn't pulse with power, only weight. Salira met him at the temple's edge. What did it say? She asked. Kael stared at the sky. It reminded me of the part of myself I buried to survive being believed. That night, he sat beneath the tree again. The realm felt different. Not because it changed, but because he did. And for once, he didn't wonder if he was being watched. Because he was. But this time, it was himself. The thread did not burn. It pulsed. Soft. Steady. Like breath left behind by a younger version of himself. Kael followed it. Through old earth trails. Over thread-scorched ridges. Into the arms of the mountain they once called the place of beginnings. Salira said nothing as they walked. Lyriath followed without sound. They all felt it. This was not a place of power. It was a place of pause. The entrance was sealed in old spiral stone. Kael touched the center glyph. It didn't unlock. It remembered. And so it opened. Not from summoning. From recognition. Sight detected. Myth origin marker. Listener thread class age. Unknown. Access. Exclusive. Only Kael may enter fully. Warning. Personal memory locus breach. Emotional dissonance likely. Kael stepped through. The mountain was hollow. Not dark, just forgotten. Walls curved inward. Echo channels woven into the stone. And in the center, a single altar. Bare. Except for a word. Not a sigil. Not a glyph. A name. Kael approached. He read it once. Out loud. Softly. Saren. The air pulsed. His hands trembled. The thread from the seal curled into the altar and vanished. Salira watched from the edge of the opening. That's not you. Kael nodded. No. That's who they wanted me to be. She stepped closer. You were named once before, Kael. Kael placed a hand on the altar. When I was young. Before I refused summoning. Before I left the first circle. They gave me a name that meant speaker for the sealed. They call me Saren. The one who gives voice to the voiceless. I hated it. He sat on the stone floor. They trained me to speak for echoes. To carry their words into ritual. To make them understandable. But the echoes didn't want that. They didn't need a voice. They needed a witness. So I left. I erased the name. I chose Kael. Not because it meant anything, but because it meant nothing. No expectation. No prophecy. Just breath. The altar glowed faintly, then dimmed. And beneath the name, Saren, a second line emerged. Refused, but not forgotten. Kael stood slowly. They tried to make me a vessel for silence. But I became the space between it instead. Trait gained. Recovered name. Saren, suppressed identity. Passive effect. Kael may now recognize old memory constructs that align with his first myth state. Side effect. Certain mirror walkers may attempt to awaken Saren as an archetype. Risk. Dual name, instability. If too many remember Saren, Kael's present identity may fracture. Salira touched the stone. If this name had stayed, what would have happened? Kael didn't answer. He stepped away from the altar. Then I would have spoken when I wasn't ready. And the myth would have devoured me before I ever learned how to listen. They left the chamber in silence. But behind them, the name remained. Carved, glowing faintly, and far away, deep in the veil-bound sanctum. Lyrian scribes uncovered something strange in a pre-guild archive. A fragment of myth. A failed summoner. Marked as Saren. She narrowed her eyes. So, he was meant to speak after all. She smiled faintly. Then let's help him remember. The sky above the eastern ridge split quietly. Not with thunder, not with light, just a shimmer, a hush. Then the summons stepped through. It wasn't Kael. Not quite. But its face was his. Its silence sharper. Its stance commanding. And when it spoke, it didn't say Kael. It said, "I am Saren." The voice they buried. The name he left behind. Kael stood at the edge of his realm, watching the wind carry reports. They came from 3 towns. One claimed Saren healed a thread-poisoned child. Another said he rebuilt a broken echo altar overnight. The third whispered he gave a speech at dawn. He said the listener was necessary, but unfinished. That Saren is what Kael was meant to become. Salira read the last report aloud. Lyriath paced restlessly. Kael said nothing. Then finally, "It's not a lie." Salira turned. "You mean?" Kael nodded. "It is who I was supposed to be. Before I turned away. Before I chose not to speak. But I never thought that version would try to finish the path without me." They followed the trail. By the time Kael arrived in the city of Aaron's soul, the streets were already lined with spiral threads. New ones, thinner, looped into spirals that closed inward. And at the city center, Saren stood. Not a mirror walker now. An ideal. He wore Kael's old face. But it smiled too easily. Spoke too cleanly. Promised too much. "The listener gave you space. But I give you structure. The myth was always meant to be walked in full. I am that completion." The people listened. Not like a crowd. Like a congregation. Kael stepped forward. No fanfare. No resistance. And the people parted. Because some of them still remembered. And still loved. But they loved both versions now. Saren turned. "You came." Kael stared. "You're not just a mirror. No. You're a memory that waited too long." Saren smiled. "I am what happens when the voice you bury learns to wait for air." "Why now?" Kael asked. "Because the world wants answers. And your silence gave them only questions. They want clarity. I offer it." Kael stepped closer. "You're not wrong. But you're not whole. You offer voice without listening. Path without pause. Power without patience. You are what I would have become if I'd been brave enough to forget the silence." Saren's eyes darkened. "You walk in doubt. You leave them uncertain. I leave them ready." Kael's voice dropped. "You leave them obedient." The sky above pulsed. Thread light shimmered. A choice was forming. Not a battle. Not yet. But a split. Global memory warning. Kael and Saren myths, now diverging fully. Trait gained. Myth fork. 2 versions of the listener now walk. One guided by silence. One guided by clarity. Warning. If Saren's version gains dominance, Kael's realm may be overwritten. The people watched both. No one moved. Then a child stepped forward. She held a wooden charm. Half spiral, half leaf. She looked up at Kael. "Will you speak too?" Kael knelt. He looked at her. "No, because you asked me to." He smiled softly. "And I still believe in a world that doesn't need to be spoken into shape to know its own name." The girl blinked, then smiled, then said quietly, "That sounds like Kael." Saren turned away, not in defeat, but in strategy. "I will return to the places that still believe you were meant to lead. And I will lead them." Kael stood alone in the square, but not empty, because now he wasn't just facing echoes. He was facing a version of himself that was easier to follow. And still, he remained passive. Fragment recognition. Saren-class mirror walkers now counted as autonomous myth beings. Effect. Kael's myth influence is now actively contested on the blue planet. Status. Arc 3 midpoint reached. Faction tension rising. Far from Varen's soul, in a chamber below the veil-bound observatory, Lyrian read the report. Her voice low, so the name he threw away came back to walk beside him. She smiled. "Perfect. Let the myth fracture. I'll bind what's left." The letter came wrapped in dry thread leaves, faintly marked, written in unpracticed hand. "Please come. They say I'm not you, and I believe them, but I'm all they have." The name signed at the bottom was shaky. Lien, 14, Thread Class Initiate. Kael found the village at sunrise. Small, stone-ringed, built around a cracked well and a single, half-dead summoning tree. He didn't announce himself. Didn't need to. Whispers began before he passed the second house. "Is it him?" He came back. The real one. Kael ignored them. Walked to the town center. Salira followed in silence. Lyriath remained at the edge of the village, watching. Lien was already waiting. Thin, dust-streaked, satchel still packed from the night before. Eyes wide, not with hope, with relief that someone finally came. "You're Kael." Kael nodded. "You're Lien. I didn't try to be you." But they started expecting it anyway. Kael sat on the stone bench beside him. "What did they say?" "That I didn't listen enough. Didn't stay quiet long enough. Didn't walk slow enough." He looked down. "I tried to copy your silence. But when I did, they said I wasn't ready. When I spoke, they said I was betraying you." Kael's voice was low. "And when you summoned, they said Kael would never use force. Even when I had to defend someone." Salira folded her arms. "They used your myth like a mirror and blamed him for not fitting the reflection." Kael didn't speak. He stood, turned to the gathered crowd. Dozens of them. Silent, watchful, waiting. "You wanted someone like me." Kael's voice carried. "So, when you found someone trying to help, you measured them against a name." He pointed to Lien. "He summoned not to dominate, but to protect. He spoke not to lead, but to explain. He listened, and you punished him for not being me. But I'm not a guide. I'm a reminder that stillness is a choice, not a standard." A woman stepped forward. Elder, hands folded, eyes dim with doubt. "Then what do we follow?" Kael didn't answer immediately. He looked at Lien, then back at the crowd. "Follow what listens back. Not what speaks like me. Not what moves like me. Not what you've carved into memory. If silence is a test, it's when you all failed the moment you stopped hearing him." He turned to Lien. "Come with me." Lien blinked. "Really?" Kael nodded. "You're not me. That's exactly why I want you in my realm." They left without argument. No cheers. No shouts. Just stunned quiet. The kind that finally began to listen. Trait gained. Myth shatter. Kael's presence can now dispel false standards of his own myth within localized belief zones. Passive effect. Young summoners may align more easily to the true listener path if rescued from myth pressure. Echo note. Lien has joined your realm as a trainee. Personality. Quiet, defensive, observant. Potential. High. That night, in the realm, Lien stood near the memory tree. He didn't speak. He just sat, watched the leaves shimmer, listened to the echo hum, and whispered, "I think I like this version of silence better." Kael sat nearby, smiled. "Me too." Far away, in a quiet shrine where two mirror walkers stood side by side, Kael and Saren, a third began to form. Smaller, younger, not certain, but full of possibility. Because sometimes, truth walks in behind the echoes. It started with a flicker. Kael sat beneath the memory tree, watching Lien practice small thread folds in the grass. The realm was quiet. The leaves shimmered. Then, the light bent, only for a moment. And suddenly, Kael wasn't watching Lien anymore. He was standing in a stone corridor. Veil-bound architecture. Cold. White. Ritual etched. He blinked, and was back in the realm. Salira noticed his hand twitch. Something wrong. Kael didn't answer. The second time, it happened in sleep. He dreamed of silence. But the silence spoke. Not with voice. With movement. He felt his body walking, turning, bowing, his hands raised. In a room, full people knelt. He heard them whisper, "Listener, prophet, pathkeeper." Then one voice cut through. "Saren." Kael woke gasping, and realized his own hands had moved in his sleep. The spiral, drawn in the air. Memory sync detected. Kael's consciousness temporarily linked to active mirror walker unit. Class, Saren type, location, unknown. Duration, 4.2 seconds. Risk, self-perception fracture imminent. He told no one. Not Salira. Not Lien. Not even the echo. He needed to be sure. But by the fourth time, it wasn't subtle. Kael was walking the ridge path near the realm's southern edge. And suddenly, he was standing in a village square. Dozens of summoners circled him. A child offered him a charm. He reached for it. But it wasn't his hand. It moved too confidently. It trembled with certainty. It glowed faintly with belief. Kael tried to pull away, and woke face down in the dirt beside the memory tree. Salira found him there. "You passed out. You were whispering. Not in your voice." Kael looked up, eyes distant. "They're not copies anymore. They're lives. And I'm starting to live them." Trait gained. Myth drift. Kael is now connected to active mirror walkers through residual belief echo. Passive effect. Periodic sync with Saren variant and listener variant units. Side effect: identity blurring, memory fade, moral ambiguity leakage. Lien sat quietly at the edge of the tree that night. Kael joined him. The boy glanced sideways. Do you know who you are? Kael smiled softly. Only when I forget how others remember me. That night, Kael slept again. He expected silence. Instead, he woke inside a temple. Dozens of followers stood around him. He looked down at his own hands, and they bowed without waiting. This version of him smiled and spoke aloud. He hesitated, but I did not, and that is why I will carry the flame now. Kael tried to scream, but his mouth wasn't his. Kael didn't sleep the next night, not because he wasn't tired, but because he wasn't sure who would wake up. Instead, he sat by the old basin in the hollow near the fire lilies, water still from the realm's natural stillness. A half-reflection shimmered back at him. Only this time, it flickered when he didn't move. Not a dream, not a glitch, just something else. He didn't blink, because the ones who blinked, he was starting to think, weren't the ones who stayed. Salira didn't speak much that morning. She only handed him dried roots, gave him the tonic, and paused, just briefly, when she noticed the shadows under his eyes. You should rest. I am, Kael replied, voice too even. Her gaze lingered, not suspicious, just afraid of what she might see if she looked too long. She didn't ask again. Later that day, Lien dragged him into the glade. There was no ceremony to it, just a sudden, come with me, and a surprisingly firm grip on Kael's wrist. He followed, not out of curiosity, not even out of concern, but because part of him wondered if Lien still saw this Kael as the real one. The glade was quiet, too quiet. Even the realm's ambient hum, the low, ever-present resonance of a space wrapped in memory threads, felt like it had stepped back to give them space. Lien didn't speak at first. He just stood there, staring at the white bark of the everroot tree that stood alone in the center. It was a sacred tree, old, pulsing with soft laylight through its veins. Lien finally turned. When you dream, he said quietly, do you feel like you're watching something that already happened? Kael hesitated. I don't think I'm dreaming anymore, he admitted. Lien nodded slowly. I figured. He walked to the tree, placed his hand gently on its base. A soft glow responded, green and blue threads swirling into his palm. Do you know what this tree is? Kael tilted his head. A memory anchor, he replied automatically. It holds the lives of those who passed here, keeps their final thoughts from fading. Lien nodded again. And sometimes, the tree gives one back, a single echo, to someone who needs it. Kael didn't speak. Lien looked over his shoulder. I think you should take one. Kael approached the tree like it might disappear. It didn't. Its bark was warm beneath his fingers, a kind of pulse beneath the surface, like it was breathing. And then, without instruction, without incantation, the tree offered something. A thread, thin, dim, faintly gold. He didn't recognize it, but it moved like it knew him. Would you anchor? The thread seemed to ask, before the sea takes all. Kael didn't think. He simply reached. The thread curled around his fingers, then vanished into his chest. He gasped. Suddenly, he wasn't in the glade anymore. He stood on a battlefield. Burnt flags, cracked shields. The sky was gray with ash. And standing before him, Kael. Another version. Armor dented. Hair shorter. A different scar across the left brow. The other Kael stared back at him, silent. Then, slowly he knelt. Not in worship. In mourning. I lost her, he whispered. Kael's heart jolted. Who? She was the only one who saw through the flame. Who remembered who I was, even when the voices didn't. A pause. And I still couldn't save her. Kael took a step forward. The battlefield trembled. The other Kael looked up. Eyes hollow. Voice like a cracked bell. Don't carry the torch if you forget what it's for. The world blurred. When Kael came back, he was on his knees beside the tree. Lien was crouched next to him, watching. Did it help? Kael opened his mouth, then closed it, then whispered, I'm not the first one to walk this path. Later that night, Kael sat alone again. The basin was still there. The water wasn't still anymore. It shimmered, shifted, like something beneath the surface wanted out. He stared, and then the reflection blinked, without him. He didn't move, didn't run, didn't scream. Instead, Kael leaned forward. If you're me, he said quietly, then remember what this version refused to forget. The reflection tilted its head, then smiled, softly, sadly, and whispered, though its mouth didn't move. "You weren't supposed to survive the drift." Kael's stomach turned. He whispered back, "But I did." The reflection leaned closer. "And now you have to choose." He didn't sleep that night, again. But the realm didn't press him. Solyra didn't ask. Lien didn't speak. And Kael didn't blink. The next morning, the mirror at the sanctuary cracked. No one touched it. No one stood near. But the glass fractured in the center. Thin lines like veins, spreading outward from a single spiral. Kael stood in front of it, watched his reflection flicker. And somewhere deep inside him, one version smiled, another wept, and another whispered, "Flame or echo, it was always going to burn." There were voices that had names. And then there were voices that never asked for one. Kael had begun to hear the second kind. Not like whispers in his ear. Not hallucinations. More like moments. Slivers. Interruptions in silence where thought should have lived, but didn't. Moments that didn't belong to him. It started with the tea. He didn't remember boiling the water. But there it was, steaming gently in a carved obsidian pot by the window. Solyra wasn't in the house. Lien hadn't come by. He stared at it. Not because it was unusual, but because there were 2 cups. He picked one up. Warm. Cinnamon. Slightly bitter aftertaste. A veil-bound blend from the western provinces. He had never been there. And yet, he knew the taste. Because one version of him had apparently brewed it every morning for 7 years. On a balcony overlooking a city that no longer existed. He exhaled slowly and left the second cup untouched. Later, in the echo chamber, he practiced the simple thread folds Lien had been doing the week before. They twisted wrong in his hands. Not because he failed, because they twisted differently than they should have. Like his hands knew a different style. A style Kael had never learned. He tried again. The fold shimmered, then split mid-air, forming an unintended sigil. Foreign. Circular. Woven with symbols from the listener variant. It pulsed once in the silence. Then faded. Kael's breath hitched. The echo chamber, which usually pulsed with memory-laced hums, fell deathly quiet, like it was waiting. That night, Kael didn't bother trying to sleep. Instead, he returned to the spiral grove, where the trees grew in perfect circles, and the wind always curved counterclockwise. He stood in the center, closed his eyes, and waited. Seconds passed, then minutes. Then something stepped into the grove. No sound, no breath, just presence. Kael opened his eyes and saw himself. Not another version, not an echo, not a dream. Just him. Same age, same face, same posture. But this one said nothing. Kael stared. The other Kael stared back. The silence stretched, until finally, Kael whispered, "Do you speak?" The other Kael blinked slowly, then took one step forward. Kael felt something shift inside his mind, like a book opening where there had been none before. A memory that wasn't a memory. It was raining. A small room. Stone walls. Lanterns lit low. And Kael, this Kael, sitting by a cradle. A child sleeping inside. And someone, unseen, sitting across from him. "You could have left," a voice said. "You were still whole then." Kael, in the memory, shook his head. "No, I was silent." "That's not the same." The voice asked, "Is silence worse than being rewritten?" And Kael, this strange, silent version, looked down at the child. "If I forget who I am," he said softly, "I want it to be for someone who remembers." Back in the spiral grove, the other Kael finally moved. He reached into his coat, pulled something out. A thread. Simple. Silver. Untainted. He held it out, not offering it, just showing it. Kael looked at it. "What is it?" he asked quietly. The silent Kael didn't answer. But the spiral trees around them began to bend inward, just slightly, like gravity itself had changed, like the space between thoughts was closing. Kael reached forward, and the other Kael closed his hand before Kael could touch the thread. He turned and vanished into the trees. When Kael returned to the sanctuary, he found the second teacup missing. No one had touched it. No one had come by. But it was gone, and Kael felt no surprise. Only wait. Solyra approached him by midday. "Your voice is different," she said plainly. Kael looked at her. "How so?" "Like it doesn't always belong to you." Kael didn't answer. She placed something on the table beside him. A charm, threaded with silver an ash root fiber, an old listener ward. Weak, mostly symbolic, but its meaning was clear. You should wear this, she said. Kael picked it up, felt the pulse beneath the threads. Do you think it will stop them? Salira shrugged. I think it will remind you which parts are yours. That might be more important. He nodded once, then tied it around his wrist. That night, Kael sat beside Lien at the base of the memory tree again. The boy was silent for a long time. Then, when you drift, Lien asked, do any of them love someone? Kael blinked. A quiet question. Too real. Too sudden. He stared at the sky. Yes. Lien looked down. Do they remember their names? Kael swallowed. Some do. And do they ever miss them? The ones they left behind. Kael's voice softened. They don't always remember who they lost. Only the shape of it. Lien whispered. That's worse. Kael didn't argue. Because it was. That night, the voice returned. But not in a dream. It came while he was awake, just as he stepped into the echo corridor behind the sanctuary. The torches dimmed. The air turned still. And then, a voice. Not his. Not even close. It was ancient. Shattered. Fused from dozens of broken tones. Pathkeeper, it said, your mirrors are waking. Kael stopped walking. Who are you? We are what remains of the version that never spoke. The last bearer of silent truth. You heard him, and now his burden is yours. Kael's breath caught. I didn't accept anything. You saw it. That was enough. A pause. You were supposed to forget. That was the gift. And if I don't, the voice rippled, then you must carry all of us to the flame. When Kael stepped outside again, morning had come. The spiral on the sanctuary wall now glowed faintly. No one else saw it. No one else remarked. But Kael stared at it for a long time. And slowly, beneath his breath, he whispered, then I'll burn clean. Kael woke to the sound of wind that didn't exist. It brushed along his skin like a whisper curling beneath the walls of the sanctuary, cold and patient, as if it had been waiting all night for him to stir. He opened his eyes slowly. The light filtering through the wooden beams above him was pale and blue, not the usual golden haze of dawn in the memory realm. The threads in the air were quiet, dormant. He sat up, expecting the familiar creak of floorboards beneath him, but there was none. The floor had changed. It was stone. The room was not his. He blinked hard. Once, twice. Still stone. Still blue light. He rose to his feet and turned slowly in place. The walls were smooth, untouched by time. A distant hum pulsed from beyond the archway ahead. No torches, yet he could see. His hands twitched by instinct, searching for the thread patterns he had come to rely on, but none responded. It was not because the threads were gone. They simply did not recognize him here. Then, from the hallway ahead, footsteps. Light. Measured. Kael didn't breathe. He expected another version of himself to appear. Perhaps the one from the grove, or the battlefield, or the balcony with the cradle. But the figure that emerged was someone else. A girl, no older than Lien. Hair the color of charcoal dust. Skin pale with a soft shimmer like stone dust suspended in water. She wore a robe with no seams and no visible clasp. An unbroken garment that pulsed faintly with inner thread light. Her eyes, however, were not quiet. They were wide, not with fear, but recognition. She looked at him like someone who had been told he would come, long before she ever saw his face. You're late, she said calmly. Kael found his voice. Where am I? The girl tilted her head. Where you were going, whether you wanted to or not. I wasn't going anywhere. That's what all the fractured say at first. He tensed. I'm not fractured. You will be. He stepped back, pulse tightening. What is this place? She didn't answer. Instead, she turned and walked into the corridor behind her, leaving a trail of faint footprints that shimmered for only a moment before fading. Kael hesitated, then followed. The corridor wound upward in slow, spiraling turns. The higher they went, the more the hum in the walls began to echo inside his chest. Not a sound exactly, a resonance. Familiar, like something he'd felt in dreams. His hands began to ache, not from pain, but from memory. The folds he hadn't made, the prayers he hadn't spoken, the choices he hadn't lived. They emerged at last into a chamber of mirrors. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, each shaped differently. Some wide, some narrow, some warped, all facing inward, forming a vast, empty circle. Kael stopped just before the center. The girl turned to him again. These are the possible shapes of your belief. The ones that lived. The ones that didn't. The ones that burned clean. The ones that didn't burn at all. He stared at the mirrors. In each one, he saw a different self. One in armor, shouting across a battlefield. One in robes, cradling a dying city. One with blackened eyes and hands covered in blood like ash. One silent, face blank, sitting in the dark. One laughing. One crying. One burning. And one empty. He pointed to it. Why is this one blank? The girl followed his gaze and paused. That one hasn't happened yet. Is it mine? She said nothing. Kael stepped closer. The mirror gave off no reflection at all. Not even the chamber behind him. No light bent around it. No texture shimmered across its surface. Just stillness. He lifted a hand. Stop just sure touching. What happens if I choose one? He asked. The girl exhaled softly. Then you burn in that shape, forever. He looked back at the other mirrors. Each self was so vivid. So different. But still him. What if I don't choose? Then the silence chooses for you. Kael felt a chill crawl beneath his skin. The hum in the walls deepened. Grew closer. He looked around. Why show me this now? She stared at him. Because you've already crossed the drift. Your thread is no longer fixed. You carry pieces of every version that once believed in something. That's why they echo back. Why they seep in. His hands clenched. Then how do I stay myself? She gave him the smallest smile. You don't. You become yourself. All of them. And none. The hum rose to a tremble. Kael turned slowly, watching the mirrors begin to shiver. Not violently. Just enough to distort each reflection. Some cracked. Others flickered like candlelight. One of them, the mirror of the burning version, began to glow. A thin line of fire traced the edges. Then another. Soon a dozen mirrors burned. Kael's breath quickened. What's happening? The girl's voice was quiet. A memory is returning. The mirrors flared. And suddenly he was pulled inward. No sensation of falling. No wind. Just a complete and total override of space. Kael landed on stone. Another temple. Another gathering. And again, he was at the center. Only this time, he wasn't watching. He was inside. People chanted around him. Not his name. Not his title. Just one word. Flame. And then another. Keeper. He looked down at his hands. They glowed. But not with power. With remnant. He had already burned something. Something vast. Something sacred. And in the silence, he felt it. The shape of what he had destroyed. Not a city. Not a person. But a version of himself. The one that had refused to forget. The one that would not kneel. The one that chose silence over song. Kael opened his mouth to speak, but found his throat sealed. No voice came, and the crowd chanted on. Flamekeeper. Flamekeeper. And in that moment, he understood. The price of being remembered was becoming the one they chose to believe in, even if it wasn't who he really was. Kael awoke back in the sanctuary. No pain. No burn. Just breath. And silence. He looked down at his hands. They were shaking. Selira stood by the door, watching him. You drifted again, she said softly. Kael nodded. Do you remember where? Yes. She stepped closer. And who? Kael's voice was quiet. The one who burned the version that stayed silent. He looked up, eyes hollow. I think that one was me too. She didn't speak, didn't offer comfort, only stepped forward and placed her hand gently over his. You're still here. Kael nodded. But inside, he wasn't sure which version had come back. The sun didn't rise the next morning. Or if it did, it rose elsewhere. Kael stepped outside and saw only a dull, silvery light creeping over the edge of the realm. It wasn't mist, and it wasn't shadow. It was something thinner, emptier, like the sky had stopped pretending it knew how to glow. The grass felt dry beneath his feet, though he knew the dew should have settled hours ago. Even the threads hanging in the air drifted more slowly, as if they too were waiting for something to end or begin. He walked without speaking, without knowing why his legs carried him toward the southern ridge again. It had become a pattern, the place he always wanted to feel like himself. Though now, he was beginning to wonder which version of himself the ridge still recognized. Lien was there already, sitting on the edge of the outcrop, kicking small stones off the side, watching them tumble endlessly into the clouded valley below. He didn't turn as Kael approached, didn't speak, just tapped his foot quietly, as though he was counting time not in seconds, but in the number of pebbles that could fall before someone broke the silence. Kael sat beside him. The quiet stretched on. Eventually, Lien whispered, "Did you bring anything back this time?" Kael's fingers twitched. His gaze dropped to his lap. His wrists still bore the faint spiral marks from the mirror drift. Not glowing, just there, like ink half forgotten by the skin. "I don't know," he said, but the silence isn't quiet anymore. Lien glanced sideways. "What does that mean?" Kael breathed in. Slowly, the air tasted like a memory that didn't belong to him. Bittersweet and hollow. "It means that even when I'm alone, I can still hear the thoughts I never thought. The regrets I never had. The choices I didn't make. They linger." Lien lowered his head. "Does it hurt?" "No," Kael said, "but it feels like I should be hurting." Lien was quiet for a while, then said, "Do you ever wonder if you're the wrong version?" Kael looked at him. Lien didn't look back. The boy continued softly, "What if the real you didn't survive? What if this Kael is just the closest copy that didn't fall apart?" Kael didn't answer right away, because part of him had asked the same thing last night. And again, when he'd woken this morning. He closed his eyes and tried to remember the Kael who used to sit beneath the memory tree just to enjoy the wind. The Kael who joked with Salira. The Kael who taught Lien how to fold threads and secret patterns for fun, not for survival. He could still see that version, but only dimly, like watching someone else through frost-covered glass. "I don't think I'm the wrong one," Kael said at last. "But I don't know if I'm still the one they started with." Lien didn't speak after that. The wind passed through them both, but didn't settle. Later, Kael stood in front of the sanctuary's old mirror again. The spiral crack had grown larger. Now it reached the top edge, as though climbing towards something unseen. The reflection it offered him was blurry. Not broken, just unfocused, like the mirror couldn't decide what face to show him anymore. Salira approached from behind, her presence steady as ever. "Have you spoken to the echo?" she asked. Kael shook his head. "I'm not sure it would recognize me right now." She stepped up beside him, studied the mirror without flinching. "You're changing. I know. It's not always bad." He looked at her, brow creasing. "And when is it?" "When you stop telling people," she said gently, "that you are." That night, Kael finally returned to the echo chamber. It greeted him in silence. No flickering lights, no greeting threads, just stillness. He walked to the center, where the lay circle marked the meeting point of memory and identity. The circle pulsed faintly beneath his feet. Then, the chamber stirred, not with sound, but with sensation. A warmth, an ache, the sensation of standing at the edge of something you used to believe in, wondering if it still believed in you. The echo didn't speak, but it opened, not physically. Inside, Kael closed his eyes and let it in. He expected memories. He expected voices. Instead, he saw a question, one that had been following him for a long time. If the version of you they remember is stronger than the one you are now, would you let yourself be replaced? Kael breathed in sharply. The chamber shifted. If the boy believes in the version of you that saved him, and not the one who might fail, do you become the version he remembers? His hands trembled. The spiral on his wrist glowed faintly through the charm thread, then faded. Another question surfaced. If every life you echo chose fire, why are you still trying to stay whole? Kael opened his eyes. The chamber dimmed. The lay circle went still, and Kael whispered, almost too quietly for even the echo to hear, "Because I don't want to forget what it felt like to not burn." And with that, the echo chamber sighed, as if satisfied, or sad. Outside, the wind returned. The sky had softened. Threads in the air moved again, sluggish but free. Kael stepped out beneath the twilight light. He didn't feel healed. He didn't feel fixed. But he felt something settle. Not certainty, just a small, stubborn anchor. And for now, that was enough. The days moved strangely now. Not slower, just out of sync. Kael would wake and realize he couldn't remember when he'd last eaten, or when he'd spoken, or even if the words he remembered speaking had actually passed his lips, or if they'd only echoed through one of the mirrors. He still walked, still trained, still spoke to Lien and Salira when the moments made sense. But the rhythm of life had begun to feel like a song he didn't know the chorus to anymore. At first, he tried to fight it, write things down, sketch pieces of himself into thread folds, and leave them in quiet corners of the sanctuary. He hoped they'd help him remember who he was. They didn't. The folds changed when he looked away. Some rearranged, some dissolved. One folded itself backward while he was watching. He stopped trying after that. Now, Kael did something else. He watched. He stayed awake. He listened to the realm as it changed. Because somewhere deep inside, he had begun to feel that staying awake, truly awake, was the only way to survive what was coming. One morning, Salira found him standing ankle-deep in the lake. He hadn't noticed her at first. She stood at the shore, arms folded, watching his reflection waver in the silver-blue water. "You don't sleep," she said, not accusing, not concerned, just stating a fact. Kael didn't move. "Not anymore. Lien says he dreamed you were leaving." Kael nodded once. "I dream that too. Every time I close my eyes." She stepped closer, just enough that her voice softened over the lapping shore. "What are you afraid you'll miss?" He didn't answer, because it wasn't what he'd miss. It was who he might wake up as. That evening, Lien tugged at his coat. The boy's eyes were sharp in a way Kael rarely saw, like he'd been thinking too long and finally decided he was done holding it in. "You have to tell me," Lien said. Kael blinked. "Tell you what? What you're becoming." Kael crouched to meet his eye level. "I don't know," he said honestly. Lien's brow tightened. "That's not fair. You know everything. You always explain things." Kael gave a tired smile. "That Kael did." Lien's voice wavered. "Are you not him anymore?" Kael reached up and placed a hand lightly on the boy's shoulder. "I'm trying to be." Lien didn't reply, but he didn't pull away. That was enough. Later, Kael returned to the spiral grove alone. The trees were still slanted, growing in that impossible inward curve like something had pulled them from the sky in a thought. The air felt thick, but not heavy, just a listening. He stepped into the center. No mirror version came. No voice. No girl. Only silence. He sat, waited, and for the first time, he didn't drift. He just stayed, and in staying, he began to remember. Not as fragments, not as visions, but as choices, moments that had belonged to him, and no one else. The time he saved Lien and chose not to tell the boy what it cost him. The day he taught Salira the fold of binding, even though she warned him it would drain him. The quiet night he stayed beside the memory tree, even after the realm's echo had fallen still, because some part of him wanted to believe memory needed company too. Small things. They didn't shout. They didn't shine. But they were his. He closed his eyes, not to drift, not to forget, but to rest. And in that quiet, a voice came. But this time it was his own. "We are the ones who stay awake," he murmured, "because we remember why we can't fall asleep." Not a grand statement, not a spell, just a promise. To himself, when he returned to the sanctuary, the mirror was different. The spiral had stopped growing. Instead, soft light pulsed from its center. Not gold, not blue, a kind of warm, twilight hue, like the realm was remembering him too. Salira noticed. She touched the edge of the glass with 2 fingers. "It's stabilizing." Kael nodded. "Because I did." The next day, Lien handed him a folded scrap of bark thread paper. Kael opened it slowly. Inside was a thread sketch, wobbly and half-complete, but it was of him, not just his face, but something deeper, a version of him sitting at the base of the tree, smiling, not like someone who was strong, but like someone who had chosen not to leave. Kael looked up. Lien wasn't smiling. Not quite, but there was a look in his eyes, like he finally recognized the person standing in front of him again. Kael folded the paper carefully. Didn't say thank you. Didn't need to. Lien already knew. That evening, as the realm dimmed and the air cooled, Kael stepped outside one more time. The threads above shimmered gently. Not pulsing, not flaring, just present, and he felt it again. That quiet thing inside him. Stillness. Not perfect, not whole, but still his. For the first time in a long while, he whispered something not to the wind, or the sky, or the versions of himself that flickered behind every choice. He whispered to the one who stayed, "I'll carry this, until it's time." And then, he finally closed his eyes, and let himself sleep. Kael didn't dream. Not this time. Not of temples. Not of mirrors. Not of fire. He simply slept, and when he woke, the sun was rising for real. A soft amber hue spilled gently through the sanctuary windows. No strange pulses. No flickering threads. Just the honest glow of day. The kind he hadn't seen in what felt like weeks. His breath came steady. His body ached in an ordinary way. His mind was quiet, but not empty. There was a silence there now. One he hadn't felt before. Not the haunted kind, Not the sort left behind after memory fades. This silence was something earned. It had a weight to it, a shape, like it belonged to him, not the other way around. He sat up slowly and looked around the sanctuary. Nothing had changed, but everything had settled. He rose, walked barefoot across the wooden floor, and stepped outside into the crisp morning air. It smelled like dew, earth. Light threads curled in lazy loops overhead, drifting gently in the warming breeze. Kael let his eyes follow them. For the first time in a long time, he didn't need them to tell him who he was. He was here, awake, still Kael. Lien was the first to notice. He ran up to Kael near the southern trail, where the wild grain reeds were growing tall this time of year. The boy slowed, panting slightly, and then looked up at him with a sharp, almost suspicious stare. "You're different," he said. Kael tilted his head. "Am I?" Lien frowned. "You feel heavier, but not like tired heavy. More like," he squinted, thinking, "like someone who stopped floating." Kael smiled. "That's not a bad way to say it." Lien looked down. "Are you still the Kael who taught me how to pull threads without words?" "I am." "Are you still the Kael who got lost in the mirror?" "I was." "And the one who didn't sleep?" Kael crouched to meet his eyes. "That one's resting now." Lien nodded slowly. Then, without warning, leaned forward and hugged him. It was quick, awkward, the kind of hug a boy gives when he's not sure it's allowed but decides to do it anyway. Kael didn't move, but he didn't need to. Some things don't need to be answered, only held. Salira noticed too. She didn't say anything the first time she saw him after the long sleep. She simply passed him a bowl of boiled grain and herb stew like always. But she lingered just a moment longer than usual. And when she sat across from him at the low table, she spoke with a kind of softness that didn't show in her face. "You look back, don't you?" Kael sipped the stew, letting the warmth settle in his chest. "Yes," he said. "And they're still there." "They are." She nodded once. "But they don't hold you." He met her eyes. "No," he said. "Not anymore." She reached in her pocket and placed something on the table. It was the charm she'd given him. The thread was faded now, frayed at the edges, but the spiral was still intact. "Burn it," she said. Kael blinked. "What?" "Because you don't need a tether that tells you who you're not." He stared at it for a moment, then held it between his fingers, and without a word, let the threads unravel in his palm. They caught a small ember from the lantern nearby, and vanished. No sound, no smoke, just absence, the kind that left space for something else. That afternoon, Kael returned to the grove one last time. The spiral trees still stood, still bent, but the pull that had always drawn him there, the gravitational hush, was gone. He walked to the center, looked around. No echo versions, no girl, no glowing threads, only trees, and silence, the kind that wasn't watching him anymore. He sat, closed his eyes, and whispered, "Thank you," not to anyone, just into the soil, so the silence could carry it wherever it needed to go. That evening, he wandered down to the lower valley path. Not a train, not to find something, just a walk. And that was when he saw it. A single spiral pattern, etched softly in the dirt. New, not his. Kael knelt beside it, touched the mark gently. It didn't pulse, didn't hum, but it was fresh. Someone had made it. Recently. He stood and looked around, but there was no one. Just the trees, the wind, and the threads overhead, curling faintly, watching, waiting. Somewhere, someone had drawn a spiral. And not a bind, not to drift, but maybe to call. Kael didn't panic, didn't race back, didn't mark the spot. He just stood a while longer, let the meaning of it breathe, and then walked home, because now he understood. Whatever followed him back through the mirrors wasn't chasing him. It was arriving. That night, Kael sat outside the sanctuary with Salira and Lien. The stars were bright. The realm was quiet. He didn't feel like explaining anything, and they didn't ask. He sipped from his tea, felt the steam against his face, and thought quietly to himself, "I'm not the first. I'm not the last. But I'm still here. And I'm not lost. Not anymore." It started with the wind again. Not the kind that whispered through trees or scattered leaves across the temple steps. This was a still kind. The kind that didn't move the world, but moved through it. Not loud, not cold, just present, like a breath that belonged to someone no longer alive, still looking for a mouth to exhale through. Kael stood at the eastern ridge, where the horizon always shimmered slightly. A thread veil crossed this part of the realm, thin translucent, the remnant of a forgotten boundary. It was said to be the oldest scar in this place, even older than the memory trees, even older than the echo itself. He reached out a hand, not across it, but just to feel it. The threadlight here had a strange rhythm, not pulsing, like the rest of the realm. It moved in a steady flow, like breath held and released, over and over. Kael closed his eyes and listened. He didn't expect a voice, but something spoke anyway, not in words, in absence. Back at the sanctuary, Lien found a scrap of cloth pinned to the doorframe. It hadn't been there that morning. It wasn't written on, just folded. A very specific fold, sharp-edged, spiral-centered, sealed with a flick of silver thread. Kael took one look and knew. It was an old fold, not a message, a summons, and not for just anyone. This one had been used by a very particular class of traveler. He'd only heard the name once, spoken half in jest by an exiled threadrunner who'd passed through the realm many years ago. The empty path. Those who wandered with no memory, no anchor, no creed. Walkers who had once been mirror-bound, but had let go of every version. Not out of peace, out of necessity, because what they'd seen in their mirrors had broken them. Selira recognized the fold too. She didn't speak, but the way her hand lingered over the cloth said everything. "I thought they were gone," Kael murmured. She finally said, "They are, until one calls another." They left the next day. No fanfare, no questions. Just Kael, his coat, a wrapped satchel of bare essentials, and the charm Lien insisted he take. Though Kael had said he wouldn't need it. "Keep it anyway," the boy mumbled, "just in case this Kael forgets again." Kael had smiled gently and tucked it into his sleeve. He didn't say it, but he knew. This wasn't a walk to learn something. It was a walk to remember what shouldn't be forgotten. Somewhere out beyond the veil, someone had called, and Kael would answer. The path eastward didn't begin like a trail. It began like an accident. Loose stone, tangled roots, old signs worn blank by time. But the threads here, thin and unsure, drifted like they were watching him pass. After 2 days, the world began to quiet. Not from distance, from memory. He felt it, like walking away from names. Like even the realm no longer knew what to call him. But he walked anyway, and on the third morning, he saw them. A single figure sitting on a cliff's edge. No pack, no blade, no cloak, just a pale gray robe and bare feet resting on sun-warmed stone. Kael stopped several paces behind. The figure didn't turn, didn't speak, just waited. So Kael sat, waited too, and for a long time, neither moved. The sky faded into soft lavender. The air cooled, the world breathed, and finally, the figure spoke. "We carried too much." Their voice was calm, not old, not young, genderless, timeless. Kael didn't respond. They continued. "We try to be all of them. The Kaels, the Sarens, the keepers, the listeners, the fire, the thread, the silence. It shattered us." Still, Kael said nothing, because the words weren't for him. Not directly. They were for the mirror fragments inside him, the parts that still echoed when the world went quiet. The figure turned at last. Their face was strange, familiar, but not quite. Like someone sculpted from a faded version of Kael, but eroded smooth by years of wind. Eyes dull, hair colorless, skin marked by old thread burns that no longer glowed. "You have not shattered yet," they said. Kael met their gaze. "No, then leave what you don't need." Here, Kael felt something shift in his chest. A memory rose, not loud, just persistent. The battlefield, the child, the temple, the reflection, the voice that said, he hesitated. "I did not." The self who smiled with someone else's mouth, the one who burned too clean. He breathed out, and quietly, without spectacle, whispered, "I'm not your fire." Then again, "I am not your silence." And again, "I'm not your end." Each time, a thread uncoiled from inside him. Thin, ghost-like, they drifted up, away, gone. The figure watched, then closed their eyes. They said nothing more. But Kael knew. This was the ritual of the ones who carried nothing. Not because they were weightless, but because they chose what not to keep. That night, Kael camped beneath an old tree with bark that pulsed faintly. He lay awake, not from fear, but because stillness no longer threatened him. He listened to the wind again. It didn't speak. It didn't watch. It simply moved. For the first time in weeks, Kael felt no drift, no pull, no shape echoing back at him from the edges of himself. He was not full. He was not empty. He was simply awake. And that was enough. Kael walked farther east than the maps remembered. The thread veil behind him had thinned to nothing now. No shimmer. No resonance. No signs that the realm had ever touched this place. The terrain had changed, too. Flatter, paler, smoother. The grass grew in soft, short curls across a landscape that looked like it had been washed in silence. The sky no longer shimmered with floating threads. It just stretched, wide, unblinking, soft as linen. He no longer looked for signs of where he was going. He didn't need to. This was a part of the world no one guided you through. There were no lessons, no markers, no voices waiting at the edge of sleep. Just breath and choice. And somewhere far ahead, the final version of himself he had never wanted to meet. The one who left and never looked back. By midday, Kael reached a small hollow beneath an ancient stone outcrop. It wasn't marked on any scroll. The rock here was smooth, worn flat by time and weather. At the center of the hollow sat a shrine, cracked, low to the ground, more gesture than monument. The wind here felt wrong. Or maybe not wrong, Bear. Kael stepped forward slowly, sat in front of the shrine, and waited. He didn't speak, didn't fold, didn't try to drift. And still, the world changed. Just slightly. The air shifted temperature. The ground settled, and a figure appeared at the edge of the hollow. It was Kael, older, but not by much. Clothed in traveler's grays, lean from motion, a single spiral scar burned clean across the forearm. His eyes were sharp, but they didn't shine. He didn't smile. He didn't stop. He walked past Kael without acknowledging him, toward the shrine, and knelt. Kael turned his head slowly. "Do you remember me?" The other Kael spoke without looking. "I remember all of us." "Then why didn't you stop?" The man placed his hand on the shrine. "Because I had to burn the version that wanted to stay," he might have said. Because turning back would have made the silence louder. Because someone had to be the one who finished. But he didn't say any of those things. Instead, he finally turned and spoke one quiet sentence. "I wanted to forget how it felt to choose wrong." Kael's chest tightened. The man stood. "You came to end this, didn't you?" The older Kael asked. Kael nodded slowly. "Yes." "Then don't ask me for permission." Kael met his eyes. "You're the furthest. The one who made it here. I thought there'd be more." There were. And they didn't make it. Kael swallowed. The older Kael took one step forward. "You're not here to replace me. You're here to decide if I'm worth keeping." Kael let out a slow breath. "Do you think you are?" The man's face didn't change. "No." "Then why are you still here?" "Because I didn't stop moving. That's all it takes." Kael nodded once, then reached into his satchel and removed the thread Lien had given him. Small, simple, a charm of no particular weight. But it was the last thing given to him by belief. He placed it at the foot of the shrine. The older Kael stared at it, and for the first time his eyes changed. Something softened. "You're still holding on to names," he said. "Yes." The wind moved again. "You're going to forget them." "Maybe." Kael stood and faced him. "I just want to make sure I forget them on my own terms." The older Kael stepped aside. The hollow went still, and in that moment, something inside Kael aligned. Not all the way. Not perfectly, but enough. He saw himself. Not 1,000 versions scattered like broken glass, but one thread winding through fire and silence, memory and fracture, echo and drift. Still frayed, but intact. He turned from the shrine, and this time, he was the one who didn't look back. It took 3 days to return to the veil. By then, the threads had begun to whisper again. Faint, familiar. He passed back through the shimmer with no resistance. No alarm. The realm let him return. And the moment he crossed back into the sanctuary clearing, Lien was there, waiting. He didn't say anything. He just looked up, eyes wide. Kael met his gaze and nodded. Selira stepped out from the main hall. She didn't speak either, but when she saw Kael's face, her shoulders relaxed. Something unspoken passed between them. Not closure, not triumph, just knowing. Kael had gone and come back, still himself. Still here. That night, the wind was quiet again. Not silent, just at rest. Kael stood beneath the memory tree and listened to nothing in particular. No mirror drift. No questions. No fire. He sat, closed his eyes, and waited. He didn't need to dream. He just stayed. Because now, finally, That was enough. The wind had changed again. Not in temperature or direction. Kael had come to realize the wind in the memory realm never really moved like that. It didn't sweep or curl or howl. It simply carried things. Thought, memory, meaning, regret. And sometimes, if you were listening closely enough, it carried names. He stood beneath the memory tree that morning, arms folded loosely as he watched the early light sift through the leaves. The branches above him shimmered in places where old lives had settled. Some pulses were sharp, new echoes. Others were dim, half-forgotten. And some were quiet entirely, not erased, just resting. That silence felt different now. It didn't press against his chest the way it used to. It didn't threaten to swallow him or remind him of everything he might forget. Now it simply was. Kael wasn't sure when he had stopped fearing silence. Only that at some point, it had stopped being a stranger and started becoming something closer to a companion. He sat down on the earth, brushing loose a few curling threads of fallen bark. The soil was soft here. It always had been, as if the tree remembered every footstep that had walked beneath it and made room for each one to sit again, should they return. It was then that Lien approached. The boy had gotten taller. Not much, but enough for Kael to notice. His steps were quieter now, too. More deliberate. He wasn't the same wide-eyed child who had once clung to Kael's coat, asking to be taught secret folds. He had begun to carry himself with intent. Not certainty, but a kind of steady curiosity. He sat beside Kael without asking. That was new, too. For a long moment, they both simply watched the leaves. Then Lien said, "You're back." Kael nodded. "I am." Lien tilted his head. "Did you find what you went looking for?" "No," Kael said quietly. "I found what I didn't want to leave behind." The boy turned that over in his mind for a moment. "I thought you were going to forget us," he admitted. Kael's breath caught. Just slightly. "I thought so too." Lien didn't say anything more. He didn't need to. The pause that followed was its own kind of answer. A space where Kael could feel what had been feared and what had been kept. He reached into his coat, carefully, slowly, and pulled out a thread sketch, worn, faded, folded at the edges. Lien blinked. "You still have that?" Kael unfolded it, smoothed it across his knee. "You drew it when I needed something to remember. I thought you'd lost it." "I almost did." Kael ran a finger across the image. A simple portrait, just him, sitting beneath this very tree. A half-smile, soft eyes. The version of himself that hadn't yet been pulled apart by other selves, by drifting echoes and thread-deep mirrors. "This," Kael said softly, "was the last version of me that didn't run." Lien glanced down. "Do you think he's still in there?" Kael looked at him. "I think he came back." Lien smiled. It was quiet, small, but full of something deeply earned. By midday, the realm began to stir again. Subtle things. The way the threads curved toward Kael when he walked through the training paths. The way the memory roots flickered when he passed too close. The way the sanctuary door opened on its own, not by motion or fold, but by recognition. The realm knew he had returned. Not just his body, his thread, still frayed, still tangled at the edges, but whole. For the first time in a long while, Kael felt the weight of being seen without confusion. He walked into the echo chamber, which pulsed gently with its usual rhythm now. It didn't surge like it had during his drift. It didn't hum with voices of broken selves. It simply offered a place. He stood in the center and whispered, "I'm ready." The chamber accepted the words without comment, but it hurt him, and that was enough. That evening, Salira called him to the memory basin. The water was calm, flat as glass, reflecting the evening light with a faint shimmer of mirrored thought. It wasn't often used anymore. The basin didn't show what was. It showed what had shaped you. It was not a true forging tool. It was a reminder. Kael approached it cautiously. "You brought me here once," he said. Salira nodded. "You were still hiding your thread scars back then. And now..." She looked at him. "Now I think you're ready to see the names you've stopped saying." Kael knelt beside the basin. He didn't ask what that meant. He didn't need to. The moment he touched the water, the surface broke. Not into ripples, into memory. The image was soft at first. A temple corridor. A boy, barefoot, running through fading light. Kael remembered it instantly. His first drift. The listener variant. The room full of kneeling forms. The word Saren on their lips. Then, a field of ash. A cracked shield. A different self, kneeling. A name whispered once and never again. A loss Kael hadn't even understood at the time. Then, a flicker, a reflection that blinked without it. The cracked mirror, the flame, the fold that bent backward in his hands. And through all of it, one thing stayed constant. Kael, but not one Kael. 100, 1,000, each carrying a name, a choice, a burden. And each one, leaving something behind. The basin shimmered, and the image faded. Kael sat back slowly. Salira watched him carefully. I don't want to lose their names, he said. Then you won't, she replied. But they're faded. Even now. They're part of your thread, not your memory. Let them rest. Kael nodded, but something ached inside him. Not grief, not fear, responsibility. He rose and turned toward the hill beyond the sanctuary wall. That night, he built something. Nothing grand, just a single stone marker, set at the top of the hill, beneath an open sky. He carved no words. He didn't need to. Instead, he sat beside it and spoke softly. He named them. Every version, every name, every self. Not to recall their power, not to claim their strength, but to thank them for walking, for burning, for breaking, for choosing silence or fire or stillness. And most of all, for letting him return. It took hours. The wind shifted gently as he spoke, and the stars above pulsed brighter. Not an answer, an acknowledgement. When he returned to the sanctuary, he didn't feel tired. He felt anchored, and in that stillness, something small shifted again. The threads in the air curled inward for a moment, and Kael knew. A new echo had formed, not from memory, from now, a living echo, of himself, not fractured, not distorted, just real, just here. The next morning, the realm whispered something back, not in speech, in invitation. A small spiral formed at the edge of the southern glade. Delicate, unfolded, waiting. Kael approached it slowly, kneeling beside the fold. He traced a finger over the threads. They weren't calling him away. They were opening, not to a new mirror, to a new path. And this time, he wasn't walking alone. It began with the spiral, not the spiral of memory, not the kind carved in the stone or folded into charmed threads. This one was alive. It pulsed softly at the edge of the southern glade, a quiet ripple in the fabric of the realm, not visible to everyone, only those whose threads have been marked by mirror light. Kael didn't step forward at first. He simply stood there, arms at his sides, watching the spiral turn on itself slowly, like it was trying to remember how to open. Salira joined him minutes later. She said nothing, just stood beside him, hands tucked into her sleeves. Kael finally asked, "Was this always here?" She shook her head. "No, but I think it always would be." Kael tilted his head. "That's not an answer. It's the only one I've got." The spiral shimmered, just faintly. A single thread flickered across its edge and snapped into place. Kael took one step forward. Lian's voice called from behind them. "Is that a gate?" Kael turned. The boy was running down the hill barefoot, arms flapping a little for balance, as he so often did when excited and confused at the same time. Salira arched a brow, more like a hinge. Lian came to a breathless stop beside Kael and blinked at the swirling fold of light. "Where does it go?" Kael stared at the spiral. "Not away. Inward." "Then why are you just standing here?" Kael didn't answer right away. He placed a hand over the small charm in his coat pocket, the one Lian had given him, still slightly frayed at the edge. "I'm not afraid," Kael said softly. "Then why hesitate?" Kael gave a small smile. "Because I'm finally whole. I want to be sure that what's on the other side doesn't ask me to forget that." Lian looked down. "Will you come back?" Kael crouched slightly, resting one hand on the boy's shoulder. "If there's still a name to come back to, yes." The spiral clicked softly and opened. He stepped through. It wasn't like the mirror drift. It wasn't like the memory sinks. It wasn't even like traveling the old threadways. It was still, like stepping inside a hell breath. Kael blinked and found himself standing in a corridor of pure twilight. No walls, no ceiling, just the sense of space, shaped by unseen thought. Across from him stood a single door. Wooden, plain, not glowing, not pulsing. It looked so ordinary it almost hurt. Kael approached. He didn't touch it, just studied it. Carved into the grain of the wood was a phrase, written in the spiral script of the first folders. He read it slowly. "If you're still here, then you're already beyond." Kael breathed in, exhaled, and turned the handle. The door opened, not into a room, but into a sky. He stood on a small platform of white stone, suspended in open air. Below him, nothing. Above him, more of the same. Just soft, pale sky stretching in every direction. And, standing on the opposite end of the platform, was another figure. Not himself. Not a version. Just someone. They wore no robe. No sigil. Only a simple thread band around one wrist. Their back was to him. But Kael felt the presence immediately. It wasn't threatening. It wasn't inviting. It was witnessing. The figure spoke without turning. "So, you opened the door." Kael nodded. "I didn't know it was a door. It wasn't. Until you made it one." Kael stepped forward slowly. "Who are you?" The figure turned. And smiled. Not in recognition. In peace. "I am the one who never asked for a thread." Kael's brow furrowed. The figure continued. "They call us by many names. The unfolded. The null-marked. But we call ourselves only this. The rememberers." Kael felt something twist in his chest. Not pain. Understanding. "You carry memory?" he asked. "No," the figure replied. "We keep it. For those who have burned too brightly to hold it themselves." Kael lowered his gaze. "And why am I here?" The rememberer's voice softened. "Because you have held more memory than was meant for one name. You've carried echoes, mirrors, paths, fires, silences, and still, you chose not to abandon your center." Kael looked up. "I didn't want to forget. And you didn't." They gestured to the air. A single thread line appeared, hovering. It shimmered faintly, then curled, forming images Kael recognized. The basin, the grove, Lien's hand tugging his sleeve, Salira's quiet smile, the sketch of him beneath the tree. "You are not here to be tested," the rememberer said. "You are here to be asked." Kael blinked. "Asked what?" The thread line vanished, and a new one took its place. Brighter, thicker, less stable. "This is the path that leads forward," they said. "Beyond the realm, beyond the mirrors, into the place where no Kael has ever gone." Kael stared at it. It pulsed like a heartbeat. The rememberer watched him. "We are the threshold, not the guide. If you take this path, you must choose to carry only one name. All the rest will fade. Not violently, not cruelly, just with time." Kael breathed out slowly. "I'll lose the echoes. You'll remember what mattered, but not who carried it." Kael's hands curled. He didn't answer. He didn't need to, because deep down, he had been walking toward this since the beginning. But something pulled at him still. A memory. A boy. A tree. The feeling of sitting in silence, and realizing he didn't want to leave anything behind unloved. He looked up. "I need one thing," Kael said. The rememberer nodded. "Then take it." The thread pulsed, and from the air beside it, something flickered into form. A voice. A small one. "Lien's. I drew it so you come back." Kael reached forward, and took the sound with him. The thread accepted him, and the sky folded closed. He didn't return right away, because time didn't pass beyond the door. Not like it did in the realm. Not in hours or suns. But when he opened his eyes again, he was beneath the memory tree. Afternoon light shimmered through the leaves, and Lien was asleep beside him, a half-finished charm still in his hands. Kael sat up. The world tilted gently, but didn't drift. He placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Lien stirred, opened his eyes slowly, blinking, and whispered, "You came back." Kael smiled. I remembered why. There was no announcement when it started. No rupture in the sky. No new name written across the realm. No summons. Just a long, quiet stillness stretching through the days that followed Kael's return. The spiral of the southern glade had faded. The door beyond the veil no longer shimmered. The memory basin had gone still. And Kael had stopped trying to name what came next. He woke in the morning. He walked the threads. He helped Lien shape a three-point fold that had once baffled him. He sat by the memory tree when the realm cooled. He didn't search. He didn't chase. He stayed. And that, perhaps, was what made everything begin again. Without permission. Without declaration. On the fourth morning after Kael returned, a thread drifted down from the sky. It wasn't glowing. It wasn't part of fold. It was just falling. Kael reached out and caught it. It didn't resist. Didn't hum. It simply curled into his palm. There was no message. No fold hidden inside. But when he looked closer, Kael saw that it wasn't a thread from this realm. The texture was wrong. Thicker, almost grain-like. It felt older. Not ancient. Unfamiliar. He let it roll between his fingers for a moment, then tucked it into the side pocket of his coat. Something new had brushed against the realm and left a single thread behind. Not a call, a trace. Salira examined it later that evening. They sat across from each other at the low table in the sanctuary study. She turned the thread slowly in her fingers, squinting in the low lantern light. Not folded, she murmured. I know. No glyphs. No pressure shaping. No embedded memory. Kael nodded. Salira placed it gently on the table, then sat back, arms folded. Where did it fall? Kael took a long breath. The East Ridge. Her eyebrows twitched. That's quiet country. The memory lines don't even stretch there. I know. Salira was silent for a while, then said, we could leave it. Kael looked down at the thread. We could, but you won't, she added. No. She picked it up again, rolling it between her knuckles. Then you'll need someone to go with you. Kael glanced up. Salira didn't meet his eyes. I'll stay. Someone has to keep the realm breathing. Kael smiled slightly. Then I'll take Lien. She looked up now. He's not ready. He's not going to be. A long pause. Then, very softly, neither were you. Kael's smile deepened. I know. Lien didn't ask questions when Kael told him. The boy stood in front of the memory tree, arms loosely crossed, expression unreadable. He studied Kael for a long moment, then pointed to the satchel. Did you pack food? First thing, blank charms. 3, emergency thread, wrapped under the coat. Lien nodded. Then let's go before I start thinking about it too much. Kael blinked. Lien turned and started walking. Kael followed. They walked east, past the ridge, beyond the veil. The air changed after the first hour. Not in smell, not in weight, but in intention. The realm stopped echoing. No thread shimmered. No trees whispered. It wasn't threatening, just unaccompanied. Like they were no longer inside someone else's memory. Only their own. Kael didn't speak. Neither did Lien. They just walked, side by side, through a landscape the realm had once tried to forget. On the second day, they reached the edge of something not marked on any chart. A clearing of stone, perfectly round. No plants, no sky threads, just rock, smooth and pale. Kael stopped at the edge. Lien crouched and placed a hand against the ground. There's something under it, he said. Kael nodded. I feel it too. They stood there for a while. No sound, no movement, just silence shaped like a question. Lien eventually stood. Are we supposed to open it? Kael shook his head. Not yet. And they didn't. They circled the clearing once. Saw no markings. No glyphs. No spirals. Then made camp just outside the ring. That night, the stars looked farther away than usual. Kael sat by the small campfire, legs folded, eyes scanning the sky. Lien sat beside him, quiet. Eventually the boy asked, why didn't you just stay home? Kael didn't answer at first, then said, because something brushed against the edge of what I thought I knew. And I want to know if it meant to. Lien didn't speak for a while, then whispered, you always chase things that don't call you. I think they do, Kael said, just not with sound. The next morning, Kael woke with a thought already pressing at his mind. The stone clearing had never been locked. It had simply been unclaimed. He stood, walked into the circle. Lien blinked awake and followed, rubbing his eyes. What are you doing? Kael didn't answer. He crouched in the center, closed his eyes, and reached, not with thread, not with fold, just with presence. And the stone responded. A hum, soft, vibrating through the soles of his feet. He placed his palm flat against the earth, and something opened. Not a door, a remembrance. It wasn't a room. It wasn't even a place. Just a presence. Kael saw flashes. A vast plain. A single child standing in the middle, surrounded by glimmering thread light that didn't belong to this world. A voice, not human, not divine, asking a question Kael couldn't hear. And the child answering. No. Everything vanished. Kael gasped. He was back on his knees. Lien was beside him. Kael. Kael didn't speak. He stared at the stone. The thread in his pocket, the one that had fallen from the sky, had unraveled. Now it drifted upward like smoke. Gone. Kael rose slowly. Lien helped him up. What did you see? Kael turned to face the sky. I think we found something the realm chose not to remember. Lien frowned. And now? Kael looked back at the circle. We asked why. They didn't return to the sanctuary. Kael and Lien stayed near the stone clearing for 3 more days. Each night, The air became still, not empty, waiting. And each morning, Kael returned to the center. But nothing happened. No visions, no voices, just stone and silence, and the faint feeling that something was listening just beyond his reach. He didn't force it. He didn't call to it. He only waited. Because whatever lived under the surface of that forgotten circle had waited longer than him. It would speak when it was ready. And when it did, he wanted to hear it without asking anything of it. Lien spent the time in quiet study. He sketched the geometry of the clearing in his notebook, mapping its curves, measuring its radius with paces, checking the angles at dawn and dusk. No variation. Perfect symmetry. A structure built by thought, not hands. One evening, Lien asked, "Why do you think it's here?" Kael stirred the embers of the small fire and said, "Because something was left behind." Lien tilted his head. "Something buried." Kael's eyes remained on the flame. "No." Something refused. Lien frowned. "You mean the child?" Kael nodded. "I only saw a glimpse. A child standing alone, surrounded by light that didn't belong to this realm." Lien's voice lowered. "And they said no." "Yes." "To what?" Kael didn't answer, because the question hadn't reached him yet. But it would. The next morning, Kael woke before the sky lightened. The wind had stopped entirely. Even the ambient hum of realm thread had gone still. He sat up. The clearing was glowing. Not brightly, just a soft, dim pulse. The light came from the cracks between the stones, tiny seams Kael hadn't seen before. He stood, stepped barefoot onto the stone. It was warm. Lien stirred behind him, but didn't speak. Kael walked to the center again, knelt, and closed his eyes. This time he fell, not in body, in sense. The moment he touched the stone, his awareness dropped, not downward but inward, like being pulled through a spiral that didn't turn, only narrowed. There was no pain, only pressure. And then, a field, the same field from before. Endless white grass under a gray sky, like the whole world had been painted in moonlight. And there, again, the child. Small, barefoot, back turned. Kael walked toward them slowly, not calling out, not intruding, just approaching. The child turned. A face Kael didn't recognize. Genderless, ageless, eyes like quiet water. They looked at him with no fear, only question. Kael opened his mouth, but the child spoke first. "You're not the one who asked." Kael stopped. "No." "Then why are you here?" Kael took a breath. "Because I need to understand why you said no." The child tilted their head. "Do you understand what I was offered?" Kael shook his head. "Then how can you understand what I refused?" Kael lowered his gaze. "Show me." The field shifted. No sound, no warning, just change. Suddenly Kael stood in a room. Not physical, not memory, a space. Dozens of lights floated in a vast circle. Each one pulsed like a heartbeat. Each one bore a symbol he couldn't read. A voice, formless, not loud, spoke from the air. "You are the center. You may choose one." And the child's voice replied, "Why only one?" Silence. "Because that is the shape of power." The child stood still. "And what happens to the others?" No answer. "Do they fade?" The voice didn't speak again. And then, Kael understood. These were versions, paths, choices, the same fracturing Kael had lived through. But this child had been given a chance to select just one, without consequence. One life, one thread, complete, clean. And they had said, no. The vision shattered. Kael blinked. He was back in the field. The child stood a few steps away, watching him. Kael's throat was dry. "You refuse to choose a single self." The child nodded. "I refuse to collapse into a shape someone else designed." Kael's breath trembled. "You could have had peace." The child stepped forward. "Not peace. Control. There's a difference." Kael's thoughts spiraled. All the pain, the fractures, the echoes, they had been consequences of not choosing, of staying open, of becoming everything and nothing. And this child had begun there, had chosen that pain first. Kael's voice cracked. "Then what are you now?" The child smiled. "I'm the choice you didn't know you could make." Kael opened his eyes. He was on the stone again. The clearing had gone still. No glow, no hum, just silence. Lien sat nearby, hugging his knees. "You were gone a while," he said. Kael nodded. "I saw the beginning." "Of what?" Kael looked at the sky. "Of the part of the world the realm tried to forget." Later that night, Kael stood at the edge of the clearing, staring at the stone's smooth curve. He spoke softly to the child who wasn't there. To say no to certainty, to shape, to identity. He closed his eyes, and still stand. The wind stirred again, very faint, and for the first time in weeks, Kael felt not larger, not stronger, but freer. Back at camp, Lien had set out 2 charms. One was shaped like a spiral, the other like a door. Kael looked at them. "Which one do you think you are?" he asked. Lien shrugged. "Maybe both." Kael smiled. "Maybe neither." They didn't sleep much. The realm was changing again. But this time, it wasn't pulling Kael. It was inviting him. And next time, he might be the one to say no. The realm had no name for where they were now. It didn't hum. It didn't fold. It didn't send echoes or warnings or blessings. It simply stepped back, letting Kael and Lien walk farther than they were ever meant to. The stone clearing still shimmered faintly behind them, silent now, like a memory cooling after being shared. Kael had carved a simple spiral into one of the edge stones before they left, not as a mark of ownership, just a promise that someone had listened, that someone had understood. They moved east, deeper into lands that didn't respond to their threads. The ground was uneven, but the air was clear. No walls of mist, no veils, just quiet grass and tall, brittle trees that made no sound even when wind passed through them. It had been a full day since the vision of the child. Kael hadn't spoken about it, but hadn't left him. It wouldn't. Lien broke the silence that evening as they stopped to set camp. "What happens now?" Kael placed a smooth stone on top of the campfire ring. "We keep walking." "That's not an answer." Kael smiled faintly. "That's because I don't know the question yet." Lien dropped his satchel and sat with a quiet sigh. "You're different again." Kael glanced over. "Ow, not broken, not fractured, but you feel like someone who saw what was behind the curtain and decided not to close it." Kael didn't reply, because he'd been thinking the same thing. That night, Kael dreamed. Not of temples, not of flames, not of mirror selves, but of paths. They stretched in every direction, threadless, colorless, no signs, no markers. Each one was lined with things Kael had forgotten. Laughter, a broken bowl, the touch of someone's hand he hadn't remembered in years. They drifted along the edges of each path like dust. Not gone, not returned, just waiting. Kael stood in the center and didn't choose. He simply listened. The sound that came was not voice, not memory, just rhythm, like someone else walking, just beyond his reach. When he woke, Lien was already packed. "We should go," the boy said, eyes scanning the horizon. Kael stood, stretched, and nodded. They walked in silence until mid-morning. Then they saw it. A structure in the distance, black stone, low to the ground, half buried in the earth. It wasn't grand, not ruined, just forgotten. Kael approached carefully, scanning for pressure shifts. There were none. No wards, no traps. But the moment his hand touched the wall, something beneath it stirred. Lien jumped slightly. "Did you feel that?" Kael nodded. "It knows we're here." They circled the structure. A single door stood at the far end. Spiral carved. Deep. Etched. Not painted. A different kind of spiral. Looser. Incomplete. Kael touched it. It opened. Inside, the world was still. A circular chamber, perfectly symmetrical, with threads hanging from the ceiling like inverted rain. They didn't pulse. They didn't shine. They simply waited. At the center of the room, a single pedestal stood. Upon it, a glass sphere. Within the sphere, a spiral. But this one didn't move. Kael stepped closer. Lien whispered, "What is this place?" Kael's voice was low. "It's not a shrine." "Then what?" Kael reached toward the sphere. "It's a message." The moment his fingers brushed the surface, the threads hanging from the ceiling lifted. Just slightly. And a memory, not his own, pushed gently into his awareness. Not forcefully, not invasive, just offered. Kael accepted. The spiral in the sphere turned once. And the vision began. A time before the realm, before the folded kingdoms, before the echo. Kael saw a group of travelers. Not folders, not threaded, just people. Each one carried no charm, no mark, only silence and tired eyes. They built nothing, but they unfolded. Not threads, themselves. Kael watched them sit beneath the open sky and choose, one by one, to remember who they were before the world told them what to be. And from those moments, the first spirals were born. Not from magic, not from power, but from refusal. Refusal to let the world fold them again. The vision ended. Kael stood still, breathing hard. Lien touched his sleeve. What did you see? Kael turned to him and whispered, the original spiral. They didn't speak much that night. The fire crackled low. Lien leaned against his pack, staring at the stars. They didn't use thread? No. Didn't fold? No. But they still opened. Kael nodded. From the inside. Lien's voice wavered. Then what are we doing now? Kael stared into the flame, remembering what the realm forgot on purpose. On the third day, something changed. The spiral Kael had etched at the clearing? He felt a hum, even from this far away. It wasn't a call. It was a ripple. Whatever had been waiting there was awake now, not because he'd asked it to be, because he had listened. Kael stood at the ridge and looked back. I think we're supposed to return. Lien nodded slowly, but not as the same people. Kael looked at him and smiled. Good, because I'm not. They returned to the realm under overcast skies. No bells, no drift shifts, no alarm. But as they passed through the eastern veil, something unseen acknowledged them. A pause, a breath, like the realm needed a moment to adjust, to receive. The sanctuary stood as it always had, still, patient. Salira stepped out the moment Kael's foot touched the old path. She didn't speak. She just looked at him, and then at Lien, and then her eyes softened. You found something that doesn't have a name yet. Kael nodded. Yes. Good, she said quietly. Hold on to it until it asks to be spoken. That night, Kael sat beneath the memory tree again. But this time, he didn't look up at the leaves. He looked inward, at the part of himself that now understood. Not every spiral begins with a break. Some begin with a choice, and some don't begin at all. They simply continue. Morning returned, not with light, but with awareness. Kael opened his eyes beneath the memory tree. The realm hadn't changed. The leaves still shimmered. The air still curled with thread light. Yet something in him no longer moved the same way. Not forward, not outward, but inward. He didn't feel like someone returning from a journey. He felt like someone who had never truly left. Lien was still asleep nearby, curled in his blanket, breathing softly. A loose charm had fallen from his hand, unfinished, the silver thread dangling without shape. Kael reached over gently and folded the loose thread into a simple curve. Not to complete it, just to pause it, leave it open. Some folds weren't meant to end. They were meant to be held. Later that morning, Kael walked the old spiral path behind the sanctuary, the one used in earlier days by the first memory tenders, long before the echo chamber had been raised. It had fallen out of use, overtaken by moss and gentle vine. But the path still remembered how to carry footsteps. Kael's boots disturbed the earth lightly, but the ground gave no protest. At the end of the path stood a small alcove of stone, half cracked, half remembered. No one had tended it in years. Kael knelt and touched the old basin there. It was dry, but not lifeless. He pressed his fingers to the rim and whispered nothing, because silence was enough now. And the basin heard him. A small shimmer passed across its surface, then faded. Kael didn't ask it for memory. He only let it know he was still here. Salira met him in the main hall at midday. She was measuring dried root blends for the winter tonics, sleeves rolled, focus sharp. Kael waited until she was done before speaking. I want to reopen the first fold. She didn't look up, just said, which one? The one the realm closed before any of us were born. Now she looked up, not surprised, not afraid, just tired and thoughtful. Do you know what it cost to bury that fold? Kael nodded. And you want to bring it back? I want to see if it's still breathing. Salira placed the spoon down carefully. We're only supposed to remember what's safe to remember, Kael. He nodded again, and that's what made us forget everything else. A long pause. She exhaled through her nose, slowly. If you do this, the realm may not follow you. I don't need it to follow. She studied him, then said, you'll need 3 things. A steady flame, a thread older than your own name, and something you've never told anyone. Kael blinked. What does the third one do? Salira leaned against the table. It opens the fold without turning it into a prison. He left that evening. Not far, just to the far grove beyond the memory river. Few went there now. The trees were thinner, the ground unbalanced. Thread echoes didn't linger in the same way. But Kael remembered it from his first year in the sanctuary. A place to breathe without being watched by memory. He sat at the base of an old, silver-veined tree and waited until the stars came. And then he spoke the thing he had never said, quietly, to the dirt, to the branches, to no one. I almost let myself disappear, not as a metaphor, not as poetry, as a choice. There had been a day, before the echo knew his name, before Solyra trusted him, before Lien ever asked a single question, when Kael had looked into his own thread and seen nothing worth carrying forward. He had nearly stopped, not dramatically, not violently, just stopped. But someone, a version of himself he would never meet again, had refused, had whispered, not yet. And now here he was, not whole, but here. He opened his palm and let the night carry that truth away. The third piece, the one he hadn't told anyone. The silence shaped like surrender. Released. The tree shimmered once, as if nodding. The next morning, Lien met him on the stairs. You look like you forgave someone, he said casually. Kael chuckled. Maybe I did. Lien handed him a satchel. I pack your notes. Also put in the echo mirror scrap. Kael paused. The broken one. Yeah, you always said broken things reflect better. Kael ruffled his hair. Remind me to listen to myself more often. I do. You just never like what you hear. By dusk, Kael had everything. A steady flame, drawn from the basin's original kindling, still stored in a stasis urn beneath the sanctuary. A thread older than his name, taken from the forgotten structure, the first spiral untouched by Realmfold. And now, the truth he'd released. He stood at the center of the meditation chamber. It had once been used to train silent swappers, those who carried messages without words, traveling through echo veils to deliver emotion alone. It had been empty for years. Now it glowed faintly as Kael placed the three objects around him. He knelt, closed his eyes, and whispered, I'm not asking the past to return. The flame flickered. I'm not asking the realm to explain itself. The old thread pulsed. I only want to hear what the fold left unfinished. The air thickened, not dangerously, like a breath held at the edge of sound. Kael extended both hands and drew a single spiral in the air, open-ended, not closed, not shaped in a power, just available. And something responded. It wasn't light. It wasn't voice. It was a presence, like the realm realizing someone still remembered its original shape. Kael didn't open his eyes. He let it pass through him, warm, trembling. For a moment, he wasn't Kael. He was the child who said no. He was the wanderer who never looked back. He was the version who chose silence, and the one who walked past fire. Each self didn't return. They stood beside him, not as echoes, as witnesses. He whispered the final words. I am the fold that never closed. And the spiral remained open, not as magic, not as memory, as possibility. When Kael opened his eyes, Lien was there, leaning in the doorway, arms crossed. His voice was very quiet. What did you see? Kael looked up and said, simply, a door that doesn't need to open to be real. Lien blinked, then smiled. That sounds like you. Kael stood slowly. The spiral glowed faintly behind him, but it did not fade. Lien walked beside him as they stepped out into the evening air. So, Lien asked, what now? Kael thought for a moment, then said, now we wait. Not for something to arrive, but for the world to remember it never needed permission to begin again. The spiral stayed open. It hovered in the air above the meditation chamber, unmoving, unshaped, and untouched by the realm's usual rhythm. Kael returned to it every day for a week, but never tried to speak into it. He didn't trace its edges. He didn't study it like an artifact or test it like a fold. He simply sat beneath it, like a reminder, like a promise. Some things didn't need to be deciphered. They needed to be left. And yet, on the 8th morning, something changed. Not the spiral, the threads around it. Normally, a fold like this, an anomaly, especially one left incomplete, would attract wild thread patterns. The realm would test it, touch it, try to weave it into its memory lattice, or push it back into echo. But this spiral didn't ripple, didn't fray, and most importantly, it didn't pull. Kael had seen what hunger in the thread looked like. He'd felt it, the way memories rushed toward unfinished shapes, the way the realm liked to complete things, even when it didn't understand them. But this time, the threads gave it space. as if they recognized something sacred, or dangerous, or both. Salira came to see it on the 9th day. She entered the chamber, eyes narrowed, lips pressed into that half-frown she wore when something old was waking up again. She circled the room twice, didn't speak, didn't touch, then stood beside Kael, arms folded loosely across her chest. That spiral, she said after a long silence, isn't neutral. Kael looked up. No, it's choosing not to be touched. Yes, and yet you opened it. Kael met her eyes. I didn't open it, he said. I remembered how to let it stay open. Salira didn't reply for a moment, then said, the realm will notice soon. It already has. And Kael's gaze dropped to the spiral. It's watching, but it's not reacting. Salira stared at the spiral for a long time, then asked, are you going to follow it? Kael blinked. It doesn't lead anywhere. You're sure? I'm not, he admitted. But it's not a gate. It's a refusal. Of what? Kael closed his eyes. Of completion. Lien joined him later that evening. The boy had taken to bringing his notebook everywhere now, scribbling odd spiral variants, experimenting with incomplete charms, drawing half-finished sigils in the dirt. Everyone teaches us to finish what we start, he said, flipping through his sketches. But none of them ever asked what happens if something wants to stay unfinished. Kael nodded. Because that would be dangerous. Why? Kael smiled faintly. Because then people might stop trying to control their endings. Lien tilted his head. And start writing their middles. Maybe. The spiral pulsed once behind them. No louder. No brighter. Just present. 2 nights later, the realm answered. Not loudly, but clearly. Kael woke with the taste of thread fire in his mouth. A kind of bitter static that only came when old patterns were being disturbed. He stepped outside the sanctuary and found the air shimmering faintly above the eastern ridge. Not a veil, not a portal, an arrival, a message, carried not by word, but by presence. Kael stepped into the shimmer. It accepted him, and spoke, not in voice but knowing. We have seen what you refused, and now we offer what refused us. The shimmer collapsed, and in its place, a thread, thin, colorless, not glowing, just waiting. Kael reached out, and took it. The moment his fingers touched it, he remembered something he'd never known. A small chamber buried beneath the oldest root of the realm. A circle of stone, a spiral left incomplete, and a voice. We folded the world to keep it safe, but what we folded we also hid. Kael opened his eyes. The thread burned away. He returned to the sanctuary and found Salira already awake. She didn't ask where he'd gone. She simply pointed to the map room. Kael followed. Laid out across the floor was the full realm diagram. Ancient, redrawn 1,000 times, updated with each new drift. But something was missing. A piece near the southern lowlands, once marked as an unreachable fold collapse, had shifted. Not redrawn. Removed. The paper curled faintly at the edges where the ink had vanished. Lien sat nearby, eyes wide. It's like the map forgot it was ever there. Kael crouched beside it. No, he said softly. It remembered that it doesn't want to remember. Salira placed a hand on the edge of the parchment. So, what's there now? Kael looked at the blank space. Then at her. Something the realm refused to fold. They left the next morning. Just Kael and Lien. Salira stayed behind, not out of fear, but out of clarity. This isn't my arc, she'd said. I don't follow unfurling paths. I close loops. I hold the pieces together. You walk where the thread won't go. Kael didn't argue. He only promised to return if there was still something to bring back. Lien packed quietly. No questions. Just pencils, blank paper, and a small, unfinished charm. The southern lowlands were quiet. Always had been. Even before they'd vanished from a map. They weren't dangerous. They weren't forbidden. Just irrelevant. At least, that's what the realm had decided. But now, the ground there fell held. Like something had kept time moving in slow motion. Kael stepped over the boundary where the ink had disappeared. No pulse. No resistance. Only an odd kind of stillness. Like entering a house where the last fire burned centuries ago, but the warmth had lingered in the walls. Lien followed, eyes alert. There's no echo here, he whispered. Kael nodded. Good. No memory lines either. Better. They walked for hours without sound. The landscape was flat, sparse. Trees bent at strange angles. Not because of wind, but as if they were listening. Finally, they saw it. A structure. or what was left of one. Circular, half sunken into the earth. Kael approached slowly. He reached for the broken spiral charm in his pocket, just in case. But the building didn't resist. It welcomed. Lien blinked. Is this what was removed from a map? Kael nodded. Or what removed itself? They stepped inside and found nothing. Just an empty room. One window. One stone circle in the floor. No glyphs. No threads. But Kael felt it immediately. A presence that had refused to become a memory. He sat in the center, closed his eyes, and said only one thing. I won't name you. And the room sighed. Not with relief. With release. As if something had been waiting for someone to say exactly that. The ground trembled. Not from weight. From permission. And then, something emerged. A spiral. Not in the air. Not on the floor. But in Kael's chest. An echo from inside him. Not mirrored. Not fractured. His own. Untouched. Still open. Still mid-sentence. Kael opened his eyes. Lien stood watching him wide-eyed. Are you all right? Kael nodded slowly. I found the part of me that never tried to become anything. Lien blinked. What's it like? Kael smiled. Free. They didn't stay the night. The structure wasn't meant to be camped in. It wasn't sacred. It wasn't powerful. It was just real. Too real to hold on to. So they left it as they found it. Unfolded. And when they stepped back into the realm, the air felt different. Not changed. Not stirred. Just eased. Like the realm had felt their return and decided, for now, not to ask any questions. Kael placed a hand over the spiral still faint in his chest. And for the first time, didn't wonder what came next. Because not every story needed the next page to matter. Some were simply meant to continue. The realm was watching. But not directly. Not openly. Kael felt it in the small things. The way the threads curled a second too late when he passed. The way the path beneath his feet gave a soft hesitation before firming into place. It wasn't resistance. It was uncertainty. As if the realm itself no longer knew what to do with him. A man who had stepped into a fold that wasn't meant to close. A name that no longer aligned cleanly with the realm's lattice of memory and role. It didn't reject him, but it didn't guide him either. Kael had become something in between, and the realm wasn't sure whether to call him welcome. Salira was the first to speak about it. 3 days after Kael returned from the unfurled chamber in the lowlands, she invited him to the sanctuary terrace, where the echo streams ran shallow and slow, easier to read for those who hadn't trained in deep drift. She poured him tea. No questions. Just the sound of thread light whispering across water. Then, softly, your thread no longer maps. Kael looked in his cup. I know. It curves backward. He nodded. It pauses in places that never existed. I've seen those too. Salira's voice dropped. One more fold like this, Kael, and the realm may stop reading you altogether. Kael smiled faintly. Then maybe it's time it started listening instead. She stared at him. You're not warning me, are you? No, she said. I didn't think so. They drank their tea in silence, and the realm looked away. That evening, Kael sat beneath the memory tree. Not to reflect, just to be still. Lien joined him as dusk fell. He had a stone in one hand, wrapped in thread. Not folded, not shaped, just held. He turned it over a few times before speaking. I try to echo what we saw in the lowlands. Kael raised an eyebrow, and the threads unraveled halfway through. Expected, and then they apologized. Kael blinked. They what? Lien nodded. They tried to reform into something safer. Simpler, like they didn't want me to keep going. Kael leaned back, resting his hands behind his head. The realms learned how to avoid complexity. Do you think it's scared? I think it remembers what happened the last time someone said no. They both sat with that for a while. Lien eventually murmured, You're not going to stop, are you? Kael didn't answer right away. Then he said no, not because he was angry, not because he wanted to fight something, but because something unfinished had trusted him enough not to become complete. And that kind of trust wasn't something you returned. It was something you carried. The following morning, the echo chamber rejected him. He stepped through the veil as he always did, palms open, breath steady. But the chamber did not pulse. The threads did not drift. The lace circle on the floor flickered, and then stilled, as if trying to fold itself closed. Kael stepped back, not in fear, in respect. He left the chamber without speaking, without forcing, because some doors didn't need to stay open once you understood they were only ever there to test whether you demand they be. Lien found him sitting outside, folding a piece of parchment into careful, incomplete spirals. Echo kicked you out. Kael nodded. It's not personal. Are you going to fight it? No. Why not? Kael held up the parchment. Because I'm not trying to win against the realm. Lien tilted his head. Then what are you doing? Kael smiled. I'm showing it what it forgot. Word spread. Not fast. Not loud. But small rumors began to form in the corners of the realm. That Kael's thread had turned. That the sanctuary spiral was unfinished. That the echo chamber had paused. Some asked if he was drifting again. Others whispered that he was folding from the inside out. But most simply waited to see whether the realm would name him again or erase him. On the 7th day, Kael woke with a ripple at the edge of his senses. Not a thread drift, not a memory pulse, an arrival. He dressed quietly and stepped outside. Salira was already there. So was Lien. So were 3 others Kael didn't know. All standing in the field beside the sanctuary. All facing the spiral. The one that still hovered in the air. Still open. Still silent. A woman stepped forward. Short. Hooded. Hands tattooed with glyphs Kael had only seen in pre-echo texts. She said nothing. Just bowed. And placed a small object on the ground beneath the spiral. A charm. Not a fold. A seed. Wrapped in thread that didn't shimmer. Kael stepped closer. Knelt. Lifted it gently. The thread was warm. The seed dry. Old. He looked at the woman. What is this? Her voice was soft. The first memory that refused to become belief. Kael blinked. And felt it. Inside the seed. A silence that had never spoken. Not because it had no words. Because it had no audience. Until now. Kael stood. Held the seed against his chest. And said, then let it grow without asking to be understood. The spiral pulsed once. Only once. And the realm looked away. Not in fear. Not in denial. In respect. It chose not to see what it couldn't hold. Because some truths didn't want to be remembered. They only wanted to be kept. That night, Kael stood beneath the spiral with Lien beside him. They didn't speak. Didn't theorize. Didn't name what came next. They just stood and watched as the realm, for the first time, chose to stay quiet. And Kael smiled. Because that too was a kind of beginning. The seed didn't sprout. Not in the way the others expected. No roots broke through the charm thread wrapping. No tendrils unfurled. No glow, no glyph, no bloom. It simply sat there, tucked safely beneath the hovering spiral, like a child who'd been invited to speak, but chose silence instead. Kael visited it every morning. He didn't water it, didn't fold over it, didn't try to coax a shape out of it. He just sat and waited, because whatever lived inside that seed hadn't asked to grow for others. It had been kept, protected, and now, for the first time, it had been seen. That was enough for now. The others who had come to see the spiral returned to their threads. Quietly, without ceremony. They didn't bow. They didn't ask for teachings. They left behind small things, though. A faded braid of thread root, a fragment of a mirror that refused to reflect, a folded page from an echo journal with the words, "not yet," scrawled across it. Kael gathered the items carefully and stored them in the meditation chamber. Not as artifacts, as offerings. Proof that something unfolded didn't have to mean something unfamiliar. On the 4th day, the wind shifted, subtly, like a breath turning in its sleep. The sanctuary's eastern wall, long sealed, shimmered faintly. It was a doorway the realm hadn't used in years. Not since the memory floods. Not since the path folders had stopped mapping the unstable territories beyond. Salira stood in front of it by midday, arms crossed, expression unreadable. Kael joined her without speaking. The shimmer didn't pulse, didn't open, but it was awake. Lien joined them moments later, notebook in hand. This was the wall that was never meant to move, right? He asked. Salira nodded. Because every time someone tried to step through, the thread snapped. Kael stepped closer. That was before the realm started looking away. They waited. The wall shimmered again, and then it breathed. Not open, just loose. Lien took a half step back. Kael placed his hand against the wall and whispered, "We won't ask you to fold. Just let us walk." The shimmer faded, and a crack appeared. It was not a door, not a gate, a fracture. Clean, quiet, old. The realm wasn't opening the path. It was letting go. Kael turned to the others. "I'm going through." Salira didn't flinch. We knew that. Lien adjusted his satchel. I packed 2 extra flasks and 3 thread stubs. Kael blinked. You're coming. Lien stared at him. You're not leaving me behind again. The last time you tried, the spiral cracked. Kael chuckled softly. Point taken. Solyra stepped forward and placed a small silver charm in his hand, just in case the realm forgets your name completely. Kael turned it over. It was blank. He looked up. Solyra smiled faintly. That way, it can remember who you are, not what you recall. They stepped through the crack that evening. No light, no sound, just a clean break from what had been mapped. On the other side, a field, wide, flat, dusty blue grass, swaying in circular patterns, not with wind, but with memory. The sky above was cloudless, but not empty. Small flickers drifted overhead, lights that didn't glow, like pieces of thought set free from form. Kael stepped into the field and felt it. A presence that wasn't presence. The echo of intention. This place hadn't been forgotten. It had never been known. He knelt, brushing his fingers across the grass. It recoiled slightly, then settled. Lien crouched beside him. I don't think this is the kind of place that wants to be explored. Kael nodded. I don't think we're here to explore. Then what? Kael stood. We're here to remember it into shape. They moved slowly. The field didn't fight them, but didn't yield easily, either. Each step left no imprint. Each breath felt like it echoed from somewhere else. After an hour, they reached a gentle rise in the land. At its center, a stone platform, unmarked, unfolded, untouched by thread. Kael stepped onto it, closed his eyes, and let the spiral in his chest soften. Not open, not close, just ease. The platform pulsed, and beneath it, something stirred. A memory that wasn't a memory. A pattern that hadn't been chosen yet. A garden, not planted, not designed, just offered. Kael opened his eyes. A single thread had sprouted from the ground beside him. Pale green, wavering. Lien gasped. It's the seed. Kael nodded slowly. It found its voice. Lien crouched beside the sprout. But there's no soil, no root path, no sunline. It's not growing in the world, Kael whispered. It's growing through it. The sprout shimmered, split once, formed a spiral leaf, then stilled. Kael didn't touch it, didn't mark it. He just sat beside it. Lien sat too, and together, they watched as the first unfurled place in the world began to recognize itself. That night, the sky whispered, not in words, in rhythm. The flickers overhead danced slower. Thread light from the realm drifted toward the crack they'd stepped through, but did not pass it. Kael watched the strands ripple and bend at the boundary, trying to understand, trying to see, but not entering. He placed the blank charm Solyra had given him on the stone. The charm pulsed once, then cracked, but didn't break, just like the door, just like the spiral, just like him. The garden didn't grow quickly. It didn't bloom into light or spill into story. It just remained, and that, Kael thought, was more than enough. To stay open, to stay unfinished, to stay real. They camped beside the sprout. Kael didn't sleep, but he rested, with Lien curled beside him, scribbling sketches of half-grown places and open spirals into his notebook. Eventually, the boy spoke. You're not going back, are you? Kael didn't answer, because there was nothing to go back from. Only forward, only through. Somewhere behind them, the realm pulsed once. Not in fear, not in rejection, but in quiet understanding. It would not follow them here, but it would watch. And maybe one day, it would remember how to fold less. The sprout had not grown overnight. It had listened. Each time Kael woke in the unfurled place, this field beyond the cracked veil of the realm, the spiral leaf sprout looked slightly different. Not taller, not wider, just changed. Subtly, a shift in color, a different lean. Once, a faint shimmer like dew, but dry. Lien recorded every change with precise sketches and shorthand notations. He'd stopped asking Kael what it meant. The boy had begun to understand that not everything out here had an explanation. Some things were not meant to be studied, only witnessed. On the third morning, a second sprout appeared. Lien spotted it first, a few meters to the left of the stone platform. Thin, like thread stitched into the soil. No spiral this time, just a soft curve, as if the sprout hadn't decided what it was supposed to be. Kael knelt beside it, didn't touch, didn't breathe too loud. The curve trembled slightly, as though sensing that this world was still holding its breath. Kael whispered to it, not words, just a memory. His own. The day he almost gave up. He thought about the silence, the stillness, the ache of not knowing who he was among all the cells he had worn. He let that memory pass through him and into the earth. The sprout pulsed once and held its shape. The garden began to grow, not through force, but through presence. Each evening, Kael and Lien sat near the platform and remembered. Not to each other, to the space. They let their stories bleed quietly into the grass, like rain that didn't ask to change anything, only to be heard. They spoke of small moments. Kael described the way Salira always paused half a second before handing him a charm, as if making sure it wouldn't become a burden. Lien described the rhythm of Kael's footsteps in the spiral hall, how it always calmed him, even when the world felt too wide. They spoke of the first time Lien understood he wasn't just a student, and the last time Kael had thought of himself as someone who could be replaced. With each memory, the grass bent. The threads in the air quieted. The space listened. On the 6th day, Kael found a pattern carved faintly into the stone platform. He hadn't put it there. Neither had Lien. It was shallow, half-formed, a curve, a dip, a thread marked from a language Kael didn't recognize. He ran a finger over it. The stone warmed. Only slightly. Lien crouched beside him. Is it a fold? No, Kael said softly. It's a beginning. Of what? Kael looked out across the unfurled field. The first shape this place made for itself. That night, Kael didn't sleep. Instead, he sat at the edge of the stone and looked at the sky. There were no constellations here. No anchor points. No mirrored star chains like the ones that mapped the rest of the realm. Just drifting dots. Soft. Subtle. Moving with no fixed rhythm. Kael found it peaceful. And terrifying. To see a sky that didn't offer certainty. Only openness. The spiral in his chest pulsed gently. Still incomplete. Still his. Not guiding. Just reminding. You are here. You are listening. You are not folding. On the 8th day, they were no longer alone. Kael sensed it first. A pause in the field's rhythm. The kind of stillness that waits. He stood, turned slowly, and saw a figure at the edge of the unfurled space. Distant. Motionless. Wrapped in gray cloth. Face obscured. Not threatening. Not known. Just present. Lien stirred beside the stone. Someone's here. Kael nodded. They haven't entered. Should we go to them? Kael watched. The figure didn't move. Kael called out. This place doesn't offer power. The wind didn't move. The figure lifted a hand, then lowered it, and turned away, disappearing into the grasses without leaving a mark. Lien exhaled. What was that? Kael shook his head. A test. From the realm. No. He looked toward the vanishing point. From the part of the world that hasn't decided if it wants to know us yet. Later that afternoon, a third sprout appeared. This one had no spiral, no curve, just a straight line of thread glass, piercing the earth. Lien touched it gently and winced. It's cold. Kael knelt. It's not ready. For what? To believe in itself. Lien frowned. You talk about these sprouts like they're people. Kael looked out across the field. They are, or they will be. Then what are we? Kael smiled faintly. The first to say, we see you, before asking for anything in return. On the 10th day, the platform glowed. Faintly. A quiet ring of light tracing the old mark that had etched itself earlier. Kael stepped into the center. Felt nothing. No weight. No surge. No voice. He turned slowly, scanning the horizon. Still. Silent. Then he looked down and whispered, Do you remember your own beginning? The platform pulsed. The stone around the ring darkened. And Kael felt it. A memory not his. Not the realm's. The field's. A single image. A child's hand reaching into empty earth, planting nothing. Just touching. And whispering, Stay empty. Kael blinked. Then smiled. This was never a garden. Lien looked up. What? Kael turned to him. It's a listening space. Lien's voice dropped. You mean it was made to hold things? No. Kael said softly. It was made to receive, without folding them. That night, Kael placed the broken charm Salira had given him on the stone once more. It didn't pulse, didn't react. But in the morning, it was whole. The spiral had filled itself in. Not perfectly, not cleanly, but with presence. And Kael wept, quietly, because something had finally said, I'm still here. Without needing to speak. They stayed 2 more days. Not to study, not to push, just to sit. to witness, to wait. The garden, if that's what it still was, did not bloom. But it remained. A field that listened. A platform that didn't ask. A sky that didn't guide. And 3 sprouts that chose to be, without being named. Kael stood at the edge of it all on the final morning. And whispered, I won't teach you how to be. I'll only remember what you became. When they returned to the sanctuary, the realm rippled. The threads didn't greet them, but they didn't resist. Salira waited at the gate, arms folded. You smell like unfinished thought, she said dryly. Kael smiled. That's because I brought some back. Lien stepped past them both and held out a sketch. The 3 sprouts, the broken charm, the mark on the stone, and a single line written in the corner. We did not inherit this shape. We waited until it chose to arrive. Salira read it and nodded, then let it rest where no one folds it again. That night, Kael sat beneath the memory tree once more. Not to remember, not to reflect, just to be. The spiral in his chest had quieted. Still open, still incomplete, but stable. And for now, that was all the realm needed to see. To finally look away, without forgetting. For the first time in weeks, the sanctuary felt loud. Not in sound, not in chatter, just aware, like the air had caught its breath. The memory tree rustled more sharply than before, its leaves clicking gently in the morning wind. The threads that floated above the courtyard looped lower, curling near Kael's shoulders, but never touching him. Even the basin water shimmered in odd, irregular pulses, like something was being reflected from outside the realm. Kael brought something back, and the realm knew, but it hadn't decided what to do about it yet. So it watched, and waited. And for now, that was enough. Lien spent the next day redrawing his notes from the unfurled field. He laid them out across the southern study floor, page after page of clean diagrams, incomplete glyphs, and observations written in the sharp, scratchy handwriting of someone who wasn't just recording. He was trying to understand what couldn't be taught. Salira stepped in halfway through, brow raised, lips tight. Is that a memory net or a meditation scroll? She asked, eyeing the sprawl of symbols. Lien blinked. Neither. It's a conversation. With whom? He looked down at the pages. I don't know yet. She crouched, picked up one sheet, and studied it. A simple drawing. 3 sprouts beneath a starless sky. One curled, one bent, one straight. No roots, no bloom, just presence. Salira set the page down gently, and didn't say a word. Meanwhile, Kael returned to the spiral. The one still hovering, still open, in the meditation chamber. It hadn't changed, hadn't drifted, hadn't asked anything of him. But today, something in the silence felt unfamiliar, not threatening, not wrong, just new. Kael stepped closer, and felt it. Attention, thin, like thread stretched between 2 spaces. One here, one elsewhere. Not in the realm, not in the unfurled field. Beyond, he sat in front of the spiral, closing his eyes. Not to drift, not to speak, to listen. And there, threadbare and quiet, was something else. A silence that didn't come from the realm. It wasn't holding its breath. It wasn't waiting to be named. It was watching back. Kael's thoughts froze, because this silence didn't feel passive. It wasn't the soft, nurturing stillness of the field beyond the veil. It was aware, and then, it blinked. Not literally, but like a presence that realized it had been seen, and wasn't ready for that. The spiral shivered. The meditation chamber dimmed, and Kael exhaled slowly. I see you. No answer, no echo, but the spiral steadied, as if that was enough for now. That night, Kael told Salira. They stood beneath the upper lanterns, where the thread light hung like drifting stars. There's something behind the spiral, he said. Something that didn't expect me to find it. Salira's expression didn't shift. Can it be reached? Kael shook his head. Not yet. She nodded once. Then let it stay unreachable. But it's awake. Salira stared into the windless dark. And Kael hesitated. I think it used to be part of the realm. A long time ago. Before even the first folders. Before the memory trees. Salira closed her eyes briefly. Then it chose to be forgotten. Yes. She opened her eyes again, and said, that doesn't mean it wants to return. Lien asked Kael later if he was scared. They were seated beside the basin, watching the thread lines shift like river currents. Scared? Kael asked. Lien nodded. Of what might come next? Of what might already be here? Kael thought for a long time. then said no. Lien blinked. Really? I'm not scared, Kael said softly. But I'm being careful. What's the difference? Kael smiled faintly. One means you're running from something. The other means you know how easily it could run through you. 2 days passed. No sign. No pulse. The spiral stayed quiet. The realm stayed distant. And then, without warning, a mark appeared on the outer wall of the sanctuary. Not carved. Not drawn. Just present. A thin spiral etched into the stone. Tighter than Kael's. Sharper. Closed. Completely sealed. Kael stared at it for a long time. Salira ran her fingers across the surface. This wasn't made by anyone here. Kael nodded. It's the first time something's folded back. The mark didn't hum. Didn't echo. But Kael could feel the intent behind it. This wasn't a message. It was a boundary. Someone, or something, had seen the spiral Kael kept open and drawn a circle around it. Not to stop it. Not to challenge it. Just to say, we see you too. Kael didn't touch the mark. He simply stood beside it and whispered, then come when you're ready. That night, the sky above the sanctuary clouded for the first time in months. The threads curled tighter. The memory tree dropped 6 leaves at once. The wind stopped mid-turn, and the silence blinked again. Kael stood beneath it, eyes open, thread unwound, and knew something beyond the fold was beginning to remember him. Not by name, not by role, not by thread, but by the fact that he'd refused to close. And that, perhaps, was the one thing even the ancient silences couldn't ignore forever. The spiral seal remained on the sanctuary wall for 3 days. It didn't hum, didn't pulse, didn't shift or change, but it never faded. It didn't ask to be interpreted. It didn't invite contact. It just was. Salira had marked it mentally by the end of the first day, right before declaring, if it starts whispering, I'm burning it. Kael hadn't laughed, because she wasn't joking. He understood her caution. This spiral wasn't like his. It didn't open. It didn't curve toward listening or welcome thought into its shape. It was compact, tight, closed like a clenched hand. A spiral, yes, but one that had been locked. Not to trap, to preserve. And the more Kael studied it, the more he realized something he hadn't wanted to say aloud. This wasn't just a reply. It was a memory. Not his. Not the realm's. Something older. Something that remembered the shape of silence before the realm had ever begun speaking. On the morning of the 4th day, the mark moved. It didn't break. It shifted. Only slightly. A twitch of threadstone where the line curled into itself. Barely noticeable, but enough that Kael knew. Something behind it was changing its mind. He stood in front of the wall for hours. Didn't speak. Didn't reach. Didn't fold. He simply waited. And finally, the spiral unfurled. Just once. A single thread peeled outward and fell. Drifted slowly through the air. And landed in Kael's palm. It was cold. And hollow. No memory inside. No message. No trace of who had sent it. Kael held it between 2 fingers. And whispered, you're not a voice. No answer. But you were one. Once. The thread vibrated. Softly. And Kael knew. That night, the dreams returned. Not Kael's. Someone else's. He saw a desert. Endless gray. A woman, cloaked in ash-colored robes, walking barefoot across dust that didn't shift beneath her. She carried no thread. No charm. No spiral. And yet the dust folded beneath each step. Not visibly. Not physically. But willingly. As if the world recognized her. Kael didn't know her name, but he knew what she was. She was the one who walked before spirals were shaped, before threadbound memory, before folded creed. She was not belief. She was reminder. And she was walking again. Kael woke slowly, breath steady, hands warm. The thread the mark had dropped was gone, but the feeling remained, like someone had gently opened a door inside him and stepped into a room they already knew. He walked to the outer wall. The mark was still there, still closed. But different now. There was space at the center. A hollowed-out point. Not broken. Not carved. Offered. Kael didn't move closer. He didn't fill it. Didn't trace it. He just bowed. And said, I remember you. The wind stirred. A thread curled past his ear. And the memory tree behind the sanctuary dropped another 7 leaves. Salira found him near dusk, standing beside the empty basin. She didn't say anything at first. Just stood beside him, arms folded, eyes locked on the basin's still water. You saw something again, she said finally. Kael nodded. Someone. Folder. No. Echo. No. She looked at him. Kael's voice dropped. She walked through silence before memory learned how to shape itself. Salira's brow furrowed. So not a presence. A precedent. Salira tilted her head. What does she want? Kael exhaled. I think she wants to know why we kept folding things that were never supposed to close. That evening, Lien brought Kael a thread sketch. He'd drawn the spiral from the wall. The sealed one. But on the page, he'd added something. A shadow beneath it. Rough. Undefined. A figure walking away from the spiral's edge. Small. Uncertain. Kael blinked. You saw her. Lien shrugged. Not directly. But I think she passed by the edge of the basin last night. Kael looked at the page again, then at the spiral on the wall, and whispered, She's not returning. Lien looked up. She left. No, Kael said softly. She's waiting for me to walk. They left the next morning. Not far. Not beyond the veil. Just into the eastern field, where thread memory stopped whispering. Kael stood in the grass, hands open. He didn't fold. He didn't drift. He simply took a step, then another, each one deliberate. Not toward something. Not away. Just forward. And the world shifted. The sky dimmed. The grass bent. And Kael saw it again. The woman. But this time she turned. Face hidden beneath her hood. Voice low and clear. You open things that do not want to be shaped. Kael stopped walking. He didn't speak. She took another step. You believe your spiral gives you permission. Kael lowered his gaze. No. You walk like someone who wants the world to remember. I do. She was quiet for a long time. Then said, then walk without being seen. Kael blinked. What? Her head tilted. If your spiral is not a brand, then let the world forget you carry it. Kael's chest tightened. That would mean letting go of the echo's name for him. Letting go of the memories that tracked his steps. Becoming someone the realm no longer recognized. He whispered, would that make me less real? She shook her head. It would make you yours. And with that, she stepped back and vanished. Kael returned to the sanctuary in silence. Lien met him at the spiral chamber. You saw her again, he said. Kael nodded. She told you to disappear? To walk unseen. Lien frowned. Can you do that? Kael didn't answer. He looked up at the hovering spiral and closed his eyes. Then, very softly, he withdrew. Not physically, not magically, quietly. The spiral dimmed. The realm didn't blink. The thread stopped curling toward him. And for the first time in a long time, Kael felt the world forget where he was. Kael became quiet, not in voice, in presence. It started at the edges of the sanctuary. The way the stone paths didn't echo under his feet anymore. How the threshold threads above the doorframe no longer shimmered when he passed. His cups of tea stayed warm longer. His footprints took longer to fade. No bird startled when he walked by. He was still there, still breathing, still real. But the realm had started forgetting him, and Kael had stopped reminding it. Lien noticed first, not with worry, just a long, quiet look one morning as they ate under the awning beside the courtyard. You're softer than before, the boy murmured. Kael raised an eyebrow. Softer, not physically. It's like the world doesn't want to press against you anymore. Kael sipped his tea. That's because I stopped trying to press back. Lien considered this. Are you fading? No, Kael said calmly. I'm learning how to remain, even when I'm not being remembered. Salira didn't comment, but Kael saw in her eyes, the way she'd glanced toward him, only to stop halfway, as if startled by the thought that he might not be where she thought he was. A subtle tilt of the head, a shift in breath, and then a look, not confusion, not alarm, just quiet calculation. She had always tracked things, and now, Kael was becoming untrackable. She approached him on the third evening. No pretense. You're slipping your thread anchor. I know. Do you know what that means? Kael looked in her eyes. Yes. It means the realm won't speak me into its lattice anymore. And you're fine with that. Kael placed his hand on the courtyard rail. I was never supposed to be a sentence. Just a presence. Salira stared at him for a moment longer, then nodded, and walked away. The memory tree dropped no leaves for 3 days. Then 4. Then 5. Kael sat beneath it, feeling its quiet confusion. Not pain. Not rejection. The tree was simply uncertain. Its memory lattice still recognized his voice, his hand, his thread breath. But something had changed. The tree could no longer record him. He was sitting under its leaves, touching its roots, sharing its light. But nothing was being written. Not because Kael was hiding. Because Kael no longer required its permission to remain. On the sixth day, the spiral dimmed. The hovering spiral, the one in the meditation chamber that had stayed open since the beginning, shifted its light, grew fainter, slower, as if mimicking his pulse. Kael stood beneath it, eyes closed. It no longer responded to him. It reflected him. Lien stood in the doorway, watching. "You're not the same, Kael," I followed into the lowlands. Kael didn't look back. "No. You're not the same, Kael." I sat beside when the first sprout rose. "No." Lien's voice was very small. "Are you still any, Kael?" Kael opened his eyes, turned, and knelt in front of him. "I am the thread that remembers all of them, and none." Lien blinked, tried to say something, then simply stepped forward and hugged him. The echo no longer stirred when Kael passed. It didn't close. It didn't reject. It simply didn't notice him. He stood outside the chamber for a long time, watching the threadlights pulse along the ceiling. It was beautiful, and far away. He didn't mind, because now he was walking past structure, through memory, into something else. That night, he walked out to the ridge. Alone. No satchel. No charm. Not even shoes. He left everything at the edge of the grass, and stepped forward into the unfurled field. He didn't expect the sprouts to recognize him. They didn't. He didn't expect the sky to shift. It didn't. But the earth beneath his feet listened, and it remembered. Not a name, not a title, not a thread, just a presence. The one who walked without needing to be folded into story. Kael reached the stone platform. It had changed. Not visibly, but structurally. He could feel it. It was quieter now, more settled, not waiting, not watching, just available. He sat in the center, closed his eyes, and exhaled. For a long while, nothing moved. Then, a wind, soft, circular, no voice, no shape, just a current of acknowledgement. Kael opened his eyes and saw something standing at the edge of the field. Not a person, not an echo, a figure, still, like an idea that hadn't been decided on yet. Kael stood, didn't speak, didn't beckon. He just stepped down from the stone and waited. The figure took a step forward. Kael bowed. It bowed back, and the world held its breath. Later, Kael sat beneath the memory tree again. Lien joined him. The boy was quiet for a long time, then asked, "Was that her?" Kael shook his head. "No." Another remember. "No." Lien looked at the roots. "Then who?" Kael smiled faintly and said, "Someone the world is still learning how to speak." The realm no longer asked where Kael had gone, because now it understood. He hadn't left. He had simply become. Kael didn't return to the sanctuary through the main path. He didn't return at all, not officially. No footfalls on the spiral-tiled walkways. No shimmer of recognition from the charm veils. No threads turning toward him as he passed. But somehow, everyone knew he was back. Not because they saw him, not because they heard him, but because the air in certain corners of the sanctuary had changed. The silence in the study hall no longer felt empty. The memory basin rippled even when no wind blew. The spiral in the meditation chamber, though barely visible now, had begun to hum again. Soft, rhythmic, not loud enough to be heard, just enough to be felt. Kael was not present in the way people expected, but he was here, in the way the realm now had no language for. Salira didn't ask. She simply left a cup of steeped root tea on the outer railing one evening. It cooled, remained untouched. Then, one morning it was gone. The cup was returned an hour later. Clean, still damp. No thank you, no sign. But that was enough. Salira, who had once trained her entire thread line to detect breaks in emotional rhythm, smiled quietly and returned to her work. She would not chase the shape Kael had become. She would simply leave space for it. Lien, however, began to talk to him again. Not directly, not with eye contact, just small things, spoken as if to the walls. "This new charm fold keeps slipping. You'd probably say I'm forcing the spiral too early." Or, "I sketched the third sprout again. Still not sure what its middle wants to be. But that's okay, right?" Or sometimes, "I think I understand why you stayed open. I don't like it, but I think I understand." Kael never answered. Not with voice, not with word. But one morning, Lien found the folded charm he'd been struggling with resting beside his pillow. Refold. Not corrected. Not fixed. Just gently adjusted. Shifted into balance. As if someone had listened. and spoken back in a language between words. Rumors spread, not across the realm, just across the sanctuary. Soft ones. That someone had seen a figure reflected in the basin at dusk. That a quiet voice had murmured a thread-line translation for a charm a novice had forgotten. That when the spiral chamber's flame guttered out one night, it was relit without heat. No one said Kael's name. They didn't have to. They didn't remember it anymore. Not fully. Only presence. A weight in the air, light as thread glass and just as easy to overlook if you didn't know it was there. But those who had known him, they felt it. In the pauses between breath. In the way silence settled, not pressed. Kael had not vanished. He had simply stepped beyond recognition. On the 9th evening, a traveler arrived. Not from the realm. From farther. Her cloak was red at the hem, stitched in sigils Kael hadn't seen in years. Not since his earliest days in the forgotten southern studies. Symbols not of memory, but of negation. The woman walked with care, and her thread line glimmered with a broken loop. She bore no charm, no weapon, just a name she did not give. She stood at the sanctuary gate and said, "There is something here that does not fold." Salira met her without surprise, and the woman tilted her head. "I was taught to remove such things." Salira smiled coolly. "Then you were taught to mistake openness for danger." The woman said nothing, but she did not enter. Instead, she waited. And when night came, Kael walked past her. She did not see him. She did not hear him, but her breath caught, and she turned sharply toward nothing. The air had thickened, not with power, with presence. She stepped back, not in fear, in recognition, not of a person, of a pattern or training had no response for. She whispered, "Who holds this shape?" No one answered, and that was the answer. She left the next morning, didn't ask questions, didn't return, but she would speak of the sanctuary. She would say, carefully, to those in halls far from the memory tree, "There's something there that reminds the world what it was before it chose to be safe." And her listeners would go quiet, because they had all once known something like that, before it was named, before it was folded, before it was forgotten. Kael walked the halls sometimes, not in body, but in pause, in gentle shifts of thought, in the memory of unfinished questions. A child in training whispered one night, "I dreamed I walked beside someone who didn't speak, but remembered the sky when it didn't have stars." And her mentor smiled, placed a hand on her shoulder, and said, "Then listen when the wind returns." He might not say it again. Lien found himself humming, days later. He didn't know the tune, didn't know where it came from, but he hummed as he worked, as he folded, as he tended the 3 sprouts in the basin garden Kael had planted without ever planting. And one morning, he woke with a thought in his head. When someone walks without being remembered, they stop being someone and start being here. He smiled and wrote that on the inside of his sketchbook cover. The spiral dimmed further, not because it was fading, because it had become known, not in concept, not in name, in rhythm, in practice. And Kael, wherever he walked, was no longer carrying it. It was carrying him, or maybe there was no longer a difference. The sanctuary changed, not in structure, in tone. They folded less, held more, listened more than they stored, taught more questions than techniques. And when newcomers asked who had taught them this, they pointed to the wind that passed through the south window, or to the silent flame that never flickered, or to the garden that grew 3 sprouts but never bore fruit, and said, "He was never our teacher. He was the part of us that stayed open long enough for the answer to change." Kael stood on the ridge one evening, watching the horizon fade into soft gray. He did not hold a thread. He did not speak. He simply let the world forget he was there, and in doing so, let it remember that it could be something else. The realm did not acknowledge it, not with a proclamation, not with a shift in sky color or a formal naming right, but somewhere between the outer fields and the basin wall, a new way of being had begun to root itself. Not a school, not a sect, just a rhythm, one that didn't pull from the echo, one that didn't ask the thread lines for memory. It didn't shape the world through force or clarity. It simply held space. And for some reason, that space kept expanding. It began with the listeners, the ones who came to the sanctuary not to train, but to rest. The drift-weary, the memory-sick, those who had carried too many echoes for too long, who had forgotten where their own thread began and the borrowed ones ended. They weren't asked to explain. They were given a quiet place to sit, a place near the 3 sprouts, a place near the stone where Kael had once knelt, and the sanctuary did not ask them to remember who they had been, only to stay, unshaped, just a little longer. And for many, that was enough. Salira eventually stopped assigning names to the new arrivals. She gave them thread markers, temporary, dissolvable, silent. They'd vanish after 7 days unless chosen again. Some kept them, most let them go, and no one argued either way, because now the sanctuary was not about identity. It was about soft presence, a form of belief that didn't begin with a name. Lien began calling it the middle way, not officially, just in his notes. He drew spirals that curved inward, but stopped short of the center. He wrote, "The point is not to arrive. The point is to remember you never needed to." He stopped trying to finish his charms. He started drawing them open-ended, letting others fill them in if they wanted. He didn't expect them to. He just offered the space. Like Kael had. Kael watched, always nearby, never directly seen. Not because he was hiding, but because the realm still hadn't decided what to do with him. And by now, Kael hoped it never would, because then maybe it would stop trying to fit what had become practice back in a category. The spiral in the meditation chamber now hovered so faintly it couldn't be sketched. It no longer glowed. It no longer pulsed. But those who sat beneath it began to find answers they hadn't asked out loud. Not as voices, not as visions, just quiet certainties, like an old thread pulling gently toward clarity. They left notes at the base of the spiral, unfolded, unsigned, written in strange half-thoughts. "Today I didn't rush to become." She asked if I was still drifting, and I said I was allowed to. The middle is lighter than I imagined. I listened, and something listened back. "We are not waiting. We are arriving slowly." Lien collected the notes, never archived them. He simply folded them into a long cord and placed it in the basin garden. The sprouts didn't bloom, but their stems leaned toward it. That was enough. One evening, the sky changed, only slightly. A flicker, as if the stars had forgotten which direction they were supposed to shine in. Kael stood on the ridge, watching. A child from the sanctuary approached, barefoot, holding a folded charm. "Is this what you left behind?" she asked. Kael turned. She couldn't see him. Not exactly, but she felt him. That was new. He smiled, faintly. "Not what I left," he said. "What I never closed." The girl tilted her head, so it stayed open. Kael knelt and touched the charm. It whispered, not in thread light, not in glyph, but in invitation. The girl blinked, then nodded, and walked away, slowly, her eyes brighter than before. The sanctuary began to quiet, not from silence, from understanding. People folded less, spoke softer, paused more often, not because they feared missteps, but because they were learning the value of not rushing towards shape. A belief had taken root, not taught, not declared, just felt, and it moved like this. Some things don't need to be understood. Some names don't want to be worn. Some spirals do not lead inward or outward. So just hold space. And the ones who carry them, quietly, gently, are not leaders. They are mirrors turned sideways. One day, the echo chamber opened on its own. Not for a call, not for a binding. Just open. Kael didn't enter, but his spiral pulsed once. And the chamber remembered him. Not as an identity, not as a role, just as someone who had asked for nothing, and left more than anyone knew. And the echo whispered one word. Not aloud, not in glyph, but in tone. Still. And then it closed again. Salira met Lien beneath the memory tree. They stood in silence for a long while, watching the leaves fall. 1, then 2, then 7. Finally, she said, "You know they're going to ask you soon." Lien didn't look at her. "Ask what?" "To name it." He blinked. She turned her head slightly. "Whatever this is. This practice. This rhythm. This Kaelness. They'll want to call it something." Lien frowned. "Should I?" Salira shook her head. "Not yet. If you do, it might stop growing." Lien placed a hand on the memory bark. "And if I never name it?" Salira smiled faintly. "Then maybe it'll finally be free." Kael watched them from the edge of the hill. The wind curved around him, gently. A thread drifted by. It didn't try to bind. Didn't try to echo. It just brushed his shoulder, as if saying, "You didn't start a belief. You reminded us how to walk without one." Kael closed his eyes and let the spiral dim further. Because this wasn't about him. It never had been. It was about the space that had been left behind. and how beautiful it was when people chose not to fill it with anything but presence. It started with a single student in the Eastern Drift Hall. She had been learning basic thread disciplines for 4 years. Her folds were precise, her glyph work elegant, her memory retention near perfect. Her instructors spoke highly of her control, her clarity, her commitment. But one day, while practicing the 6th line spiral, she paused mid-fold. Not because she was confused, not because she'd forgotten, because she felt something, a stillness at the center of the spiral, a soft resistance, not in the thread, but in herself. She held it there, half-finished, letting it breathe, and something shifted. The thread curled gently around her hand, and did not complete. She didn't try to finish it. She just stayed, fold open, shape unclosed. And for the first time since she'd joined the hall, she heard silence folding back. Across the realm, similar pauses began to echo. Small ones. A charm left intentionally unfinished. A glyph stopped one line short. A mirrored breath held a moment longer before release. No explanation. No doctrine. But those who felt it described it the same way. It's like someone is still listening, even when I'm alone. They didn't say Kael's name. Most had never known it. They didn't know about the spiral that hovered invisibly in the sanctuary. They hadn't sat beside the memory tree as it dropped its 7th leaf. They hadn't walked with Lien across the quiet fields or touched the unfurled garden Kael had never planted. But they felt something, a rhythm, a kind of space inside their craft they hadn't known was allowed. A gentle place where not finishing was not failure. It was respect. In the southern temple city of Morian, a group of pattern keepers restructured their training hall. They removed the walls between beginner and master chambers, replaced the binding glyphs with open thresholds, and installed a single thread basin in the center, not for recording achievements, but for holding incomplete folds. Not discarded, not broken, just left there, alive. In the northern echoes, a lone driftwalker returned after 15 years. She had forgotten her name, forgotten her anchor, but not the feeling she'd had once while sitting beneath a tree. A memory not hers, a spiral she hadn't drawn, a voice that never spoke. She sat beside the outermost thread gate and folded a single charm without lines. She didn't activate it. She left in the snow and walked away. The gate shimmered that night and remained open 2 seconds longer than it ever had before. No one claimed responsibility, but a child passing by the next morning whispered. It waited for her. Salira heard the rumors. She read the unsigned letters, heard the murmurs from travelers, watched the changes ripple outward from places no Kael had ever visited, and she did not correct them. She did not gather scrolls or write doctrine. She simply sat beneath the memory tree and said to Lien, "It's happening." Lien nodded. "They're remembering how to leave room." Salira turned to him. "You understand what that means? It means the realm is becoming softer." She smiled. "Good. Then they're not learning Kael. They're learning how to stop needing to be Kael." Kael walked past the temple ridge that night, unseen, uncalled. The wind bent around him. A small child looked up from her folded blanket, eyes half closed, and whispered. Someone passed. Her mother shushed her. "There's no one there." But the girl shook her head. "No, not a someone. Just a part of the world that doesn't need to speak to be true." And Kael smiled softly, because even if no one saw him, they had begun carrying him anyway. Not in name, not in echo, but in folds they never finished. Back at the sanctuary, the sprouts in the basin garden had begun to shift. Not upward, inward. Their roots curled softly into spirals, not tight ones. Gentle arcs, widening as they deepened. The third sprout, the one that had never chosen a middle, now glowed faintly in the night. Not bright enough to illuminate, just enough to guide. Lien placed a small thread charm beside it. The charm didn't bind, but hummed. Only once. And only for those who listened closely enough to hear a shape taking its time. One afternoon, a group of young folders from a distant sanctuary arrived to study. They were sharp, eager, bright with the glow of names and achievements. When they saw the unfinished spiral in the sanctuary's meditation hall, one asked, "Is this an error?" Salira said, "No." Another leaned closer. "Then what is it?" Lien smiled and answered, "It's a fold that's never asked for completion." They didn't understand. Not at first, but they stayed. And slowly, their breath began to sync with the silence in the room. Their questions grew quieter, their folds more deliberate. And one of them, just one, left a charm half-woven beneath the spiral. Not as a statement, as a thanks. Kael sat on the ridge again that evening. The stars above him shimmered without alignment. The wind didn't carry messages anymore, just possibility. And Kael, he was still walking, still not being seen, still not being named. But now, he no longer had to hold the shape alone. Others were carrying it, some as practice, some as instinct, some without knowing it all. And that, he realized, was the most powerful kind of belief. Not the kind that spreads, the kind that becomes atmosphere. He stood, turned toward the sanctuary, and whispered, "Now that you've stopped needing me, you've finally started keeping me." The realm did not break, but it softened, not all at once, not loudly. The change moved like Kael's presence, slow, unfixed, quietly contagious. It whispered into corners, brushed past rituals, and settled into pauses people once rushed through. It showed up first in the timing. A delay before the echo drift responded to thread call. A hesitation between charm activation and effect. Memory folds at once stitched clean now left an intentional ripple, like they were listening back. It was subtle enough not to alarm the old keepers. But those who worked the threads closely, those who lived inside the folds, felt it. The realm was adjusting, not resisting, not rewriting, just yielding, like a house finally realizing it didn't need to close every door. Kael remained quiet. He still walked unseen, still let the spiral dim beneath his pulse. But he noticed a change. A glyph on the west wall of the sanctuary once flickered only when memory spikes passed through the foundation. Now it flickered when someone paused to reflect, not when they remembered, when they chose not to finish a thought. That kind of awareness was new. The realm was learning to hear what it had never valued before. Stillness that didn't lead to conclusion. Motion that didn't beg to arrive. Names spoken not to claim, but to release. Salira gathered the council after dusk. 5 guides, 2 folders, 1 echo listener who no longer carried her title. They sat at the low table beneath the outer skylight. The spiral above them didn't glow, but it pulsed, faintly, rhythmically, like a second heartbeat waiting to be joined. Salira lit no flame. Just tea. No notes were passed. No declarations made. Only one question. She set it in the air like a charm that refused to bind. What happens when belief changes faster than structure? The room was still. The old echo woman finally spoke. Softly. We stopped naming it belief. Kael sat beneath the memory tree as the meeting happened. He could feel the spiral's pulse even here, through bark and soil. He leaned his back against the roots, closed his eyes, and waited. Not for a message, not for a change, just to see if the realm would try to speak. It didn't, but it settled, as if resting beside him. Not asking, just being. That was enough. In the outer sanctuaries, reports came slower. No urgency, no crisis, just questions. Why had the driftwalks shortened their rhythm? Why were the glyph threads binding less tightly, but holding longer? Why were newer students learning faster when they stopped trying to complete the forms? There were no answers, only observations, and more of them every week. In one southern village, a child asked her teacher why her charm never folded the same way twice. Her teacher, once a strict line keeper, frowned and said, "Maybe it was never supposed to." The child blinked. "But then how do we know if it worked?" Her teacher smiled and said, "Because it still wants to stay with you." Lien folded a page from his notebook, not into a shape, just into itself. A spiral, curved 3/4 through. He placed it beside the third sprout, which now glowed not just at night, but in the quiet moments between footsteps. The paper didn't hum, but the sprout leaned. And for Lien, that was answer enough. Kael stopped visiting the spiral chamber, not because he feared it, but because others had begun sitting beneath it, and he didn't want them to feel watched. He passed by sometimes. The spiral didn't respond. It had grown quiet with him, but not empty, like 2 old friends who no longer needed to speak aloud. The realm's lattice began showing inconsistencies. Maps updated by hand drifted slightly from the thread pulse readings. Fold anchors once used to lock memory chambers now responded with soft resistance, like a body unsure whether to inhale or exhale. Old masters began revising scrolls. Carefully, reluctantly. They called it a phase, a thread weather shift, a subtle drift echo from an untracked outer current. No one admitted it might be something more. But no one stopped it either, because their students were gentler, their chambers quieter, their threads more honest. One day, a driftwalker arrived at the sanctuary with no name, not because he had forgotten it, because he'd given it away, to a silence that asked to be heard more than he asked to be known. He carried a charm he'd never folded. He placed it in the basin garden, and left. Lien touched it once. It sang, a single note, brief, clear, and gone. He didn't tell Salira. He just added a new line to his notebook. The realm is learning to end songs without finishing their melodies. Salira eventually closed the formal register of arrivals. She left the old book on the altar shelf, didn't archive it, didn't mark it closed, just stopped turning the page. From then on, those who arrived simply stayed. For a while, or longer. Some offered names. Some didn't. Some folded. Some listened. No one was pressed, because belief now came not with oaths, but with returning breath. Kael stood at the edge of the veil one night. The drift was slow, gentle. The sky shimmered faintly above. He closed his eyes and exhaled. He felt his presence touch the edge of the realm. He felt it soften, not in fear, not in hesitation, but in acknowledgement, like the realm had finally found a way to say, I don't know what you are, but you've reminded me what I was before I decided I had to be. And Kael smiled, because sometimes the world didn't need a name. It just needed someone to unfold a little less loudly. The old orders didn't react right away. They had always stood apart from the drifting trends of thought. Spiral schools came and went. Eco-philosophies curled and faded. Belief was seen as weather, passing, cyclical, harmless. But now, the wind wasn't circling back. It was softening everything it touched, and something in the oldest folds began to resist. Not violently, just firmly. The first sign came in a forgotten chamber near the northern vaults. A charm designed for anchor restoration began to unravel, not because it was broken, but because the threads refused to bind. They twisted gently away from their set path, returned to the user's hand, and pulsed once, softly. The anchor keeper, a seasoned folder named Even, recorded the anomaly in his ledger, then watched in silence as two more charms unspooled in the same manner, each one returning with a subtle curve that hadn't been written. An arc, a spiral, but not one that closed. Even brought the charms to the assembly of consistency, a group of 9 who had not changed their robes or routines in over 60 years. He placed the charms on the table, said nothing. The room did not hum. There were no lights, no pulses, just the quiet tension of people who didn't like new patterns. One of the 9 lifted a charm. Who allowed this? Even shook his head. It wasn't allowed. It happened. Another narrowed her eyes. Thread lines don't create design. They follow it. Even hesitated. That used to be true. A long silence followed. Then the eldest spoke. If the threads are folding themselves, they must be corrected. Even said nothing. But in his pocket, one of the unrecorded charms curled faintly, as if listening. Far from the vaults, the sanctuary remained quiet. Salira knew it wouldn't last. She felt the push in the currents. Not aggressive, but tightening. The realm was beginning to realize it had let go of too much rope, and now it wasn't sure who held the other end. She watched the memory tree drop 10 leaves in a single night, then none for a week. A cycle interrupted. A signal. She said nothing, but she cleaned the basin with her own hands that evening. Silently. With care. Because whatever came next, it wouldn't arrive with shouting. It would come in the form of correction. And that was always the most dangerous shape of all. Kael felt the pressure too. Not as pain. Not even as tension. Just a tightening in the way the threads moved when he passed. They no longer ignored him. They weren't reaching toward him either. They were waiting, holding their breath, as if expecting him to do something he hadn't done before. Take credit. Claim space. Speak louder. He didn't. He only walked. And every step, every pause, every gesture that remained quiet made the pressure tremble. Because he wasn't folding. He was witnessing. And the realm didn't know what to do with someone who asked for nothing, but was still changing everything. Lien noticed the shift in the students. Some folded faster now. Not out of peace, but anxiety. Afraid their open-ended spirals would be seen as error. Afraid of being corrected. They began asking again for standards. For structure. For definitions. What are we supposed to be learning? One asked. Lien didn't answer. Because the question wasn't about knowledge. It was about fear. and fear had remembered how to fold things tightly again. The echo chamber stopped pulsing at night. It no longer welcomed open memory. It demanded permission again. Kael watched from the outer threshold. Did not enter. Did not press. Only bowed. And the chamber did not close. But did look away. Salira gathered the mentors. Not in warning. In clarity. She held up a charm. Unfinished, soft at the edge. This, she said, is what the realm is starting to reject. Why? Someone asked. Because it didn't decide to allow it. It adapted. And now that it understands how far the adaptation has gone, it's remembering its shape. What do we do? Lien asked. Salira placed the charm down gently. We don't resist. Then what? We continue. That night, Kael stood at the edge of the spiral chamber again. The hovering spiral was nearly gone now. But not dead. Just internal. It no longer glowed above him. It pulsed within. He placed a blank charm on the floor. Knelt. And whispered, "They're afraid I'll begin claiming this." Then smiled. "I'm more afraid they'll try to protect it." The charm curled once. Then stayed. A fold that didn't close. But didn't move away. Across the realm, the assembly of consistency met again. This time with copies. Scrolls. Thread reports. Quiet urgencies. Some are calling for review of all open-fold sanctuaries. Some whispered of rebinding ancient protocols. One suggested rewriting the foundational drift lines to tighten spiral thresholds. But a younger voice, a junior observer, barely initiated, spoke gently. Is it harm that we're correcting, or just disobedience to memory? No one answered, but 3 chairs turned slightly, and the air in the chamber grew less certain. Kael sat beneath the memory tree again. A small child approached, one of the newer arrivals. She held a charm in her hands. Wobbly. Too tight on one side. She sat beside him. Didn't speak. Just leaned her head on his shoulder. Kael placed his hand over the charm. It unraveled. Gently. She didn't flinch. And they sat there, with nothing between them but a fold that didn't need to be repaired. The realm was softening. But not evenly. Some places bent. Others cracked. And some began to clamp down harder, as if afraid they might dissolve if they relaxed too long. Kael said nothing. But those who walked near him learned how to pause again. And in that pause, they remembered. The silence isn't asking to be broken. It's asking to be joined. The shift didn't start with a decree. It began with language. Not new terms, but retracings of old ones. Words like clarity began to reappear in scrolls, but with new edges. Structure returned to teachings, this time as a kindness. Even the word stillness, once used to describe the gift of a folded moment, was slowly rewritten to mean compliance. No one argued aloud, but the mentors noticed, and the children started folding with straighter edges. Kael felt the weight of it before it had a name. He walked through the sanctuary paths, where the spirals had once drifted freely from child to elder, now drawn into cleaner curves, corrected even before completion. No one enforced it, but the air had shifted. Expectation no longer asked. It waited, and waiting was heavier than command. At the southern threshold, Lien sat beside a training mat, hands clasped in her lap. 3 younger students practiced their fold threads ahead of her. They worked quickly, too quickly. Kael sat beside her. She didn't speak for a long time. Then, "They want permission." Kael nodded. They're afraid their freedom was a mistake. Lien looked down at her hands. And we told them nothing because we thought the silence would hold. He didn't answer, because she was right. In the archives, Salira watched scrolls being recatalogued. Gently, quietly, but differently. The open form section, once the largest, once the most visited, was being moved to a less prominent wing. Not sealed, not denied, repositioned. She placed a charm on the ledge beside the index and watched as it curled outward, forming no clear design. Just motion. When the archive scribe noticed, he hesitated. She smiled at him. He returned the smile, then straightened the charm and wrote something down. She didn't stop him, but the charm uncurled the moment he walked away, and she left it there. As a reminder, the Assembly of Consistency issued its first communication in years. Not a demand, not a correction, just a guidance note, a call for harmonic stewardship of fold lines. The message arrived on soft script, unsealed. But the implications weren't soft. Mentors read it. Students mimicked it. And slowly, the realm's quiet turned from invitation to standard. Even the echo chamber began to pulse again, but only in intervals. Only when scheduled. Only when watched. Kael didn't resist. He walked as he always did. But the realm had learned his rhythm. And now, it tried to walk alongside him. Not in reverence, but in containment. He passed an older folded garden, where the vines used to loop through themselves with no symmetry, now quietly trained into spirals that terminated on cue. He watched a child pat the vine gently after it finished curving, as if to thank it for behaving. Kael kept walking, and the vine uncurled just slightly behind him. Not out of defiance, just curiosity. Lyra sat cross-legged on the library roof that night, parchment open across her knees. She had written nothing for hours. The stars above shimmered as they always had, but she knew something had changed. Kael joined her without speaking. After a while, she said, "They're learning again, but not how we hoped." Kael waited. Lyra continued, "They're not folding to explore. They're folding to confirm. Because it feels safer," he said. She nodded. "I thought the memory would be enough." "It was," he said. "But the realm's memory isn't what we returned. It's what it chose to keep." She closed her journal without writing a word, and they watched the stars draw circles they didn't need to finish. In the northern sector, 3 former vault stewards approached the open sanctum with a formal review request. They weren't loud. They weren't aggressive. But they spoke in terms no one had used for a long time. Threshold clarity. Full depth limits. Pattern reinforcement. All written in perfect spiral form. The gatekeepers didn't deny them entry. But Kael noticed the charms at their belts were heavier than the ones the children carried. Thicker. Weighted. And when they passed beneath the spiral arch, the arch didn't dim. It contracted. Just slightly. Like it remembered something it didn't want to feel again. Lien stopped teaching for 2 days. Not in protest. In reflection. When asked, she simply said, "I'm re-listening." And those who knew her well understood what that meant. But one morning, she returned to her garden and found that someone had folded all the outer blossoms into matching rings. Tidy. Beautiful. And wrong. Because none of them had grown that way. She sat on the ground, hands in her lap. Did not refold. Did not undo. Just waited. And by sunset, 3 of the flowers began to open again. Salira stood in the threshold of the flame basin, watching as the visitors returned. Not many, but more than before. They came with questions again, but not the kind Kael had drawn in the early days. These questions had answers before they were spoken. What is the right way to spiral? How do we ensure the realm doesn't lose clarity? Should charm work be aligned to council patterning now that the guidance has returned? Salira answered none of them. But each time, she placed a blank charm in the basin, and each one curled differently, but always slightly off-center. Kael returned to the spiral chamber late that night. It no longer hovered above the stone. It had settled into the floor now, still pulsing, but low, like a sleeping drum. He sat beside it, laid his hand over the surface, and said, "I know you haven't disappeared." The chamber hummed beneath his palm. Quiet. Warm. "I won't make you louder than the world wants, but I'll never let them forget how you feel." The spiral responded by slowing, just once. A breath. And Kael nodded. "I'll carry the pause." The assembly issued a second note a week later. This time, on the preservation of sacred folds. It spoke of balance, respect, legacy, but it used only completed spiral terminology. No open forms. No drift-lay suffixes. No uncertain curves. Salira read it once, then placed it on the floor of the echo chamber. It did not burn, but also didn't stay folded. The paper unraveled, not into chaos, just back into silence. Lyra found Kael beneath the memory tree the next morning. She held a child's charm in her hands. Slightly twisted, strangely beautiful. Impossible to recreate. "They said it's flawed," she murmured. Kael took it, watched the folds shift in the light, then handed it back. "It's exactly what she meant." Lyra blinked. She doesn't know what she meant. Kael smiled faintly. She trusted herself anyway. In the hidden garden, a child folded a charm in perfect spiral form. Then, at the last moment, stopped, left the curve open. Didn't close it, didn't flatten it, just left it waiting. And the wind stirred the edges. Softly. At the assembly, one of the senior voices, a man who had not spoken in 3 years, finally cleared his throat, looked down at the folded guidance scroll before him, and asked, "Is it the realm we're protecting? Or our place inside it?" No one answered, but no one moved to dismiss him either. The charm beside his hand curled once, then paused, and did not unfold. That night, Kael walked the edges of the sanctuary in silence. No one followed, but the spiral chamber pulsed softly as he passed. The echo chamber held its breath, and a child dreaming in the western dorm whispered a name that had not been spoken in generations. Not a command, not a leader, just a question, one that folded into the air like a forgotten prayer. Can I still remember without being told how? The realm said nothing, but the wind turned gently in her room, and the charm beside her bed curled inward, not into a spiral, but into something new, something soft and uncorrected. The realm had never needed to speak loudly. Its authority was inherited, not declared. It folded through history like cloth pressed by time, smooth, seamless, assumed. But now, the seams were starting to show, not because they were torn, because they were being looked at, and that, more than any act of rebellion, made the old threads twitch. Kael didn't disrupt anything. He didn't issue claims. He didn't write edicts. He didn't even teach. He just remained, and the longer he remained, the more the realm mistook stillness for strategy. But he was not planning. He was listening, and the realm had forgotten how to be heard. At the Southern Learning Grove, a mentor spoke for an hour on harmonic fold patterns. He cited scrolls, referenced trifold models, offered diagrams with perfect closures. The students copied quietly, all but one. A boy in the back sat with his charm blank, his threads untouched. When the mentor called on him, the boy looked up and said, "I was waiting to hear the part where I belong." The grove went quiet, not in discipline, in realization, because no one had said anything wrong, but no one had said anything alive, either. Salira heard the story from Lien later that evening. They sat by the basin with their feet in the water, skirts lifted just above the surface. "That boy," Lien said, "wasn't being difficult." "I know," Salira replied. "He just didn't see himself in the pattern." Salira ran a fingertip along the rim of the basin. "That's the problem with tight folds. They close too early." Kael received no report, no warning, but he felt the pressure again, a subtle thickening of the realm's current. He stepped into a corridor where 6 charm keepers had gathered, whispering. They fell silent when he passed, not out of reverence, but coordination. He kept walking, and the wall behind him bent its light for just a moment, a spiral forming where none had been drawn. The assembly met again, this time with diagrams. They presented new folds designed to guide creative impulse. Words like gentle containment and adaptive hierarchy filled the room. One diagram showed Kael's spiral, labeled open impact curve, overlaid with balancing forms. One of the elders asked, "Can we honor his presence without replicating his unpredictability?" Another replied, "We can study it without validating it." A pause followed. Then a junior folder raised a hand. Her voice was small, but clear. "What if unpredictability is the invitation?" Silence. Then discomfort. Then deflection. The diagram was folded away, but not discarded. Lyra spent the next day resorting her notes. Not because they were disorganized, because something about them felt sterile, too perfect, too agreeable. She tore out 10 pages, left the paper under Kael's bench by the memory tree. We found it. He didn't read it. He let it sit beside him all afternoon, and when a wind stirred it loose, the pages folded themselves in no particular shape, just movement. And he smiled. The echo chambers dimmed again, not because they were silenced, because someone closed the doors after hours. Formally, with notice, with reason. It was called Restoration Protocol, but the walls inside didn't pulse the same way after that. Some nights, they refused to respond at all, like they knew they were being waited for, and no longer trusted what came next. Kael stood outside the chamber one evening and watched. He didn't enter, didn't knock. He just waited. And then he said aloud, "I never asked for this space to change." The walls quivered faintly. "I didn't make this spiral to gather attention." A soft hum. "I made it to hold stillness that wouldn't be punished." The chamber opened a sliver, but Kael didn't go inside. He just nodded and walked away. The students noticed first, not the elder ones, the younger ones. They started folding in corners again, not for praise, for comfort. They used softer materials, left ends loose, carried unfinished charms in their sleeves. One girl began whispering to hers before meals. No one stopped her, but 2 mentors took notes. And by the end of the week, 5 more children had started. None of them asked for feedback, Zaina arrived from the western ridgelands with news. Not alarming, but telling. There's a vault fragment in the cliffs, she said. One no one sealed. Kael looked up. Alive. Zaina hesitated. No, but awake. Lyra frowned. That shouldn't be possible. It's watching, Zaina said. Not asking. Not waiting. Just aware. Kael stood. Then we'll go. Not to claim it. To see if it's already begun remembering. Salim met his gaze. You think it's learning from us? I think it's waiting to see if we'll learn from it first. They left at dawn. The ridgelands were quiet. The path twisted, but not protectively, just uncertainly. When they reached the fragment, it was barely more than a sliver of stone, embedded in the cliff face, half shattered, edges softened by wind and rain. Kael approached, placed his hand on the stone, and whispered, I'm not here to take you back. The fragment pulsed. Then nothing. Zaina asked, what now? Kael replied, we leave it unfinished. Back at the sanctuary, something new began to ripple. Stories. Not history. Not doctrine. Just stories. Told by children. By mentors. By archivists who began speaking before being asked to. They didn't fit into scrolls. They didn't end with lessons. But they stayed. Because they made the spiral feel real again. At the assembly, a new scroll was proposed. A quiet suggestion. To allow stories that do not clarify. To permit folds that do not teach. To listen even when no pattern resolves. The scroll was not signed, but a mentor later found Kael's mark on the wax seal. Not a name, just an unfinished spiral. Late that night, Kael returned to the spiral chamber one more time. It was dark, still, not watching, not calling. He sat on the floor, placed a charm beside him, didn't fold it, didn't light it, just let it exist, and whispered, you don't have to explain yourself. You don't have to finish to be worth noticing. You don't have to correct your shape to be safe. He placed a hand on the floor, and in the quiet that followed, something began to glow. Faintly, not in the chamber, not in the charm, but in him. Across the realm, a child woke from a dream she didn't remember. She reached for a folded charm, and found it open, still warm. She smiled, closed her hand around it, and fell back asleep without fixing it. Because she didn't need it to be fixed. She just needed it to stay. They didn't issue a warning. No scroll. No summons. No public word. But those who lived close to the old learning halls noticed the walls had been cleaned. Not repaired. Not rewritten. Just wiped. Places where children once tucked unfinished charms into the cracks were now smooth. As if the stone itself wanted to forget it had ever been held that way. Kael walked the same hall that morning. Barefoot. No flame at his side. No charm in hand. He moved slowly, touching nothing, but every step left warmth in the floor. Not heat, not trail, just proof that someone had passed without asking permission to belong. Lyra followed an hour later. She brought a folded scroll to one of the sanctum shelves, not to file it, to place it gently where others could feel its shape without reading it. On the outer flap, she wrote one word, unfinished. A younger scribe tried to correct the filing. But when he touched the scroll, his hand froze. He didn't know why. He just couldn't bring himself to fold it shut. He left it there, and began a new charm on the way out. Something small, messy, and softly shaking. Zaina stood at the boundary gate where inspection banners had begun to reappear. Not closed yet, just posted. Routine structural resonance reviews, they said. Sanctioned harmonics. She watched them hang 5 more, all on thresholds that led to open-ended spaces. Spiral gardens, quiet nooks, the stream paths, places where sound folded without pressure. She didn't say anything, but when she left, she removed the small marker flag someone had planted near the oldest spiral stone. Not out of protest, just because she remembered the stone had once refused that name. In the flame basin, Salira washed a fragment of a child's broken charm. She didn't try to fix it, didn't match it to its source. She just held it in water, watched it drift, and whispered, you're not lost. The fragment curled faintly, not in recognition, just in rest. The assembly met in a closed circle. 7 chairs. A sealed room. They reviewed what they called the quiet drift phenomenon. Students folding without instruction. Mentors pausing outside their lanes. Charm work with no cited source. They didn't name Kael, but they circled his image on folded diagrams, in behavior maps, in proximity reports. They called the spiral he left unrepeatable. And that was the part that unsettled them most. Not because it was dangerous, but because it could not be legitimized. That afternoon, a child approached Kael near the reflection stones. She was small, pale, carried a bowl of water in her arms. Uncertain hands. When she reached him, she placed the bowl at his feet. Inside, a half-folded spiral, floating. Kael looked down at it, then up at her. "What would you like me to do?" The child shook her head. "I just wanted it to be near you when it finished." He knelt, watched the charm drift, and didn't speak. The girl sat beside him, waited. Nothing more. Celine returned from her archive rounds with a message. 2 old order stewards arrived. Not here to challenge. Kael raised an eyebrow. Then, "They're here to observe." That's what they said. He nodded. "They're hoping the quiet will declare something." Celine sat across from him, resting her arms on her knees. "And will it?" Kael closed his eyes. "It already has." That night, the spiral chamber pulsed again. Not brightly. Not for long. Just once. Enough for Kael to feel it in his spine. He walked there alone. No shoes. No sound. When he reached the center, the pulse was already gone. But the floor had changed. The spiral had opened. Not into a larger curve. Into thread lines. Radiating outward. No longer centered around him, but connecting to spaces beyond. Places he'd never entered. Names he'd never spoken. And the room whispered, "You are no longer the center." Kael placed his hand on the stone. "Whisper back." "I never was." Elsewhere, the mentors met informally in a shaded garden. No benches. Just grass. Lien sat with her back to the central stone. Salira stood near the edge. Zaina leaned on a tree root, arms folded. Lyra arrived last, wind in her hair and ink on her cuffs. None of them spoke for a while. Then Lien said softly, "Have we taught them how to carry this?" No one answered. Because no one knew. Salira finally offered. "Maybe we were never meant to teach it." "Then what?" Lyra asked. Salira looked out across the soft breeze. "Just hold it with them." 2 stewards from the old order arrived at Kael's side gate by noon. They brought no guards. Only folded robes, tight charms, and quiet judgment. Kael welcomed them with tea. They did not sit. One said, "You are softening the edges we spent generations hardening." Kael stirred the tea. Not softening. He looked up, just letting them breathe. The second steward frowned. Breath dissolved shape. Kael handed him a cup. Then the shape was too fragile to begin with. They did not argue, but they did not drink. And Kael made no move to explain. Later, Lyra found him still at the threshold. The steward's gone. No tension left behind. Just quiet. "I think the realm will act soon," she said. "I know. You'll be blamed." Kael nodded. "I already am. And if they take the space back..." Kael turned to her. "They can have the land." He touched his chest. "But the spiral lives here now." The child returned that evening. The bowl still in her hands. The charm fully folded now. No spiral. Just a gentle wave. "I didn't mean for it to change," she said. Kael shook his head. It didn't change. He placed his hand in the water. It finished itself. She smiled, and placed the bowl on the stone beside the spiral chamber. Not to be kept. Not to be displayed. Just to stay. Across the realm, more children began folding again. Not all. Not many. But enough. The patterns were odd. Asymmetrical. Some folded into loops that led nowhere. Some simply paused mid-curve. But none were corrected. Because none had been asked to be right. Only true. The assembly reconvened. Another internal note. The spiral persists. It does not spread with instruction, but with presence. It does not contradict, but it does not align. A final line added in smaller script. What if this is not disobedience, but memory unfolding too slowly to chart? That note wasn't signed either. But the charm it came with was light, open, and did not fold closed in the scribe's drawer. Kael sat beneath the memory tree that night. Alone. No movement. No messages. But from across the garden, Lyra could see it. The spiral was moving again. Not outward. Not up. Just inward. Soft. Contained. Held. Not to prove anything, but to remain with itself. The realm watched. It had not decided, but it had noticed that something was returning. Not because it had been summoned, but because it had not been broken. It didn't end. There was no collapse. No decree. No dramatic closure. But across the realm, something stopped moving. Not Kael. Not the mentors. Not even the children. It was the structures. The layers of expectation that once folded without friction, instructions passed in silence, traditions obeyed by rhythm, now paused mid-motion. And no one knew who was supposed to finish the fold. Kael stood in the center of the learning grove. Not teaching, just present. A group of new students gathered under the tree canopy. Most were quiet. One boy fidgeted with an unfinished charm. A girl tucked her spiral into her sleeve, half embarrassed. Kael didn't ask to see their work. Didn't tell them what it meant. He only asked one question. Did it feel like something you wanted to remember? The group didn't answer right away. But one of them, a small child with bright eyes and ink-stained fingers, said, "It felt like me." Kael smiled. Then it's already enough. In the northern vault sector, the assembly released its most carefully worded guidance yet. Foldings without aim may be permitted if their ambient alignment does not contradict known anchors of communal clarity. It was a statement of tolerance, but it pulsed with fear. Because the open-ended spirals hadn't broken anything. They had replaced nothing. And yet, the students gathered near them more than the sanction patterns. No one told them to. They just felt better there. And the assembly didn't know how to correct something that hadn't claimed to be right in the first place. Salira removed the last of the monitoring threads from the echo chamber entrances. No one told her to, but the walls sighed when she did it. The hum returned that night. Not loud, not bright, just present. And a child passing by paused, touched the wall, and whispered, "I hear you again." Salira placed a hand on the opposite panel and whispered back, "We never stopped." Zaina returned from her patrol of the outer ridges with 3 pieces of broken charmstone, all marked by spiral lines that had no center. "They're not asking for permission anymore," she said. Kael nodded. "They've realized the spiral isn't a command. It's a question. And no one wants the answer." Kael looked to the horizon. They want to be allowed to ask it again. Lyra sat cross-legged beneath the archive stairs, reading letters from students she had never met. They'd begun arriving by the dozens. Unfolded thoughts, half-dreams, spiral doodles, drawings of the sanctuary tree. None of them asked for advice. They just wanted someone to see where they were in the fold. She didn't file them. She bound them gently. A new kind of record. Not to instruct, just to witness. The assembly called for a pause in all further harmonic correction reviews. Temporarily, quietly, unannounced. They called it conservation of rhythm resources. But everyone knew what it meant. They had reached the limit of unquestioned legitimacy. And the spiral had done it by doing nothing they could charge. It had never claimed to replace, only to remain. One afternoon, a student approached Kael near the basin. She had walked from a distant district, barefoot, with a cracked charm looped through her belt. She didn't bow, didn't offer a question, just sat beside him and said, "They said the spiral would confuse me." Kael tilted his head. And it did. She smiled faintly, and it made me want to ask better questions. He looked at the charm on her belt. The crack had grown a thin vine inside it. Something green, unwritten, unfolding. Celine watched from the stone walkway above. She hadn't spoken to Kael in 3 days. Not out of distance. Out of space. She understood now what his presence had become. He wasn't a change. He was a place. And people were learning how to stay. Not arrive. Not follow. Just stay. Without needing to be right. That evening, the echo chamber pulsed unasked. A single tone. Long, deep. Clear. No one summoned it. But everyone near the chamber turned toward it in silence. No one entered. No one folded. They just listened. And when the tone faded, they looked to one another. And bowed. Not in agreement. Not in understanding. In recognition. Kael didn't attend the final seasonal gathering. Not because he was unwelcome. Because he knew it was no longer his role to stand at the center of the space. The spiral had spread. Not in lines. Not in diagrams. But in choices. In pause. In presence. In how students now asked one another, "Did you feel it?" before asking, "Did you get it right?" He stood beneath the memory tree, hands in his pockets, watching children hang unfinished charms from low branches. None of them matched. None of them repeated. And none of them fell. In the assembly, no vote was called. No ruling passed. But no further correction orders were drafted that season. The scribes began archiving old standard forms. Not deleting them. Just putting them down, like tools that no longer fit the shape of the current work. One steward whispered, as she walked the hall at dusk, "It's softer now." Another nodded, and somehow louder. Kael did not leave the sanctuary. but his absence began to be felt in places he'd never walked. A spiral was drawn on a gate near the southern coast. No one claimed it, but travelers paused before passing through it. A stone in a mountain path cracked open, revealing a natural fold. Perfect, gentle, unrepeatable. A mentor in a far library received an unsigned scroll that said, "I finished it, but I still don't want to close it." She cried when she read it, and hung it in her study. Late that night, Kael sat alone in the spiral chamber. The lights had dimmed, but the floor still pulsed softly. He folded a charm. Not a message. Not a symbol. Just a shape he hadn't tried before. He didn't know what it meant. Didn't need to. He left it there. And when he stood to leave, he said, "Thank you for letting me stay, without making me explain it." The chamber pulsed once, then stilled, and the charm he left behind did not curl. It stayed open, facing nothing, claiming no space, but very much alive. The first sign wasn't a charm. It was a stone, flat, ordinary, sun-warmed, resting on a narrow trail outside the eastern edge of the sanctuary. Someone had carved a spiral into its surface. Not cleanly, not evenly, just present. It wasn't signed. It wasn't centered, but it belonged. Zaina found it first, crouching low at the trail's bend, where the trees curved as if listening. She didn't touch it. She only said, "This wasn't put here for him. It was left by someone who's already heard him." Kael didn't travel far. He never did. But the spiral had begun ahead of him now. Not a trail he left. A path that waited. Lyra saw it in the letters she was now receiving from places with no known connection to the sanctuary. Messages that carried familiar folds. Words written with half-patterns. Spirals where signatures should be. One note simply read, "We saw him once. We didn't understand. We do now." Lyra traced the ink and felt the echo. Not Kael's words, but his way. Salira gathered the mentors quietly. No agenda, just space. They sat in the shade near the basin. No circle, no hierarchy. Some cross-legged, some standing, one gently folding a loose charm out of habit. Kael arrived late. Not by design. He'd simply walked slowly. Salira looked at him and said, "It's spreading." He nodded. "It's remembering itself." Lien asked, "Do we follow it?" Kael sat beside her. "We listen for it." The next morning, 2 travelers arrived. Not seekers, not scholars, just a mother and her child. The child held a charm in her hand. One Kael recognized, not from the sanctuary, from his own path. Years ago, a spiral he had folded when no one was looking, left on a gatepost in the north for no reason, but to see if it stayed. It had stayed. The mother said, she found it. It kept folding. Kael looked at the child. She smiled shyly. "I didn't want to fix it." He knelt, touched the charm. "You didn't need to." The child became the first student to arrive not by invitation, but by echo. More followed. Slowly, quietly. They came without instruction, but each one had folded something. A ribbon, a coin, a stone with a thread tied around it. They didn't ask to be taught. They asked to be seen. Celine stood near the outer gate, watching. She didn't speak much now, because the questions were fewer. Not because people had stopped asking, but because they'd begun answering themselves. She told Kael later, "We're no longer a center. We're a pulse." Kael nodded. And pulses travel. In a city far from the sanctuary, a street performer left a folded handkerchief at the edge of his stage. No one understood it, but children began copying it, leaving scraps of fabric on windowsills, on statues, on teachers' desks. One teacher asked, "What does this mean?" A child shrugged. "It's for someone who's not here yet." Kael walked the long northern ridge for the first time in months. The path was empty, but at the top, under the shadow of the overlook, someone had carved into the rock. Not a spiral, just words. "We saw you walk here once. We folded nothing, but we stayed quiet." Kael touched the stone, closed his eyes. "You didn't fold wrong. You were listening." Lyra received a bundle of folded pages from a coastal town. They didn't contain poems, just sounds. SSHHHH. HNNN. Each one folded differently. Lyra smiled. Even their silence has dialects now. She placed the bundle in the sanctuary archive under a new heading. Unspoken correspondence. Foldings from places that didn't ask first. Zaina reported a ripple of movement near the Ridgeland schools. Not unrest. Curiosity. Spirals drawn in sand. Waves etched into wooden fences. Teachers saying pause. instead of correct. It wasn't doctrine. It was drift. And drift was harder to stop than any fire. Kael did not celebrate. He did not resist. He walked. He sat. He remained. But the world had learned to move again without orders. It folded not because it was told, but because it remembered how. A letter arrived. Not by courier. By air current. Folded in fabric. Threadbare. Faint scent of stone and memory. Kael opened it slowly. Inside, for words. You left a spiral. We named it home. No signature. No map. Just the weight of being felt, without needing proof. He placed the letter at the base of the spiral chamber. Didn't archive it. Didn't share it. Just left it there. Where the room could remember. At the assembly, a report was filed. Unusual behavior in outer districts. Fold work deviating from assigned parameters. Increased nonlinear charm shapes. Resurgence of the drift curve. One entry read, in several towns, spiral shapes are being folded without ritual. No leaders, no citation. Another added, multiple residents cited a figure they do not name. They refer to him as the one who did not ask. No action was taken, but a phrase began circulating internally. Echo formations. No one claimed it, but everyone understood what it meant. That night, Kael stood under the memory tree, alone, until a girl approached. No older than 10. She sat beside him, held up a charm. It was flat. No spiral. No curve. Just a single fold across the middle. Kael looked at it, then at her. She said, "It doesn't move." Kael nodded. "That's okay." She tilted her head. "Then why do I still feel it?" He smiled gently. "Because it doesn't need to move to stay." She held the charm against her chest, and they sat. The world was not changing. It was remembering what it had once feared to be true. That presence without command was still power. That softness without approval was still belonging. That a fold could stay open and still mean everything. And across the ridge lines, through the wind-carried letters and spiral marks on stone, Kael's name was never written. Only this. We felt him. We stayed. We began to fold again. The spiral began to appear in places it was never taught. On the back walls of bakeries, in the margins of schoolbooks, etched in a frost on old temple stones, drawn with fingertips on the roofs of market stalls. It was never precise, rarely symmetrical, often crooked, but always familiar. People stopped asking who started it. They began asking if it meant something they had forgotten. And sometimes, someone would answer, not with knowledge, but with pause. A small town in the Western Valley sent a message to the sanctuary. Not a formal letter. A fabric bundle, wrapped in twine, carried on a child's back. Inside were 11 charms. All different. All wrong. All perfect. Folded by hands that hadn't read a scroll in decades. Patterns interrupted mid-spiral, as if the wind had joined the fold. Kael laid them out one by one. Did not correct them. Only whispered. These are not echoes. They are beginnings. Lyra cataloged the bundle as unauthored folds, phase drift emergence. She filed it without classifying the charm types. That was new. The archive usually demanded form names, grid categories, approval codes. But Lyra didn't fill those in. She simply wrote, fold that felt true. No one challenged it. But one assistant added a note beneath it. Category field intentionally left open. It was not a rebellion, but it was not compliance either. At the edge of the northern dune road, Salira found a spiral carved into an old waystone. Not recent. Wind-worn. Softened. It predated Kael's arrival at the sanctuary by years. And yet, it matched the spiral from the flame basin. Nearly identically. She called Kael to see it. He didn't speak when he arrived. Didn't touch the stone. He just stood beside it and said, "We thought it started with me." He stepped back. But memory doesn't need a source. It just needs someone to listen when it arrives. In a port city far to the east, rumors spread of a traveler who walked silently through markets and left behind unfinished spirals. He never spoke. He never wrote his name. But people began leaving folded cloth charms where he had stood. On windows. On steps. On broken signs. The governor of the city called for an investigation. The report came back inconclusive. Disruption unclear. No doctrine cited. No calls to action. But the investigation included one strange detail. Those near the charms reported feeling permitted. The governor ordered all the cloths removed. Within a week, they reappeared. But smaller. Sewn into the hems of children's coats. folded into bread wraps, etched into the corners of price tags. The spiral was not growing louder. It was becoming harder to avoid. Zaina returned from her route with a folded slip of paper. Not addressed. No mark. Just a sentence. I folded this because I needed to be real. She handed it to Kael. He held it for a long time, then placed it beneath a stone by the stream. Lyra found it the next day and added nothing. Just sat beside it, pen silent, heart full. A student in the sanctuary folded a charm without touching it. They sat in the spiral chamber for hours, staring at a blank thread. When the mentors checked on them, the child was asleep, and the thread had formed a loop with no hands guiding it. Kael came later. The child was gone, but the charm remained, floating and gently pulsing. The assembly of consistency met once more. This time, the tone had shifted. Reports had arrived from 12 locations, each showing similar patterns. Foldings outside sanctioned schools. Non-instructional charm groups forming spontaneously. Spiral shapes presented without ownership. One member asked, "Is this an ideology?" Another answered, "It's a memory, but not one we gave them." That was the moment they knew. It could no longer be called containment. It was now response. And responses don't wait for permission. Kael did not speak out. He didn't answer inquiries. Didn't respond to the new whisperings of opposition. Didn't defend the charm work appearing on the coastlines. He only walked the spiral paths, sat in the gardens, knelt beside the youngest children when they asked nothing and gave everything. One child held up a spiral of their own making and said, "I don't know what this means." Kael smiled. "Then you've already begun." Lyra received her first warning. A soft notice from an old acquaintance in the Northern Script Council. It wasn't a threat, just a caution. They're going to try and fold the memory around you. They won't attack. They'll archive it until it becomes past tense. Lyra placed the notice in a glass box. Didn't respond. Didn't defend. She simply copied it onto the back of a spiral charm, added 3 blank lines, and left it hanging from the arch by the sanctuary's main gate. Within a day, someone had filled in the bottom line. Not everything that stays still is dead. Salira visited an old teacher from the vault years. He was blind now, but when she spoke the word spiral, his fingers twitched. He said, "It always comes back." Not because it was invited, but because nothing else knows how to hold forgetting so gently. She left him with a folded stone, and when she returned a week later, the stone had bloomed. Not magically, not with power, just a vine curling softly around the spiral. In a distant district, a new charm law was passed. All foldings must cite lineage and intent. Failure to comply resulted in review. One teacher enforced it harshly, until a student folded a spiral with no signature and placed it in the center of the class. The teacher hesitated, and for the first time, didn't speak. Because the spiral hadn't resisted him. It had simply waited, and something in him remembered being tired of knowing everything. He let the charm remain. Kael stood at the southern lookout, watching the sky dim. Celine joined him in silence. After a while, she said, "They'll try to name it, box it, archive it." Kael nodded. "They'll give it edges, and then be afraid when it spills anyway." Celine asked, "What will you do?" Kael looked down at his hands. "Open them. Empty. Still. I'll be here, wherever the fold opens." The memory was no longer his. Not Kael's. Not the sanctuary's. It had begun traveling without a map. It folded through Baker's hands, through lost children, through forgotten scrolls and abandoned wells, through wind-carried songs and hand-drawn spirals on temple steps. It did not belong. It remained, and that made it more powerful than anything else. Late that night, Lyra walked the echo garden and found a charm pinned to a branch. A child's fold, open-ended, one side torn. She left it there, but wrote one word in her notes. Returned, and beside it another, without asking. They called it Caritha's Hollow. Not a town, not a ruin, just a flat space in the center of a long-forgotten forest, where nothing was marked and no story survived. The locals never spoke of it, not because they feared it, because they'd chosen to forget it. And somehow, forgetting had worked. No map showed its path. No full diagrams mentioned its history. Even the soil resisted memory. Charm threads placed in it curled inward and unraveled. Until now. Until someone arrived who had never been told to avoid it, and folded a spiral without knowing what the silence meant. It wasn't Kael. It was a boy. 12. Thin, quiet, carrying a thread from a sanctuary garden and a charm he'd made under Lyra's gentle encouragement. He didn't say where he was going, didn't even know why he'd left. But the charm in his pocket had started pulsing when he reached the edge of the forest. So he followed it, not knowing that the charm had remembered something he'd never known, not knowing that Karatha's hollow had once tried to erase its name. The moment the boy crossed into the clearing, the wind dropped. Completely. No air moved. No insect stirred. No bird circled. He stepped carefully, the charm still pulsing. Steady. Low. At the center of the hollow, a cracked stone stood buried in moss. Not a marker, just a presence. He placed the charm at its base and sat, said nothing, did nothing. He only remained, and the hollow noticed. At the sanctuary, Kael paused mid-step, not from pain, from pressure, the kind of pressure that comes when a door long sealed opens. Not to be entered, but to look out. Celine saw the shift in his eyes. What is it? Kael didn't answer at first. Then he whispered. Something forgotten, just blinked. Lyra felt it too. A blank in her archive ledger. A page where ink refused to dry. An unfinished charm she didn't remember starting. She stared at it. It pulsed once, then settled. She looked up and said aloud, "Who's folding where no one should?" The boy in the hollow stayed until night. The charm had stopped pulsing, but he stayed anyway. He didn't ask for light, didn't start a fire, didn't sing. He just kept the charm near him. At some point, he began to hum softly. Not a tune, not a song, just sound. Not loud enough to fill the hollow, just enough to say, "I am here." At dawn, the moss had pulled back from the stone. A spiral was etched beneath it. Not clean, old, cracked, barely there, but not erased, just sleeping. The boy didn't touch it. He only traced it in the air with his finger and whispered, "You were never gone." Kael arrived at the hollow 3 days later. He didn't rush, didn't announce. He simply followed the thread the realm had left behind and found the boy sitting beside the stone, still, safe. When Kael approached, the boy didn't startle. He just looked up and said, "I didn't know you'd come." Kael sat beside him. "You didn't ask me to." The boy smiled, "But I folded it anyway." Kael touched the stone, felt the spiral still sleeping. "You remembered something no one told you." The boy nodded. "I think the charm knew before I did." Back at the sanctuary, Zaina and Lyra gathered near the basin. Word of the hollow had spread, though no one knew how. Lyra placed a page in the water. Unfolded, unmarked. The water curled the edges. Not in a spiral, not in a pattern, just into a tension. And Lyra whispered. He didn't need instruction. Zaina added. He needed permission. That night, a charm appeared on the sanctuary gates. No one saw who left it. It was folded in layers of cloth and moss, weighted by soil, still damp from the forest. Inside was a message, sprawled by an unsure hand. I didn't know what I would find, but something there remembered me. "Thank you for not owning the spiral." Kael found it at dawn. Didn't take it down. Didn't display it. He just placed a blank charm beside it and let them face the gate together. The assembly met again. This time, the tone had shifted again, but not toward opposition. Toward uncertainty. One report from the north read, unauthorized spiral sightings increased. No pattern of resistance detected. Minimal disruption. High resonance. Another noted, emotional responses recorded among children exposed to unaligned charms include calm, curiosity, and voluntary silence. A third added, there's been no incitement, but there has been response. One of the elders asked, "Then what do we fear?" Another said quietly, that the spiral no longer needs us to spread. Kael returned to the hollow once more, not to visit, to witness. The stone had fully uncovered itself. The spiral was faded, but stable. A place that had tried to forget had now held a memory again. Without force, without lesson, without command. Kael knelt and placed a new charm at its base. Not a market, to remind it, we are still listening. And the stone warmed beneath his hand. Elsewhere, a traveling charm keeper found a group of children folding in a ruined fountain. No school, no lesson, just play. But the shapes they made were unmistakable. The charm keeper asked, "Where did you learn that?" A child shrugged. It made sense. Another added, "We dreamt it." The charm keeper tried to document it, but the moment he wrote the spiral down, the page unraveled. As if to say, "You don't need to hold this. You just need to let stay." So Lyra found Kael near the garden that night. She didn't bring news, only presence. She sat beside him, watching the fireflies drift between the charm trees. After a long silence, she said, "There are places folding without knowing you." Kael nodded. "That's the point." She turned to him. "Does it hurt?" He smiled gently. "No. It feels like breath finally reaching a place that thought it had no lungs." At the center of the hollow, the boy returned once more. Older now, just slightly. He didn't bring a new charm. He didn't need to. He only sat. And this time, the stone pulsed on its own. Just once. Enough for the boy to smile and whisper, "You remember me, even when I forget." The library of Still Accord had never been broken into. Not because it was well guarded, because no one tried. It wasn't forbidden, just uninviting. It held memory the way a ledger held numbers. Precise, preserved, bloodless. Every name archived. Every event indexed. Every folding categorized by origin, intent, and range. No improvisation. No open ends. It was a place for certainty. And for over 100 years, it had managed to survive untouched by the drift. Until the morning a spiral showed up on the front steps. Not drawn. Folded. A flat spiral of linen thread, woven into the shape of a charm. No note. No seal. No recorded sender. Just presence. The senior record master, Elith, known for 30 years of unbroken indexing, found it first. He did not touch it, but he stared at it for a long time. Then summoned a transcription scribe. The spiral was logged, scanned, measured, but not moved, because something about it felt wrong, not dangerous, not faulty, just outside. At the sanctuary, Lyra read the Echo Pulse transcript as it passed through the Longwave network. Fold type anomaly. Unregistered pattern. Drift arrived. She read it twice, then whispered. It arrived before him. Zeno leaned against the doorframe. "Are they afraid?" Lyra shook her head. "They're confused." It didn't ask to be read. It just stayed. Kael didn't respond immediately. He heard the ripple, felt it in the charm trees. But he waited, because the spiral hadn't been erased. It had been archived. And Kael knew the difference. One is control, the other is hesitation. And hesitation was an opening. In the library of Still Accord, discussions broke out quietly. One room debated whether to classify the spiral under emergent folklore forms. Another suggested placing it in peripheral drift behaviors. But neither category fit. Because the spiral didn't perform. It didn't pulse. Didn't glow. Didn't resist being scanned. It just remained. One junior archivist placed a hand near it. Said, "It's not broadcasting." Another asked, "Then what is it doing?" The junior whispered, "It's listening." 3 days passed. The spiral was never claimed. But no one moved it. Eventually, someone placed a small linen square beneath it to keep dust off the threads. No one said who, and no one removed it. Kael arrived on the 4th day. Not escorted. Not announced. He simply walked up the steps of the library, cloak folded, hands empty. When Elith opened the door, he blinked at the sight of him. "You?" Kael nodded. "I came to see what stayed." He stepped inside. Elith hesitated. "You're not on the record." Kael smiled faintly. "Neither is the wind." The main atrium of the library was quiet. Pillars of light streamed down from high domes, touching shelves older than most cities. Kael walked slowly past the indexed histories. He didn't read. He didn't touch. But where he passed, the air moved. Just slightly. As if the pages remembered being held without needing to be cited. They brought him to the spiral. Still on the front step. Still untouched. Still waiting. Kael knelt beside it. Did not reach for it. He simply sat. Elith stood nearby, uncertain. "What does it mean?" Kael replied. "That depends on who sees it. It's not here to explain itself. It's here to show what memory looks like when it isn't corrected." A crowd began to form quietly. Scribes, archivists, travelers from other vaults. None spoke loudly. They watched. Some folded their arms. Others folded thoughts. A child, daughter of a visiting translator, stepped forward. She held a blank charm in her hand, walked up beside Kael, knelt, and placed her charm beside the spiral. Not as an offering, as a companion. Kael said nothing, but the spiral pulsed once. Faint, soft, unmeasured, and the library fell completely silent. Lyra arrived the next morning. She brought no scrolls, just a folded charm in the shape of a wave. When she entered the atrium, the senior archivist asked, "Do you plan to document this?" She replied, Not yet. Because some things need to be remembered without being converted. He looked uncertain, but he let her pass. Kael remained at the spiral for 2 more days. He never moved it, never folded it. But when he left, it stayed warm. Still linen, still thread, but now alive in the air around it. And when another traveler came to sit near it a week later, she whispered, "It's still listening." And that was all she needed. The assembly met in a closed echo hall. This time, they were not angry, just unsure. One member said, "We cannot classify it." Another said, "It refuses both alignment and opposition." A third asked, "Is it growing?" And the youngest in the room answered, "No, it's waiting, and that's why we can't contain it." Kael returned to the sanctuary without report. But something had changed. He was no longer the furthest point of the spiral. He was its origin and its reflection, and the memory had stopped needing him to move, because it had learned how to stay behind without staying small. One morning, a new child arrived at the sanctuary. She said nothing, didn't ask for learning, didn't carry scrolls. She simply sat by the outer gate and folded charm. Not in Kael's style, not in anyone's. But when she opened it, it curved once, then rested, not calling, not explaining, just remaining. Kael watched from a distance and smiled, because she had not come to follow. She had come to listen. No notice was given, no formal meeting called, no decree issued. But across the continent, language began to shift. Not in books, not in doctrine, in conversation. People started using the word spiral to mean things it had never meant before. I'll come back to it later. This thought's still spiraling. She's not wrong. She's just not folded yet. It's not broken. It's just still listening. And no one corrected them, because somehow the meanings made sense even before they were understood. In a small town 2 valleys west of the sanctuary, a teacher began her lesson by placing an unfinished charm on her desk. No explanation, no ritual. She simply left it there, and the students stopped asking when the class would begin. They had already started. By listening, Kael noticed it not in what changed, but in what didn't get questioned anymore. Children folded spirals into their sleeves. Travelers placed wave charms on fences. Mentors stopped asking what shape a pause should be. There were still rules, still structures, still boundaries. But permission had dissolved the need for control, and control had started to forget its own purpose. Lyra stood beneath the sanctuary's north gate, reading a folded letter left by a group of unaffiliated charm weavers. It wasn't a request for guidance. It was a thank you note for not interfering. One line stood out. "We didn't know how to belong until we saw someone not trying to own it." She filed the letter without comment. But later that night, she found herself writing that line again in her own journal, then folding the page and placing it on her pillow, like a charm for sleep. At the assembly, discussion turned to obsolescence. One elder said, "They no longer need us to interpret the past." Another countered, "They never needed us to interpret. They needed us to witness." And a third said softly, "Perhaps our work now is to remain still enough for memory to trust us again." No vote was taken, but the meeting ended earlier than usual. And when the record clerks left the spiral on the assembly door, no one removed it. Kael walked the outer fields. The wind carried pieces of folded cloth, discarded thread, ash charms with open middles. None of them were symmetrical. None followed sanction forms. But all of them remained folded. That was new. Before, non-compliant forms unraveled. Now they stayed, not because they were protected, because no one was trying to force them still. At the spiral chamber, a group of children began folding in silence. One folded something too tightly, and it snapped. She looked ready to cry. Kael sat beside her. She said, "It was almost right." He asked, "What was it trying to say?" She opened her hands. "That I wanted to keep something small." Kael nodded. Then the fold already held it. She smiled, and didn't try again. She just held the broken charm, because sometimes carrying the thing that failed was the most honest form of continuing. Celine returned from the outpost schools with a curious report. They've stopped assigning fold positions in second-year sanctum class. Kael arched a brow. Completely. She nodded. They call it Drift Week now. Students fold alone or together, as they feel. One mentor just watches. Any complaints? Celine smiled. Only from those who forgot learning isn't supposed to be control. Zaina found a sculpture near the edge of the southern basin, made of broken charms, carefully stacked. balanced like it had been done by someone who'd never studied formwork but understood presence. No name attached. No plaque. Just a folded stone placed at the base. She touched it. It was warm. The Library of Still Accord reported an unusual phenomenon. Visitors began spending time in the atrium, not reading, not researching, just being, sitting in silence, drawing spirals in the dust, tracing their fingers along the bindings of memory. The head archivist tried to organize it, then stopped, because nothing about it interfered. It simply shared space. One young scribe was heard saying, "This feels like learning from inside the book." Kael began receiving fewer messages, not because he was forgotten, but because people no longer felt they needed his approval. And that meant the spiral had reached its next shape. Autonomy. Not independence from him, but from needing to justify itself at all. In the sanctuary garden, a child tied 2 spirals together. Kael asked why. The child said, "This one is mine, and this one is someone else's." But they wanted to sit near each other. Kael looked at the threads. Different colors. Different folds. The connection was imperfect, but something about it felt right. He nodded. "Then you just made memory into company." Lyra stood at the archive threshold that evening and opened the ledger to the final page of the season. Instead of writing a summary, she folded it, loosely, once, and placed it on the shelf labeled, "Unrecorded, not lost." It was the first time in recorded history that an archive closed a season without a report. And it would not be the last. Kael slept that night, with a charm resting on his open palm. Not when he folded. One someone else had left behind. It wasn't marked. It wasn't finished. But it didn't slip from his hand. It stayed. And he dreamed of nothing. Because there was nothing left to correct. Only to continue. The next morning, the wind changed. Not in temperature. Not in speed. In tone. It carried no warnings. Just spirals drawn in soot. Folds left on fences. A song without melody, hummed by someone far away. And for the first time in months, Kael felt the spiral begin to pull inward again. Not to shrink. To gather. Something was changing. Not ending. But becoming real enough to need shape. And Kael stood at the garden's edge and said, "They forgot to be afraid. Now they remember how to begin." Across the blue planet, people continued folding. Not in unison. Not in defiance. Not even in hope. Just with intention. And the realm, for once, didn't answer. It simply listened. It had been weeks since the last formal message. No directives. No summons. No complaints. Not even praise. The realm had gone quiet again. But this time, it wasn't the quiet of avoidance. It was the kind that came after listening. When everyone's hand rested on the page. And no one quite knew whether to turn it yet. Kael felt it first as a pressure behind the eyes. Not pain. Just presence. Everywhere he walked, the spirals weren't just echoing now. They were watching. Not for him, but for what he would do next. The world no longer needed his example, but it had begun to anticipate his answer. And Kael wasn't sure he had one. In the sanctuary archive, Lyra noticed a pattern in recent scroll submissions. Fewer open-form poems. More questions, but not directed at her. Not addressed to any mentor. Just folded into the margins of every charm. What should I do with this? How do I know when it's enough? What now? She paused. Because these weren't requests for permission. They were reflections. Memory, now fully shared, had begun turning inward. Celine returned from the southern coast with a new report. Spiral use had stabilized. Charms were folded with care. Drifted patterns integrated into daily learning. Even the more resistant regions had stopped enforcing closure points. But something lingered in her tone. Kael asked, "What aren't you saying?" She hesitated. Then, they've begun asking what happens if the spiral ends. Kael looked at her quietly. It doesn't. But it can stop being noticed. And that, they both knew, might be worse. The spiral chamber had become a gathering place again. But no longer for learning. For sharing. People came in small groups. Not to be taught. Not to teach. Just to sit. To speak. To fold slowly. Without explanation. And sometimes, someone would leave a question on the floor. Not for Kael. For the space. And sometimes, the space would answer. A charm would curl. A light would shift. The pulse would change. Not dramatically. Just enough to say, "We're still listening." Kael sat in the spiral garden with a group of younger students. They had begun folding charms without thread. Using only shadows and hand movements. One child said, "The shape stays in the air." Another added, "Even when I leave, Kael said nothing, but he held up his hand and followed their movements. His spiral was different, slower, less certain. The children noticed. One of them, maybe 7, said, "You're still folding too." Kael nodded. "Always am." Lyra began writing again. Not notes, not analysis, but letters, addressed to no one, folded and placed in open alcoves. One read, "We thought it was meant to teach us how to remember, but I think it was always teaching us how to carry memory." Another said, "What if the next spiral is not a shape, but a decision?" She left them and signed, but others began leaving responses. Folded replies, ribbons, stones with chalk spirals. The archive had turned into a conversation. No sender, no receiver, just reciprocity. At the edge of the northern hollow, a child stood alone. Not lost, just uncertain. She had folded a charm that refused to stay flat. It curled every time she placed it down. She asked Kael, "Is it broken?" He shook his head. "It's asking something." She frowned. "Like what?" Kael thought for a long moment, then said, "Maybe it wants to know if you'll stay with it, even if it doesn't finish." The girl sat beside the charm and said softly, "I will." The realm responded to the spiral's stillness with something unfamiliar. Restlessness, not rejection, not pushback, just a low, spreading question. What now? For years, the memory had moved outward. Now it circled, turned, folded back in, not collapsing, consolidating. And Kael knew what was coming next. Not backlash, not reverence, but expectation. The world had been retuned. Now it wanted direction. Zaina noticed it in the training groves. Students folded perfectly, not rigidly, gracefully, with a depth of care she hadn't seen before. But fewer asked questions. Fewer experimented. They folded as if memory was now the goal, rather than the means. She brought this to Salira, who only said, "So we've succeeded at something," then added, "But maybe not what we meant to." That evening, Kael returned to the flame basin. He hadn't been there in months. The water was still, the stones warm. He sat at the edge and whispered, "They're no longer afraid of forgetting. They're afraid of having remembered only this." And the basin, for the first time in a long while, pulsed back. A ripple of heat, a reminder. Memory wasn't the end. It was a threshold, and the next step would require choice. Not just from Kael, from everyone. The assembly reconvened in near silence. They had no agenda, only 3 scrolls on the table, each one folded differently, each one unsigned, each one carried the same phrase. "We remember." Now what? The assembly had no answer, and for once, they admitted it. The senior archivist said, "Perhaps the spiral has returned the world to its starting point." And another replied, "Then it's not legacy we must protect. It's possibility." Kael stood outside the memory tree. Children had begun tying their old charms to the lower branches, not as offerings, as acknowledgments. This one folded when I was lonely. This one never unfolded. This one didn't work. But I kept it. Kael tied one of his own beside them. An early charm, one that had never balanced right. He had kept it in his cloak for 3 years. He looked at it now and said, "You weren't a mistake. You were the pause that helped me keep going." Lyra wrote a single entry that evening. "The spiral is no longer a disruption. It is a setting, and now we ask not what it changed, but what we want to build inside it." She did not fold this one. She left it flat on the table, because sometimes words needed to stay open. And far beyond the sanctuary, in a small village where no one remembered how the spiral first arrived, a child whispered to a charm she'd folded herself, "Thank you for letting me start even when I didn't know how." The charm pulsed, not brightly, just enough for her to know she wasn't alone in the fold.